Qin Feng, unemployed upon graduation, was bound to a mysterious system at the lowest point in his life. With limitless energy conversion and universe-leading technology, he chose to quietly travel to Africa, spending 2 years building a vast underground empire. Above ground was a luxurious manor, underground, a technological kingdom, an army of 300,000 cyborgs, 12 interstellar warships under construction, and a nuclear arsenal hidden deep within. He initially planned to continue developing his power cautiously, until his sister, Qin Yao, visited in Africa and live-streamed. "Brother, just how powerful is our family?" A telecom fraud group in northern Myanmar provoked him livestream. A 24-hour Special Forces cross-border rescue, incidentally eliminating 2,000 armed members. A U.S. carrier strike group exerted pressure. A test launch of an uninterruptible intercontinental ballistic missile at his doorstep, followed by a nuclear explosion. The world was shocked. Nations trembled. Returning home in triumph, Qin Feng looked at his impoverished hometown and his compatriots who had left their homes, and made a decision. If we're going to play, let's play big. A chip bottleneck? I'll develop my own carbon-based quantum chip. Brain drain? I'll invest trillions to build a university town. Regional discrimination? I'll turn Hunan province into the global technological heartland. Underground empire, black technology, massive military buildup, rise of a great power, family warmth, no saintly sentimentality, no resentment, ruthless when necessary. Chapter 1. Brother, how have you been in Africa lately? Brother, how have you been in Africa lately? She pressed send, and the message instantly flew halfway around the world. The typing message at the top of the screen flashed a few times, and a reply came quickly. Fine, same as always. Why aren't you asleep yet? It should be almost midnight back home. Qin Yao glanced at the time, 11:47 p.m., and typed back. Summer vacation is coming soon. I'm so excited I can't sleep. Brother, you haven't been back for 2 years. Mom and Dad miss you terribly. Busy with work, can't get away. The usual brief reply. Qin Feng went to Africa after graduation, saying there were more opportunities there, but no one in the family knew exactly what he did. Initially, his parents strongly opposed it, given the constant news reports about how chaotic and dangerous Africa was. But Qin Feng was determined to go, saying he had a good job recommended by a friend, with a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000 yuan. His parents couldn't persuade him otherwise and had to agree. He was gone for 2 years, not even returning home for the Lunar New Year. If it weren't for the regular monthly phone calls and video chats, and the money sent home on time, his family would have seriously suspected he'd been kidnapped. Qin Yao still remembers how worried her brother was when he first went to Africa. Every time they video chatted, they would carefully check the background behind him to make sure he was safe. Qin Feng would always smile and say he was in a safe zone, that the company provided food and accommodation, and that the environment was very good. Indeed, the room behind him in the video looked clean and bright, with green trees and sunshine visible outside the window, unlike the dilapidated image of Africa that had been imagined. Moreover, he always looked very healthy, even more energetic than when he was in China. Brother, I have 2 months of summer vacation during my freshman year. Qin Yao continued typing. I want to go to Africa to see you. Is that convenient? I'm going with 3 roommates, and we can also do some live streaming to change things up. Outdoor adventure live streams are really popular lately. This time, the typing message flashed for a longer time. You're coming to Africa? Well, Mom and Dad agree. I can convince them. Just tell me if it's convenient or not. It's convenient. But are you sure you want to come? It's different here than in China. Of course I'm sure. We've already planned everything. I've saved enough for the plane tickets. My roommates are really interested when they heard I was going to Africa to see you, and they said we could split the accommodation costs. Qin Yao stared at the screen, a little nervous. She knew this request might be a bit sudden, but she really wanted to see the place where her brother had lived for 2 years, to know if he was doing well. Video calls always have a screen between them. Some things can't be seen. Come on, I'll pick you up from the airport. Really? That's great. You're the best, bro. But there are a few conditions. First, you must follow my instructions the whole time and not run around. Second, your parents need to call me before you leave so I can personally explain the situation here. Third, send me your flight information in advance so I can pick you up. No problem. I'll do whatever you say. Qin Yao excitedly rolled around on the bed, almost bumping into the wall. She calmed herself down and continued typing. Brother, is it safe where you are? I saw on the news that Africa is really chaotic. Will I get kidnapped if I go? Don't worry, it's very safe here. For ordinary people, other parts of Africa are still quite dangerous. Hee. By the way, my second brother recently graduated, and it seems he's having a hard time finding a job. He's really stressed out. Mom said he sent out dozens of resumes and had 7 or 8 interviews, but none of them worked out. Qin Yang studied computer science. Theoretically, he should have an easy time finding a job. Who knows? Maybe his expectations are too high. Last week he interviewed at a company in Hangzhou, and they only offered him 8,000 yuan, which he thought was too low. But isn't that the typical salary for recent graduates? Tell him not to worry. Take your time finding a job. Mom and Dad are both in good health, but they miss you terribly. Dad doesn't say it, but every time you call, he's listening intently. And Mom, needless to say, always secretly wipes away tears after video calls. Qin Yao's nose also felt a little sore after typing this. There were 3 children in the family. The eldest, Qin Feng, was exceptionally sensible from a young age, excelling in his studies and always taking care of his younger siblings. She remembered how, when their parents were busy running a convenience store, her brother would cook for her and her second brother and help them with their homework. Later, when her brother went to university, the family faced financial pressure, so he worked part-time to earn his own living expenses without ever complaining. Tell Mom and Dad I'll definitely come back at the end of this year. Really? That's wonderful. Mom will be so happy she won't be able to sleep. There are some things I should tell the family. Qin Yao blinked as she looked at the sentence. Some things? What things? She wanted to ask, but then she thought, her brother probably meant his work situation in Africa. After all, it had been 2 years, and the family knew nothing about him except that he worked at an import-export company. Brother, what kind of work do you do in Africa? You're being so secretive. I'll tell you when we meet. Anyway, your brother is doing well now, don't worry. The usual evasiveness. Qin Yao pursed her lips, but didn't press further. Her brother had always been decisive. He'd speak his mind when he wanted to. By the way, the 2,000 yuan you give me and my second brother every month, we've saved it all. Mom and Dad haven't spent much of the 10,000 either. They said they're saving it for your wedding. Let them spend it. No need to save. My income here is pretty good. More than good. Qin Yao thought to herself, someone who'd only graduated 2 years ago, sending 12,000 yuan home every month, and living in Africa, that's a very high income even in China. But she'd never heard her brother complain about how hard his work was. Every time they video chatted, he was energetic and well-dressed. He certainly seemed to be doing quite well. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? An African girl or a Chinese girl? Duh. Hee, just a little gossip. Mom's really worried. Last time she told me to be careful in Africa and not to bring back a foreign daughter-in-law, because she's afraid we won't be able to communicate. You worry too much. I have my own plans for my personal life. Okay, I won't ask anymore. By the way, we're leaving around early July. I'll let you know the exact date once it's set. Is the visa easy to get? Send me your passport information, and I'll help you get an e-visa. It's very convenient. Wow, brother, you've got connections now. You can even get visas? I've been here a while, so I know some people. Qin Yao nodded, not thinking much of it. Her brother was always reliable. If he said he could get it done, he definitely could. It's settled then. I'm starting my live stream right away. I promised my fans I'd sing a new song I learned today. Live streaming so late. Take care and get some rest. Okay, it's only for an hour. You should get some sleep too, bro. In Africa. Oh, it should be afternoon there, right? Yeah, 3 p.m. Go live stream. Remember to send me your ID information. Okay, bye bro. Goodbye, be careful. Qin Yao exited the chat, a smile still on her face. She opened Douyin, TikTok, and checked her follower count, 123,000. Not a lot, but not bad for a student streamer. She mainly sings, chats about university life, and occasionally does beauty tutorials, earning 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, enough for her spending money. She had already planned this trip to Africa, a series of special live streams about an African adventure, seeing wild animals, visiting her brother's life in Africa. Just thinking about it was exciting. Her followers would definitely increase. Lin Xiao, Qin Yao's roommate on the lower bunk, peeked out sleepily. Yao, aren't you asleep yet? Who are you chatting with so excitedly? My brother. He agreed to let me go to Africa to see him. Qin Yao whispered, but couldn't hide her excitement. Really? That's amazing. Lin Xiao instantly woke up. When are we leaving? What about the visas? Have you booked the tickets? Early July. My brother said he'll help us with the visas. He'll book the tickets for us. What does your brother do in Africa? He's so resourceful. Qin Yao paused. He said he'll tell us when we meet. Anyway, my brother's always been very capable. If he says he can handle it, he definitely can. Is your brother handsome? Another roommate, Zhang Yu, also woke up and joined the conversation. Of course he's handsome. 1.85 meters tall, amazing physique, and he was on the college basketball team, Qin Yao said proudly. But don't even think about him. My brother has very high standards. Puffed. We were just asking, Zhang Yu laughed. But seriously, is it safe to go to Africa? My parents will definitely worry if they know I'm going. My brother said it's very safe there, and we just need to follow his arrangements, Qin Yao said confidently. Besides, there are 4 of us together. What's there to be afraid of? That's true, for people can look after each other. So, it's a deal. Are you going together? Of course. 2 months of summer vacation. It's so boring staying put. Going to Africa is so cool. I can even do a live stream. Maybe I can become a top outdoor adventure streamer. The three girls chuckled softly and began excitedly discussing what luggage to bring, what clothes to wear, and how to tell their families. Qin Yao joined in the discussion, thinking about her brother's last words. There are some things I should tell my family. Chapter 2. The Black Continent Base. After ending a call with his sister, Qin Feng rose from the luxurious leather chair and strolled toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay an expanse of verdant greenery, the meticulously trimmed lawn stretching into the distance. Further away, the faint outline of an airport runway could be discerned, where several sleek fighter jets stood silently beside their hangars. This was his kingdom. 2 years prior, freshly graduated from university, Qin Feng was still navigating various job fairs in search of a position that offered a meager monthly salary. His parents' small convenience store barely covered the family's expenses, while his younger siblings were still in school. As the eldest son, he felt the weighty burden of responsibility upon his shoulders. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. System binding successful. Energy conversion module activated. Knowledge base loading. Initially, Qin Feng dismissed it as a mere hallucination brought on by stress. However, when he witnessed the system effortlessly converting energy into a block of high-purity metal, and as knowledge far beyond human comprehension flooded into his mind, he realized that his destiny had indeed shifted. The system was straightforward, devoid of ostentatious interfaces and cold mechanical voices. It merely inscribed functions and information directly into the depths of his consciousness. It could convert energy into matter, rendering it nearly omnipotent. It possessed the technological knowledge of all known civilizations in the universe, from fundamental physics to theories of higher dimensions. It could autonomously absorb dark energy from the cosmos as a power source, an energy so abundant it was inexhaustible. The system also made it clear it was merely a tool, and its application depended solely on the host. At that time, Qin Feng was nothing more than an ordinary university graduate, penniless and without connections. If he were to recklessly utilize the system's capabilities domestically, he would soon attract the attention of various factions, with dire consequences. He needed a secluded place, a sanctuary for secure development. The Black Continent emerged as the ideal choice. He selected a location in the uninhabited region bordering a nation in Central Africa, characterized by its complex terrain and sparse human presence. During the first month at his destination, Qin Feng resided in a tent he had brought with him, relying on basic supplies converted by the system for survival. He utilized the system's material conversion function to carve out a temporary shelter deep underground. Thus, the true construction began. 2 years. For a full 2 years, Qin Feng hardly left this territory. The system, powered by dark energy, constructed matter from nothing. Initially, it was a small underground laboratory, which later expanded into living quarters, manufacturing workshops, and an energy center, akin to building with blocks. A vast and intricate underground kingdom gradually took shape. Today, the surface area of the base spans 100 square kilometers, measuring 10 kilometers in length and width, enveloped by a high-intensity energy shield. At the center of the surface lies a 3-square-kilometer estate, dominated by a colossal villa that harmoniously blends modern design with classical elements. Comprising 7 floors and over 200 rooms, the interior of the villa is extravagantly decorated, yet permeated with a sense of technological sophistication. The estate features recreational facilities such as a swimming pool, tennis courts, and sports fields, alongside an artificial lake adorned with an island and pavilion at its heart. However, these are merely superficial aspects. The truly crucial areas include the training base, tactical exercise grounds, and an airport capable of accommodating large transport aircraft and strategic bombers. The airport runway extends 5 kilometers and is constructed from special materials, robust enough to withstand supersonic takeoffs and landings of aircraft weighing hundreds of tons. The hangars house an array of aircraft: the streamlined J-20 variant, the angular F-22 upgrade, the formidable WZ-10 enhanced model, and the iconic Apache armed helicopter variant. While these aircraft bear resemblance to their terrestrial counterparts, their internal structures are wholly distinct. They employ anti-gravity propulsion systems and fusion energy, significantly enhancing speed, maneuverability, and firepower beyond previous measures. The ammunition systems have been standardized, allowing all weapon platforms to share munitions, greatly simplifying logistics. Yet, the surface is merely the tip of the iceberg. The main body of the underground base lies a kilometer beneath the surface, taking on a cylindrical shape, 30 kilometers in diameter and 3 kilometers in height, with a total volume exceeding 2,000 cubic kilometers, equivalent to relocating an entire medium-sized city underground. Such a colossal endeavor could not be accomplished with current Earth technology, but through the system's material conversion capabilities, Qin Feng succeeded. The underground base consists of 20 levels, each serving distinct functions, with ceiling heights ranging from 50 to 300 meters. The topmost level houses command and living quarters, where Qin Feng and the bioengineered individuals engage in daily activities. The living area simulates a natural environment, featuring parks, rivers, and even a holographic projection system that mimics the rising and setting of the sun and the shifting of starry skies, making one almost forget they are underground. Below this lies the research center, occupying 3 entire levels. It boasts numerous laboratories covering cutting-edge fields such as physics, biology, material science, and energy science. Every day, thousands of research-oriented bioengineered beings work here, extracting technology from the system's knowledge base, validating, refining, and innovating further. Beneath the research center is the manufacturing facility, similarly occupying 3 levels. It employs fully automated production lines capable of producing everything from nanobots to components for interstellar warships. Currently, the primary output consists of various weaponry, gene optimization fluids, and specialized components required by the bioengineered beings. Further down are the energy center, storage areas, and training facilities. The entire underground base operates as a self-sustaining ecosystem. Energy is derived from geothermal sources and dark energy conversion. Water is sourced from underground river purification and air condensation. Food is provided by vertical farms cultivating genetically modified, high-yield crops, with annual output per hectare equivalent to 100-fold that of traditional agriculture. All of this is made possible by the bioengineered beings created by Qin Feng. They serve as the core labor force of the base, all possessing features reminiscent of individuals from the Dragon Nation, a slight personal preference of Qin Feng's, as he wished to see more familiar faces. The bioengineered beings are categorized into 3 types, research-oriented, numbering approximately 50,000. They possess exceptionally high intelligence, specializing in various scientific domains. Each research-oriented bioengineered individual possesses knowledge equivalent to that of the foremost scientists in their fields, with learning capabilities exceeding human capacity by over 100-fold. Surprisingly, even the research-oriented bioengineered beings possess formidable combat abilities. Their bodies have been comprehensively optimized, with strength, speed, and reflexes reaching dozens of times the human limit. Service-oriented, numbering around 8,000, are responsible for the daily maintenance and support tasks within the base. They too exhibit extraordinary physical capabilities, but excel in intricate operations and emotional interactions. Defense-oriented, numbering 300,000, form the armed forces of the base, organized into 30 divisions of 10,000 each, equipped with complete land and air armaments. Defense-oriented bioengineered beings are designed solely for combat. Their bones are reinforced with carbon nanotubes, their muscles composed of synthetic fiber bundles, and their skin is capable of withstanding direct fire from large-caliber firearms. More alarmingly, their combat training is unparalleled. Each defense-oriented bioengineered being is proficient in hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, and tactical command, adept at operating all weaponry within the base. Qin Feng once conducted a test, pitting a research-oriented bioengineered individual against the T-1000 liquid metal robot from the film Terminator. The results were astonishing. The bioengineered being crushed the robot's core processor with a single hand in under 3 seconds. To manage this vast base, Qin Feng created 2 special bioengineered individuals. Qin Weidong, appearing to be in his 40s, with a square face and sharp gaze, exudes a calm demeanor. He serves as the overall supervisor of the surface base and also acts as Qin Feng's steward. Qin Weidong possesses the highest level of management authority, capable of deploying all service-oriented and defense-oriented bioengineered beings, handling daily affairs, and ensuring the smooth operation of the surface components of the base. Qin Wanjun, also around 40 years old, donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance. He served as the chief administrator of an underground base, overseeing both research and production. Qin Wanjuan's database was directly linked to the system's knowledge repository, enabling him to coordinate the efforts of tens of thousands of researchers, transforming theoretical knowledge into tangible products. In addition, Qin Feng had a personal security team of 36 elite bioengineered individuals, dedicated to ensuring his absolute safety around the clock. Despite his own body having undergone 3 rounds of genetic optimization, positioning him as one of the mightiest beings on Earth, the presence of this formidable guard was a reassuring measure. Standing before the window, Qin Feng's thoughts returned to reality. His sister was on her way. Chapter 3. Live broadcast. Reclining in a comfortable chair, Qin Feng held a sleek smartphone in his hand. Externally, The device bore a striking resemblance to a leading brand on the market, yet internally, it was an entirely different entity. This was a communication device developed in-house by the base, featuring a photon computing chip that surpassed the processing speed of the most advanced smartphones by a factor of 10,000. Its battery utilized a microfusion core, theoretically capable of lasting for up to 10 years on standby. Most importantly, the signal system allowed the phone to connect directly to a network formed by 36 low-orbit satellites, which employed stealth materials and energy barrier technology. This network provided coverage in every corner of the globe, from the depths of the Sahara Desert to the icy expanses of Antarctica, maintaining maximum signal strength with data transmission speeds reaching 1 terabyte per second and nearly zero latency. Qin Feng opened Douyin and entered Qin Yao's live streaming room. The number of online viewers was displayed as 137, gradually increasing. On the screen, Qin Yao was dressed in a simple white t-shirt, her hair tied back in a ponytail, radiating the youthful vitality characteristic of college students. "So I've really decided. I'll set off in early July," Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly into the camera, her eyes crescent-shaped. "I'll probably be in Africa for about a month, and I'll try to go live every day to show everyone what real Africa is like." The comments began to roll in. Is Yao Yao really going to Africa? Stay safe. I've heard it's particularly chaotic there, with robbery and kidnapping being commonplace. What work is your brother doing in Africa? Can he guarantee your safety? Noticing the comments, Qin Yao replied earnestly, "Thank you all for your concern. My brother has been living in Africa for 2 years, and he says it's quite safe there. I trust him." A comment flashed by. "Your brother isn't involved in telecom fraud or anything, right?" "Just kidding, haha." Qin Yao scrunched her nose in response. "Puffed. My brother is not that kind of person. He has a legitimate job at an import-export company." "What kind of import-export company needs to stay in Africa for 2 years without coming home?" "Exactly. It sounds a bit suspicious." Qin Yao grew anxious. "Oh, come on. Don't jump to conclusions. Once I'm there, you'll see. My brother promised to let us go, so he must have a way to ensure our safety." She shifted the topic. "By the way, what do you want to see in my live stream? Lions? Elephants? Or primitive tribes?" The comments became lively. "I want to see wildlife. Up close, preferably. I want to see the sunset on the African grasslands. I've heard it's spectacular. Can Yao Yao film where her brother lives? I'm curious about his living conditions in Africa. I also want to know what kind of houses Chinese people working in Africa live in. Yao Yao, you should bring pepper spray and an alarm. Safety first." Qin Yao nodded while reading the comments. "I've noted everything down. I've already bought pepper spray and prepared a portable alarm. As for where I'll be staying, my brother said his place is quite nice, with air conditioning and internet, so it shouldn't be too bad. Your brother isn't living in a tin shack, right? In many parts of Africa, the electricity is unstable. I remember Yao Yao said her brother sends over 10,000 a month, and he has to live in Africa too. He probably can't save much for rent, right?" Qin Yao pressed her lips together. "I'm not too sure about that, but every time we video chat, his background looks fine. It's a clean room, so it shouldn't be too bad." A prominent red comment stood out. "Yao Yao, I study international relations, and I want to remind you, many places in Africa are indeed very dangerous, especially for young women. Remember the embassy's number and seek help immediately if you're in danger. Also, don't easily trust strangers. Some criminal gangs specifically target compatriots." Qin Yao's expression grew serious. "Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful. My brother also said we should follow his arrangements and not wander off." "Is your brother reliable? Don't let them sell you girls off." "Exactly. Thinking of 4 pretty girls going to Africa is just dangerous." "Are Yao Yao's 3 roommates going too? Be careful not to get taken all at once." Seeing these comments, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh. "You're all being too dramatic. My brother has always treated me very well. How could he harm me? Plus, my roommate's parents will also call my brother to confirm the situation. It's not like we can just go on our own." She glanced at the time. "All right. That's it for today's live stream. I'll let you all know once I book my tickets and finalize the itinerary. Thank you all for your concern and suggestions. I'll be well prepared. Bye." As the live stream ended, the screen turned black, leaving only a message indicating that the host was on her way. Qin Feng understood the fans' concerns. After all, Africa was indeed synonymous with danger and poverty in the minds of most people from the Dragon Kingdom. However, they were unaware that the Africa they spoke of and the Africa his sister was about to visit were entirely different worlds. His phone vibrated. A message from Qin Yao. "Brother, I've sent you my and my roommate's identity information. Can you help us figure out the visa process?" Shortly thereafter, a file package arrived, containing scanned copies of the 4 girls' passports, ID photos, and other essential information. Qin Feng opened the file and quickly skimmed through. Qin Yao, 19. A first-year student majoring in journalism at a university in Zhejiang province. Lin Xiaoxiao, 19, an English major at the same school, and Qin Yao's roommate and close friend. Zhang Yu, 19, a business administration major at the same university. Li Siyu, 18, an art design major, the youngest in the dormitory. All 4 girls were ordinary university students, with clean backgrounds and no criminal records. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Forwarding the file to Qin Weidong with instructions, process the complete arrangements for these 4 individuals to travel to the base. Received, Commander. Expect completion within 10 minutes. Qin Weidong replied almost instantaneously. Qin Feng set his phone down and walked to the wall on one side of the room. The wall appeared to be an ordinary wooden decorative panel, but when he touched a specific spot, the panel silently slid open, revealing a massive display screen. The screen showcased real-time footage from the base's command center, dozens of bioengineered staff busily working at holographic control consoles, streams of data floating in midair, and a 3-dimensional map marking the status of every corner both inside and outside the base. Access the satellite network and connect to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs database. Qin Feng commanded. Connecting now, acquiring the highest permissions for the target country's electronic visa system. A gentle electronic voice responded. A complex operational interface popped up on the screen, with Qin Weidong's virtual image appearing in a corner. Commander, I am processing the electronic visas for the 4 young ladies. The system indicates that the target country has implemented an electronic visa policy for holders of Dragon Kingdom passports. Normal processing requires 3 working days. At a cost of $80. Proceed directly, marking as diplomatic courtesy channel, Qin Feng instructed. Understood. The profiles of the 4 ladies have been flagged as special friendly individuals. The visa is valid for 6 months, allowing multiple entries and exempting the visa fee. Qin Feng watched as the icon representing the visa status transformed from under review to approved on the screen, the entire process taking less than 30 seconds. This was no forgery. These visas were entirely legitimate, entering the country's system database through official channels, and would show as valid at any customs terminal. The sole distinction lies in their circumvention of the conventional review process, receiving direct approval from the system's highest authority. What about the flight? Qin Feng inquired. The most suitable flight has been located. On July 3rd, Eastern Airlines MU-789, a direct flight from Shanghai International Airport to N'Djamena International Airport, with an economy class fare of 6,800 renminbi per person. Shall I proceed with the booking? No, book business class instead. Understood. I am reserving business class tickets at 21,500 renminbi each, totaling 86,000 RMB for 4 individuals. Payment is successful, and tickets have been issued. Flight information has been sent to the mobile numbers reserved by the 4 ladies. Qin Weidong paused before continuing. According to standard protocol, it is advisable to arrange for our private aircraft to await at Shanghai Pudong Airport. Once MU-789 departs, the private aircraft can rendezvous with it over international waters to transfer the 4 ladies onto our vessel, subsequently flying directly to the base. This method would circumvent their entry through international airports in Africa, thereby reducing exposure risks. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head. No. Let's not complicate matters this time. Allow them to arrive in N'Djamena normally. I will personally meet them at the airport. Chapter 4. Power and Strategy. The dawn in Africa arrives particularly early. Before 5 o'clock, the eastern horizon has already turned a pale white. The system in his mind remained as silent as ever, akin to a faithful tool awaiting the master's command. Over the past 2 years, Qin Feng had grown accustomed to this state, void of mechanical alerts, devoid of frigid task assignments. Only the nearly infinite repository of knowledge and energy conversion capabilities quietly existing at his disposal. The initial exhilaration and anxiety upon acquiring the system had long since settled into a composed sense of control. Qin Feng was acutely aware of his possessions, an ultimate tool capable of directly converting dark energy from the universe into any material. A treasure trove of knowledge encompassing all technology in the cosmos, and the formidable power forged by this knowledge, potent enough to alter the global landscape. Sir, Qin Weidong's voice interrupted his reverie, as he held a holographic datapad. Come in. Qin Feng turned. Is everything arranged? Yes. The itinerary for the 4 ladies has been confirmed, departing from Shanghai Pudong Airport on July 3rd at 11:20 a.m., arriving in N'Djamena at 7 o'clock p.m. local time. Qin Weidong paused before continuing. As per your instructions, I have adjusted the disguise layer of the estate. All facilities exceeding current Earth technology levels have been concealed or disguised as conventional products. The entrances to the underground base have been sealed, and the energy barrier is functioning normally, ensuring it will not be detected by any means of surveillance. Qin Feng nodded and seated himself behind the expansive mahogany desk. Several documents regarding the base's daily operations lay before him, yet his mind was not occupied with these trivialities. Qin Weidong, do you think I should gradually reveal some truths to my family? The bioengineered butler slightly bowed. That depends on your judgment, Commander. From a security perspective, the less they know, the safer they are. However, from an emotional standpoint, sharing the joy of success with loved ones is a universal human need. 2 years ago, I chose to conceal the truth because we lacked any means of self-preservation. Qin Feng's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the desk. Had anyone known I possessed the system back then, the consequences would have been dire. But now, the situation is different. His gaze deepened. Currently, our conventional military might is sufficient to dominate the entire globe. With a 300,000-strong bioengineered army, each soldier a super soldier. Our aircraft and tanks outperform existing Earth equipment by more than tenfold. The production facilities can manufacture enough weaponry and ammunition daily to wage a world war. As for nuclear weapons, Qin Feng paused. That has never been a matter of technology. The system's knowledge base contains complete blueprints for nuclear weapons. From fission bombs to fusion devices, from tactical nuclear weapons to strategic hydrogen bombs, all-encompassing. The challenge lies in the purification of raw materials like uranium and the production of plutonium, which conventionally requires a vast industrial infrastructure. However, for us, raw materials are hardly a concern. His tone was chillingly calm. The system can directly convert energy into any material, as long as I understand atomic structure. I can conjure weapon-grade nuclear materials from thin air. Theoretically, I could blanket the entire surface of the Earth with nuclear warheads, though I would never do such a thing. Qin Weidong listened quietly, knowing that the commander was not boasting, but rather clarifying his thoughts. I have always believed that nuclear weapons serve as the ultimate deterrent, to be utilized only when absolutely necessary. Qin Feng rose and returned to the window. However, the pressing issue is that my sister's arrival may very well lead to the gradual exposure of our existence. Live broadcasts, social media, the experiences of 4 young girls in Africa. Once this information circulates, it will undoubtedly attract attention. Are you concerned that other powers will target us? Not concerned, but it is inevitable. Qin Feng turned, his gaze sharp, when the outside world learns of a mysterious cosmic conglomerate operating in the heart of Africa. Possessing a formidable private military force and wielding technology far exceeding contemporary standards, do you think any government would sit idly by? Would intelligence agencies turn a blind eye? Qin Weidong remained silent for a moment. According to an analysis of human political behavior, at least 17 countries would initiate an investigation immediately, 5 of which would consider taking coercive measures. Thus, we require a more substantial deterrent. Qin Feng resolved. Nuclear weapons are our trump card, but they should not be revealed lightly. We need a force that lies between conventional weapons and nuclear arms, one that conveys a palpable disparity, dissuading any rash actions. He pressed a button on the desk, and a 3-dimensional model of the solar system materialized in the center of the study. The model rotated, eventually focusing on the asteroid belt. Interstellar warships, Qin Feng declared. We shall construct a fleet capable of traversing freely within the solar system. Qin Weidong's data pad began to flicker as he rapidly analyzed the feasibility and implications of this decision. According to the system's knowledge base, constructing interstellar warships is entirely achievable given our current technological level. Qin Feng continued, we possess the materials, the energy, and the technology. The only limitations are time and discretion. You wish to establish a military presence in space? Indeed, and it must be sufficiently large. Qin Feng's fingers traced the air, magnifying the solar system model, revealing the asteroid belt's details. I plan to construct 12 interstellar warships, each 10 kilometers in length, equipped with comprehensive weapon systems and interstellar navigation capabilities. Simultaneously, I will assemble a 1 million-strong bioengineered army for the fleet's operations and combat. Qin Weidong calculated swiftly, Commander, such an undertaking is immensely vast. Even with our production capacity, it will require at least 6 months to complete initial construction without impacting current base operations. Then 6 months it shall be, Qin Feng asserted decisively. And this matter must remain entirely confidential. It cannot be conducted on Earth. The asteroid belt provides ample raw materials and natural concealment. Building there will not be easily discovered. Should we appoint a responsible individual? Qin Feng contemplated for a moment. Let Qin Zhanjuan handle it. He was originally a tactical commander for defensive bioengineered troops, skilled in large-scale operations and engineering management. Provide him with sufficient resources and support to establish a secret shipyard in the asteroid belt. Understood. I will contact Qin Zhanjuan now to brief him on the task. Inform him that this is a top priority mission. The construction of the fleet serves not only as a deterrent, but also as a potential contingency for the future. Qin Feng did not articulate it explicitly. Yet Qin Weidong comprehended the profound implications of those words. Possessing interstellar travel capability implies no longer being confined to this singular planet. Should conflict arise with Earth's nations in the future, they would at least have an escape route, or perhaps a strategic stronghold from which to exert pressure from a higher dimension. Additionally, Qin Feng added, the design of the warships must emphasize deterrence. I do not wish to conceal their existence. Rather, at certain moments, I require them to be observable in a manner that cannot be overlooked. Do you desire them to serve as a visible deterrent? Indeed, as our cosmic consortium gradually emerges. When someone seeks to test our limits, the presence of a fleet in Earth's orbit will prove far more persuasive than any diplomatic declaration. Qin Weidong's holographic data panel has already generated a preliminary mission outline. I shall relay your instructions in their entirety to the Qin army. It is anticipated that within 24 hours, the Vanguard will embark towards the asteroid belt to initiate preparatory operations. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. You shall personally oversee this matter and report progress to me weekly. Yes, Commander. Chapter 5. The Net of Heaven and Earth. As Qin Weidong prepared to depart, Qin Feng called him back. Wait. There is one more thing. Please instruct me. Once my sisters arrive, the daily operations of the estate will be entrusted to you. Remember, in their presence, you are merely the steward here, not the overseer of the bioengineered personnel. Your demeanor must reflect that of a normal human butler. Understood. I have uploaded the behavioral patterns of over 300 of the world's finest butlers, enabling me to flawlessly emulate the behaviors of a natural human. Qin Feng smiled. I often find myself curious about the distinctions between your kind, created by the system, and true humanity. Qin Weidong tilted his head slightly. A gesture strikingly human. From a biological perspective, we share a 973 similarity with organic humans at the cellular level. The primary difference lies in our nervous systems. Our brains are a fusion of biological computing and organic neural networks, endowing us with computational abilities and learning speeds that surpass human capabilities. However, in terms of emotional simulation and behavioral expression, we can fully replicate natural human responses. Do you experience loneliness? Do you yearn for freedom? Do you question the meaning of your existence? The study fell silent for a few seconds. Qin Weidong replied in his ever-steady tone. Our core programming encompasses absolute loyalty and a willingness to serve the commander. This is the foundation of our existence and our greatest fulfillment. As for the emotions you mentioned, we can simulate them, but they are merely adaptive responses to our environment, not genuine psychological needs. Qin Feng pondered. So, you lack true self-awareness? According to the system's definition, self-awareness is a phenomenon generated by carbon-based life within complex neural networks. Our consciousness structure differs, yet our functionality remains analogous. We can think, decide, and create. However, the underlying logic of these processes varies from that of natural humans. I understand. Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he could resume his duties. Qin Weidong bowed and exited the study, leaving Qin Feng alone. Outside the window, dawn had fully broken, and the animals of the African savanna began to stir, with faint bird song echoing from a distance. Observing this scene, Qin Feng was filled with a peculiar sensation. 2 years ago, he was merely an ordinary man, troubled by the demands of life and anxieties about the future. Now, 2 years later, he wielded the power to alter the world, planning to construct an interstellar fleet in anticipation of global scrutiny that might soon follow. The turning point of it all stemmed from that silent system within his mind. With greater power comes greater responsibility, Qin Feng mused softly. Yet my original intention in establishing all of this was never to conquer or dominate. I merely wished to safeguard my family and provide them with the best life possible. He approached his desk and opened an encrypted folder. Inside were photographs of his family, chronicling over 2 decades from childhood to the present. The smiles of his parents, the growth of his younger brother, the vivacity of his sister. These were his greatest vulnerabilities and his most profound motivations. Soon, Qin Feng gazed at his sister's smiling face in the photograph. Soon, you will know what your brother has accomplished in Africa. I hope you will not be too surprised when the time comes. He closed the folder, his gaze resolute once more. Regardless of what the future holds or the challenges he may face, he was prepared. Conventional military forces, a space fleet, and nuclear reserves. These are not for invasion, but for protection. To safeguard the foundations he had built, to protect those he loved, and to preserve the warmth of a simple yet precious home. N'Djamena International Airport. Local time, July 3rd, 6:30 p.m. The sunset painted the horizon in hues of orange and red. as flights from around the globe took off and landed on the airport runway. This largest airport in the Central African nation was not particularly busy. However, at this moment, a striking convoy was stationed outside the VIP passage. At the forefront of the convoy were two black Maybach GLS 600 vehicles, their streamlined bodies gleaming with a subdued sheen under the setting sun. A closer inspection revealed subtle differences from the commercial versions. The windows were thicker, the tires designed to be explosion-proof, and the body contours were more angular. This was a civilian camouflage version from the base vehicle factory, with the body constructed from carbon nanocomposite materials capable of withstanding all projectiles below 127 mm caliber. The windows were triple-layered composite armored glass with an interspersed liquid crystal layer that could instantaneously turn opaque. The chassis could resist explosions equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. Behind the Maybachs were 10 desert camouflage-painted Hummer armored vehicles. These vehicles resembled domestically produced Hummer armored vehicles, but were larger in size and had greater load capacity. Equipped on their roofs were remote-controlled weapon stations, featuring a 127 mm heavy machine gun and a quadruple anti-air missile launcher, glinting coldly in the sunset. The sides of the vehicles bore shooting ports, and the rear could accommodate 8 fully armed soldiers. Surrounding the entire convoy, 36 guards clad in desert camouflage combat uniforms spread out in a circular formation, occupying key positions. The weapons they wielded resembled domestically produced QBZ-191 rifles. Yet their internal structures were entirely different, utilizing electromagnetic acceleration technology to fire specially designed projectiles at 3 times the initial velocity of conventional rifles, maintaining an accuracy of 1 MOA at a distance of 1,000 meters. The firearm bodies were made from the same carbon nanocomposite materials as the vehicles, yet weighed only 2/3 of traditional rifles. Each of these guards stood over 6 feet tall, robust in build, with keen eyes, donning tactical sunglasses and communication headsets. They remained utterly still, resembling statues, with only the slight movement of their heads indicating their vigilant monitoring of the surrounding environment. Airport travelers and staff observed from a distance, murmuring among themselves. Some speculated that a foreign dignitary was visiting, while others believed it to be a security team from a multinational corporation. However, no one dared to approach, as the unspoken deterrence instinctively kept them at bay. In the rear of the Maybach, Qin Feng, dressed in a tailored deep gray casual outfit, gazed through the one-way glass at the airport terminal. He appeared more composed than he had 2 years prior, his eyes reflecting a newfound confidence of a commander. "Commander, Flight MU-789 has entered our national airspace and is expected to land punctually at 7 o'clock, Qin Weidong reported from the passenger seat via secure communication. "And the situation along the route?" Qin Feng inquired with a calm voice. "The aerial patrol formation is in position. 4 armed Falcon helicopters are patrolling at an altitude of 5,000 meters above the convoy, while 2 multi-role fighter jets stand by at 10,000 meters, ready to respond to any aerial threats. All aircraft have activated optical camouflage and radar invisibility, rendering them undetectable by any monitoring equipment." Qin Feng nodded. "And on the ground? Along the 470-kilometer route from the base to the airport, we have established 17 checkpoints, each manned by a squad of security bioengineered personnel equipped with light armored vehicles and anti-tank weapons. All potential ambush points have been outfitted with miniature sensors and automated defense mechanisms. Additionally, we have deployed 3 reconnaissance satellites to provide continuous monitoring of the area. Any suspicious activity will be identified and reported within 10 seconds. Qin Weidong paused before adding, "According to intelligence analysis, no threats against us have been detected in the region at this time. The recent activities of surrounding armed organizations are situated over 100 kilometers away from our route. Nonetheless, we have deployed according to the highest security standards." "Well done," Qin Feng said. "I will not allow any accidents, especially today." "Understood. Additionally, as per your instructions, we have reached an agreement with the airport authorities. Flight MU-789 will utilize the innermost parking space. The VIP passage has been cleared, and all unrelated personnel have been evacuated. Airport security will maintain order on the periphery, but will not enter the core area." Chapter 6. Arrival of Qin Yao. Qin Feng glanced at his wristwatch, a holographic timepiece manufactured by the base, which appeared ordinary yet could display global time, monitor vital signs, and even serve as an emergency communication and positioning device. It read 6:45. 15 minutes to go. "I will go to the airport to greet her," Qin Feng suddenly declared. Qin Weidong turned, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "Commander, according to the security protocol, you should remain in the vehicle, and the guard should escort the 4 young ladies to the car. That is my sister. I haven't seen her in 2 years." I want to be the first to see her at the exit. However, we will enhance security. I trust your capabilities and my judgment." Qin Feng asserted as he pushed open the car door. 36 guards immediately adjusted their formation, 6 closely following Qin Feng, forming a tight protective circle. The remaining 30 dispersed around them, their weapons pointed downward, yet fingers resting on the trigger guards, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Qin Feng straightened his attire and strode toward the entrance of the VIP passage. His steps were steady and composed, as if he were not walking in the potentially perilous Black Continent airport. In reality, his senses had been heightened to their utmost limits. After 3 enhancements with the gene optimization fluid, Qin Feng's 5 senses had reached the pinnacle of human capability. He could hear the sound of an ant crawling 100 meters away, discern every number on a license plate 500 meters off, and sense the position and movements of everyone around him through the flow of the air. More critically, his cognitive processing ability far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At this moment, his mind was concurrently processing multiple streams of information: the positions and statuses of his guards, the movements of airport personnel, the emotional reactions of the distant onlookers, and even the real-time footage relayed back from the aerial patrol formations. This capacity was one of the side effects of the gene optimization fluid, an additional gift, if you will. Qin Feng recalled the agony he endured during his initial use of the optimization fluid, where it felt as if every cell in his body was being disassembled and reconfigured. A deep, bone-chilling pain that lasted a full 3 days. Yet, after the suffering came a metamorphosis: strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, and recovery capabilities, all exceeding human limitations by tenfold. The second enhancement brought about a qualitative change in his brain, exponentially increasing his learning and information processing abilities. Now, he could master a new language within 10 minutes and read and comprehend a professional book in an hour. The limits of the third optimization remained untested. The system knowledge base recorded that complete gene optimization required 9 iterations, with each unlocking new potentials. However, given Earth's current environment and resources, achieving 3 had already reached the maximum. Higher levels of optimization necessitated special energy environments and rare materials, which were not yet attainable. Nevertheless, even so, Qin Feng's physical condition could be deemed superhuman. Conventional firearms were nearly ineffective against him. His skin's resilience could withstand knife cuts, and the density of his muscles could trap bullets after penetrating the surface, with bone strength 3 times that of titanium alloy. More alarmingly, his recovery capabilities were extraordinary. A wound deep enough to expose bone could heal completely within 10 minutes, leaving no scar. Thus, Qin Feng did not truly fear death, at least not from conventional assassination methods. His true fear lay in the safety of his family, in the potential ruin of all he had built through negligence, especially today, with his sister and her friends arriving. For young girls, untrained and viewing Africa merely as an adventurous destination, remained blissfully unaware of the genuine and deadly dangers lurking in certain corners of the continent. "Commander, the flight has begun its descent," Qin Weidong's voice resonated through the earpiece. Qin Feng looked up to see an Eastern Airlines, a 330 aircraft gracefully lowering its altitude. His heartbeat quickened. After 2 years, he was finally to see his sister, the little girl who had once trailed behind him, calling him brother, now a university student, and even a budding live streamer. Time had flown by. "Attention all units. The target flight has landed. Enter the highest state of alert." Qin Feng issued commands through the communicator, directing the aerial formation to lower to 1,000 meters and initiate full-spectrum scanning. Ground forces intensified patrols along the route, and all checkpoints entered a state of readiness. "I will not allow any accidents. I repeat, I will not allow any accidents." The aerial formation acknowledged. The ground command center confirmed receipt. The checkpoint network acknowledged. A series of confirmations echoed through the communication channel. Qin Feng felt a security perimeter had been established, centered on the airport, with a radius of 500 kilometers. Within this zone, any hostile actions would be neutralized at their inception. This was not overreaction, but a necessary precaution. Qin Feng understood that his actions in Africa over the past 2 years could not have gone unnoticed. Though he had not directly confronted major powers, he had controlled vast territories and established extensive bases. Such signs could not be entirely concealed. The sheer size and chaos of Africa, along with the limited capabilities of various countries' intelligence agencies, had afforded him the opportunity to develop quietly. However, the situation had changed. His sister's arrival meant that the Huanyu group would gradually enter the public eye. When 4 Chinese girls live-streamed in Africa, showcasing luxurious estates, private armed forces, and advanced facilities, those images would spread across the globe via the internet. It would be challenging to avoid attracting attention. Therefore, Qin Feng needed to project strength, not through warfare, but through this silent deterrence, allowing potential adversaries to see that they were not facing an ordinary private armed force, but rather a mysterious organization with national-level military capabilities. The plane had come to a complete stop, and the jet bridge was aligning. Qin Weidong continued to report. Qin Feng took a deep breath, adjusting his expression. Before his sister, he could not be the commanding figure presiding over immense power. He must instead be an ordinary brother. A young man striving in Africa. Qin Weidong, prepare the convoy. We will depart as soon as we receive them. Understood. All vehicles have been initiated, and the route has been planned, with an estimated travel time of 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4 hours and 20 minutes, for 170 kilometers. This speed is quite rapid given the road conditions in Africa. They are coming out, Qin Weidong announced. Qin Yao walked ahead, clad in a light blue sun protection jacket, wearing a sun hat, and carrying a large backpack. 2 years apart had seen her grow taller and more mature, yet the sparkle of curiosity in her eyes remained unchanged. Following her were 3 girls, presumably her roommates, one with short, sharp hair, another with long, gentle locks, and the last, sporting twin ponytails, exuding an effervescent charm. All 4 girls wore expressions of excitement and curiosity, gazing around the African airport. Then, they spotted Qin Feng, along with his awe-inspiring guard detail. Qin Yao's steps faltered, her eyes widening in surprise. The 3 girls behind her froze, mouths agape, unsure of how to react. Qin Feng approached with a smile, arms outstretched. Yao Yao. Welcome to Africa. It was only then that Qin Yao reacted, dropping her luggage and rushing toward him, diving into his embrace. Brother. The 2 siblings, reunited after 2 years, held each other tightly. Qin Feng could feel his sister trembling slightly, unsure if it was from excitement or nerves. Brother, are all these your people? Qin Yao released her embrace, pointing at the fully armed guards with incredulity in her voice. Qin Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair. Allow me to introduce myself. I have established a security company in Africa, and these are my employees. Now, let us not linger. We must get on the road. He turned to the 3 girls accompanying her and gently said, You must be Yao Yao's roommates, right? Welcome to Africa. I am Qin Feng, Yao Yao's brother. Thank you for your efforts on this journey. The 3 girls snapped back to reality, quickly exchanging greetings. Just hand your luggage to them. Qin Feng instructed the guards to assist. Let us board. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Qin Yao had more questions, but upon meeting her brother's gaze, she swallowed her words. She took her roommate's hands and, guided by the guards, proceeded towards the convoy. Qin Feng followed closely behind, his eyes scanning every corner of the airport. His instincts indicated that there were at least 37 concealed observation points nearby, with curious travelers, airport staff, and possibly spies lurking around. Let them watch, Qin Feng thought. Let them witness this well-armed convoy, observe these trained guards, and recognize my strength in Africa. Sometimes, the mere display of power serves as the most effective deterrent. Chapter 7. The journey through Black Africa. The luxurious interior of the Maybach JLS 600 glowed softly under the ambient lights. The genuine leather seats were spacious and comfortable, equipped with heating, ventilation, and massage functions. The central console featured a large curved screen displaying vehicle status and navigation information. Above, the panoramic sunroof was set to starlight mode, with artificial stars softly twinkling, as if one were beneath the galaxy. Qin Yao sat in the back seat, her fingers gently tracing the leather stitching. Her eyes filled with disbelief. It was her first time in such an opulent vehicle. In fact, it was the first time she had ever witnessed such lavish automobile interiors. She turned to her brother, looking at Qin Feng beside her, and asked, What exactly are you doing in Africa? Qin Feng smiled slightly, adjusting his posture. His deep gray casual attire fit him perfectly, a clear indication of high-end custom tailoring, compared to the somewhat naive young man she had seen in their previous video call. The current Qin Feng exuded a calm demeanor, radiating an indescribable grace. I've merely started a company in Africa, he replied casually. It's called Huanyu Group. Huanyu Group? Qin Yao echoed, furrowing her brow in thought. Why have I never heard of it? What does the company do? Everything to an extent, Qin Feng replied lightly. Mining, security services, infrastructure development, international trade. There are numerous opportunities in Africa. As long as one is willing to take risks, one can always find business prospects. Qin Yao's gaze drifted to the scenery outside the window. The convoy had now exited the city of N'Djamena and entered the suburban roads. Through the tinted glass, she could see 3 armored Humvees leading the way, the heavy machine guns glinting coldly in the moonlight. The guard vehicles flanked them on both sides and behind, resembling a small military unit on a protective mission. Are all those vehicles and people part of the company? Qin Yao pointed at the armed convoy outside. The vehicles are company assets, and those armed personnel are employees of the security division of the group, Qin Feng explained in a calm tone, as if discussing office equipment. In Africa, safety comes first. Without adequate security, one cannot even venture out to buy groceries without encountering danger. Qin Yao blinked, her mind working to digest this information. 2 years ago, when her brother announced he was going to work in Africa, their family assumed he would be a regular employee at a Chinese enterprise, living in communal dormitories and earning a slightly higher salary than in China. Who could have imagined that upon their reunion 2 years later, her brother had established his own company, complete with such an extensive convoy and armed forces? But it's only been 2 years, Qin Yao said, her voice tinged with confusion. How did you manage that? Even if Africa has many opportunities, it's hard to believe you could achieve so much in just 2 years. She abruptly paused, her eyes lighting up as if she had stumbled upon an intriguing thought. Brother, you didn't acquire some sort of system, did you? Let me think. A warlord system? Or perhaps one of those becoming a big shot in Africa systems? Qin Feng was taken aback, but maintained his composure, simply shaking his head with a smile. What are you thinking? You've been watching too many shows. Where in reality would you find such systems? Not necessarily. Qin Yao replied playfully, blinking mischievously. Isn't that what they say online? The protagonist suddenly acquires a system and then rises to power, establishing a force and dominating the world. Your trajectory is strikingly similar to that of a protagonist. It's merely coincidence. Qin Feng deflected the topic, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the car's refrigerator and offering it to his sister. Drink some water. The climate in Africa is dry. You need to stay hydrated. Qin Yao accepted the bottle but did not open it immediately. She pulled out her phone to check the time, only to find it displayed no signal. Huh? No signal? Didn't we just leave the city? She exclaimed, shaking her phone. Qin Feng had anticipated this. He retrieved a phone from the storage compartment beside him and handed it to her. Use this. It operates on the company's special signal network. Qin Yao took the phone, marveling at its lightness, almost impossibly so. The design resembled a leading domestic brand, yet the material felt distinctly different, exuding a smooth texture akin to jade or a unique metal. She pressed the side button, and the screen lit up instantly without any startup animations, transitioning directly to the home interface at astonishing speed. The signal bar displayed full strength, complete with a 5G indicator. This is a custom phone from the company, utilizing our own established signal network, Qin Feng explained. In many areas of Africa, the coverage from operators is quite poor, so we developed our own communication system. Qin Yao fiddled with the phone, discovering that the system interface was similar to a standard Android phone, yet the performance was evidently a notch superior. She opened the settings to check the specifications, only to find that the hardware information was hidden, with only the words Huan Yu Group Custom Edition displayed. Brother, can I go live? Is that all right? She asked, looking up at Qin Feng. I promised my fans I would stream as soon as I arrived in Africa. Qin Feng nodded. Feel free to go ahead. There's nothing to hide. It's a good opportunity for your fans to see the real Africa, so they don't speculate endlessly. Great. Qin Yao exclaimed, eagerly opening the Douyin app and logging into her account. The live stream soon commenced, and after pondering for a moment, she titled it, Arrived in Africa. Brother came to pick me up, showing you the first night in Africa. Initially, only a handful of loyal fans joined, but the numbers quickly surged. Yao Yao has arrived in Africa? Is it real? Stay safe. Where's this? Is it in the car? It looks so luxurious. Qin Yao rotated the phone's camera around the interior, allowing her fans to admire the Maybach's lavishness. Good evening, everyone. I have just arrived in Africa and am currently in my brother's vehicle. This is my brother. Say hello to everyone. She aimed the camera at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled warmly at the camera. Hello, everyone. I am Qin Feng, Qin Yao's brother. Welcome to Yao Yao's live stream of her journey in Africa. The comments section erupted. Your brother is so handsome. Is this a Maybach? My goodness, Yao Yao. Is your family that wealthy? I thought Yao Yao came from a small county. This car must cost 2 to 3 million. What kind of work does your brother do in Africa? How can he afford such a car? Seeing the comments, Qin Yao blushed slightly and laughed. To be honest, this is my first time in such a luxurious vehicle too. This is my brother's company car, not our family's. Chapter 8. The Journey Through Black Africa. Part 2. She paused, adding, my brother has established a group company in Africa, but to be honest, I'm not quite clear on the specifics yet and will need to learn more gradually. The comments continued to roll in. Group company? What kind of group? As the camera panned outside, it appeared that an armored vehicle was spotted. Am I imagining things? No. I saw it too. It is indeed an armored vehicle. What on earth is happening? Yao Yao, what exactly does your brother do? Qin Yao glanced at the comments with hesitation before turning to Qin Feng. Brother, may I show the fans the convoy outside? She asked softly. Certainly. Have the driver open the sunroof, he replied. The driver, disguised as a bio-enhanced bodyguard, promptly pressed the control button. The panoramic sunroof slowly opened, allowing the cool night air of Africa to rush inside, carrying with it the unique scent of grass and earth. Qin Yao carefully stood up, leaning her upper body out of the sunroof, directing her phone camera around. In the live stream, 3 desert camouflaged armored vehicles were clearly visible ahead, their heavy machine guns glinting coldly in the moonlight. To the sides and rear, more armed vehicles maintained a tight security formation. The entire convoy moved through the African night, their headlights slicing through the darkness like a serpent of light. A brief silence fell over the comments, which soon erupted into a frenzy. Wow. Armored vehicles. Heavy machine guns. Is this a movie? What does Yao Yao's brother do, a warlord? Are those guns real? They can't be props, can they? This is quite the spectacle. Even government delegations don't travel like this. Qin Yao pulled her phone back and sat down, her face flushed with excitement. Did everyone see that? My brother said these are all part of the company's security forces. In Africa, safety comes first. She looked at Qin Feng. Brother, the fans are asking if those weapons are real. Qin Feng smiled slightly at the camera. Of course, they are real. But rest assured, these are all legal security equipment. We have complete firearm permits and weapon registrations. In Africa, particularly in the regions we operate, having a certain level of self-defense capability is essential. The comments exploded again. Legal armored vehicles and heavy machine guns? What level of security company is this? Your brother's voice is so gentle, yet his work is so hardcore. Had I alone noticed how professional those armed personnel appeared, reminiscent of special forces? Yao Yao, ask your brother if the company is hiring. I want to work in Africa. Qin Yao chuckled at the comments, the atmosphere lightening considerably. She redirected the camera to the window, allowing fans to see the scenery along the way. The African wilderness at night held a distinct charm. The moonlight bathed the vast land, with distant mountain silhouettes and sparse shrubs and grass in close proximity. Occasionally, the reflective eyes of animals could be seen in the darkness. Whether they were antelopes or some other wildlife remained a mystery. The convoy maintained a steady speed, the vehicle's soundproofing remarkably effective, muffling the engine's roar to a mere whisper of the air conditioning system. We are heading to my brother's residence, which he says is quite remote, and it will take several hours, Qin Yao explained to the camera. But the journey won't be dull. My brother mentioned there are many checkpoints along the way that we can show you. Just as she spoke, lights appeared ahead. It was a temporary checkpoint, surrounded by sandbags and barbed wire, with 2 watchtowers equipped with searchlights illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Several fully armed soldiers stood by the roadblock, and as the convoy approached, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. The leading armored vehicle halted, and a soldier stepped forward to check the credentials. The entire process was swift and professional. Within a minute, the roadblock was cleared, and the convoy continued on its way. Qin Yao captured the entire scene on camera. The comments buzzed with excitement. This checkpoint looks very professional. Those soldiers' salute is so standard, they must be rigorously trained. The camera zoomed in, and I saw the soldier's rifle. It seemed to be a new domestic model. What level of company could establish checkpoints in Africa? Qin Yao looked at Qin Feng. Brother, fans are asking why your company can establish checkpoints. Isn't anyone overseeing that? Qin Feng patiently explained. We have a cooperative agreement with the local government. We are responsible for maintaining security and order in this area, and in return, the government allows us to establish necessary security facilities. This is mutually beneficial. We ensure the safety of operations, while the government alleviates security pressures and gains tax revenue and job opportunities from our activities. His explanation was reasonable, and the doubts in the comments diminished significantly, replaced by curiosity and admiration. I see now. This cooperative model is quite good. Many local governments in Africa indeed lack the capacity to maintain law and order, so collaboration with businesses is a win-win. However, reaching such a level indicates that Yao Yao's brother's company is quite powerful. The convoy continued onward. Every few dozen kilometers, they encountered a similar checkpoint. Sometimes it was a simple roadblock with sentinels, other times, fortified positions equipped with light armored vehicles and heavy firepower. The soldiers at each checkpoint were well trained, standing at attention and saluting as the convoy passed. Qin Yao's livestream audience continued to grow. Initially, there were only a few hundred viewers, but now it had surpassed 10,000 and was still rapidly increasing. After all, a Chinese girl live streaming in Africa, showcasing a luxury convoy, armed escorts, and roadside checkpoints was exceedingly rare on domestic platforms. More critically, everything was frighteningly real. The swaying vehicle, the authentic African night scenery. The sun-baked skin and serious expressions of the checkpoint soldiers were effects no film studio could replicate. Yao Yao. Ask your brother if we can see the weapons when we arrive, a fan in the comments requested. Qin Yao relayed the question. Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. Just be cautious. I can arrange for someone to let you experience some light weaponry. Heavy weaponry, however, would require specialized training. That's fantastic. Qin Yao exclaimed to the camera. Brother agreed. I will show you all real guns and ammunition. The comments were immediately flooded with anticipation. At that moment, another checkpoint appeared ahead. This checkpoint was larger, featuring not only roadblocks and watchtowers, but also two-wheeled armored vehicles parked nearby. Dozens of soldiers stood ready, their weapons even more sophisticated. As the convoy passed, all soldiers saluted in unison, their movements as precise as in a military parade. Qin Yao pointed the camera at this scene and whispered to her fans, "This checkpoint is enormous. It looks like a small military base." Before she could finish, a striking comment flew by. I am a veteran and can responsibly say that the movements and stances of those soldiers we just saw on camera have undoubtedly undergone top-tier military training. Their equipment and tactical positions are also highly professional. This is beyond the level of an ordinary security company. This comment drew significant attention. Is this for real? A veteran speaking out? I also found those soldiers too professional, not resembling typical security personnel. What kind of background does Yao Yao's brother's company have? Noticing the comments, Qin Yao felt a pang of unease. She turned to Qin Feng. Brother, a veteran fan, said that your security personnel are too professional. They don't seem like ordinary guards. Without missing a beat, Qin Feng replied, when our company recruits, we indeed prioritize individuals with military backgrounds. Many employees are veterans, bringing valuable experience and training. Moreover, we have a comprehensive training system. All security personnel undergo rigorous training before they are deployed. This explanation once again assuaged the majority of the audience. After all, it is common practice in the security industry to hire veterans at high salaries and provide professional training. Chapter 9. The Live Stream Journey Through Africa. Part 2. The audience in the live stream exceeded 30,000. Qin Yao watched the numbers climb, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. She had been a streamer for over a year, and her previous record was just over 2,000 viewers. Now, it had multiplied tenfold and continued to grow. Yao Yao. What is the name of your brother's company? A fan inquired. Cosmos Group, Qin Yao replied. I searched online but could not find detailed information about the company. This is not unusual, as many Chinese enterprises in Africa tend to maintain a low profile and refrain from extensive promotion. However, this level of discretion is rather excessive. The convoy continued to traverse the African night. Over 2 hours had passed, and Qin Yao glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Outside the window lay an endless expanse of wilderness, with the occasional flicker of lights from distant villages. Feeling somewhat drowsy, she stifled a yawn. Observing this, Qin Feng retrieved a thin blanket from the storage compartment and offered it to her. If you're tired, take a little nap. I'll wake you when we arrive. But the live broadcast. Qin Yao hesitated. You can turn it off or secure the phone to capture the scenery outside. Just rest for a while. Qin Feng suggested kindly. After considering it, Qin Yao addressed the camera. Friends, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'm going to secure the phone here to film the view outside while I rest. If you don't wish to watch, feel free to exit. I'll resume the broadcast once we arrive. She affixed her phone to the window frame, adjusted the angle, then wrapped herself in the blanket, leaning back against the comfortable seat. The temperature inside the car was pleasant, and the massage function of the seat was activated, gently vibrating to help her relax quickly. Qin Feng watched his sister's serene face as she slept, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. He gently brushed aside the stray hair from her forehead. His touch as delicate as if handling the most precious treasure. The live stream continued, capturing the passing African night scenery. The number of viewers not only remained steady but began to slowly increase, many captivated by the authentic depiction of nighttime travel in Africa. Engaging in conversation, Yao Yao has fallen asleep. Let us keep our voices down. The scenery is beautiful. The African night sky is so clear, filled with stars. The way Yao Yao's brother covered her with a blanket was so gentle. I envy her for having such a brother. Did anyone else notice the watch on Yao Yao's brother's wrist? It looks expensive. How many vehicles are in this convoy? I counted at least 15. Qin Feng noticed these comments but chose not to respond, simply sitting quietly beside his sister, guarding her slumber. In a different Maybach, the atmosphere was entirely different. Qin Yao's 3 roommates, Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu, gazed in astonishment at the breathtaking view outside. Oh my goodness, Lin Xiaoxiao murmured. Who exactly is Yao Yao's brother? Their vehicle was also a Maybach GLS 600, equally luxurious. The driver, a stern-looking middle-aged man, remained silent throughout the journey, focused on driving and maintaining vigilance. Zhang Yu pulled out her phone only to discover there was no signal. The driver, noticing her predicament, handed her a customized phone identical to Qin Yao's. "Miss, use this. It has a signal." "Thank you," Zhang Yu replied, her hands trembling slightly. "I initially thought Yao Yao's family was just from an ordinary small county," Li Siyu whispered, "but it turns out her brother wields such considerable influence in Africa." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, lowering her voice. "Did you notice how those soldiers regard Yao Yao's brother? It's not the look of ordinary employees towards their boss. It's one of reverence, absolute reverence." The three girls exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and confusion. Having shared a dorm with Qin Yao for a year, they knew her family was modest, with a monthly allowance of only 1 or 2,000 yuan, which she supplemented by live streaming for pocket money. Qin Yao often mentioned that her brother worked in Africa and sent money home each month. They had assumed he was merely an ordinary expatriate employee. Who could have imagined that this so-called ordinary expatriate would command an armored convoy, a private militia, and checkpoints along the route? This was beyond conventional corporate descriptions. It resembled an independent kingdom. "Do you think?" Li Siyu hesitated. "Could Yao Yao's brother be one of those types?" "What type?" Zhang Yu asked. "You know, a warlord? Or the leader of some secret organization?" Li Siyu's voice dropped even lower. "Isn't that how it's portrayed on TV? In places like Africa? Those with guns are kings." "Don't be ridiculous," Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted. "Yao Yao's brother doesn't seem like a bad person. Besides, if he were truly that kind of person, why would he allow us to come along? Wouldn't he fear exposure?" "That's true," Li Siyu pondered, "but his power is astonishing. What ordinary company owner possesses such an array of armored vehicles and armed personnel?" The three girls fell silent. Outside the car, the African night stretched infinitely, with only the convoy's lights piercing through the darkness, resembling an expedition into the unknown. Unbeknownst to them, for stealth helicopters patrolled the skies above, providing aerial support. In the distance, 2 fighter jets cruised above the clouds. On the ground, thousands of fully armed bio-soldiers had secured all critical points along the route from the base to the airport. This was the secure path Qin Feng had laid for his sister, as well as the first act in his demonstration of power to the world. And this was merely the beginning. In the live stream, the viewer count quietly surpassed 50,000. Many were captivated by the authentic portrayal of nighttime travel in Africa, sharing it with friends, leading to exponential growth in viewership. This live content is so intense, it's more thrilling than a movie. Are there any military experts analyzing the level of equipment showcased here? I just took a screenshot and zoomed in. Those heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles are real. Likely the QJZ-89 Model 12, 7mm heavy machine gun. Impressive analysis. However, those armored vehicles look like Mengsher models, but with some differences, possibly modified. The soldiers are also well equipped. Their bulletproof vests, tactical vests, and night vision goggles must cost tens of thousands. The barrage of comments continued, with discussions heating up. Many began recording, taking screenshots, and sharing on platforms like Weibo and Tieba. "Come quick. There's a streamer broadcasting live from Africa. Her brother's setup is terrifying. Is this for real? It can't be staged, can it? Just check it out. It's live, it can't be fake." An increasing number of viewers flocked to the stream, with online numbers edging toward the 100,000 mark. Meanwhile, the oblivious Qin Yao slept soundly beside her brother, a faint smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. Perhaps her dreams were filled with warmth from family reunions, pride in her brother's achievements, and anticipation of the unknown journey ahead. Qin Feng gazed at his sister's peaceful visage, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He understood that tonight's broadcast was merely an introduction. When his sister awakens, when they reach the base, and as more truths gradually unfold, that would be the true test. Yet, he was prepared. 2 years of restraint, 2 years of building, 2 years of waiting. Was it not all for this day? To ensure the best protection for his family, to make them proud of him, and to provide them with a haven of absolute safety in this world. The convoy pressed onward through the African night, heading towards the kingdom concealed deep within the jungle. In the distant starry sky, within the asteroid belt of the solar system, another monumental project had quietly commenced. Led by Qin Zhongguan, a team was constructing 12 10-kilometer-long interstellar battleships and assembling a space force of 1 million personnel. This was another trump card prepared by Qin Feng for the world. When the moment arises, and certain factions on Earth attempt to challenge his bottom line, that space fleet will serve as the most formidable response. But for now, Qin Feng wished to focus on one thing, warmly welcoming his sister to her new world, allowing her to see the home he had built in Africa. He gently clasped her hand, his gaze resolute yet tender. Yao Yao, welcome to your brother-s world. Chapter 10. Arrival at the estate. The convoy passed through the final checkpoint, the massive alloy gates slowly sliding open. Qin Yao was startled awake by the sound, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up straight. Brother, have we arrived? Welcome to my estate, Qin Feng said gently. Qin Yao gazed through the car window. Her breath caught in her throat. Before her lay a dazzling expanse, reminiscent of a miniature city. Beams from searchlights swept across the sky, illuminating the towering walls and watchtowers. Armed sentinels stood at intervals along the walls, rifles in hand, tactical gear adorning their waists, and night vision goggles casting an eerie green glow from beneath their helmets. Even more astounding was the sight within the walls, a wide concrete expanse where squads of soldiers conducted their nocturnal patrols. Dressed in uniform desert camouflage, their movements were synchronized, and their weapons gleamed coldly under the lights. In the distance, training grounds and barracks loomed, far exceeding Qin Yao's imagination. Is this a military base? Qin Yao murmured, disbelief lacing her voice. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. After several hours of nighttime broadcasting, many had begun to feel drowsy. But this scene jolted them awake. What on earth is this place? A military base. It must be a military base. What kind of person is Brother Yao? Does he have his own military base in Africa? The gate we just passed was at least 10 meters high, constructed from what appeared to be specialized steel. Look at those soldiers. Their equipment is astonishingly advanced. Noticing his sister's astonished expression, Qin Feng smiled slightly. This is the headquarters of our company. In Africa, safety is paramount, which is why our security measures are quite robust. Robust? Qin Yao echoed, feeling the term utterly inadequate. The convoy continued along the main thoroughfare of the base. The road was wide and smooth, capable of accommodating 8 trucks side by side. Along the way, more facilities came into view. Armories, maintenance workshops, a helicopter pad, and even several runways in the distance, where the silhouettes of aircraft could be discerned. The number of viewers surged again, surpassing 150,000. Many had been awakened by friends or drawn from other platforms, and upon witnessing this spectacle, they were left speechless. How vast must this land be? I just passed a training ground where armored vehicles were conducting night exercises. Did you notice those buildings? They're all reinforced concrete structures, some camouflaged. This isn't just a corporate headquarters, it's an absolute military stronghold. After traveling approximately 5 kilometers, the scenery gradually transformed. Military installations diminished, giving way to lush greenery, with meticulously tended gardens and ornamental trees lining the roads. The streetlights, elegantly shaped, emitted a soft glow, starkly contrasting with the earlier military zone searchlights. After about another kilometer, a finely wrought gate appeared ahead. The guard, clad in a crisp uniform rather than combat attire, saluted and opened the gate as the convoy approached. As they entered, Qin Yao and the livestream audience collectively held their breath. Before them sprawled an extensive estate, centered around a grand villa. The villa, embodying a modern design with extensive use of glass and stone, seamlessly integrated classical elements. The main structure rose 7 stories high, flanked by wings that extended symmetrically. Vines adorned the exterior walls, blending harmoniously with the architecture. The estate was lush with greenery. Vibrant gardens featured an array of tropical plants, and a large fountain sparkled under the lights, casting glimmering droplets. Winding pathways meandered throughout, lined with benches and decorative lights. Unlike the earlier military zone, the atmosphere here was warm and tranquil. Occasionally, uniformed staff could be seen tending to the gardens or pushing cleaning carts along the paths. While a few armed personnel stood guard at strategic points, their attire was more formal, unlike the fully armed soldiers of the military area. Is this where you live? Qin Yao turned to her brother, her eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, the work area is separate from the living quarters. This is the residential area. The convoy halted before the villa's grand entrance. A majestic porch supported by 6 marble columns led to a high ceiling, with a red carpet laid before the door and smiling staff members standing in 2 rows on either side, dressed in matching uniforms. Qin Feng alighted first, then turned to extend his hand in a gentlemanly manner to assist Qin Yao down from the vehicle. As her feet touched the red carpet, she felt a sense of lightheadedness. Holding her phone aloft, she aimed the camera at the luxurious villa, exclaiming, "Dear viewers, we have arrived at my brother's residence in Africa." The live stream's chat exploded. A villa? This is more like a castle. The stark contrast between the military base and this luxurious estate is astounding. What kind of extraordinary life is Brother Yao living in Africa? How much would it cost to build such a villa here? Look at those staff members. They are trained like 5-star hotel employees. At that moment, 3 girls emerged from another Maybach. Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu stood beside the car, gazing up at the magnificent structure, momentarily speechless. Qin Feng approached them, saying warmly, "Thank you for your efforts on the journey. Welcome to my estate. The rooms are ready, and dinner is prepared. Let's eat first, and then rest." The three girls nodded mechanically, their eyes still glued to the villa. Qin Yao stepped forward, taking her roommate's hands. "Come on, let's go inside." She held her phone as she walked, capturing the moment. Upon entering the villa's grand door, they found themselves in a hall soaring 10 meters high, adorned with a massive crystal chandelier, and the floor laid with gleaming marble. Arched staircases on either side led to the second floor, while a colossal floor-to-ceiling window directly across from the entrance framed the garden's nocturnal beauty. "My goodness." Lin Xiaoxiao finally regained her voice. "This is beyond luxurious." Staff approached politely to take their luggage. Another team brought warm towels and beverages to refresh the guests. Qin Feng instructed his sister, "You all should freshen up briefly. We will dine in 15 minutes. Butler Wang will escort you to your rooms." A distinguished gentleman in his 50s, dressed in a black suit and exuding an air of sophistication, stepped forward and slightly bowed. "Ladies, please follow me." Qin Yao glanced at her phone. The online audience had exceeded 200,000, and the chat was scrolling too rapidly to read. Addressing the camera, she said, "Dear viewers, I need to freshen up before dinner. I'll resume the stream shortly. Please hold on." She ended the live broadcast, but the screen didn't go dark immediately. Instead, it shifted to a fixed shot of the estate's exterior, a prearranged plan by Qin Feng to allow fans to continue watching the estate's nocturnal splendor captured by a drone. Butler Wang, in fact, was the head of the service-oriented bioengineered personnel, leading the four girls to the second floor. There were 4 corridors, each leading to different areas. "Miss Qin Yao, your room is in the master suite of the East Wing. The rooms for the 3 young ladies are in the West Wing. All independent suites with similar amenities." As Qin Yao entered her room, she was once again taken aback. The suite exceeded 200 square meters, encompassing a bedroom, a living area, a private bathroom, and a walk-in closet. In the center of the bedroom stood a grand 4-poster bed draped in silk sheets and a plush-down comforter. The living area featured a sofa, a writing desk, a bookshelf, and even a small bar. The bathroom boasted not only a shower but also a massage bathtub, all adorned with marble. Most astonishing was the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows, which framed the fountain in the back garden and the distant swimming pool, their lights twinkling in the night, a breathtaking sight. Chapter 11. A lavish dinner miss. The wardrobe has been stocked with a range of attire for you, from casual wear to formal gowns, all tailored to your measurements. Butler Wang stood at the entrance, respectfully stating that the toiletries were in the bathroom, all brand new and unopened. He added that if she needed anything, she could ring the call bell by the bedside. Qin Yao nodded, still somewhat in a daze. Butler Wang continued, "Dinner will commence in 15 minutes in the main dining hall on the first floor. Would you like me to escort you there?" "No need. I can manage myself." Qin Yao finally found her voice. Butler Wang bowed and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Qin Yao approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the night view, rendered speechless. 2 years ago, when her brother mentioned working in Africa, she worried for his well-being. Now, this was not suffering at all, but a life akin to royalty. Suddenly recalling something, she hurried to the desk. There lay a customized phone identical to the one in her car, accompanied by a note. "Yao Yao, use this phone to call home. The signal is excellent." "Brother." Qin Yao picked up the phone, noting it was fully charged. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to wash up first, changing into comfortable leisure wear. 15 minutes later, 4 girls gathered in the lobby downstairs. They donned the attire prepared by the estate, high-quality cotton t-shirts and casual pants, perfectly fitted. "Yao Yao, your brother is quite the..." Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, struggling to find suitable words. "I know," Qin Yao replied with a wry smile. "I was taken aback too." At that moment, Butler Wang appeared and guided them to the dining hall. It was a spacious room capable of seating 30, dominated by a long mahogany dining table already laden with an array of dishes. The light from the crystal chandelier glimmered upon the silverware, casting a dazzling sheen. Qin Feng was already seated at the head of the table. Upon seeing them enter, he rose and said, "Please, take a seat. Don't be formal. You've all had a long journey. Start with something to eat." The 4 girls sat down under his guidance, with Qin Yao positioned to her brother's right, her 3 roommates taking their places beside her. Qin Yao reopened the live stream, propping her phone at one corner of the table and adjusting the angle. Instantly, a multitude of viewers flooded in. "Here it comes. Time to eat. My goodness, this dining hall, this table, those must be silver utensils, right? Glimmering. Show us what's on the menu." Qin Feng noticed his sister's actions, but said nothing, merely signaling the staff to begin serving. The first dishes were appetizers: French foie gras, Italian prosciutto, and Russian caviar, each exquisitely plated and portioned. These are fresh ingredients flown in, Qin Feng briefly explained. The foie gras is from France, the ham from Parma, Italy, and the caviar is from Caspian sturgeon. Please enjoy. The four girls exchanged glances. Having only heard these dish names on television, never imagining they would taste them themselves. Next came the soups: cream of mushroom and seafood bisque, served in delicate porcelain bowls. Their aromas tantalizing. The main courses were even more lavish: Australian lobster, Kobe beef steak, Alaskan king crab, and black truffle risotto. Each dish served by professional chefs directly to everyone. Qin Yao looked at the heaping plate before her, feeling as though she were in a dream. She whispered to the camera, "Babies, I don't even know what to say right now." The comments exploded. How much does this meal cost? Kobe beef. Isn't that sold by the gram? The lobster is thicker than my arm. What level of wealth does Yao Yao's brother possess? Eating global delicacies in Africa is far too extravagant. Qin Feng raised his glass filled with amber-hued aged wine, saying, "Cheers, to welcome Yao Yao and her friends to Africa. You've worked hard on this journey." The four girls quickly raised their glasses, with Qin Yao having juice while the others chose wine or juice. "This is quite lavish." "Brother," Qin Yao whispered, "since you rarely get to visit, of course, I must treat you well." Qin Feng smiled. "Eat up and don't hold back. After you finish, rest well. I'll take you out for a tour tomorrow." Only then did the four girls begin to eat. Initially cautious, they soon relaxed under the allure of the exquisite food. The lobster was sweet, the steak tender. Each dish was delectable enough to make one want to devour their own tongue. In the live stream, viewers continued to discuss, the numbers surging past 300,000 online. Many recorded and shared screenshots, wildly reposting on social media. Top-tier Versailles livestream. Chinese girl enjoying Kobe beef at her brother's estate in Africa. This life is fit for an emperor, no less. Did anyone recognize that bottle of wine? It looks like Romani Conti, worth several thousand a bottle. The meal lasted nearly an hour. The final course was dessert: tiramisu, mango pudding, and molten chocolate cake, paired with handmade ice cream and fresh fruit. Qin Yao, feeling somewhat full, leaned back in her chair, sighing contentedly. Qin Feng glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. He said to his sister, "Let us call it a night for now. You must be tired. Rest well, and sleep in tomorrow, then I'll show you around." He turned to the three girls. "Your rooms are ready. If you need anything, just let the staff know. Additionally, I've arranged a phone for each of you to call home and assure them of your safety. The signal is excellent." The three girls hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Qin Feng rose. "Butler Wang will escort you to your rooms. Yao Yao, stay a moment. I'd like to speak with you." Qin Yao nodded, telling her roommates, "You go ahead. I'll join you shortly." The three girls followed Butler Wang out of the dining hall. Qin Yao turned off the live stream, putting her phone away. The dining hall was left with just the brother and sister. The staff quietly cleared the table, their movements swift and professional. Qin Feng approached his sister, gently ruffling her hair. "So, how are you adjusting?" Qin Yao looked up, her eyes filled with complexity as she regarded her brother. "Brother, tell me honestly, what exactly are you doing in Africa? This is beyond mere business." Qin Feng remained silent for a few seconds before replying, "Yao Yao? There are things I cannot fully disclose at this moment. But you must trust that everything I do is lawful, and it is all to protect you and our family. But this is all too extravagant." Qin Yao surveyed her surroundings, the estate, the armed personnel, and the military base they had passed. "Brother, how much influence do you truly possess?" Qin Feng chuckled, "Enough to ensure your safety, and that is sufficient. As for the rest, you will gradually learn in time. Now, go rest. Tomorrow I'll take you to see even more intriguing sights." "More intriguing sights?" Qin Yao queried, puzzled. "Such as an armory." Qin Feng winked. "Didn't you promise your fans to show them real weapons?" Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Of course, as long as you prioritize safety." Qin Feng patted her shoulder. "Now, go and rest in your room. Remember to call Mom and Dad. They must be waiting for your news." "Okay." Qin Yao nodded vigorously and left the dining hall. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure, his gaze soft. "Sister, welcome to my world. This is merely the beginning. You will witness and learn much more. But above all, remember that everything I do is for you." Chapter 12. I believe in you, brother. Meanwhile, in the three suites in the West Wing, the girls were experiencing the same astonishment. Lin Xiaoxiao entered her room, which, like Qin Yao's, was over 200 square meters, luxuriously decorated and well-equipped. She stood in the center, spinning around, feeling as if she were on a movie set. The customized phone on the desk rang. It was a video call from home. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly answered, revealing her parents' anxious faces on the screen. "Xiaoxiao, have you arrived? Are you safe?" Her mother's voice was filled with concern. "Mom, I'm here, and it's very safe. Lin Xiaoxiao turned the phone camera around to show the room. Look, this is the room that Yao Yao's brother prepared for us. The silence on the other end of the screen lingered for a full 5 seconds. Is this a hotel? Her father hesitantly inquired. No, it's the guest room in brother Yao Yao's estate, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, settling onto the sofa. Mom and Dad, you can hardly imagine how impressive brother Yao Yao is in Africa. She began recounting her experiences, the luxurious convoy, armed guards, checkpoints, military bases, and opulent manner. With each revelation, her parents' expressions grew increasingly astonished. Are you sure this isn't a movie? Her father finally regained his voice. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. Lin Xiaoxiao affirmed earnestly. Moreover, the dinner we just had included Kobe beef, French foie gras, and caviar, all air-freighted. Another silence enveloped the call. Xiaoxiao, her mother finally spoke. What does brother Yao Yao do? Is it legitimate? He said he runs a company called Universal Group. But the scale of it seems extraordinary. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her voice. However, brother Yao Yao is very kind and takes good care of us. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Regardless, you must be polite while you're there and avoid causing trouble for Yao Yao, her father advised. Also, be cautious. While it sounds impressive, Africa is still not like home. I understand, Dad. Brother Yao Yao has ensured tight security. Armed personnel are everywhere, so it should be safe. A similar scene unfolded in the other 2 rooms, where Zhang Yu and Li Siyu each spoke with their families, sharing their astonishing experiences. Their families were equally astonished, repeatedly reminding them to be polite, stay safe, and get along well with Qin Yao. After the calls, the 3 girls lay on their beds, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a long time. What kind of person is brother Yao Yao really? Zhang Yu texted in their group chat. I don't know, but he is definitely not an ordinary person, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. My parents told me to get along well with Yao Yao, saying her brother is so formidable that he might be able to help us in the future, Li Siyu added. That's a rather utilitarian way of thinking. We're good friends. We shouldn't have ulterior motives, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. I know. I'm just relaying what my parents said, Li Siyu responded with a playful tongue-out emoji. The 3 girls chatted a bit longer before bidding each other goodnight, all aware that tonight would inevitably be a sleepless one. Meanwhile, in the master suite of the East Wing, Qin Yao was engaged in a video call with her parents. The faces of her parents were clearly visible on the phone screen. Her father had more gray hairs at the temples, and her mother's crow's feet appeared deeper. Behind them stood the shelves of their family convenience store. Dad, Mom. Qin Yao waved at the camera, her eyes slightly glistening. Yao, have you arrived safely? Her mother's voice brimmed with concern. I'm safe, very safe. Qin Yao showcased her room by panning the camera around. Look, this is the room brother prepared for me. Isn't it beautiful? Her parents were momentarily speechless, taken aback by the lavishness displayed on the screen. Is this where your brother lives? Her father asked hesitantly. Yes. The entire estate belongs to him, Qin Yao exclaimed. Mom and Dad, you can't imagine how impressive he is in Africa. He has his own company, his own security team, and armored vehicles. Yao, Qin Feng's voice resonated from the doorway. Qin Yao turned to see her brother entering, now dressed in comfortable loungewear, appearing more approachable. I'm on a video call with Mom and Dad, she informed him, shifting the phone's angle. Qin Feng stepped into view, smiling as he greeted, Hello, Dad. Mom, it's been a while. On the other end, their parents' eyes glistened with emotion at seeing their son after 2 years. Xiaofeng, are you doing well over there? Her mother's voice trembled slightly. I'm doing great, Mom. No need to worry, Qin Feng assured them gently. See, I'm doing just fine. But Yao said there are armored vehicles and armed personnel. Her father's tone was laden with concern. Xiaofeng, what exactly are you doing in Africa? Are you involved in something dangerous? Qin Feng paused for several seconds before responding earnestly. Dad, Mom, please rest assured that everything I do is legal. Conducting business in Africa requires sufficient security measures. I established Universal Group to ensure we can establish a foothold here, and ultimately to bring you over for a better life. We don't need a better life. We just want you to be safe. Her mother wiped away tears. I know, Mom, but I want you to live a carefree life, free from financial worries and trivial troubles. Qin Feng's gaze was resolute. Just give me a little more time, and I will arrange everything. Their parents exchanged glances, revealing a complex mix of emotions, concern, doubt, but above all, affection and longing for their son. You must be careful and stay safe, her father finally said. I will, Qin Feng nodded. Yao is very safe here. You needn't worry. Once I manage everything here, I'll come back to see you. All right, her mother nodded repeatedly. Take good care of yourself and Yao while you're out there. Don't worry, Mom. After discussing family matters for a while, Qin Yao ended the video call. She set down her phone and turned to Qin Feng. Brother, Mom and Dad are very worried about you. I know. Qin Feng sat beside his sister. That's why I need to resolve some matters quickly and then bring them here. Then, we can all be together. Brother, Qin Yao hesitated. Just how powerful is your influence? Qin Feng regarded his sister, contemplating for a long moment before slowly replying, sufficiently powerful. Powerful enough to shield you from any threats, and to allow you to live freely in this world. Will you face any dangers? Qin Yao asked anxiously. Danger is always present. Qin Feng did not deny it. But I am prepared. Yao, remember, no matter what happens, I will protect you and our family. Qin Yao nodded. I trust you, brother. Chapter 13. A grand gift. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the manor, illuminating the room. Qin Yao awoke at 10:17. Groggy. She fumbled for her phone, checked the time, and abruptly sat up. The shock of arriving yesterday was still fresh in her mind. She had intended to wake up early to explore the estate, but had inadvertently slept in. After hastily refreshing herself, she donned the attire provided by the manor, a soft beige knit sweater paired with dark jeans. Stepping out of her room, she encountered her 3 roommates, who had also just risen. You're just getting up too? Qin Yao chuckled sheepishly. Lin Xiao yawned. I was too excited yesterday, and didn't fall asleep until around 3 or 4 in the morning. Plus, it's so comfortable here. The mattress is just right. And the pillows are perfect, so I accidentally overslept. Zhang Yu and Li Siyu nodded in agreement. Their accommodations were equally splendid, with sleep quality far superior to the hard dormitory beds. Are we being too rude? Li Siyu expressed some concern about sleeping in so late at their hostess' home. Qin Yao waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. My brother won't mind. Besides, we're guests. Sleeping in is a privilege of being a guest. Even so, the 4 girls quickened their pace down the stairs. In the lobby below, several staff members were quietly at work. Upon seeing them descend, they nodded politely in greeting. Just then, Butler Wang appeared, his face adorned with a warm smile. Good morning, ladies. Breakfast is prepared, but given the time, perhaps it would be more appropriate to have lunch? Qin Yao glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly 11. Then let us have lunch directly. Thank you. Butler Wang, please follow me. In the dining room, lunch was already laid out and ready. In contrast to the sumptuous dinner of the previous evening, lunch was relatively simple, yet still exquisite and delectable, featuring a fresh salad, roasted chicken breast, salmon fillet, a rich vegetable soup, and an assortment of breads and desserts. Qin Feng had already taken his seat at the head of the table. Upon seeing them enter, he greeted them with a smile. Did you sleep well? Absolutely, brother. That mattress is simply incredible. Qin Yao exclaimed as she settled beside him. I didn't want to get out of bed. Glad to hear it, Qin Feng replied, signaling the staff to serve the dishes. What are your plans for today? Do you want to go out for a stroll, or just relax here at the estate? Qin Yao's eyes brightened. Brother, didn't you mention yesterday that you could take us shooting? At this, her 3 roommates also displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Despite being girls, as citizens of Long Country, their innate curiosity and yearning for firearms transcended gender. Qin Feng nodded. That is possible. However, before we proceed, are you planning to go live? You promised your fans a glimpse of the real deal yesterday. Of course I will. Qin Yao replied eagerly. But brother, my livestream's audience is growing rapidly. Yesterday, I had over 300,000 viewers online. I was wondering if I should offer some perks to my fans. You have thought this through, Qin Feng commended, regarding his sister with approval. I've learned that many prominent streamers provide their fans with red envelopes and gifts during their broadcasts. Since you're going live, you could consider doing the same. Qin Yao felt a bit shy. But I don't have much money. If I give a little, it won't be meaningful. If I give too much, I can't afford it. I'll cover the expenses, Qin Feng replied casually. Just focus on delivering a great live stream. I'll take care of the rest. Really? Qin Yao's eyes sparkled. Then brother, how much do you think is appropriate? What kind of gifts would be good? Qin Feng took a sip from his cup and pondered for a moment. Let us say 5 million for the red envelopes. 1,000 per envelope. Distributing 500 of them in total. You can release them in 10 batches, 50 at a time. 5 million. Qin Yao's voice shifted in pitch. Brother, that is far too much. Her 3 roommates were equally astonished, exchanging wide-eyed glances. They were all ordinary university students from average families. 5 million was an astronomical figure for them. Qin Feng merely smiled. It's not excessive. If you're going to give, it should carry significance, allowing your fans to truly feel the sincerity behind it. What about the gifts? What should we send? Qin Yao inquired again, her voice still trembling with excitement. Since these are perks for your fans, let us choose some practical and desirable items, Qin Feng suggested. How about 10 Porsche Panameras, 3 Bentley Continentals, and 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan? All brand new. with complete paperwork. A peculiar silence enveloped the restaurant. The four girls stared wide-eyed, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Rendered speechless for a moment. Finally, it was Qin Yao who regained her composure, nearly screaming, "Brother, are you out of your mind? Those cars must total several million." "Close enough," Qin Feng replied calmly. "But these are merely trivial matters. The key is that through this event, your stream's popularity will reach unprecedented heights, which will benefit your future endeavors. But this is just too extravagant," Qin Yao protested, standing up and walking to her brother's side, tugging at his arm in a playful manner. "I don't even have any luxury cars myself. How can you give them to your fans?" Qin Feng chuckled at his sister's antics. "What car do you want? Just tell me." Qin Yao thought for a moment. "I like the Bentley Continental. It's both stylish and elegant, perfect for a girl." "Sure," Qin Feng replied decisively. "When you return to the country, I'll arrange for a private jet to deliver you and the car back home." "Really?" Qin Yao exclaimed, jumping up excitedly and hugging her brother, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Brother, you're the best brother in the world." Her three roommates looked on in astonishment, feeling a mix of envy and admiration. Lin Xiaoxiao whispered to Zhang Yu, "If only I had such a brother." Zhang Yu sighed, "Dream on. How many brothers like that exist in the world?" Li Siyu silently calculated. The cheapest Bentley Continental costs at least 2 to 3 million, and the higher-end models go for 5 to 6 million. Did Qin Yao's brother just casually agree to that? Qin Feng continued speaking to his sister. "It's not just for you, Mom and Dad. As well as your older brother, should also get new cars. When you have the chance, ask them what kind of cars they like. Any car is fine, without worrying about the price." "Okay." Qin Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes crescent-shaped with glee. "Mom and Dad have been driving that old van for over 10 years. It's definitely time for an upgrade. My older brother has always wanted an Audi A4, but he thinks it's too expensive. Let us get something better then," Qin Feng suggested. "The A4 is too ordinary, at least an A8 or S8. What color do you prefer? I'll have them prepared." Chapter 14. Livestream announcement. Qin Yao pondered. "I like white. It's simple and elegant. For Mom and Dad, black is more stable, I think. My brother prefers blue." Noted. Qin Feng instructed the staff to take down these requests. After her excitement subsided, Qin Yao suddenly remembered a concern. "Brother, what about the paperwork for sending so many cars to the fans? How will we transport them back to the country? And the red envelopes? How do we distribute 5 million in cash?" "You don't need to worry about any of that. I'll handle it," Qin Feng reassured her with a confident look. "I'll arrange for a professional team to distribute the red envelopes through the Douyin platform, ensuring fairness and transparency. As for the cars, I'll have everything prepared with all the necessary paperwork, ready to ship back to the country right after the live stream concludes." In truth, for Qin Feng, these tasks were as easy as pie. The manufacturing facility could produce any model of vehicle within hours, and the quality far exceeded that of conventional factory models. Regarding the paperwork, his subordinates had established a comprehensive identity network through various channels, capable of easily securing legal documentation for any item. The vehicles gifted to fans would be manufactured according to the latest models available on the market, without any special modifications, as they were intended for public use and should not draw undue attention. However, the cars given to family members would differ significantly. Safety was always the top priority. Qin Feng planned to install the most advanced protective systems within the vehicles, utilizing special composite materials capable of withstanding standard bullets and even small explosions. However, the exterior would remain indistinguishable from ordinary vehicles, and the energy systems would operate on standard gasoline to avoid unnecessary complications. He chose not to disclose these details to his sister. Some matters were best kept secret for safety's sake. "I'll post the live stream announcement now," Qin Yao declared, eager to share the news. "I'll be going live in an hour, showcasing various firearms, and, of course, this absurdly luxurious gift list." Her fingers flew across the screen as she quickly crafted a post. "Dear fans, I will be going live in 1 hour at noon. Today, I'll take you through my brother's toy collection, featuring real firearms and fulfilling all your weapon fantasies. More importantly, to express my gratitude for your unwavering support. My brother is sponsoring an unprecedented giveaway during the live stream. 5 million in cash red envelopes, 10 Porsche Panameras, 3 Bentley Continentals, 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan. All legitimate and with complete paperwork. Be sure to reserve your spot in the live stream. I hope to see you all there." After posting the announcement, Qin Yao anxiously stared at her phone screen. Within just a few minutes, the likes surpassed 10,000, and comments surged at a visible pace. "Oh my goodness. Is this for real? Porsche? Bentley? Rolls-Royce? Are you sure you're not joking, Yao Yao? 5 million cash red envelopes. How much is that? I've already reserved my spot." What if I win? Don't even think about it. There's definitely some hidden agenda. Regardless of any hidden agendas, let us reserve our spots first. What kind of person is Yao Yao's brother to be this generous? Qin Yao's Douyin followers began to skyrocket. Previously, she had around 120,000 followers, and after yesterday's stream, that number increased to 300,000. Now, with this announcement, her follower count was rapidly climbing by hundreds each second, soon surpassing the 500,000 mark. And this was just the beginning. Soon, this post was captured and shared across major platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, and Zhihu. The most extravagant streamer in history appears on Douyin. Gifts of cars, cash, and even firearms. Qin Yao remarked, firearms? Where did that come from? Would I dare to give, and would you dare to accept? In the African continent, a girl from the Dragon Kingdom had her brother gifting fans a Rolls-Royce. Is this mere hype? How could anyone possibly bestow such extravagant gifts? Upon investigation, I found that the cheapest Porsche Panamera costs around 1 million. 10 of them would total 10 million. A Bentley Continental GT ranges from 2 to 3 million each, totaling 7 or 8 million for 3. The cheapest Rolls-Royce Cullinan is also about 6 to 7 million. Adding in 5 million in cash, the total value nears 30 million. What kind of background does this streamer possess? While the background remains unknown, I watched the live stream yesterday, and her brother boasts his own armed forces in Africa, residing in a castle-like estate, dining on air-freighted delicacies. Bestowing a gift worth 30 million does not seem entirely implausible. The live stream room is already booked. What if we hit the jackpot? Though the odds are slim, one must still dream. Discussions erupted across social media platforms, with terms like African streamer gifting Rolls-Royce, 5 million cash red envelope, and Yao Yao in Africa swiftly ascending the trending charts. Countless individuals flocked to Douyin, reserving a spot in Qin Yao's live stream. As Qin Yao observed the rapidly increasing numbers on her phone screen, her palms grew clammy. She looked up at Qin Feng. Brother, the number of reservations has surpassed 1 million and is still climbing. That's expected, Qin Feng replied calmly. Such a significant temptation is hard for anyone to resist. Your task now is to prepare the content for the live stream and present an exceptional performance to your fans. I'm a bit nervous, Qin Yao confessed. What if I embarrass myself with so many watching? Relax. Think of it as sharing your life with friends, Qin Feng reassured her. Besides, haven't you always wanted to be an outdoor adventure streamer? You have the best material and equipment now. What is there to fear? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao endeavored to calm herself. At this moment, lunch was nearly finished. Qin Feng stood up. Let us go? I'll take you to the equipment room to familiarize yourself with the environment. We go live in an hour, which is just right. The 4 girls promptly rose to follow him. Under Qin Feng's guidance, they traversed the main building of the estate, arriving at an independent structure. This building resembled a warehouse, yet security was exceedingly tight, with 2 armed guards stationed at the entrance and cameras and sensors surrounding the area. Qin Feng accessed a heavy alloy door through fingerprint and iris recognition. Inside was a downward passage, the lights illuminating the path ahead. This is the entrance to the underground equipment vault, Qin Feng explained. For security reasons, important equipment is stored underground. They descended about 2 floors along the passage, arriving at another door. This time, Qin Feng entered a string of codes and conducted a voice verification before the door slowly opened. The sight beyond left the 4 girls in awe. They beheld a vast space of several thousand square meters, exceeding 10 meters in height, segmented into various areas. Upon entry, they encountered the light weaponry section, walls adorned with an array of rifles, handguns, and submachine guns, each polished to a gleaming shine, reflecting a cold, hard luster under the lights. This is our light weapons repository, Qin Feng introduced. From handguns to sniper rifles, both domestic and imported. Virtually every firearm you can name is available here. Qin Yao approached a wall lined with handguns, recognizing several models, Glock 17, M1911, Type 92. Each was accompanied by detailed labels indicating the model, caliber, and origin. Brother, are these guns real? Qin Yao inquired cautiously. Of course they are real, but all are legally registered, Qin Feng replied, retrieving a silver handgun from the wall. For instance, this is a Desert Eagle, 50 caliber, known for its hefty recoil. Not suitable for novices. However, this Glock 19 is much more manageable, 9mm caliber, with excellent stability. It's widely used by police forces in many countries. Her 3 roommates leaned in with curiosity. Li Siyu quietly asked, Brother Qin Feng, can we touch them? Yes, but under professional guidance. Qin Feng called over a bioman instructor from the equipment vault. This is Instructor Li. He will guide you in familiarizing yourselves with the firearms and ensuring safety. Instructor Lee appeared to be in his 30s, with a rugged demeanor, dressed in camouflage training attire, resembling a special forces instructor from the movies. In truth, he was indeed a training expert among security biomen, proficient in various weapons and their instruction. "Hello, ladies," Instructor Lee saluted. "Before we handle any weapons, we must first learn the safety rules. Please follow me." He led the 4 girls to the training area, equipped with simulation firearms and targets. Instructor Lee began detailing the fundamental safety rules for firearms. Always assume the gun is loaded, always point the barrel in a safe direction, and keep fingers off the trigger unless ready to shoot. Qin Yao listened intently, even taking notes on her phone, knowing this knowledge would come in handy during the live stream. After explaining the safety rules, Instructor Lee allowed them to handle real firearms. The first was a Glock 19. He meticulously described its structure, functioning, and handling techniques, then demonstrated the correct shooting stance and aiming method. "Now, you may try holding it and feel its weight and grip," Instructor Lee instructed. "Remember, always keep the barrel pointed down and fingers off the trigger." Qin Yao gingerly took the handgun. It was heftier than she had imagined, yet it felt satisfying in her grip, the texture of the handle conforming to her palm securely. "How does it feel?" Qin Feng asked from the side. "A bit nervous, but very exciting," Qin Yao admitted. "Brother, during the live stream, can I actually shoot?" "Of course, but it must be under Instructor Lee's supervision," Qin Feng replied. "We will head to a dedicated shooting range, where comprehensive safety measures are in place." Next, Instructor Lee guided them through other weaponry sections. The rifle area featured the A series, M4 series, domestic Type 95, and Type 03 sniper rifles, including the Barrett M82, AWM, and domestic Type 10. There were even rocket launchers and mortars in a designated display area, not available for public use. The most astonishing section for the girls was the armored vehicle area, housing a dozen various armored vehicles ranging from light-wheeled armored cars to heavy-tracked infantry fighting vehicles. "Can we drive these?" Zhang Yu asked softly. "Yes, but specialized training and licenses are required," Qin Feng responded. "However, time is limited today. We will primarily experience light weapons. If you're interested, you can learn at a leisurely pace later." After touring the equipment vault, the time approached noon. Qin Yao glanced at her phone. The live stream reservations had surpassed 2 million and were still climbing. "Brother, we need to prepare for the live stream," Qin Yao stated. "All right, let us head to the shooting range." Qin Feng led them out of the equipment vault to an outdoor shooting range on the premises. This was a professional-grade shooting range, featuring multiple shooting positions with targets ranging from 25 to 300 meters. Each position was equipped with comprehensive protective measures, including bulletproof glass partitions and sound-absorbing materials. Observation and resting areas were also set up nearby. A dozen staff members were already prepared, having set up live streaming equipment, multiple cameras, professional microphones, lighting, and even a drone for aerial shots. "This is so professional," Qin Yao exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the equipment. "Since we are going live, we must strive for excellence," Qin Feng remarked. "I have arranged for a professional streaming team to handle technical issues. You need only focus on interacting with the fans." Qin Yao nodded, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She checked the time. There were still 15 minutes left. "I'll go touch up my makeup," she said. In fact, the staff at the estate had anticipated this scenario long ago. Adjacent to the shooting range was a makeshift dressing room, where professional makeup artists and costume designers awaited. Qin Yao and her 3 roommates were escorted to the dressing room, where the makeup artists swiftly applied a light makeup, while the costume designers provided them with suitable attire, not extravagant gowns, but rather stylish tactical outfits that complemented the atmosphere of the shooting range and ensured mobility for the event. "Miss Yao, here is your earpiece." A staff member handed her a compact earpiece, explaining that wearing it during the live broadcast would allow her to clearly hear the director's instructions and enhance audio quality. Qin Yao accepted the earpiece, putting it on and testing it with a few words, her voice resonating clearly and naturally. With everything in place, the clock struck 11:59. Qin Yao stood at the center of the shooting range, facing a long table adorned with various firearms, with professional shooting stations and distant targets behind her. Multiple cameras were positioned at different angles, while a drone hovered above, ready for action. The director of the live broadcast spoke to her through the earpiece. "Miss Yao, we will go live in 30 seconds. Relax, just as if you were chatting with friends. We will guide you throughout, so don't worry." Qin Yao nodded, taking several deep breaths. Qin Feng stood nearby in the observation area, giving her a thumbs up and an encouraging gesture. The final 10 seconds approached. Qin Yao closed her eyes, silently counting. 10, 9, 8, 7. Her heartbeat quickened, her palms slightly sweaty. This was not anxiety. but exhilaration for the impending broadcast. Excitement at the prospect of showcasing such thrilling content to her fans, and joy for having such a brother. 3, 2, 1. The broadcast commenced. Qin Yao opened her eyes, beaming at the main camera. Hello everyone. I am Yao. Welcome to my live stream from Huzhou. Chapter 16. The broadcast begins. The midday sun filtered through the awning above the shooting range, casting dappled shadows on the gravel-strewn ground. Qin Yao stood within the meticulously arranged broadcast area, flanked by an array of firearms, with 4 professional cameras positioned before her, one of which was transmitting her image live to the Douyin platform. Hello everyone. I am Yao. Welcome to my live stream from Huzhou. The moment the broadcast began, the online audience surged like a rocket, skyrocketing from 0 to 1 million in under 10 seconds. The barrage of comments flowed rapidly, almost indecipherable. They're here. Yao looks so cool today. This tactical outfit is fantastic. So many guns. Are they all real? Are the gifts real? Is there really a Rolls-Royce giveaway? Qin Yao adjusted her earpiece, revealing her signature sweet smile. I can responsibly assure everyone that all the gifts are indeed real. Every red envelope and vehicle is legitimate. These are all sponsored by my brother, as a token of gratitude for your unwavering support. She gestured towards Qin Feng, who was standing not far away. The camera smoothly transitioned to him. He smiled gently at the lens and waved. Brother is so handsome. This is the quintessential domineering CEO. Does he need a sister? One who can eat and has been to university. So how are the red envelopes distributed? How are the cars given away? Qin Yao returned to the center of the camera. Everyone, please don't rush. Let me explain. First, we will distribute red envelopes through a lucky bag. A lucky bag containing 10,000 diamonds, with 50 slots available, each granting a cash red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The participation method is simple. Just follow and stay in the live stream for 10 minutes without leaving. After the lucky bag draw, winners should directly contact my assistant listed in the live stream rankings, who will verify your information and send you the red envelope directly. No sooner had she finished speaking than the staff backstage initiated the first lucky bag. A countdown timer appeared at the top of the live stream screen. 9 minutes 59 seconds, 9 minutes 58 seconds. The comments exploded. Participated. Wishing for good luck. 10,000 yuan. That's enough for 3 months of living expenses. This host is so generous. Only 50 slots. The odds are so small. But what if I win? Dreams should be pursued. The number of viewers continued to surge, surpassing 3 million, and the momentum was astonishing. Qin Yao's name rapidly ascended the Douyin trending list, with topics like Yao gives away luxury cars in Huzhou and 5 million cash red envelopes circulating wildly across social media platforms. As the lucky bag countdown continued, Qin Yao began the main event of the day. She approached the long table displaying the firearms, starting her introduction from the left. First, allow me to introduce the pistol series. She picked up a silver Desert Eagle. You've probably seen this in movies, the Desert Eagle. 50 caliber. With immense power but significant recoil, making it unsuitable for novices. She placed the pistol back and picked up a black handgun nearby. In contrast, the Glock 19 is much more manageable, with a 9mm caliber and excellent stability, widely used by police forces in many countries. Instructor Lee appeared on camera, donning a stylish tactical outfit that accentuated his rugged professionalism. This is our Instructor Lee, proficient in the use and teaching of various weapons, Qin Yao introduced him. Under his guidance, I will personally experience shooting, allowing everyone to witness the true power of these weapons. The comments erupted once more. The instructor is so handsome. He looks so professional, like someone from a special forces unit. Yao is going to shoot herself? Please be safe. I want to see Yao hit the target. Instructor Lee saluted the camera with a standard military gesture and began explaining firearm safety protocols. His explanations were clear and professional, complemented by hand gestures, making it comprehensible even for those unfamiliar with firearms. In any situation, safety is always the priority, Instructor Lee stated seriously. All firearms must be treated as if loaded. The muzzle must always point in a safe direction, and fingers should be off the trigger unless preparing to shoot. While he spoke, Qin Yao listened attentively beside him, nodding occasionally. In truth, she had already reviewed this material earlier that morning, but revisiting it in front of the camera still felt immensely beneficial. Once the safety briefing concluded, the first lucky bag was about to be drawn. The number of viewers had surpassed 5 million, and the server began to experience slight delays. 10 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8. Qin Yao watched the countdown on the screen, her voice tinged with excitement. 3, 2, 1. Draw 50 winning IDs instantly appeared on the screen. The comments flooded with congratulations and frantic messages of "I didn't win." Congratulations to these 50 lucky viewers. Qin Yao exclaimed joyfully. Winners. Please contact the Yao Yao assistant as soon as possible. They will verify your identity and directly issue the 10,000 yuan cash red envelope. Remember, only receiving through the official assistant is valid. Any private messages asking for handling fees or deposits are scams. As soon as she finished speaking, the livestream's viewer count surged once again, with many previously passive observers rushing in to participate in the ongoing lottery upon seeing real winners emerge, along with the enticing prospect of 10,000 yuan cash. All right, the red envelopes have been distributed. Now we shall proceed to the main event of today. Qin Yao's voice rose slightly. I am going to begin my shooting experience. The first firearm, the Glock 19. Under Instructor Lee's guidance, Qin Yao donned noise-canceling earmuffs and safety goggles, making her way to the 25-meter shooting position. Following the techniques she had learned that morning, she spread her feet shoulder-width apart, leaned slightly forward, gripped the gun with both hands, and extended her arms straight, aiming at the target's center. She steadied her breath as Instructor Lee whispered guidance beside her. Qin Yao took a deep breath, held it, and gently pressed the trigger. Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed across the shooting range. A bullet hole appeared at the edge of the 10 ring on the target paper. Wow! I hit it! Qin Yao exclaimed, leaping with excitement, turning to face the camera, her face radiating uncontainable joy. The comments exploded. Amazing! Hitting the 10 ring on the first shot. Although it was just the edge, that is already quite impressive. The gunshot was deafening, startling me. Yao Yao's stance was remarkably professional. Under the guidance of Instructor Lee, Qin Yao proceeded to test fire several different models of handguns. With each attempt, she meticulously described the characteristics and sensations associated with the firearms. Her performance grew increasingly adept, and her accuracy soared. Chapter 17. The winning luxury car. Now, let us try the rifle. Qin Yao approached the rifle range, picking up a sleek black M4 carbine. A 5.56mm caliber weapon known for its long range and high precision, standard issue in many military forces worldwide. She moved to the 50-meter shooting position and, guided by Instructor Lee, adopted a prone shooting stance. This time, her performance was even more impressive, with 3 consecutive shots landing within the 9 ring. What a thrill! Qin Yao set the gun down, her face aglow with excitement. It was no wonder so many people were captivated by shooting. The sensation was truly addictive. At that moment, the countdown for the second lucky draw was drawing to a close. The rewards were even more enticing. 5 slots, each offering a cash prize of 50,000 yuan. The number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 7 million, with the barrage of comments flying by too quickly to discern anything, leaving only a blur of text. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The results are in. 5 winning IDs appeared. This time, the odds of winning were slimmer, but the prize amounts were greater, creating an even more fervent atmosphere in the live stream. Congratulations to these 5 fortunate viewers. Please contact Yao Yao's assistant to claim your prizes. After announcing the winners, Qin Yao turned to the other 3 girls, suggesting that her roommates should have a chance to experience this as well. The camera shifted to Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu. Although the 3 girls felt a bit nervous, they mustered the courage to approach, encouraged by Qin Yao. First up was Lin Xiaoxiao. She chose a relatively mild 92-style handgun, and under Instructor Lee's guidance, despite her trembling hands, she successfully hit the target. I hit it, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, setting down the gun, her hands still quivering, yet her face radiated uncontainable excitement. Next were Zhang Yu and Li Siyu. Their performances were commendable as well. While not as proficient as Qin Yao, they both successfully completed their shooting experiences. The participation of the 3 girls invigorated the atmosphere in the live stream, with many viewers cheering for them, and some humorously suggesting that the dormitory quartet had transformed into special forces. Time slipped by quietly amidst the shooting experiences and the lucky draws. The third lucky draw featured 10 slots for cash prizes of 100,000 yuan. The fourth offered 3 slots for 200,000 yuan, and the fifth presented a single slot for 500,000 yuan. Each prize announcement sent the number of viewers soaring, intensifying the excitement. When the 5th lucky draw for the cash prize of 500,000 yuan was announced, the live stream's viewer count had surged past 9 million, nearing the 10 million mark. The winner was a viewer with the ID African Dream. As his name appeared on the screen, the comments erupted with congratulations and excitement. Congratulations to African Dream for winning the grand cash prize of 500,000 yuan. Please contact the assistant promptly to claim your reward. This was the final grand cash prize of the day, but do not despair, for we are about to begin giving away cars. With those words, the atmosphere in the live stream reached a fever pitch. Countless viewers held their breath, eagerly awaiting the moment. First, we will be giving away 10 Porsche Panameras. Qin Yao's voice resonated through the microphone, announcing that we would distribute them through 10 lucky draws. With one slot per draw, the participation conditions remain the same. Follow and stay in the live stream. The first Panamera lucky draw is now underway. The staff swiftly initiated the draw. This time, the countdown was only 5 minutes. Yet the number of participants reached staggering numbers, with the viewer count officially surpassing 10 million. This marked the first time in Douyin's history that a non-official event's live stream exceeded 10 million viewers. The server was under immense pressure, and technicians were urgently expanding resources in the background to ensure a smooth broadcast. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the first Panamera winner was announced, ID Chasing Wind Youth. Congratulations, Chasing Wind Youth. Qin Yao proclaimed loudly. You will become the owner of the first Panamera. The comments exploded with excitement. Some congratulated, some expressed envy, and others questioned the authenticity. However, the assistant quickly posted an official announcement detailing the prize collection process and required materials, appearing very legitimate and professional. Subsequently, the remaining 9 Panameras were also distributed through lucky draws. With each prize announcement, the atmosphere in the live stream grew more fervent. As winners emerged one by one, many began to believe this was not mere hype, for no publicity stunt would involve such extensive scale and such numerous prizes. After the Panameras were given away, it was time for the Bentleys. 3 Bentleys, 3 lucky draws, each with a 3-minute countdown. Yet participation remained unwavering, even intensifying due to the higher value of the prizes. The first Bentley winner, ID Promise Under the Starry Sky. The second Bentley winner, ID Peaceful Times. The third Bentley winner, ID Marching Forward. Each name announcement sent waves of excitement through the comments. Many began to calculate the luck value of these winners, joking that they wanted to ride on their good fortune. Finally, the grand finale, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This was the last and most valuable prize of the day, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Yao's voice trembled with excitement as she announced, sticking to the old routine. 1 lucky draw, 1 slot, 5 minutes countdown. Now let us begin. In the live stream, over 10 million viewers participated in this final lucky draw. The comments had significantly diminished, as everyone focused intently on the countdown bar, silently praying. Qin Feng stood in the observation area, watching the live stream data through the monitoring screen, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The results of this live stream exceeded all expectations. Not only had his sister's popularity surged, but Huanyu Group's name had also entered the public eye through this event. Though the audience was primarily focused on the prizes, as long as the attention was garnered, subsequent operations would become much simpler. The 5 minutes passed slowly in the tense atmosphere. When the clock struck 0, the moment of the lucky draw arrived, and the entire live stream seemed to freeze for a second. Then, an ID appeared on the screen, Ordinary Dream. Congratulations, Ordinary Dream. Qin Yao nearly shouted. You have won today's grand prize, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After a brief pause, the comments erupted like a volcano. Congratulations. What a stroke of luck. This ID is so humble, yet it struck gold. From today onward, may it be known as Ordinary Dream. So, how do the winners claim their prizes? Will they truly be delivered? Qin Yao took a deep breath, calming her excitement. I know you all have many questions, especially the winners. Now, let me take you to see your prizes. Chapter 18. Prize Distribution. The camera shifted as Qin Yao, guided by Qin Feng, departed the shooting range and headed towards another area of the estate. It was a row of warehouse-like buildings, with guards stationed at the entrance. Qin Feng verified his identity, and the warehouse doors slowly opened. The live stream camera zoomed in, revealing the interior of the warehouse to millions of viewers. 10 Porsche Panameras of various colors were neatly arranged, each gleaming under the lights, shimmering brilliantly. Beside them stood 3 Bentley Flying Spurs, their elegant lines and exquisite interiors radiating luxury even through the screen. Yet, the most striking was the Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the center, its massive body, iconic grille, and handcrafted interior all embodying the pinnacle of automotive opulence. Even Qin Yao, who had seen her fair share of luxury, couldn't help but gasp at the sight of these cars lined up so perfectly. The comments had gone wild. My goodness, they're all real. How much would these cost? And they come in different colors. What attention to detail. So, will they really be delivered? How will it happen? Qin Yao approached the convoy and addressed the camera, proclaiming, as you can see, all the prizes are ready, featuring the latest high-end models. Next, we will transport these vehicles back to the country via a private plane. The camera followed Qin Yao as she moved to a helipad within the estate. A large transport aircraft was parked there, emblazoned with the logo of the Universal Group. A minimalist globe surrounded by stars. This is my brother's company's private transport aircraft, Qin Yao explained. Soon, These cars will be loaded onto the plane and flown directly home. For our lucky winners, here's what you need to do. First, contact the assistant for the lucky draw and provide your identity information and delivery address. Second, have your relevant documents ready, as someone will contact you to handle the handover procedures once the vehicles arrive. All costs, including transportation fees, customs duties, and registration fees, will be covered by us. There's not a penny you need to spend. Her words sparked another wave of excitement. Many had been worried about how they would manage the various taxes and fees associated with winning luxury cars, but those concerns were now entirely alleviated. So, it's really all-inclusive? Someone asked in the comments. Absolutely, Qin Yao affirmed. My brother insisted that if we are giving gifts, we must do so thoroughly, ensuring our winners have no worries. As the live stream continued to document the event, staff members began loading the vehicles onto the transport aircraft. The process was orderly, facilitated by professional loading equipment and skilled operators. With each car loaded, Qin Yao would introduce the winner's ID and the vehicle's specifications. This red Panamera belongs to the wind-chasing youth, featuring the Turbo S version with a maximum output of 630 horsepower. This white Bentley Continental GT is for the peaceful years, equipped with a W12 engine and adorned with hand-stitched leather interiors. And this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, known as the Ordinary Dream, is the black badge version, fully customized with the finest materials. As she introduced each car, the winners expressed their excitement in the comments, thanking Qin Yao and her brother. Many shared screenshots of their conversations with the assistant, proving they were indeed in the process of claiming their prizes. After all 14 cars were loaded, the transport aircraft's doors slowly closed. The pilot confirmed readiness via radio, and, guided by the control tower, the aircraft began to taxi to the runway. It would fly directly to the country, with an estimated flight time of around 10 hours. Qin Yao addressed the camera once more, stating, upon landing, "We will arrange for a professional logistics company to deliver the vehicles to the addresses provided by the winners. So, dear winners, in just 2 to 3 days, you will receive this grand gift." The transport aircraft accelerated down the runway, the roar of its massive engines palpable even through the screen. It gradually lifted off the ground, soaring into the blue sky, circling above the estate before heading northeast, toward the Dragon Country. The live stream captured the aircraft as it disappeared into the clouds. Qin Yao returned to the camera, her expression a mixture of fatigue, excitement, and fulfillment. That concludes today's live stream. Congratulations once again to all the winners. For those who didn't win, don't be disheartened. Follow my channel, as there will be more surprise events in the future. She paused, then continued. My journey in Africa has just begun, and there will be more content to come: wildlife adventures, visits to indigenous tribes, and breathtaking African landscapes. Of course, there may also be some special surprises. So do follow along and don't miss out. The live stream ended amidst the audience's reluctance. Final statistics revealed that the broadcast lasted over 4 hours, peaking at 13 million concurrent viewers and accumulating over 200 million views, breaking multiple records on the Douyin platform. More significantly, Qin Yao's follower count surged from 500,000 to 12 million overnight, elevating her to the status of a top-tier streamer. Once the live stream concluded, Qin Yao exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing onto the ground. "You must be exhausted." Qin Feng approached her, handing her a bottle of water. "I am tired, but it's worth it," Qin Yao replied, taking a few hearty sips. "Brother, did we really give away so many cars? That amounts to tens of millions." "Just tens of millions, nothing significant." Qin Feng sat beside her. "What matters is that through this event, you've become a 10 million level streamer, and your happiness is paramount. But can those winners really receive their cars?" Qin Yao still seemed hesitant. "What about the procedures? The customs duties? The registration?" "Everything has been arranged," Qin Feng replied with a mysterious smile. "Did you think I spent these past 2 years in Africa for nothing? The network I've built can easily handle these matters." In reality, the network Qin Feng referred to was a global intelligence and operational system established by bioengineered individuals. Through the system, they could facilitate legal import and export procedures for any item, adeptly navigate customs and tax regulations in various countries, and accomplish seemingly impossible tasks. The vehicles were indeed fabricated by the base, yet all associated documents, certificates, and procedures were indistinguishable from genuine vehicles, perhaps even more authentic. This was achievable because bioengineered individuals could create complete histories for these cars within major global databases, covering everything from the production line to dealership, from import customs to tax payment certificates. As for the transport aircraft, it would indeed fly to the Dragon Country. Upon landing, the vehicles would be distributed through special channels, ensuring the entire process was seamless. Winners would perceive their good fortune as merely receiving a brand new luxury car, unaware of the vast system operating behind the scenes. Brother, thank you, Qin Yao suddenly said, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you for doing so much for me. Silly girl, you're my sister. Who else would I do this for? Qin Feng ruffled her hair. Now go rest. You've worked hard today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see something even more exciting. More exciting? What is it? You'll find out then, Qin Feng teased. Qin Yao nodded, helped up by the staff. Her 3 roommates approached, and the 4 girls linked arms, walking toward the main building of the estate. Though exhausted, each face radiated excitement and joy. As for the luxury cars and the cash prizes, they were truly trivial matters for Qin Feng. The base's manufacturing capabilities and the system's energy conversion allowed him to produce any material in virtually unlimited quantities. Money had long since lost its significance for him. Qin Yao's livestream in Africa sparked unprecedented discussions across the domestic internet. Major social media platforms were inundated with trending topics related to her broadcast. African streamer gives away Rolls-Royce, 5 million cash prize, Yao Yao in Africa. What is the Universal Group? Qin Feng's private armed forces. On Weibo, the related topics garnered over 100 million views within just a few hours, with discussions exceeding 1 million. Countless netizens, having stayed up to watch the livestream, remained exhilarated and unable to sleep, sharing the astonishing details of the event across various platforms. Did you see last night's livestream? Oh my goodness, they gave away a Rolls-Royce, a Bentley, a Porsche. Does this streamer have a mine or an oil field? I watched the whole thing. That streamer named Yao Yao is incredible, and her brother is even more so. He has his own armed forces in Africa, lives in a castle, eats gourmet food flown in, and casually gives away tens of millions in gifts. What a surreal life. The key point is, those prizes were genuinely given away. One of the bloggers I follow won a Panamera and has already shared their chat with the assistant, with procedures in progress. I saw that too. Several winners have posted updates. They seem like ordinary netizens, not shills. On Jihu, related questions quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. How to evaluate Douyin streamer Yao Yao's extravagant giveaway event in Africa. The most upvoted response came from a user claiming to have worked in Africa for many years. To conclude, this is real, and the Universal Group behind it indeed possesses considerable power in Africa. I reside in West Africa and possess a certain understanding of the Central African region. From the live broadcast, it is evident that the facilities of Brother Yao Yao's base are exceptionally professional. The weaponry and equipment displayed exceed what an ordinary security company could possess. The presence of armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, a specialized shooting range, and well-trained armed personnel transcends the realm of private security. Furthermore, geographically speaking, the base is situated in an unfrequented jungle area, suggesting that the construction of such an extensive facility requires not only significant financial resources, but also formidable engineering capabilities and the tacit approval of the local government. As for the authenticity of the gifts, I tend to believe in their legitimacy for 3 reasons. First, the winners are ordinary netizens, and their social records can be verified. Second, the gifting process is highly formalized, with a dedicated team overseeing it. Third, the costs associated with such large-scale publicity are exorbitant, and the risks involved render it unnecessary. In conclusion, I wish to express that there indeed exist forces and wealth in Africa that are beyond the imagination of the average person. Brother Yao Yao may merely be one visible example among many. This event reflects a new paradigm of overseas development for citizens of the Dragon Country, evolving from merely operating small shops and businesses to establishing genuinely influential organizations and powers. This response garnered over 50,000 likes and 5,000 comments within a mere 2 hours, with many expressing a refreshed perspective, while others questioned the respondents' exaggeration. On the Douyin platform, the updates from the winners have become a new focal point. One winner, known as the Wind-Chasing Youth, is a programmer working in Shenzhen. Immediately after the live stream concluded, he posted a video. Family, I won a Panamera, a fully equipped Turbo S. My hands are still shaking. In the video, he shared a screenshot of his winning notification, along with chat records with Yao Yao's assistant in the delivery address form. The chat records reveal that the assistant inquired in detail about his identity, driver's license status, and informed him that the vehicle would be delivered within 2 to 3 days. With all paperwork completed, the comments section flooded with tens of thousands of messages, feeling the European luck. Brother, this car must be worth over 2 million, right? Envy and jealousy. The Wind-Chasing Youth replied to one comment. The assistant said they cover all expenses, including import duties, VAT, registration fees, etc. I just need to provide a copy of my ID and driver's license, then wait for the car to be delivered to my doorstep. This reply sparked a new wave of discussions. Many calculated the costs. An imported Porsche Panamera Turbo S has a domestic guide price exceeding $2 million, and with various taxes, the total would approach $3 million. Remarkably, the winner pays nothing up front and simply drives away. Another winner, known as the Promise Under the Starry Sky, is a graphic designer working in Hangzhou who won a Bentley Flying Spur. She also shared an update, her tone more exuberant. I still feel like I'm dreaming. A Bentley Flying Spur, a car I never even dared to imagine. Thank you, Yao Yao. Thank you, brother Yao Yao. She provided even more detailed chat records. The assistant not only asked for basic information, but also allowed her to choose the interior color and configuration options. She was informed that the vehicle had been loaded onto a transport plane and was expected to arrive at Hangzhou International Airport the following afternoon, after which a dedicated logistics company would deliver it to her home. We can choose configurations? How thoughtful, she exclaimed. So it's not just an arbitrary gift, but truly customized? This service is even better than that of a 4S dealership. The Promise Under the Starry Sky replied, indeed, the assistant provided me with several color options, and I chose the oyster white exterior and linen white interior. They said this is the latest top configuration, equipped with a W12 engine and all optional features. Chapter 20. Online buzz. The winner of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, known as the Ordinary Dream, has drawn the most attention. He is an ordinary office worker in his 30s, married with a child. His Douyin account primarily features mundane content about family life and work, with only a few hundred followers. At 3 in the morning, he posted a lengthy message. I still can't sleep. I worked overtime until 10 last night, and when I got home, my wife and child were already asleep. I opened Douyin to relax, and happened to catch Yao Yao's livestream. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first. I thought it was a publicity stunt. But since I had nothing to lose, I followed and participated in the lucky bag. When my ID appeared on the screen, I was utterly stunned. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I didn't even know how much it cost, only that it was very expensive. I sent a screenshot to my wife, and she thought I was photoshopping to trick her. Only when Yao Yao's assistant contacted me and sent a plethora of documents and forms did I slowly begin to believe it was real. I provided the requested information, and the assistant informed me that the vehicle was already in transit, expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. I asked a rather foolish question. Is this car really mine? Can I sell it? The assistant replied, the vehicle is entirely yours, with complete ownership. You may dispose of it as you wish. To be honest, I cannot afford to maintain such a vehicle. The insurance, maintenance, and fuel costs are beyond my means. After discussing with my wife, we decided to sell the car upon its arrival. Even if we take a discount, it would still amount to a substantial sum. This money could pay off our mortgage, provide better education for our child, and ensure a more comfortable life for our parents. Even now, I feel as if I am dreaming. Thank you, Yao Yao, and thank you, Mr. Qin Feng, for changing the fate of an ordinary family. This lengthy message quickly amassed hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments. Many were touched by his sincerity. This is the most authentic winner. Congratulations. The dreams of ordinary people have come true. Selling it is the right choice. Maintaining such a car is too expensive. With this money, life will indeed be different. Sharing in the good fortune, I hope to have such luck as well. In addition to the winners, many viewers who watched the entire live broadcast offered detailed analyses and reflections. On Bilibili, a content creator produced a 40-minute recap video, meticulously analyzing the details of the live broadcast frame by frame. Notice this shot. The walls of brother Yao Yao's estate are at least 5 meters high and are constructed from reinforced concrete. Now look at this. The professionalism of the shooting range rivals that of military training bases, and those armed personnel exhibit tactical movements that are exceptionally standardized. Clearly not mere security guards. In the video, the creator also captured footage of the transport plane taking off, analyzing the aircraft's model and performance. This is an upgraded IL-76 transport aircraft, but it has obviously been heavily modified. Observe its landing gear and engines, which are more powerful than the standard model. The ability to take off and land on rudimentary runways in Africa with such a large transport aircraft indicates that brother Yao Yao's base facilities are remarkably sophisticated. This video quickly gained popularity on Bilibili, surpassing 5 million views. On professional military forums, discussions delved even deeper. A user with the ID Eagle of Africa posted, I am a veteran who has previously executed peacekeeping missions in Africa. From a professional perspective, the armed forces displayed by brother Yao Yao have reached the level of national military forces. First, consider the equipment. The modified patrol vehicle is a Mengshi armored vehicle, equipped with a QJZ-8912, 7mm heavy machine gun, which is not civilian equipment. The rifles held by the soldiers, while resembling the QBZ-191, exhibit differences in detail and may be specially made variants. Furthermore, the layout of those checkpoints is highly professional, combining defensive and surveillance functions. Secondly, examine the personnel quality. All soldiers exhibit highly standardized actions, including stance, weapon handling, and patrol formations. These are results of long-term rigorous training. Particularly notable is Instructor Lee. His teaching and demonstration are entirely at the level of a Special Forces instructor. Lastly, consider the scale of the base. Estimates from the live broadcast suggest that the military area occupies at least several square kilometers, complete with barracks, training grounds, armories, and an airstrip. Constructing such a large-scale base in a remote area requires astronomical resources. Upon comprehensive assessment, it is evident that the Huanyu Group is anything but simple. While it may ostensibly present itself as a security company, its actual capabilities far surpass those of an ordinary enterprise. As for Yao Yao's brother, Qin Feng, he is either an heir to a prominent family or possesses an undisclosed background. This post has ignited fervent discussions, with some in agreement with the analysis while others dismiss it as overthinking, suggesting it may simply be wealthy individuals engaging in private security in Africa. Regardless, a consensus is forming. Qin Feng and the Huanyu Group represent a mysterious force worthy of attention. As discussions deepen, more details are unearthed. Some netizens have dug up early livestream recordings of Qin Yao, revealing that she hails from a modest county in Hunan province, corroborating claims of her brother's rise in Africa. Additionally, netizens have uncovered information about Qin Feng in China, noting his ordinary university graduation and his sudden relocation to Africa 2 years ago, during which he has been sending money home monthly. These revelations align perfectly with Qin Yao's statements during her livestream. Is it truly a case of starting from scratch? Establishing such power in Africa within 2 years? He must either possess extraordinary talent or have experienced remarkable fortune. Perhaps he has benefactors aiding him? Could it be that he has acquired some extraordinary system? One might be watching too many dramas. Where would such systems exist in reality? Various speculations abound online, yet they all lack concrete evidence. The true circumstances surrounding Qin Feng and the Huanyu Group remain shrouded in mystery. The only certainty is that this live stream has irrevocably altered Qin Yao's life. Her Douyin follower count has surged past 15 million and continues to rise. Countless brands, MCN agencies, and advertisers are reaching out to her in hopes of collaboration. Her private messages are overflowing, and her phone is inundated with calls, even from university classmates inquiring about her situation. Yet, Qin Yao chooses to temporarily disregard all this. Following her brother's instructions, she turns off her phone and takes the opportunity to rest in the estate. She understands that this live stream is merely a beginning, with numerous tasks ahead. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sits in the estate's study, navigating the domestic online discourse through encrypted networks. Observing the various analyses and speculations, he smiles faintly. Chapter 21. 3,000 guards as dawn breaks over Africa. Qin Yao is startled awake by the commotion emanating from the estate. She approaches the window and draws back the heavy curtains, and the sight before her instantly awakens her senses. The open space outside the estate is densely packed with armored vehicles. The desert camouflage glistens with a cold sheen in the morning light, and the heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft missile launchers atop the vehicles are arranged in orderly fashion, resembling a forest of steel. Even more astonishing, 12 Apache attack helicopters are hovering at low altitude, their rotors creating gusts that flatten the grass below. In the distance, the silhouettes of transport helicopters can also be discerned. Are they preparing for battle? Qin Yao murmurs. A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. It is the voice of Butler Wang. Miss, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. The commander says we depart in an hour. I'll be down shortly. Qin Yao replies hastily. She quickly freshens up and changes into attire suitable for outdoor activities. Multifunctional tactical pants, a quick-dry t-shirt, a scratch-resistant jacket, and professional jungle boots. These garments, provided by the estate, fit perfectly and are made of comfortable, breathable materials. As she descends the stairs, she finds her 3 roommates already up, all donning similar outfits, their faces reflecting a mix of excitement and nervousness. Yao Yao, look outside. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaims, her voice trembling slightly as she points out the window. I see it. Qin Yao responds, taking a deep breath. My brother mentioned taking us hunting on the grasslands, but I didn't expect such a grand display. In the dining room, Qin Feng is already seated at the head of the table, dressed in tactical attire that is more finely tailored, adorned with a simple star insignia representing the Huanyu Group. Have you all risen? He inquires with a smile directed at the 4 girls. Let us have breakfast. We'll be in the field all day, and lunch will likely be a simple affair. The breakfast is a fusion of Western and Chinese cuisine, featuring congee and buns, alongside fried eggs, bacon, and fresh fruit salad. Yet, the four girls seem to have little appetite, their attention captivated by the spectacle outside. Brother, what is happening out there? Qin Yao cannot contain her curiosity. That is today as security force, Qin Feng replies nonchalantly. A total of 3,000 personnel, including a mechanized infantry battalion, an armored battalion, an aviation squadron, as well as logistics and medical units. 3,000? Zhang Yu exclaims, nearly dropping her fork. Is that really necessary for hunting? In Africa, safety is paramount. Qin Feng states, setting down his coffee cup. This grassland may appear beautiful and serene, but it is fraught with danger, not only from wildlife, but also various armed groups, poachers, and even insurgents. When I bring you out, I must ensure absolute safety. He pauses before adding, moreover, I wish for you and your fans to witness the strength of your brother here. Qin Yao comprehends. This is not merely a hunting expedition. It is a display of power. Through this livestream, her brother intends to showcase the military might of the Huan Yu group to the world. After breakfast, the group assembles outside the estate. The area has transformed into a sea of steel, with hundreds of armored vehicles lined up, soldiers conducting final checks. 3,000 fully armed bio-enhanced troops stand like statues, their gaze is sharp and filled with an air of menace. Qin Yao initiates the livestream. The moment the broadcast begins, millions flood into the chat room, many having set alerts to witness today's grand spectacle. Hello everyone, I am Yao. Today, I will take you hunting on the vast African grasslands. Qin Yao turns the camera towards the assembled military. These are the security forces arranged by my brother before she can finish. The chat erupts. Oh my heavens. Is that an army? Armored vehicles. Armed helicopters. What a spectacle. Yesterday was already shocking, and today is even more impressive. How many people are there? At least 1,000, right? 1,000. I see at least 2,000 or 3,000. Those helicopters must be Apaches, right? How could American equipment be here? Qin Feng steps into the frame, a composed smile gracing his face. Hello everyone, I am Qin Feng. Today, I am taking my sister and her friends to the grasslands to experience hunting. These are our Group S security forces, ensuring the safety of our journey. No sooner has he spoken than a tremendous roar fills the sky. The 12 Apache helicopters descend, hovering above the convoy. Each helicopter is armed with Hellfire missiles and rocket pods, the 30mm cannon glinting in the morning light. The ground forces begin to mobilize, leading with 10 heavy armored vehicles equipped with large-caliber machine guns and automatic grenade launchers. Following behind are dozens of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, transport trucks, and logistical vehicles. The entire convoy stretches for miles, creating a truly magnificent sight. Suddenly inspired, Qin Feng strides to the front of the troops, raising his voice. Soldiers. 3,000 soldiers snap to attention in unison, producing a thunderous sound. Then 3,000 voices merge into a powerful chorus. Greetings, boss. The resonance of their voices echoes like thunder across the grassland, causing Qin Yao's phone to tremble slightly. Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. Qin Feng calls out. And 3,000 soldiers respond with fervent shouts, each louder than the last. For the boss, we serve to the death. For the boss, we serve to the death. For the boss, we serve to the death. The palpable aura of loyalty and ferocity causes a momentary hush in the chat room, followed by a flurry of messages. Good heavens. What a presence. This is clearly a private militia, serving to the death for an individual. The soldiers' eyes reflect an absolute loyalty and reverence towards Qin Feng. Such power is formidable enough to overwhelm many small nations. Who exactly is Qin Yao's brother? A warlord? An arms dealer? Qin Yao was equally taken aback by the scene before her. She was aware of her brother's influence in Africa, yet she never anticipated it to be this formidable and intimidating. The presence of 3,000 elite soldiers, hundreds of armored vehicles, and armed helicopters transcended the realm of a mere security company. Brother, she whispered, these soldiers are my most loyal subordinates. Qin Feng patted his sister's shoulder, assuring her that with them by her side, she could traverse Africa with ease. He then turned to the troops and commanded, let's move out. The order was relayed down the chain, and the convoy began to advance. Qin Feng escorted the four girls onto a Mi-17 transport helicopter, a modified version equipped with luxurious interiors, comfortable seating, a small bar, and a restroom. Chapter 22, Prairie Hunting. As the helicopter ascended, 12 Apache helicopters swiftly divided into 4 groups, 3 per group, forming a protective escort around the transport aircraft. On the ground, the armored convoy resembled a steel dragon, rolling forward across the grasslands. Live streaming from multiple cameras on the helicopter showcased this awe-inspiring spectacle to the viewers. From the aerial vantage point, hundreds of armored vehicles raced across the prairie, stirring up clouds of dust, while armed helicopters patrolled the vicinity, their cannons and missiles clearly visible. "I'm at a loss for words," Qin Yao addressed the camera, her voice trembling. "This feels less like a hunting expedition and more akin to a military exercise." The comments flooded in. "This isn't hunting. It's South and armed parade. A blatant display of power. Brother, this is a declaration to the world. I wield immense influence in Africa. After sending luxury cars yesterday, today he showcases his might. What's next?" Did anyone else notice the soldiers' gear? It's superior to that of many regular armies. The Apaches are American. The armored vehicles are from both our country and the West. Who exactly supports Qin Feng? After approximately 40 minutes of flight, they arrived at an expansive grassland, characterized by its flat terrain and excellent visibility. In the distance, herds of buffalo, zebras, and antelopes grazed peacefully, while a few lions lounged in the shade, seemingly oblivious to their impending fate. "Land here," Qin Feng commanded via the intercom. The transport helicopter descended gradually, its rotor blades whipping up strong winds that flattened the surrounding grass. The Apaches maintained aerial vigilance, their cannons ready for action. The ground troops arrived shortly after, with armored vehicles establishing a perimeter. The soldiers swiftly disembarked, setting up temporary defensive positions. The entire operation was executed with professionalism and efficiency. Within 15 minutes, a makeshift field camp was established. "Now we can disembark," Qin Feng informed the four girls, as Qin Yao and her companions stepped off the helicopter. They were once again struck by the scene before them. Several large tents had been erected in the camp center, including command, rest, and medical tents. Surrounding them was a defensive line formed by armored vehicles, with soldiers stationed at various points and snipers positioned above. What was even more astonishing was the surrounding environment. The arrival of the troops had sent the local wildlife into a frenzy. Elephants trumpeted warnings, buffaloes stampeded past, and lions observed warily, contemplating whether to fight or flee. This was the essence of power. Standing in the center of the camp, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. In the face of absolute strength, nature was compelled to retreat. Qin Yao directed the camera around her. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the panicked animals, the alert soldiers, and the stark contrast of power dominating the prairie. "A lion. I see a lion. Those buffaloes are running so fast. Even the elephants are fleeing." In the presence of human military might, even the fiercest creatures were reduced to mere animals. "But won't this disrupt the ecosystem?" questioned a voice from the audience. "This is Africa, a place where the strong prevail over the weak." Qin Feng signaled for the staff to begin preparing lunch. Several mobile kitchens were deployed, and chefs commenced cooking. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. "We'll eat first, take a break, and begin the hunt in the afternoon," Qin Feng announced. The outdoor lunch featured a long table filled with a variety of delectable dishes: grilled lamb chops, steak, venison skewers, fresh vegetable salads, chilled beverages, and fruit. Although they were in the wild, the meal's quality rivaled that of a grand estate. During the meal, Qin Yao inquired, "Brother, what are we hunting this afternoon? Rabbits? Antelopes?" Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." After lunch, the soldiers began preparing their hunting gear. Several imposing sniper rifles were brought out and placed on specialized racks. Qin Yao approached to take a closer look and recognized one of them. "Is that the TAC-50? The one made in Canada?" "Good eye," Qin Feng praised. "It has a caliber of 127 millimeters and an effective range of 2,000 meters. It once set the record for the longest confirmed sniper shot." "Are we going to use this for hunting?" Qin Yao asked, surprised. "Isn't that a bit excessive for animals?" Qin Feng explained. "In Africa, some animals have tough hides and thick flesh. Small caliber rifles simply won't penetrate." He paused, his tone laden with meaning. "I want you to experience what absolute power feels like." Once the equipment was ready, Qin Feng picked up a TAC-50 and moved to the edge of the camp. The soldiers had already locked onto a distant target using laser rangefinders and observation scopes. Qin Yao aimed the camera at her brother. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, eager to see what this enigmatic figure in Africa would do next. Qin Feng set up the sniper rifle and adjusted the scope. His movements were fluid and professional, clearly indicative of his expertise. Distance, 1,200 meters. Wind speed, 0.3 meters per second, southeast wind, the spotter reported. Qin Feng adjusted his aim, held his breath, and lightly rested his finger on the trigger. The camera followed the line of the rifle, and through the high-powered scope, the audience glimpsed the target, a mature lion, its thick mane flowing, lounging on a rock. utterly unaware of the shadow of death looming over it. Is that a lion? Qin Yao gasped. Aren't lions a protected species? Lin Xiaoxiao chimed in. But before they could ponder further, Qin Feng squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed across the prairie as the 127mm bullet sped out of the barrel at 800 meters per second, tracing an invisible path through the air. In the next moment, the lion jolted violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, the bullet having struck its head with lethal precision. The entire pride was startled. The lionesses and cubs fled in panic, emitting terrified roars, but soon disappeared into the distant grass. The camp fell into a hush. The four girls were left speechless, and a brief moment of silence engulfed the live stream before explosive discussions erupted. He just killed a lion. That's a protected species. Isn't that illegal? In Africa, some countries permit limited hunting, but it requires a license. Does it even matter if he has a license? One viewer questioned. How cruel. Why would anyone kill a lion? Here come the sanctimonious comments again. This is Africa, where the strong prey on the weak. Qin Yao finally snapped back to reality and rushed to her brother's side, her voice quivering. Brother, that was a lion. A protected species. Won't this cause problems? Chapter 23. What problems could there be? Qin Feng lowered the rifle and turned to his sister, a faint smile gracing his lips. Problems? What problems could there be? He gestured to the surrounding troops. If anyone has a problem, let them come and speak to them. Whether it be our government or international wildlife protection organizations. Let them come and ask. His nonchalant words, laced with an underlying authority, sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Qin Feng continued speaking to his sister. You should experience this for yourself. Remember, in this grassland, any living creature that is not of our kind can become a target. Any living creature that is not of our kind? Qin Yao repeated this phrase, suddenly struck by a thought. She pointed towards a group of local ODBO in the distance, who were gazing at them in terror, evidently startled by the earlier gunfire and the military presence. Are they considered living beings? Qin Yao posed this piercing question. Qin Feng cast a glance at the ODBO, his expression indifferent. ODBO? In my eyes, they are not human. This statement was broadcasted live, instantly igniting a storm of controversy. What did he say? ODBO are not human? While it was true that certain individuals in Black Continent were indeed lacking in humanity, to declare it outright was undeniably politically incorrect. Yet, he spoke a harsh truth. In such places, human life was indeed undervalued. Was this the mindset of the strong? Did it render Qin Feng somewhat cold-blooded? Qin Feng addressed the camera, his voice resolute. What I mean is, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, life forms devoid of power do not deserve to be treated as human. They merely exist. He turned to his sister, his tone grave. Yao Yao, remember this. In this realm, I am the law. What I declare can be killed, can be killed. Those I decree shall live, shall live. This is the power that strength confers. Qin Yao gazed at her brother, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement. Was this the same person who had cared for her since childhood? Who protected her and bought her sweets? Was he still the brother who would vigilantly watch over her bedside when she fell ill? He had changed. Or perhaps he had always been this way, merely lacking the opportunity to reveal it. Brother. Qin Yao was at a loss for words. Qin Feng gently ruffled her hair, his tone softening. Are you frightened? I apologize. I should not have burdened you with these thoughts. However, since you have come to Africa and wish to understand my endeavors, there are certain truths you must confront. He gestured towards the expanse of grassland. Do you find it beautiful? Majestic? Yet behind its splendor lies a brutal struggle for survival. Lions prey on antelopes. Hyenas steal from lions. Humans hunt animals and each other. This is Black Continent. This is the world. His voice was unwavering and powerful. I, Qin Feng, choose to be the hunter, not the prey. I choose to establish the rules, not to abide by them. I choose to protect those I wish to protect and eliminate those who threaten me. He handed another TAC-50 to Qin Yao. Here, give it a try. Aim for the lead bull in that herd of buffalo. Qin Yao hesitated before accepting the weapon. It was heavy, at least 20 pounds. With Instructor Lee's guidance, she positioned herself, peering through the scope at the distant buffalo herd. Remember, align your sights, steady your breath, Instructor Lee advised. Qin Yao took a deep breath and focused on the heart of the buffalo. Her hands trembled, her heart raced. Fire, Qin Feng's voice urged from behind. Qin Yao closed her eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! The tremendous recoil slammed into her shoulder, almost causing her to cry out in pain. Yet, when she opened her eyes and looked through the scope, she witnessed a shocking scene. That robust buffalo staggered and then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Did I hit it? Qin Yao could hardly believe it. Well done, Qin Feng praised. Though you were slightly off, striking the lung is still lethal. By this time, The live stream had erupted into chaos. Comments, gifts, and reactions flooded the screen. The online viewership surpassed 50 million, setting a record for the Douyin platform. Yao shot too. She killed a buffalo. The audience marveled at the terrifying prowess of the siblings, yet some couldn't help but admit it was somewhat impressive. Was this the essence of power? It seemed Qin Feng was instilling a strong mentality in his sister. For the next several hours, Qin Feng guided the four girls through various hunting experiences. They used rifles to hunt antelopes, bows to take down hares, and even sniped an adult elephant from a kilometer away with an anti-material rifle, sparking yet another debate about animal conservation. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. Whenever questioned, he simply stated, "In Black Continent, strength is the law. I possess strength, thus, I am the law." As the hunting progressed, the camp became filled with game. Soldiers began processing the animals, skinning, butchering, and curing some for tonight's dinner, while others would be taken back to base. As the sun set, Qin Feng ordered a halt to the hunting. The group gathered around a campfire, roasting the day's catch. Golden fat dripped onto the coals, hissing and releasing an intoxicating aroma. Qin Yao initiated a live stream, sharing her feelings from the day with her fans. Her face reflected excitement, fatigue, but more importantly, a complex array of emotions. "Today was extraordinary," she expressed to the camera. "I witnessed the most authentic side of Black Continent and the truest version of my brother. To be honest, I felt a bit frightened, but more so, I was astounded. This world is far more brutal and direct than I had imagined. Here, there are not so many rules or reservations, only the most primal competition for survival." She glanced at Qin Feng, who was roasting a piece of lion meat. Yes, they were to feast on lion tonight, a suggestion from Qin Feng himself, who wished to savor the taste of the king of the grasslands. "Brother," Qin Yao suddenly asked, "are you happy?" Qin Feng paused, then smiled. "Happy? That's an intriguing question. 2 years ago, when I first arrived in Africa, I struggled daily for survival. And I certainly was not happy then. But now," he surveyed the grassland, his army, and his sister. "Now, I possess the power to protect myself and my family. I can provide a good life for them. I can pursue what I desire. Is that happiness?" He did not answer directly, but the implication was clear. During dinner, Qin Feng cut a piece of roasted lion meat and offered it to his sister. "Try this. It's from the lion we caught today. In Africa, consuming what you have hunted is the greatest respect one can pay to the prey." Qin Yao hesitated before accepting the meat, taking a small bite. The texture was somewhat coarse, a peculiar flavor, imbued with a wild essence. "How is it?" Qin Feng inquired. "It's a bit strange," Qin Yao replied honestly, "but not unpleasant." Qin Feng chuckled. "You'll grow accustomed to it. In this world, many things seem odd at first, but you'll adapt." After dinner, Qin Feng arranged for everyone to rest. The soldiers erected designated rest tents, fully equipped with amenities, including simple shower facilities. Qin Yao lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The day's experiences replayed in her mind like a film. The 3,000-strong army, armed helicopters, sniping lions, and her brother's words. She checked her phone, anticipating the online discussions. Unsurprisingly, she and her brother were trending again. But this time the controversy was even more intense. Some admired Qin Feng's dominance. Others condemned his cruelty, while some analyzed his strength and speculated about his background. In the days that followed, Qin Yao's demeanor was indeed somewhat amiss. She would sit on the terrace of the manor, staring vacantly at the distant grassland for hours on end. During meals, she often appeared distracted, occasionally dropping her chopsticks, her gaze vacant as she stared into the distance. At night, the manor staff reported hearing noises from her room on several occasions, as if she was waking and unable to return to sleep. Qin Feng observed all of this. He understood that what transpired that day on the grassland, the raw display of power, the near indifference to life, the declaration of "I am the law," was an overwhelming impact for a typical 19-year-old girl. Yet, Qin Feng did not comfort his sister nor offer explanations. Some things needed to be digested and understood on one's own. Just as a fledgling must learn to fly by being pushed from the nest, and a young lion must learn to hunt by confronting bloodshed. He merely ensured that when Qin Yao was lost in thought, a cup of hot tea was brought to her. When her appetite waned, he had the kitchen prepare dishes reminiscent of their homeland, and when she found sleep elusive, he arranged for soothing aromatherapy to be lit in her room. In addition, he afforded his sister ample space and time. This silent care did not escape Qin Yao's notice. She was aware that her brother was watching over her, that he bore no anger or disappointment due to her struggles to adapt. This understanding alone served as a comfort. On the fourth morning, Qin Yao arose early, as was her custom, preparing to have breakfast. Upon reaching the threshold of the dining room, She abruptly halted her steps. Inside, Qin Feng was personally arranging the tableware, his movements clumsy yet earnest. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden halo around him. This scene transported Qin Yao back to her childhood. At that time, their parents were preoccupied with their convenience store, often leaving before dawn and returning late at night. It was her brother Qin Feng who took care of her and their elder brother Qin Yao. Each morning, he would prepare breakfast with the same clumsy earnestness, often burning the congee or overcooking the eggs. Once, in frustration over the inedible meal, she had smashed her bowl on the floor. Yet, her brother had not been angry. He quietly cleaned up the shards and prepared another meal. That evening, she noticed several minor cuts on his hands, injuries sustained while tidying up the broken pieces. "Brother," Qin Yao called softly. Qin Feng looked up and smiled gently. "Awake? Come have breakfast. Today, we have freshly made soy milk and youtiao. I had the kitchen prepare it specially." Qin Yao entered the dining room and sat across from her brother. The soy milk was freshly ground, and the youtiao was just fried, filling the air with an enticing aroma. She took a bite of the youtiao, its crispy exterior yielding to a tender inside. The taste was reminiscent of her memories. "Is it delicious?" Qin Feng inquired. Qin Yao nodded, her eyes glistening with emotion. "It's as good as what you made when we were kids." Qin Feng chuckled. "It wasn't nearly this good back then. I often burnt things. But I liked it." Qin Yao replied softly, "Because it was made by you." The siblings quietly finished their breakfast. After the meal, Qin Yao suddenly said, "Brother, I want to see the grasslands again." Qin Feng looked at her. "Have you come to a realization?" "Not entirely," Qin Yao admitted honestly, "but I think I understand. This world has both beauty and cruelty, rules and those who break them. You chose to be a rule maker. That was your choice. As for me, I have yet to determine what kind of person I wish to be." She paused, then continued, "But I will no longer be afraid, because you are my brother. Whether you are an ordinary man or a ruler in Black Africa, you are still the one who makes me breakfast, protects me, and loves me." Qin Feng felt a warmth in his eyes. He reached out to gently pat his sister's head, "Knowing you think this way reassures me." However, Qin Yao's expression suddenly grew serious. "Can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" "No matter how powerful you become, or how strong your rules are, do not turn into a bad person." Qin Yao looked intently into her brother's eyes. "Do not bully the weak. Do not indiscriminately take lives. And do not forget who you are." Qin Feng fell silent. He gazed into his sister's clear eyes and saw the pure expectation and trust within them. In that moment, he realized that everything he had built was not only to protect his family, but also to honor this trust. "I promise you," Qin Feng said solemnly, "I will use this power for the right purposes, to protect those who need protection. I will not become a monster." Qin Yao smiled, her smile radiant as the sun. "That's good. I believe in you, brother." From that day forth, Qin Yao's state of mind returned to normal. She resumed her live broadcasts, showcasing the scenery of Africa, introducing local culture, and sharing her life on the estate. Yet, she no longer mentioned hunting or displayed the military. Nevertheless, discussions online did not cease. Speculation about Qin Feng and the Huanyu group intensified, with various analytical articles emerging. Some unearthed Qin Feng's upbringing in China, an ordinary family, an average university, before he suddenly ventured to Africa 2 years prior and swiftly rose to prominence. This narrative of a grassroots success story added a legendary hue to Qin Feng's tale. Many young people regarded him as an idol, fantasizing about establishing their own kingdoms somewhere. Qin Feng observed all this, but remained indifferent. He had more pressing matters to attend to. That afternoon, while reviewing the progress report of the Asteroid Belt project in his study, Qin Feng's phone rang. It was a video call request from his younger brother, Qin Yao. Upon connecting, Qin Feng was greeted by his brother's cheerful face. "Brother, you are so impressive now," Qin Yao exclaimed, launching into exaggerated flattery. "The internet in China is buzzing with discussions about you and Yao Yao. My classmates and friends are asking if that big shot in Africa is my brother. I'm practically a campus celebrity." Qin Feng chuckled at his brother's hyperbole. "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Absolutely." Qin Yao nodded vigorously. "Look at this trending list. 3 of the top 10 are about you. And this forum has a dedicated section analyzing your strength. Some say you're the illegitimate child of a prominent family. Others claim you've acquired some mysterious inheritance, and some even say you're an alien." Qin Feng found it amusing yet absurd. What nonsense. "But brother," Qin Yang's expression suddenly turned serious. "Are you really as formidable as they say online? Those armored vehicles, armed helicopters, and private military, are they real?" "They are indeed real," Qin Feng admitted, though some details had been exaggerated. "My goodness," Qin Yang gasped. "Does that mean I'm the brother of a big shot in Africa now? Can I strut around Hengdian?" "What Hengdian?" Qin Feng frowned. Oh, nothing. Qin Yang quickly shifted the topic. When are you coming back? Mom and Dad miss you. Soon. Once I sort things out here, Qin Feng replied. By the way, how's your job search going? Mentioning work caused Qin Yang's expression to drop. Don't even mention it. I've sent out dozens of resumes and interviewed at over 10 places. Either the salary is too low or the demands are too high. I finally got an offer. But it's $8,000 a month, requires 996, and demands frequent overtime. When I calculate it, after rent, food, and transportation, there is hardly anything left. He sighed. Brother, why is it so hard for us ordinary university graduates to find work? Those big companies either want graduates from 985 or 211 schools, or they require a master's degree. For us regular undergraduates, we barely get any interview opportunities. Qin Feng understood his brother's frustration. He had faced similar challenges upon graduation, despairing over endless applications and interviews. Had it not been for the system, he might also be struggling at some small company, worrying about rent and credit card bills each month. If you can't find something suitable, then don't look, Qin Feng advised. Qin Yang was taken aback. Huh? Not looking for a job anymore. What will I do? Just rely on you? Not to that extent, Qin Feng chuckled. With me as your brother, do you really need to work for someone else? Qin Yang's eyes brightened. Brother, do you mean? I mean, you can pursue what you truly want to do, Qin Feng said. If you want to start a company, then start one. If you wish to invest, then invest. If you want to learn something, then learn it. Money is not an issue, nor are resources. As long as you have ideas and determination, I will support you. Qin Yang was taken aback by this declaration. He opened his mouth, but struggled to find words. What is the matter? No ideas? Qin Feng asked. Not that. Qin Yang scratched his head. Brother, you are being too indulgent with me, aren't you? You know I'm not particularly ambitious or capable. I just coasted through university, and aside from being good at gaming, I don't excel at much else. If you let me do my own thing, I fear I might not succeed at anything. If you fail, you learn. If you falter, you try again, Qin Feng encouraged. No one is born knowing how to do things. Besides, with me backing you up, what is there to fear? Qin Yang fell silent, gazing at his brother on the screen, suddenly realizing how much Qin Feng had changed. It is not merely the changes in appearance. Although Qin Feng indeed exudes a more mature and commanding presence, rather, it is the transformation in his gaze, the calmness, the confidence, the serene assurance that everything is under his control. These are qualities his elder brother never possessed before. Qin Yang whispered, Did you experience a lot while in Black Continent? Qin Feng did not respond directly, merely stating, Everyone undergoes certain experiences and then matures. Yang, it is time for you to grow up too. But I don't know what to do, Qin Yang lamented. I feel like I want to do everything, yet nothing at all. I envy those who succeed in starting their own businesses, those who travel the world, and even those who stay home playing video games. I am a walking contradiction. Then take your time to think, Qin Feng patiently advised. There is no rush. You can explore different places, meet various people, and engage in diverse activities. Once you discover what you truly love, then you can decide what to pursue. But how much will that cost? Qin Yang asked, somewhat embarrassed. Do not worry about money. Qin Feng replied. I will transfer you some funds shortly. It will be sufficient for a while. Just let me know when you need more. Brother. Qin Yang's voice trembled with emotion. You are so kind to me. I feel embarrassed. Stop saying such foolishness, Qin Feng chuckled. You are my brother. Who else should I treat well? But I can't always rely on you, Qin Yang protested. I'm already 23. It's time to be independent. Independence does not equate to suffering, Qin Feng clarified. It would be foolish not to utilize available resources, since you have me as your brother. Make good use of that advantage to accomplish things ordinary people cannot, to witness sights that others may never see. Wouldn't that be better? After contemplating, Qin Yang found his brother's words persuasive. Indeed, why must he start from the bottom and struggle like everyone else? If there is a shortcut, why choose the long and arduous path? Let me think, he said. Actually, I have always loved cars since childhood. I want to open a car modification shop or become a car influencer, but I feel that is too ordinary, unworthy of being the brother of a Black Continent magnate. Do what you love, regardless of how ordinary it may seem, Qin Feng encouraged. If you are passionate about cars, I can help you establish the largest car modification company in the world or even acquire a car brand for you. As long as it brings you joy. Anything is possible. Qin Yang was taken aback. Acquire a car brand? Brother, are you joking? Do I seem like I'm jesting? Qin Feng retorted. As Qin Yang scrutinized his brother's expression, he realized that Qin Feng was indeed serious. In that moment, he truly felt the magnitude of his brother's strength. It was not merely wealth, but the kind of power that could purchase an entire car brand. My goodness, Qin Yang murmured. Brother, just how affluent are you? Money is merely a number, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. What matters is that money allows you to pursue your desires and live the life you envision. Yang, what kind of life do you aspire to? This question momentarily rendered Qin Yang speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I want a life of freedom, one where I do not have to worry about finances, where I am not beholden to others' opinions, where I can engage in what I love and travel to the places I wish to visit. And I want to ensure our parents enjoy a good life, free from the burden of running that convenience store. That is quite simple, Qin Feng assured him. I can provide all of that for you. Then what should I do? Qin Yang questioned. I can't just be idle and live off you forever. That would be too dull. You can assist me, Qin Feng suddenly proposed. Assist you? What could I possibly help with? Qin Yang inquired, puzzled. Huan Yu Group also needs to develop domestically, Qin Feng explained. I can entrust you with managing our domestic operations. You will learn valuable skills and have meaningful work. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. Really? Can I handle it? Why wouldn't you be able to? Qin Feng replied. If you don't know something, you can learn. If you have questions, just ask. I will send someone to support you, but the decisions will be yours to make. Whether you succeed or fail is inconsequential. What matters is the journey. Then I will give it a try. Qin Yang exclaimed excitedly. There's no rush. Take some time to enjoy yourself before deciding, Qin Feng advised. By the way, how are our parents doing? Have they seen the news online? They have. And they were quite alarmed, Qin Yang replied. Mom is constantly anxious, fearing something might happen to you in Africa. Dad may not say it, but I know he is worried too. I explained to them that you are safe, but they refuse to believe it. Brother, you should call them and reassure them yourself. I will, Qin Feng nodded. Please inform Mom and Dad not to worry. I will return to visit them soon. Okay, Qin Yang nodded earnestly. The brothers chatted for a while longer before Qin Yang reluctantly ended the video call. Once the call was disconnected, Qin Feng promptly arranged to transfer a sum of money to Qin Yang's bank account. He did not specify the amount, only ensuring it was sufficient for his brother's needs. Moments later, Qin Yang sent a WeChat message consisting of 2 words, no way, followed by another, brother, how much did you transfer? I've been counting. And it's a staggering amount. Qin Feng replied, spend it wisely. Qin Yang responded with a flurry of emojis, concluding with, love you, my wonderful big brother. Qin Feng chuckled and replied, get lost. Qin Yang quickly replied, got it. Setting down his phone, a smile graced Qin Feng's lips, a warm sensation flooding his heart. His brother remained the same carefree, yet genuine person, not turning obsequious or distant due to his brother's newfound wealth. He was still the sibling who could be playful and stubborn. This brought Qin Feng immense comfort. In this world, some things cannot be bought with money or power, such as sincere familial love and pure trust. The very purpose of his formidable influence was to safeguard these precious bonds, to ensure his family would never have to worry about their livelihood, to grant them the freedom to choose the lives they desire, and to provide them with a safe haven amidst the tumultuous world. And now, that objective was steadily being realized. His sister had come to Africa and seen the world of her brother. Although she initially struggled to adapt, she was gradually beginning to understand. His brother had yet to find his direction, but at least he no longer needed to struggle for survival. As for their parents, once he had arranged matters in Africa, he could bring them over or return home to visit. Everything was progressing splendidly. Qin Feng opened his computer and accessed the progress report for the asteroid belt project. The construction of 12 interstellar warships was proceeding smoothly, with the main structure expected to be completed in 3 months. Training for a million-strong space force was also advancing concurrently. This power was not intended for conquest, nor for domination. It was merely to possess the authority to say no. In this world, often, one must possess sufficient strength to protect what they cherish, to refuse what they do not wish to do, and to attain true freedom. What Qin Feng sought was precisely that freedom, for himself, for his family, for all those he holds dear. He gently shut down his computer and exited his study. He intended to check on his sister and inquire what she would like for dinner. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of power, not as an elevated position, nor as cold-heartedness, but as the ability to change the world while still remembering who you are and what you fight for. For family, for love, for those simple yet invaluable moments of warmth. That is more than enough. Chapter 26. Cousin Lee see you in the spacious living room of the estate. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light on the soft carpet. Qin Yao sat comfortably on the sofa, her phone propped on the coffee table as she conducted her daily livestream. Have you all seen this vase? The exquisite craftsmanship is entirely handmade by local artisans, with intricate patterns carved by hand. Qin Yao enthusiastically showcases the crafts in the manner to her fans, her tone lively. In Huzhou, many traditional crafts remain in their primitive state, Yet it is this rawness that bestows upon them a unique aesthetic. The live stream displays an online audience of 1.28 million, and the comments scroll rapidly. Yao has now become the cultural ambassador of Huzhou. This vase is indeed beautiful. Is it for sale? By the way, when will Yao return to the country? I want to pick her up at the airport. I want to see brother Yao. Let Feng Gu show his face. Noticing the comments, Qin Yao turns to her brother Qin Feng, who is seated nearby. Brother, the fans want to see you. Qin Feng, engrossed in reviewing documents on his tablet, looks up and smiles at the camera. Hello, everyone. Just 3 simple words send the live stream into a frenzy. Hello, Feng Gu. Feng Gu is so handsome. Is Feng Gu still looking for a sister? One who has been to university and can eat. Feng Gu, don't be so strict about gender. A male sister would also be fine. Qin Feng chuckles at these comments. He sets his tablet aside and moves closer to his sister. You netizens have such charming ways of speaking. There are truly many talented individuals among you. With Qin Feng joining the live stream, the comments become even more animated. Questions flood in, ranging from inquiries about life in Africa to the business of Huanyu Group, as well as the status of previous prize winners. Qin Feng selectively responds, his tone casual and relaxed, as if chatting with friends. At that moment, footsteps echo from the staircase. Li Siyu descends from the 2nd floor, appearing somewhat restless, pacing at the edge of the living room, hesitating to speak before swallowing her words. Qin Yao notices her unusual demeanor. Siyu, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Li Siyu hesitates, shaking her head. No, it's nothing. If there is something, just say it. Qin Yao beckons her over, indicating that they are all family and there is no need for formality. Slowly, Li Siyu approaches and sits on the sofa. Her eyes are slightly red and swollen, as if she has been crying. What is going on? Qin Yao asks with concern. My parents just called. Li Siyu speaks softly, her voice trembling. My cousin, she's my aunt's daughter, has encountered trouble. The livestream audience catches this exchange, and the comments suddenly slow down, everyone eager to learn more. Your cousin? ISN Tixian College. Qin Yao recalls Li Siyu mentioning her cousin is a 3rd-year student at Wuxi, excelling academically. Yes, 3rd year. And now that summer vacation has started, Li Siyu's voice drops further. She and a few classmates went to look for summer jobs. But they were deceived and ended up in northern Myanmar. Northern Myanmar. Qin Yao exclaims, the place known for telecom fraud? Li Siyu nods, tears beginning to fall. My aunt's family received news today saying my cousin is in their hands, and they are demanding a ransom of 500,000. If it's not paid, then she cannot continue, covering her face as she begins to cry. The comments in the live stream explode. What the hell? Northern Myanmar telecom fraud. It's over. Such a beautiful girl has fallen into that kind of place. The ransom shouldn't be paid. Even if it is, they may not release her. Have they called the police? They should call the police. If calling the police worked, Northern Myanmar would have disappeared long ago. Siyu, don't cry. Let us think of a way. Qin Yao quickly comforts Li Siyu while looking at her brother. Qin Feng's expression has turned serious, signaling for Li Siyu to continue. Li Siyu, sniffling, pulls out her phone and shows a picture. It depicts a bright smile from a girl with long hair, delicate features, exuding vitality. The background is a university campus, and she wears a graduation gown, likely captured during an event. This is my cousin, Lin Xiaoyu. Li Siyu hands her phone to Qin Yao. She is an excellent student, originally preparing for graduate school. How could this happen? Qin Yao takes the phone, and Qin Feng leans in for a closer look. The girl is indeed stunning, with shining eyes that reflect hope and aspirations for the future. Has your aunt's family reported this to the police? Qin Feng inquires. They have, but the police said it's a cross-border case and very complicated, requiring time. Li Siyu wipes her tears. Even if they were to take action, it has to go through diplomatic channels, with layers of approvals. We don't know how long it will take. My aunt is almost going crazy. The comments in the live stream begin to discuss. In situations like this, the police really have a hard time. That place in northern Myanmar, it's a lawless area. Even if the police go, it's useless. The only option is to pay the ransom, though the hope is slim. Even if paid, they may not release her and could continue to extort. Such a beautiful girl. In that kind of place, I can't even imagine. Li Siyu gazes at the comments, tears welling up again. My parents told me to be safe in Africa, saying they can't do anything about my cousin's situation. But she is my cousin. As she speaks, her eyes involuntarily glance towards Qin Feng before quickly shifting away. Her hesitation is palpable, revealing her unspoken plea for help, yet she feels shy to voice it. Qin Yao notices this as well. She turns to her brother and whispers, Brother, do you have a way? The audience in the live stream holds their breath, awaiting Qin Feng's response. After a few seconds of silence, he states, Northern Myanmar is indeed very troublesome. Li Siyu's eyes dim at this. Yet, Qin Feng's next words ignite hope within her. However, rescuing someone is not an insurmountable task. As he speaks, the live stream erupts in excitement. Feng Gu is mighty. I knew Feng Gu would have a way. But Feng Gu's influence is in Africa. Northern Myanmar is thousands of miles away. Those upstairs don't understand. True big shots have global reach. Is he just boasting? In a place like Northern Myanmar, even the country has a headache. How can an individual have a way? True, while Feng Gu is impressive in Africa, Northern Myanmar is different. Divergence appears in the comments. Some believe in Qin Feng's capabilities, asserting that since he dares to speak, he must have a solution. Others express skepticism, thinking he is merely boasting, as the distance between Africa and Southeast Asia makes it challenging to extend influence. Just then, a connection request suddenly appears on the screen. The applicant's SID is Northern Myanmar Xiaoba, and his profile picture features a young man wearing sunglasses with a cheeky expression. Qin Yao blinks in surprise. Looking at her brother, Qin Feng nods. Connect. As the connection is established, the screen divides into two halves. On the left is Qin Yao, while on the right appears a man with a shifty gaze, seeming to be in his 30s, dressed in a flamboyant shirt, adorned with a thick gold chain, and surrounded by gaudy decor in the background, including a poorly painted landscape on the wall. Hello, Miss Qin. Feng Gu. Xiaoba has long admired your name. I'm thrilled to finally connect. Qin Feng furrows his brow slightly. Who are you? Me? I'm Northern Myanmar Xiaoba. Xiaoba puffs his chest proudly, claiming to have some fame while making a living in Northern Myanmar. I was just watching your live stream and heard you want to rescue someone? What is it to you? Qin Feng's tone remains flat. Hee, Xiaoba chuckles, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Feng Gu, I admit you're impressive in Africa. Those armored vehicles and helicopters I've seen are indeed intimidating. But, he pauses, raising his voice, this is Northern Myanmar, not Africa. Here, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. Even the ox demon king must plow 2 acres of land. His words are exceedingly arrogant, igniting anger among the live stream audience. Who is this guy? So cocky. A telecom fraudster from Northern Myanmar. How brazen. Feng Gu, put him in his place. Show him what a true big shot is. Yet, Qin Feng appears unbothered, instead smiling. Oh? It seems you know quite a bit about Northern Myanmar? Of course. Xiaoba brims with confidence. I've been here for 5 years. I've seen it all. About that girl, Lin Xiaoyu, right? Let me tell you. Very few people who fall into Northern Myanmar make it back intact, especially young and beautiful ones. He licks his lips, revealing a lewd grin. She may already be. Shut your mouth. Li Siyu cries out, tears streaming down her face. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. He turned to Qin Weidong, who stood nearby, and said, Weidong, investigate this individual. Understood. Qin Weidong immediately produced a tablet, his fingers flying across the screen. Little 8, witnessing this, laughed more boisterously. Investigate me? Huh. Go ahead. I am Wu Tian. I want to change my name or my surname. What can you do to me? I'm in Northern Myanmar. Can you fly over and arrest me? He raised his middle finger to the camera. Let me tell you, I have hundreds of brothers here, armed to the teeth. Can your armored vehicles and helicopters reach here? Qin Feng ignored his provocations, simply waiting in silence. A minute later, Qin Weidong handed the tablet over, displaying detailed information. Qin Feng glanced at it and began to read aloud to the camera. Wu Tian, alias Little 8, age 32, hailing from Yang, Hunan province. He illegally crossed into Northern Myanmar in 2018 and joined a telecommunications fraud group under the United Wa State Army. His main responsibility is to entice young people from the mainland to Northern Myanmar via live streaming and social media, having successfully lured 138 individuals to date. With each statement, Little 8's complexion grew increasingly grim. Of these, 92 are male and 46 are female. Most of the males are coerced into telecom fraud, while Qin Feng paused momentarily, his gaze icy. 23 females have been sold into entertainment venues, 18 forced to participate in fraud, and 5 confirmed deceased. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. My heavens. 138 people. 23 girls sold to such places? 5 dead. This scum deserves to go to hell. Call the police. We must report this. Little 8's face turned ashen, yet he feigned bravado. What nonsense are you spouting? This is all slander. I'm just an ordinary streamer. Is that so? Qin Feng continued. Your bank account in the mainland has received a total of 12 million yuan in remittances from Northern Myanmar over the past 3 years. You own 2 apartments in Changsha and a Porsche Cayenne, all purchased with that money. He raised his head, looking at the panicked Little 8 on the screen. Shall I read out your bank statements and property information as well? Little 8 was utterly flustered. Yet he quickly regained his composure and snarled. Even if all this is true, what can you do to me? I'm in northern Myanmar. This is a lawless zone. You Dragon Kingdom police can't touch me. What can you, a person in Black Continent, do to me? He grew increasingly arrogant. Let me tell you, I not only have people in northern Myanmar, but I also have connections in the mainland. If you dare to touch me, be wary of your family, especially your beautiful sister. His gaze turned lecherous as he fixated on Qin Yao, such a lovely girl, if she falls into northern Myanmar. All right, enough, Qin Feng interrupted him. His voice calm, but carrying an underlying chill that made even little 8 shiver. Slowly, he stood up and walked to the camera. His eyes held no anger or excitement, only a chilling calm that was disconcerting. You are correct, northern Myanmar is indeed a troublesome place. Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet each word was crystal clear. But trouble does not imply that there is no solution. He turned to Qin Weidong and said, Weidong, make arrangements. Yes, Commander. Qin Weidong stood at attention. Qin Feng looked back at the screen, addressing the now sweating little 8. Didn't you say that I can't do anything to you? Let us see if that holds true. He paused, emphasizing each word. I despise 2 things above all. First, threats to my family. Second, the harm of innocent people. You, my friend, embody both. Little 8 forced a smile. What do you want? To send a plane over? Don't make me laugh. It's thousands of kilometers from Africa to northern Myanmar. Can your planes make it here? Even if they did. The airspace over northern Myanmar is not something you can just enter. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Shall we make a wager? Bet on whether you'll still be here boasting in 24 hours. I'll take that bet. I'm not afraid of you. Little 8 retorted defiantly. Qin Feng disregarded him. Turning to Li Siyu, please provide me with your cousin's information. Li Siyu promptly handed over her phone, which displayed a photo of Lin Xiaoyu, along with her ID number and contact information. Qin Feng relayed this information to Qin Weidong. This girl must be brought back alive and unharmed. If not, he left the sentence hanging, but everyone understood his implication. Understood. Qin Weidong saluted and quickly departed. Qin Feng then turned his attention back to little 8 on the screen. As for you, I intend to capture you alive. I want to meet you personally. Yes. Listening to this exchange, little 8 began to feel uneasy. Yet he still did not believe that Qin Feng could reach northern Myanmar, forcing a smile as he said, You're quite the performer. I'll be right here waiting. Let us see what you can do. Chapter 28. The Operation. Qin Feng looked at him and suddenly smiled. The smile was gentle, but little 8 felt a chill rise from his feet. I look forward to our meeting, Qin Feng said, gesturing to Qin Yao to disconnect the call. Qin Yao quickly cut off the connection with little 8. The screen returned to normal, but the atmosphere in the live stream had completely shifted. The comments flew by. Is Feng serious? Sending people to northern Myanmar from Black Continent? Is that even possible? If it's true, that's incredible. But how will they get there? Thousands of kilometers. And the armed forces in northern Myanmar are so complex. Feng isn't thinking of using a private army. Is he? That would be an international incident. Qin Feng offered no explanations, simply telling Qin Yao, let us conclude here for today. Qin Yao nodded and addressed the camera. All right, everyone, we'll stop here for today. I'll keep you updated with any news. She ended the live stream. The living room fell silent. Only the sound of Li Siyu's quiet sobs could be heard. Qin Yao moved to Li Siyu's side, embracing her shoulder. Don't worry. Since my brother says he can do it, he will definitely accomplish it. But, Li Siyu raised her head, her eyes swollen. It's so far to northern Myanmar, and it's so dangerous. Trust my brother, Qin Yao said firmly. At that moment, Qin Feng's phone rang. He answered it. It was Qin Weidong calling. Commander, arrangements have been made. Qin Weidong's voice came through the receiver. 108 Special Forces, led by the Falcon team, are fully equipped and ready to take off in 2 Qin Feng transport aircraft. The escort fleet includes 12 modified F-22 fighter jets and 4 modified Apache attack helicopters. All aircraft are powered by nuclear fusion, with unlimited range, and are expected to arrive over northern Myanmar in 6 hours. What is the action plan? Qin Feng inquired. The transport planes will drop the special forces in the mountainous region of northern Myanmar, then remain on standby in the air. The fighter jets will provide air cover, and the bombers will be ready to deploy precision-guided bombs for fire support if needed, Qin Weidong reported. We have locked onto Little 8's position via satellite and are monitoring it in real time. We also retrieved surveillance footage of Lin Xiaoyu's last known location. According to data analysis, there is an 87% probability that she is being held in a telecommunications fraud zone at the Wa border. Find her and bring her back, Qin Feng commanded. As for that zone, eliminate it. Understood. Qin Weidong paused. Commander, this operation may attract international attention. Let them pay attention, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. It's a good opportunity for some to realize that the influence of Huan Yu Group extends beyond Black Continent. Yes, the call ended. Qin Feng turned to Li Siyu. In 6 hours, the special forces will arrive in northern Myanmar. Within 24 hours, we will have news. Li Siyu stared at Qin Feng in a daze. Unable to speak for a long time. She knew Qin Feng was formidable, but she had not anticipated his power to such an extent. With a single statement, he could mobilize special forces to traverse thousands of kilometers to rescue someone. This was beyond mere wealth and influence. It was akin to wielding national-level military power. Qin Feng go, Li Siyu's voice trembled. Thank you, truly, thank you. No need for thanks, Qin Feng replied. You are my sister's friend, which means you are like my sister. When my sister is in trouble, of course, I must take care of it. He paused for a moment and added, moreover, the fraud syndicates in northern Myanmar certainly need to be eradicated. As Qin Yao listened to her brother's words, a surge of complex emotions welled up within her. She felt joy at the prospect of her cousin's potential rescue, yet unease at the almost tyrannical power her brother exhibited. The ability to determine the fate of an armed group with a mere statement was profoundly terrifying. If misused, Qin Yao murmured, could there be consequences? Consequences? Qin Feng chuckled. What consequences could there be? Those forces in northern Myanmar are already deemed illegal on the international stage. If I take action against them, I should be met with gratitude. Yet, Qin Yao still wished to voice her concerns. Qin Feng interrupted her. Yao, you must understand. In this world, some matters cannot be resolved through law and diplomacy. The issue of fraud in northern Myanmar has persisted for many years, destroying countless families and harming many individuals. If conventional methods were effective, it would have been resolved long ago. He walked to the window, gazing out at the vast grasslands of Black Continent. At times, addressing issues requires unconventional means. I possess this capability, and I shall act upon it. It is that simple. Qin Yao fell silent. She recognized the validity of her brother's reasoning, yet the prospect of employing force so directly, disregarding borders and legalities, remained difficult for her to fully accept. Li Siyu, however, was unfazed by such matters. Her sole concern was whether her cousin could be rescued. Can your special forces safely extract my cousin, Qin Feng? Will there be any danger? Rest assured, Qin Feng replied confidently. The forces I have dispatched are the most elite special units in the world. Not only can they navigate a fraud enclave, but they could also infiltrate a regular military base with ease. While this statement might sound exaggerated, Qin Feng spoke the truth. These special forces were indeed the most advanced bioengineered soldiers, each capable of hand-to-hand combat that could defeat a Terminator T-1000, proficient in various weaponry and tactics, entirely loyal, and unafraid of sacrifice. Such a force, placed anywhere on Earth, would represent a significant tactical advantage. Now, you both should rest, Qin Feng instructed. I will inform you as soon as there are updates. Qin Yao took Li Siyu upstairs, leaving Qin Feng alone in the living room. He approached his desk, opened his computer, and pulled up a satellite map. On the map, 2 green dots were moving eastward from Central Africa, representing the transport aircraft's position. Following them were several small red dots, indicating escorting fighter jets and bombers. This aerial formation was flying at 3 Mach, at an altitude of 30,000 feet, completely evading radar detection from various nations. Even if a radar were to inadvertently capture them, it would likely misinterpret them as meteors or errors, as such speed and height exceeded the performance limits of most aircraft currently operational on Earth. Qin Feng gazed at the map, his eyes deep with contemplation. This operation was not merely about rescuing one individual or punishing an arrogant fraudster. It was a demonstration, an opportunity to showcase the might of the Universe Group to the world. He aimed to convey to certain individuals that his influence extended beyond the Black Continent, and that his power could reach any corner of the globe. He wanted those who threatened his family to carefully consider the consequences. Northern Myanmar, Qin Feng muttered to himself. It begins with you. He closed his computer, walked to the wine cabinet, poured a glass of amber liquid that swirled in the vessel, reflecting the setting sun outside. 6 hours later, Northern Myanmar would welcome a group of uninvited guests. And that individual known as Little 8 would soon discover the true nature of the entity he had provoked today. Raising his glass towards the east, Qin Feng gently clinked it. Wishing you a successful mission. He drank it down in one go. This is power. Absolute power. It can save lives or bring destruction. It can establish order or dismantle rules. Chapter 29. The capture of Little 8 in the Black Continent, at the Universe Group's command center. A massive holographic projection screen displayed real-time monitoring of the vast area from the Black Continent to Southeast Asia. Several bright points raced across the map, moving eastward from the heart of the Black Continent, crossing the Indian Ocean, and heading directly towards northern Myanmar. Qin Feng sat in the command chair, surrounded by numerous split screens displaying satellite images, flight data, and vital signs of the team members. Qin Weidong stood behind him, ready to execute commands at any moment. Commander, the formation has entered Myanmar's airspace at an altitude of 35,000 feet and a speed of 3 Mach, an operator reported. The Myanmar radar system has detected no anomalies. Excellent, Qin Feng nodded. Proceed as planned. On the screen, the green dots representing 2 Qin Feng transport aircraft began to decelerate and lower their altitude. They dove from 30,000 feet, opening their cargo doors when they were 5,000 feet above the ground. Hawk team, prepare for airdrop. A calm voice came through the communication channel. Authorize the airdrop, Qin Feng commanded. In the next moment, 108 black dots leaped from the transport aircraft, tracing graceful arcs in the night sky. They utilized the most advanced wingsuit flight systems, capable of gliding for dozens of kilometers and landing precisely at designated locations. 12 F-22 fighter jets circled at a higher altitude, prepared to provide aerial support. 4 modified bombers stood by at high altitude, their bomb bays filled with precision-guided munitions sufficient to level the entire Wabang region. The airdrop was successful, and all team members had landed safely. The communication channel reported. Assembling. Qin Feng observed the green dots on the screen, dispersing and then swiftly regrouping, a satisfied expression forming on his face. The efficiency and professionalism of these bioengineered special forces far surpassed any conventional unit on Earth. Proceed with the operation in 3 teams, Qin Feng ordered. Team A apprehends target Wu Tian, Team B rescues target Lin Xiaoyu, and Team C is responsible for neutralizing the main forces of the Wabang United Army. The operation commences. Understood. In northern Myanmar, a small town, Wu Tian, also known as Little 8 from the livestream, lay sprawled on a rickety bed, flanked by 2 scantily clad young girls. The room was thick with the odor of smoke, alcohol, and an indescribable scent. Damn it, Wu Tian exhaled a puff of smoke. Cursing, that Qin Feng, acting all high and mighty, and here I am waiting for him for 24 hours. Let's see what he can do. Yet, despite his bravado, his hands trembled slightly. Earlier in the livestream, Qin Feng's cold gaze had left a profound impression on him. That expression did not seem like mere bluster. "Eight, brother. Don't think too much about it." One girl nestled closer, her voice soft. "In northern Myanmar, nobody can do anything. You have the Wabang United Army backing you. So what is there to fear?" "Exactly," the other girl chimed in. "Besides, the Black Continent is thousands of kilometers away. Those armored vehicles and helicopters can't even make it here." Encouraged by the girls, Wu Tian felt a bit more at ease. Indeed, what kind of place was northern Myanmar? A no-man's land. Warlords ruled, armed factions thrived, and even the Myanmar government forces could do little here. What could a person from the Dragon Kingdom in the Black Continent possibly achieve? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had shown weakness during the live stream, which was quite embarrassing. He should have held his ground in front of millions of viewers. Perhaps he could have even gained more followers. Damn it. Next time I live stream, I must be more assertive, he resolved. Just as he suddenly heard several faint thuds from outside. The sounds were subtle, reminiscent of something falling to the ground, or perhaps the muffled sound of a silenced gunshot. What was that? Wu Tian sat up, alert. Probably just a mouse, one girl dismissed. No, Wu Tian, having navigated northern Myanmar for years, possessed an instinctual awareness of danger. He swiftly retrieved a handgun from beneath his pillow, leapt off the bed, and moved to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen. Silence enveloped the outside. Too quiet. Unnaturally quiet. At this hour, his subordinates should still be downstairs playing cards and drinking. How could it be so still? Wu Tian's heart began to race. Slowly, he turned the doorknob, cracking the door open just a sliver to peer outside. The corridor lay empty. Under the dim light, shadows flickered ominously on the ground. Wait, shadows. Wu Tian focused intently, a chill coursing through him as he realized those were his subordinates. 3 bodies lay contorted in the corridor, their necks twisted at unnatural angles. Evidently broken. Damn it. Wu Tian gasped, slamming the door shut and fumbling to lock it. But it was too late. Bang. The heavy wooden door was kicked open, dislodged from its frame, crashing to the floor. Amidst the rising dust, 3 figures surged in like phantoms. Wu Tian barely registered their appearance before a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen. Someone had kicked him. The force was astonishing. He felt as though a vehicle had struck him, sending him sprawling over 3 meters before he collided with the wall and crumpled to the ground. Gasping, he curled into a ball, retching painfully, his insides twisted in agony. Struggling to breathe, 2 girls screamed but were quickly silenced, their mouths covered before they were knocked unconscious. Wu Tian managed to lift his head slightly, through his blurred vision. He discerned 3 figures clad in black tactical gear, their faces obscured by full helmets. Their equipment was impeccably advanced, firearms in hand, their bodies entirely wrapped in fabric. Save for their eyes, which glowed an eerie blue. "Who are you?" Wu Tian croaked. "I have money, please don't kill me." One of the commandos approached, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Another produced a tablet, displaying Wu Tian's photograph and information. Target confirmed, Wu Tian, alias Xiaoba, in tone of voice. Cold and electronic. Are you from Qin Feng?" Wu Tian finally grasped the situation, terror flooding his eyes. Impossible. How could this happen so swiftly? "Take him away," commanded the lead operative. Wu Tian attempted to resist, but another punch to his abdomen silenced him, rendering him incapable of even a whimper. Dragged out like a lifeless dog. As he was pulled through the corridor, he glimpsed his 6 subordinates sprawled on the ground, their deaths bizarre, each struck down instantly, without a chance to retaliate. Who are these people? Special forces? But what kind of elite unit possesses such prowess? Wu Tian was thrust into a black van, which silently sped into the night. The entire ordeal unfolded in under 3 minutes, clean and efficient, without arousing any suspicion. Chapter 30. The rescue of Lin Xiaoyu. At the same time, on the northern border of Myanmar, within a cyber fraud compound. This facility sprawled over approximately 5 hectares, surrounded by high walls and electric fences, with watchtowers equipped with heavy machine guns. Within the compound, several buildings served various purposes, some as dormitories, others as offices, essentially functioning as centers for telecommunications fraud. Late at night, most lights within the compound remained on. Those coerced into the scam operations continued their work, deceiving compatriots through phone calls and online schemes. Failure to meet quotas resulted in brutal beatings, electric shocks, and confinement in water cells as punishment. Yet, in the deepest recess of the compound, a more sinister act was unfolding. In a room on the 3rd floor, Lin Xiaoyu lay bound to a bed, her mouth gagged with cloth, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Her body bore numerous bruises and wounds, some fresh, others beginning to scab. 3 men stood at her bedside, conversing in Burmese, occasionally erupting in lewd laughter. Chattering away in their native tongue, Lin Xiaoyu could only surmise the nature of their conversation. She had become numb, transitioning from initial fear, struggle, and pleas for mercy to utter despair and apathy in just 3 days. 3 days prior, she and a few classmates had been lured here under the pretense of high-paying customer service jobs. Upon arrival, their phones and identification were confiscated, and they were imprisoned within this compound. The males were forced into fraudulent activities, while the fate of the females was far more tragic. She had witnessed a girl who resisted being beaten to death, her lifeless body dragged away, the location of her disposal unknown. Since then, Lin Xiaoyu had abandoned any thought of resistance. "What is that noise outside?" one man suddenly asked. "Gunfire?" Another replied, straining to listen. Indeed, gunfire erupted in rapid succession but ceased abruptly. "Probably just another compound dealing with disobedient pigs," a third man remarked nonchalantly. "Let us go check it out." The 3 donned their uniforms, grabbed an AK-47 propped against the wall, and exited the room, cursing as they left. The room was left with only Lin Xiaoyu, her eyes still open yet devoid of life, resembling a soulless shell. Suddenly, muffled thuds echoed from outside, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, but she offered no further reaction. She had lost interest in any sound. The door creaked open, and 2 shadows slipped inside. They wore the same black tactical uniforms as those who had captured Wu Tian, moving with agility and precision. One swiftly surveyed the room, while the other approached the bed. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu's condition, his brow furrowed beneath his helmet. "Target located, condition critical," he reported via communicator. "Identity confirmed." The operative produced a handheld scanner, scanning Lin Xiaoyu's face. "Biometric match, confirmed as Lin Xiaoyu. Take her away, ensure her safety." "Copy that." The operative carefully untied Lin Xiaoyu, removed the cloth from her mouth, and dressed her in clothing. Lin Xiaoyu remained unresponsive, akin to a puppet. "Lin Xiaoyu, we are here to rescue you." The operative spoke softly, striving to convey warmth. "You are safe now. We will take you away from here." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes finally focused, gazing at the speaker with a mixture of confusion, suspicion, and a flicker of hope. "Rescue me?" Her voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. "Yes, your cousin Li Siyu entrusted us with your rescue," the operative explained. "Can you stand?" Lin Xiaoyu attempted to move, but pain radiated throughout her body, rendering her immobile. Without further inquiry, the operative gently wrapped her in a blanket and lifted her carefully. avoiding her injuries. The second operative had already cleared the passage, and together they hastily exited the room. In the corridor, several bodies lay sprawled in disarray. All guards from the compound. They had perished swiftly. Many hadn't even drawn their firearms. Downstairs, the battle had concluded. Over 50 armed guards within the compound had been eliminated, with not a single survivor. Those imprisoned remained terrified, hiding in their rooms, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The special forces paid them no mind. Their sole mission was to rescue Lin Xiaoyu. As for the imprisoned individuals, if fortune favored them, they might escape amidst the ensuing turmoil. If not, they would have to leave their fates to chance. The commando carrying Lin Xiaoyu swiftly retreated from the compound, reuniting with his comrades outside. An armored vehicle awaited at the roadside. Target secured, extraction in progress, the team leader reported. Copy that. Proceed to Group C rendezvous point. The headquarters of the United Wa State Army was situated in a small town within the mountainous region of northern Myanmar. This area served as the core of the United Wa State Army, housing over 2,000 armed personnel, equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy artillery. In northern Myanmar, they constituted a formidable force. Late at night, the headquarters remained brightly lit. In the command center, several high-ranking officers were discussing recent operations. Supplies have become scarce. The Dragon Country has tightened its regulations. Then let us consider sourcing from the Thai region, or perhaps we could venture into organ trafficking. It's a quick way to generate income. Just as they spoke, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from outside. What is happening? An officer frowned. Not sure. Might be a drill, one replied. Before he could finish, the command center's windows shattered, a blinding flash and deafening explosion rendering everyone temporarily disoriented. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. But it was already too late. For strategic bombers soared high above, unleashing the first wave of bombs. These are not ordinary bombs, but specialized ground-penetrating and thermobaric munitions. The initial strike obliterated critical facilities such as command centers, communication stations, and ammunition depots. The overpressure shockwave generated by the thermobaric bombs swept across the entire base, causing many soldiers to perish in their sleep. The second wave targeted heavy weaponry positions, tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery that once flaunted their might in northern Myanmar were rendered as fragile as paper, reduced to heaps of scrap metal one after another under the precision-guided bombs. The entire bombardment lasted for 15 minutes. When the cacophony of explosions ceased, the headquarters of the Wa State Army had been transformed into a blazing inferno. Over 2,000 soldiers suffered casualties exceeding 80%, and the remaining ones had completely lost their will to fight. Only then did the Special Forces of Group C make their formal appearance. Dozens of figures clad in black combat uniforms emerged like phantoms amidst the ruins, wielding 191 assault rifles. The surviving soldiers attempted to resist, but all was in vain. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. The Special Forces coldly and efficiently purged every last corner of resistance. They spoke not a word, exchanged no glances, simply executing their lethal mission in silence. 20 minutes later, the gunfire came to a complete halt. The Wa State Army, a formidable armed force that had dominated northern Myanmar for years, was utterly annihilated in less than an hour. Target eliminated, reported the leader of Group C. Received, proceed to the rendezvous point. In a clearing 20 kilometers from the headquarters of the Wa State Army, 2 Qin Feng transport aircraft had already landed. Groups A and B arrived in succession, bringing Wu Tian and Lin Xiaoyu with them. Wu Tian was unceremoniously thrown onto the ground, resembling a heap of discarded refuse. Lin Xiaoyu was carefully placed in the medical chamber of the transport aircraft, where 2 medics from the Special Forces were conducting preliminary examinations and treatment. Her injuries were severe, encompassing not only external wounds, but also grave internal damage and psychological trauma. Commander, the mission is accomplished, the leaders of the 3 groups reported simultaneously. Target Wu Tian has been captured, target Lin Xiaoyu has been rescued, and the Wa State Army has been destroyed. Our side suffered 0 casualties. In the African Command Center, Qin Feng observed the images transmitted back to the screen, where Wu Tian lay like a lifeless dog on the ground, and Lin Xiaoyu received treatment in the medical chamber amidst the flames engulfing the Wa State Army's headquarters. Excellent. Qin Feng remarked with satisfaction, withdraw as planned. Yes. The transport aircraft's cabin doors closed, engines roared to life, and ascended slowly into the sky. 12 fighter jets regrouped for escort, while 4 bombers returned home after completing their mission. The entire formation vanished silently into the night sky, just as it had arrived. Chapter 31. The plight of Lin Xiaoyu. When Qin Yao awoke, she felt a slight heaviness in her head. She rolled out of bed and pushed open the balcony door. The African morning air was fresh and cool, imbued with the sense of grass and earth. The estate was already bustling with activity. In the distance, uniformed staff could be seen tending to the lawn, while further away, several helicopters awaited at the airport. "Miss, you are awake," a gentle voice called from behind. Qin Yao turned to see a young maid standing at the door, holding a tray with warm water and a towel. "Mr. Qin asked me to inform you that Miss Lin Xiaoyu has been rescued and is currently at the medical center," the maid said respectfully. "Really?" Qin Yao instantly became alert. "How is she? Can I go see her?" Mr. Qin said yes, but you must be prepared. The maid hesitated for a moment. Miss Lin's condition is not good. A wave of dread washed over Qin Yao, and without attending to her morning routine, she hurriedly changed her clothes and ran outside. In the hallway, she encountered Li Xiyu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Yu, who were equally hurried. "Yao Yao, you know too." Li Xiyu's eyes were red and swollen, clearly having had a sleepless night. "My cousin has returned. Let's go see her." Qin Yao pulled her along towards the medical center. The medical center was located on the east side of the estate, a standalone white building with a simple yet modern exterior, housing exceptionally advanced facilities within. By the time Qin Yao and her companions arrived, Qin Feng was already there, conversing with several doctors clad in white coats. "Brother," Qin Yao rushed over. "How is Sister Xiaoyu?" Qin Feng turned, his expression serious. "She has been rescued, but her condition is dire. You must brace yourselves." He gestured for the doctors to lead the way. They traversed several hallways, arriving outside a special ward. Through the glass walls, they could see the room filled with various medical equipment, where a frail girl lay on the hospital bed, connected to numerous tubes and monitors. "Is that Lin Xiaoyu?" Li Xiyu covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. The girl on the bed was nearly unrecognizable. Her face was swollen and bruised, her eyes tightly shut, lips cracked, and her exposed arms and neck were covered in contusions and scars. The most alarming sight was her condition. She was convulsing violently on the bed. Her body contorted into unnatural positions, and groans of agony escaped her throat. "What happened to her?" Lin Xiaoxiao stepped back in fright. "Withdrawal symptoms from narcotics." Qin Feng replied calmly. "Those people in northern Myanmar injected her with drugs, and now that the effects have worn off, the withdrawal symptoms have set in." "Narcotics?" Li Xiyu could barely stand. "How could they do this?" "In that place, anything can happen," Qin Feng explained. "Narcotics are a common means to control pigs. First, they make them addicted, then they can control them with drugs, instilling fear of escape or resistance." As Qin Yao gazed at Lin Xiaoyu's agonizing struggle in the ward, a surge of intense anger welled up within her. She recalled the arrogant demeanor of someone named Xiaoba during the livestream and his smug declaration that even dragons must coil when confronted with northern Myanmar. "Brother, what about that Xiaoba?" Qin Yao's voice turned cold. "He has been captured," Qin Feng replied. "Detained in the underground interrogation room. I want to see him," Qin Yao stated suddenly. Qin Feng regarded his sister with surprise. Qin Yao's expression was calm, yet her eyes held a chill he had never witnessed before. "Are you sure?" Qin Feng inquired. "Certainly," Qin Yao nodded. "I want to see what kind of person could inflict such suffering on an innocent girl." Qin Feng fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. "All right, once we finish here, I will take you." At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu in the ward suddenly let out a piercing scream, abruptly sitting up in bed, frantically tearing at the tubes and restraints binding her. Her eyes widened, yet her gaze was vacant, as if she had seen something terrifying. "Let me go! Let me go!" she screamed. "Help me! Help me!" Several medical personnel rushed in, attempting to calm her, but despite Lin Xiaoyu's surprising strength, it was no match for the bioengineered nurses. Let her resist on her own. Qin Feng instructed the doctors in the ward via his communicator. "This is a process she must endure." "But Commander, she may harm herself." A medic protested. "Then restrain her. But do not administer drugs," Qin Feng commanded. "Only by enduring this can she truly overcome her addiction." Inside the ward, the doctors complied with the instructions. Using specially designed restraints to secure Lin Xiaoyu to the bed, she continued to struggle, scream, and plead, but her voice gradually diminished, leaving only pained groans and cries. Li Xiyu was in tears, leaning against the glass wall, softly speaking to her cousin inside. "Sister Xiaoyu, you have to hold on. We are all here for you. You must endure." Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yu also wiped away their tears nearby. They were all girls of the same age, struggling to imagine what it would be like to face such horrors themselves. Qin Yao did not cry. She simply observed quietly, imprinting the scene deeply in her mind. She had witnessed many tragic stories during the live streams and heard of countless misfortunes, yet witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sensation. At that moment, she finally understood why her brother was so merciless towards those in northern Myanmar. Some individuals simply did not deserve to be called human. Brother, what about those who harmed Sister Xiaoyu? Qin Yao softly asked. They are all dead. Qin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, stating that all 56 armed guards in the compound had been eliminated, including those who had perpetrated violence against her, swiftly dispatched, which could be considered a mercy for them. But what of the others in that facility? Those who had been deceived into coming there? Those who could escape had fled. For those who could not, Qin Feng paused, leaving their fate to chance. I am not a savior. I cannot rescue everyone. Qin Yao nodded, aware that her brother spoke the truth. In such a place, rescuing Lin Xiaoyu was already a formidable feat. It was unrealistic to expect the liberation of all. Let us proceed to see Xiaoba, Qin Feng declared. He led the 4 girls away from the medical center, traversing the manor until they reached an inconspicuous building. This structure boasted no windows, only a heavy alloy door. Behind it lay a dimly lit corridor, saturated with the scent of disinfectant. They walked approximately 50 meters down the passage before arriving at another door. Beyond this door was a small room that resembled an interrogation chamber. In the center stood a metallic chair, occupied by a man, none other than Wu Tian, the notorious Xiaoba from northern Myanmar. He appeared far worse than during his live stream. His face bore bruises, his lips cracked, and one eye was swollen shut. His hands were secured to the armrests of the chair with specially designed handcuffs, and his feet were similarly bound. His attire was filthy beyond recognition. Upon hearing the door creak open, he lifted his head, and upon seeing Qin Feng, his eyes filled with terror. Boss Qin. His voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare my life. Qin Feng ignored his pleas, merely addressing the girls behind him. This is the arrogant individual from the live stream. He deceived 138 citizens of the Dragon Kingdom into northern Myanmar, of which 23 girls were sold to entertainment venues, and 5 confirmed dead. Lin Xiaoyu was the 139th. Li Xiyu glared at Wu Tian, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. It's you. You're the one who harmed my cousin. Wu Tian, seeing Li Xiyu, hastily replied, Miss, I was mistaken. I truly did not know she was your cousin. If I had known, I would not have dared. Is ignorance an excuse? Li Xiyu shouted. What about those others you deceived? What are their families? How could you be so heartless? Wu Tian lowered his gaze. Rendered speechless, Qin Yao stepped closer, scrutinizing his face. During the live stream, it had exuded arrogance and pride, as though the world lay beneath his feet. Now, it was a visage of fear and despair. Do you regret it? Qin Yao suddenly inquired. Wu Tian hesitated, then fervently nodded. Yes, I regret it. I truly regret it. I should not have done those things. You do not regret your actions, Qin Yao interrupted. You regret provoking the wrong individuals. If I did not have a brother, if he lacked this capability, would you feel remorse? You would simply continue deceiving, continue harming, and remain brazen in your live streams. Wu Tian opened his mouth. Yet no words emerged, for Qin Yao spoke the truth. He did not regret his deceitful actions, only that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Brother, how do you intend to deal with him? Qin Yao turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng regarded Wu Tian with a frigid gaze. A person like him deserves to die 100 times over, yet to kill him outright would be too lenient. Hearing the word death, Wu Tian trembled uncontrollably. Boss Qin, please spare me. I can assist you. I still have connections in northern Myanmar. Silence, Qin Feng coldly replied. Your so-called connections descended into hell last night alongside your subordinates. The Wa State United Army, over 2,000 men, should be cold by now. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng. The Wa State United Army was one of the most formidable armed forces in northern Myanmar, equipped with tanks and artillery, impervious even to the Myanmar government forces. Eradicated overnight? What manner of monster was Qin Feng? Very well, take him upstairs, Qin Feng instructed the guards. Let him bathe and change clothes. He is to appear on camera shortly. On camera? Wu Tian was perplexed. Did you not enjoy live streaming? Qin Feng smiled, though the expression sent chills down Wu Tian's spine. Let us broadcast once more, so you can bid farewell to your fans. At 10 in the morning, Qin Yao commenced her live stream punctually. The instant it began, millions flooded into the chat room, many having waited all night to learn about the situation in northern Myanmar. Hello everyone, I am Yao Yao, Qin Yao addressed the camera. I know you are all concerned about yesterday's events. Today, my brother has an old friend who would like to meet you. The comments exploded. Old friend? Who could it be? Is it the notorious Xiaoba from northern Myanmar? Did Feng Ge keep his word and actually capture him? I don't believe it. Northern Myanmar is so far away. How could it happen so quickly? I can't wait to see him eat his words. Qin Yao adjusted the camera to focus on Qin Feng, who wore a casual black outfit, exuding an air of ease and confidence. Good morning, everyone, Qin Feng greeted, smiling at the camera. As I mentioned yesterday, within 24 hours, certain individuals would receive a surprise. That surprise has arrived. With a wave of his hand, 2 fully armed guards escorted a man into view. He was dressed in clean clothing, his face washed, yet bruises and scars were still evident. Most striking was the sheer terror reflected in his eyes, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance during the live stream. Allow me to introduce Mr. Wu Tian. The familiar Xiao Ba from northern Myanmar. Qin Feng's tone was gentle, yet each word pierced Wu Tian's heart like a dagger. The camera zoomed in on Wu Tian. The viewers scrutinized him closely until someone finally recognized him. It's really Xiao Ba? My goodness. Feng Ge truly captured him. How could he manage such efficiency, from Huzhou to northern Myanmar in a single night? Just how many planes does he possess? How did Xiao Ba end up like this? He must have been beaten. Rightfully so. Such scum deserves it. Wu Tian, gazing at the camera, trembled, struggling to find his voice. The guard beside him smacked the back of his head. Speak. Wu Tian jolted, hastily addressing the camera. I am Wu Tian, the Xiao Ba of northern Myanmar. I was wrong. I should not have boasted on the internet or provoked Boss Qin. I beg for your forgiveness. His voice quivered, his speech disjointed. Utterly devoid of the swagger he had displayed the day before. The comments flooded in. Now you know fear? It's too late. Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? Claiming even the Bull Demon King would have to till 2 acres of land? With Feng Ge's power, northern Myanmar is nothing. What of those who were deceived? What about those girls? How does Feng Ge plan to deal with him? Seeing the barrage of comments, Qin Feng responded, regarding how to deal with Mr. Wu Tian. I have an idea. He paused, then continued. Mr. Wu Tian has a fondness for animals, particularly large felines and reptiles. Therefore, I intend to send him to a place where his favorite lions and crocodiles reside, so he may befriend them. Though the words were delivered with gentleness, the implications sent shivers down the spines of all who heard. A momentary silence filled the comments section before it erupted. Make friends with lions and crocodiles? How is that supposed to work? I get it, feeding them, right? Isn't that a bit too harsh? Harsh. Consider those he deceived. Think of Lin Xiaoyu. She is still in the hospital. Such filth deserves this. Feng Ge is magnificent. This is how it should be. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wu Tian collapsed to the ground, his pants soaked with fear. He crawled to Qin Feng's feet, clutching his legs. Boss Qin, please spare me. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Qin Feng, repulsed, kicked him away. Take him away. 2 guards dragged Wu Tian away like a lifeless dog. His cries gradually faded, disappearing at the corridor's end. Chapter 33. Cleaning up the fraudulent schemes. Qin Feng turned back to the camera. Well, the eyesore has vanished. I understand that some viewers may perceive my methods as excessively brutal. Yet I must assert that there exist individuals in this world who do not merit the title of human. The actions they inflict upon others are far more ghastly than death itself. Consequently, they do not deserve to be treated with mercy. His voice was calm, but the implications hidden within that tranquility sent shivers down the spines of all present. As for those who continue to perpetrate evil in northern Myanmar, I grant you 24 hours. Qin Feng continued. Within this span, release all the imprisoned citizens of Longhua and dismantle your fraudulent syndicate. Otherwise, the fate of the Hua State United Army shall be yours. The words were delivered with a nonchalance that belied the underlying threat, which every listener comprehended. The barrage of comments exploded once more. Is Brother Feng declaring war on the entire northern Myanmar scam industry? How imposing. Yet, some question the reach of Brother Feng's influence. Given the distance from Huzhou to northern Myanmar, do you not understand? Brother Feng's power is global. Just wait and watch the spectacle. Those scammers are in for a downfall. Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further and nodded at Qin Yao. Understanding his cue, Qin Yao addressed the camera. This concludes today's live broadcast. I will inform you all of any updates as soon as possible. Goodbye. She ended the stream. Silence enveloped the room instantly. Qin Yao set down her phone and exhaled deeply. Throughout the broadcast, she had maintained a facade of composure, yet anxiety had gnawed at her insides. Especially when witnessing Wu Tian being dragged away, she felt a pang of reluctance. However, thoughts of Lin Xiaoyu, suffering in the hospital, swiftly extinguished that reluctance. Brother, she whispered, are you truly going to let the lion devour him? Qin Feng regarded his sister. Do you find it too cruel? Qin Yao hesitated before nodding. It is somewhat so. Although he deserves it. Yao, Qin Feng interrupted. Remember, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards victims. If I spare him today, he may harm more individuals tomorrow. Each of those scammers in northern Myanmar has blood on their hands. They are not worthy of sympathy. He moved to the window, gazing out at the estate. Moreover, I intend to use this incident to make it known that those who threaten my family and friends will meet this fate. Only then will those who covet you think twice. Qin Yao understood. Her brother's actions were not solely to punish Wu Tian, but to establish his authority. He wanted the world to recognize that his family was his Achilles heel. Touch it, and one would meet death. I understand, brother, Qin Yao replied. But I still find it somewhat difficult to adapt. You will adapt in time, Qin Feng reassured, ruffling her hair. This world operates thus. If you do not exhibit ruthlessness, others shall be ruthless towards you. Our task is to be more relentless than anyone else, ensuring that no one dares to bully us. At that moment, Qin Weidong entered. Commander, Miss Lin Xiaoyu's peak of withdrawal symptoms has passed. She is now in a weakened state. The doctor inquired whether we should administer medication to alleviate her suffering. Qin Feng pondered. Administer some mild auxiliary medication, but do not provide substitutes. She must rely on her willpower to endure. Understood. Qin Weidong continued. Additionally, we have received news from northern Myanmar. Several minor scam groups have released the imprisoned citizens of Longhua, but a few larger ones are still observing. Observing? Qin Feng scoffed. Let them watch. In 24 hours, they shall have no opportunity to observe. He turned to Qin Weidong. Order the bomber squadron and special forces to stand by. 24 hours from now. If any scam groups remain defiant, we will eliminate them one by one according to the list. Yes. Qin Weidong saluted and then inquired, what about Wu Tian? Handle him as planned. Qin Feng replied expressionlessly, documenting the process to send to those still in northern Myanmar. Let them know I am not jesting. Qin Weidong departed, leaving only the siblings in the room. Qin Yao looked at her brother, suddenly perceiving him as somewhat unfamiliar. The brother who once prepared her breakfast, cheered her up, and protected her seemed different from the calm, commanding figure before her. Brother, she said softly, you have changed so much. Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment before smiling. Indeed, I have changed. Yet, some things remain constant. He gazed earnestly at his sister. I am still the brother who will protect you, the Qin Feng who loves his family. It is simply that now, I possess the capability to safeguard you and the reasons to be heartless. He approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Yao Yao, you must remember, in this world, to protect those who matter, one must sometimes undertake actions they do not wish to perform. This is the price of growth. Qin Yao nodded, her eyes glistening. I understand. Brother, I just need time. That's all right. Take your time, Qin Feng said gently. Come, let us check on your roommates. They must have been frightened today. The two departed the room, returning to the main building. Li Siyu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Yu were seated in the living room, each bearing a pallid expression. Siyu, how is your cousin? Qin Yao approached. The doctor said she has endured the most challenging phase, Li Siyu replied, wiping her tears, but she still requires observation. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. If it weren't for you, no need for thanks, Qin Feng interjected. You are my sister's friends, hence, you are my family. Protecting you is my duty. He paused before adding, for the next few days, you all should rest well in the estate and not worry too much. Once Lin Xiaoyu's condition stabilizes, I will arrange for you to meet. The three girls nodded. After today's events, their feelings towards Qin Feng had become complex, filled with gratitude, awe, and a tinge of fear. This seemingly gentle young man possessed powers and means beyond their imagination. He could rescue someone from thousands of miles away overnight or coldly order a person's execution. How terrifying could such an individual be? Nevertheless, they knew that as long as they did not oppose him, he would remain their best protector. That was sufficient. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned in the estate. Qin Yao streamed snippets of her daily life, showcasing the beauty of Africa and introducing local culture. Yet she refrained from mentioning the events in northern Myanmar. Her follower count had surpassed 20 million, elevating her to the status of a top-tier streamer on Douyin. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the northern Myanmar incident intensified online. Some captured images of the Wa State United Army headquarters post-bombing, engulfed in flames and littered with debris. Reports indicated that several scam groups in northern Myanmar had suddenly released numerous imprisoned citizens of Longhua, with some even voluntarily escorting them to the border. These changes were attributed to the intervention of a mysterious force. Everyone understood that this enigmatic power was none other than Qin Feng and his Huanyu group. 24 hours later, Qin Feng fulfilled his promise. The scam groups still hesitating faced relentless and devastating assaults, as bombers accurately bombed their bases and special forces eradicated the remaining factions. The entire operation was executed with precision, leaving no traces behind. The scam industry in northern Myanmar suffered unprecedented devastation within a matter of days. Those once arrogant scam lords either surrendered, vanished, or became the lion's feast. Chapter 34. The cinematic experience 2 hours and 17 minutes. This was the duration of Qin Yao's latest released video on Douyin. The title was simple, Complete Record of the Northern Myanmar Operation, to those who questioned. Within 10 minutes of its release, the view count surpassed 10 million. After 1 hour, it exceeded 100 million. 2 hours later, it reached 500 million. Within 24 hours, the cumulative view count across major social media platforms globally surpassed 3 billion, becoming one of the fastest-spreading videos in internet history. The video commenced in an ordinary fashion, featuring clips from Qin Yao's livestream, where Li Xiu tearfully recounted her cousin's abduction to northern Myanmar, followed by a connection to the audacious scammer from northern Myanmar, Xiaoba. Qin Feng calmly assured that the issue would be resolved within 24 hours. Then, the scene shifted. In the dead of night at the African base, searchlights illuminated the runway as if it were midday. 2 massive Qin Feng transport aircraft glided slowly to the takeoff position. The Huanyu Group emblem prominently displayed on their fuselage under the illumination. Following this, 12 modified F-22 fighter jets ascended sequentially into the sky, their streamlined bodies and sharp lines, with engines emitting ethereal blue flames, signified the hallmark of nuclear fusion power. Although the video did not explicitly state it, keen-eyed military enthusiasts swiftly discerned the distinctions between these aircraft and the standard F-22, larger vector nozzles, more advanced sensor arrays, and the eerily silent launch process. Next, 1B Lancer strategic bombers accelerated down the runway, pulling up at an astonishing angle before vanishing into the night sky. My goodness, is this a private military? This must be the National Air Force. Are those really F-22s? They appear somewhat different. Bombers. Strategic bombers. Does Huanyu Group possess even this? Is this video not a special effect? It seems too surreal. The barrage of comments briefly paused during the scene transition, then erupted like a volcano. The next segment revealed the interior of the transport aircraft. 108 fully armed Special Forces soldiers sat in an orderly fashion, checking their equipment, their expressions stoic. Their gear was exceptionally sophisticated, featuring exoskeleton armor, full-face helmets, multifunctional tactical goggles, and 191 rifles in their hands. Although the appearance of these rifles had been deliberately modified in the video, those familiar with military equipment could still discern traces of the 191 rifle. Of course, it was a heavily modified version, boasting a longer barrel, a more complex rail system, and a futuristic sight. Then came the airborne footage. The transport aircraft's cargo doors opened, and the Special Forces leaped out in succession, unfurling their wingsuits in the night sky, gliding toward their target area like black bats. Aerial shots captured this breathtaking scene, with over 100 black dots traversing through the clouds, precisely heading towards their objective several dozen kilometers away. Upon landing, the operation commenced. The process of Team A capturing the target in northern Myanmar was documented in its entirety, from silently neutralizing perimeter guards to breaching the entrance and subduing Wu Tian. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 minutes. In the video, the Special Forces movements were so rapid they were almost imperceptible. Every maneuver was succinct and effective, striking at critical points. This was the elite of elite Special Forces. Those guards didn't even have a chance to fire. It was astonishingly swift. What caliber of training could produce this? The segment featuring Team B's rescue of Lin Xiaoyu was markedly more somber. Although the gunfight within the compound was brief, it was sufficiently intense. The Special Forces advanced rapidly through the complex environment, executing precise shots, each enemy falling with a single bullet. As the camera closed in on the room where Lin Xiaoyu was held, viewers were confronted with the girl's harrowing state, bruised and bound to the bed, her eyes vacant. This scene incited tremendous outrage. The comments erupted, "Scum! Damn it! Annihilate them!" Next was Team C's destruction of the United Army headquarters of the Wabang. This was one of the most shocking segments of the video. From a high vantage point, the 4 bombers dropped their payloads in sequence, instantly transforming the ground into a sea of flames. The shockwaves from the thermobaric bombs were vividly visible, buildings collapsing like mere toys, and armed vehicles reduced to scrap metal. This was warfare, true warfare. Over 2,000 armed personnel, just like that, obliterated? These bombers are ruthless. But against such scum, they should be. The final section of the video returned to Africa. Wu Tian, the former target in northern Myanmar, was brought to a mansion, pleading for mercy from Qin Feng during a live broadcast. Then came the infamous phrase about befriending lions. Naturally, the most gruesome visuals were edited out. Viewers only saw Wu Tian being dragged away, hearing distant roars and a brief scream, before the scene shifted elsewhere. But that was sufficient. Everyone understood the implications of that statement. The video concluded with footage of Lin Xiaoyu receiving treatment at a medical center. She appeared significantly improved, though still frail. Yet a glimmer of light had returned to her eyes. Li Xiaoyu sat by her bedside, holding her hand. Both were in tears, but these were tears of reunion. Finally, a line of subtitles read, "Some boundaries must not be crossed. Some people must not be provoked. Qin Feng." The video ended there. But the storm it incited was only just beginning. In Long Country, at a military academy, a conference room filled with high-ranking officers adorned with gleaming epaulets convened, watching clips from the complete record of the northern Myanmar operation on a large screen. "Stop!" An army general raised his hand, freezing the image on a close-up of the rifles used by the special forces. Zoom in. As the image magnified, the rifle's details became strikingly clear. Despite modifications, the fundamental structure was still recognizable. "This is a modified version of the 191, an arms expert stated. Observe the rail system and the stock structure. However, there are many discrepancies. This sight model is unfamiliar to me. The barrel material appears to be some form of composite. What is its performance?" The general inquired. Based on the video, its range, accuracy, and firepower far exceed the standard version of the 191, the expert adjusted his glasses. Moreover, note the soldiers' shooting posture. Their recoil control is impeccable, with almost no muzzle rise visible. This indicates either an exceptionally designed firearm or soldiers who have undergone extraordinarily rigorous training, or perhaps both. Another officer displayed a different segment. "Look here, this soldier is firing continuously at a distance of 50 meters, with all bullet holes clustered within a palm-sized area. Such precision can be achieved by our elite forces, but not with such ease." The general remained silent for a moment before declaring, "Send the video to the equipment department for analysis. Additionally, contact Qin Feng. Through Qin Yao, reach out to her brother and inquire whether these equipment can be collaborated on." Yes, similar scenes unfolded across military establishments worldwide. The Arctic Bear, Britain, the Gallic Rooster, the Squid Nation. Every capable nation was analyzing the video, striving to extract valuable intelligence. Chapter 35, a headache for the United States. However, the one most troubled was the United States. In Washington, D.C., at the Pentagon, the atmosphere in a highly confidential meeting room was thick with tension. Can anyone explain why F-22s and B-1Bs are in the hands of a private military group from Long Country? The Secretary of Defense slammed his hand on the table, his face ashen. Silence enveloped the room. Several generals and senior officials bowed their heads, hesitant to speak. Intelligence Department. The secretary turned to a bespectacled middle-aged man. "What have you uncovered?" "Sir, we have investigated all possible leak channels," the intelligence officer replied, steeling himself. "However, there are no leads. Lockheed Martin and Boeing have both categorically denied selling any equipment to the Huanyu Group, and we have verified their production and sales records. There is indeed nothing." "What were those in the video?" "Models," the secretary bellowed. "Those are real, operational aircraft, and their performance surpasses our current models. Did you see those takeoff scenes?" Nearly silent. "What kind of technology is this?" "We have analyzed it. Those aircraft might merely resemble the originals externally," an Air Force general interjected. "In reality, their internal structures are entirely different. Particularly the propulsion system. The standard F-22 utilizes two F-119 turbofan engines. Yet the fighter jets in the video exhibit almost no characteristics of jet engines during takeoff. Rather, they resemble a more advanced propulsion system." "More advanced?" The secretary furrowed his brow. "More advanced than the F-22? "Yes," the general nodded, "and the bombers as well. The maximum speed of a B-1B is Mach 1.25, but the bombers in the video are evidently faster. We reverse engineered from satellite data. Their cruising speed may have reached Mach 2.5, or even higher." A gasp resonated through the meeting room. "A Mach 2.5 bomber? What does that even imply? And what about endurance?" The general continued, stating that the distance from Black Continent to northern Myanmar exceeds 7,000 kilometers. The B-1B bomber requires at least 2 aerial refuels to complete such a mission. Yet the footage reveals these bombers made direct round trips. This implies their range exceeds at least 15,000 kilometers. 15,000 kilometers, the minister murmured. "That's farther than the B-2. The conclusion was drawn by the intelligence officer. The aviation technology possessed by the Universal Group may have surpassed ours. Those aircraft merely resemble the F-22 and B-1B, yet they are fundamentally different entities." A profound silence enveloped the conference room. A private organization wielding more advanced aviation technology than the United States? It seemed utterly absurd. However, the video evidence lay before them, compelling belief. Who exactly is this Qin Feng? The minister finally posed the question that lingered on everyone's mind. He hailed from a small county in the southern province of Longwa, graduated from an ordinary university, and had ventured to Black Continent 2 years prior. The intelligence officer reported that he rapidly built an immense power base as if propelled by a rocket. We conjecture he might have received full support from a certain nation or organization, or perhaps, or what? The minister pressed. Or he possesses some extraordinary technology unknown to us, the officer cautiously suggested. Extraordinary technology? The minister frowned. Are you implying extraterrestrial technology or the legacy of a secret organization? Both possibilities exist, the officer replied. Regardless of what it is, the fact remains that the Universal Group now boasts military strength comparable to that of a medium-sized nation. From the recent operation in northern Myanmar, their delivery capability, strike precision, and troop quality are all of the highest global standard. The minister remained silent for a protracted period. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze sharpening. We cannot allow a private armed force to possess such power, especially one led by a Longwa national. The minister's implication was clear. Pressure must be exerted on the Universal Group. He ordered diplomatic channels to demand the surrender of those aircraft and cessation of all military activities. Should they refuse, he did not articulate the remainder, but everyone understood the implications. If they declined, the United States might resort to extreme measures. Additionally, inform the CIA. The minister added, I require all information on Qin Feng and the Universal Group. The more detailed, the better. Understood. After the meeting, a flurry of orders emanated from the Pentagon. The machinery of American diplomacy began to churn, with multiple departments simultaneously applying pressure on the Universal Group. Qin Feng, however, had anticipated all of this. At the Universal Group's base on Black Continent, he observed the ultimatum from the United States on the screen, a cold smile gracing his lips. The ultimatum was succinct. The Universal Group was to surrender all illegally acquired American equipment within 72 hours and disband its private military forces, or face severe consequences. Commander, A.U.S. Navy Carrier Strike Group is moving towards the Indian Ocean, reported Qin Yao. Moreover, their bomber units at Diego Garcia have entered a state of readiness. Quick actions, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Do they think this will intimidate me? How do you intend to respond? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and replied. Send a message back to the U.S. Department of Defense, stating that those aircraft were domestically produced and have no connection to the U.S. If they wish to seize them by force, let them attempt it. He paused, adding, furthermore, prepare the Space Force. Should the Americans dare to act, we will take down their satellites monitoring us. Yes. Qin Yao stood at attention but hesitated briefly. Commander, might this provoke a full-scale conflict? Conflict? Qin Feng chuckled. Wait on. Remember this. In this world, sometimes the more you retreat, the more others will encroach. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one command respect. Rising, he approached the window, gazing at the base outside. If the U.S. wishes to test my capabilities, let them come. It is also an opportunity for me to assess our troops' combat efficacy. Qin Feng understood that a confrontation with the United States and the entire Western world was inevitable. He was prepared. This storm would not only test the true strength of the Universal Group, but also determine the future order of the world. Turning resolutely, Qin Feng declared, notify all units to enter a state of heightened readiness. Let us welcome our esteemed guests. Chapter 36. Confrontation in the Indian Ocean, a certain maritime region. The U.S. Navy's Nimitz-class carrier strike group was unfolding in battle formation. On the carrier's deck, F/A-18 Super Hornet fighters were taking off and landing frequently, forming a dense patrol formation above the fleet. On the escorting destroyers and cruisers, the Aegis system's phased array radar was operating at full power, scanning every inch of airspace within hundreds of kilometers. In the command room, Fleet Commander Admiral Johnson watched the tactical screen with a grave expression. Several light points were circling the fleet in an eerie manner. These were the Universal Group's fighter jets, which had been entangled there for a full 6 hours. Still unable to lock on? Johnson inquired. The technical officer wiped the sweat from his brow. No, sir. Our radar can see them, and the optical systems can capture images. But the fire control system cannot achieve a lock. They seem to interfere with our locking signals, yet it doesn't resemble electronic jamming. Not electronic jamming? What does it resemble? Johnson frowned. It's as if they do not exist at all, the officer struggled to explain. Radar echoes are sporadic, infrared signatures are erratic, and even optical tracking occasionally loses the target. I have never encountered such technology. Johnson fell silent. As a veteran who had experienced the Gulf War and the Afghanistan War, he had witnessed various advanced military technologies, Yet the situation before him truly exceeded his comprehension. Outside, a Universal Group fighter jet swooped past the carrier at an almost vertical angle. It was so close that the details on the pilot's helmet were discernible. The aircraft was painted in matte black, adorned with a minimalist star emblem, the insignia of the Universal Group. "Sir, our planes need to return for refueling," reported the aviation commander. But those fighters seemed to require no such thing. Johnson glanced at the screen. The American FA-18s had been patrolling for 4 hours, with fuel running low, necessitating a return. In contrast, the Universal Group's fighters had been circling above the fleet for 6 hours, showing no signs of departure. "Caution the returning aircraft. Ensure they are not followed to the deck," Johnson commanded. However, the order came too late. As one FA-18 prepared to return, a Universal Group fighter followed closely, almost glued to its wingtip, mirroring every maneuver. "Damn it, I can't shake it off," the FA-18 pilot exclaimed over the radio. "Stay calm, it wouldn't dare collide." The command room attempted to reassure. Yet the subsequent scene left everyone gasping. The Universal Group fighter suddenly accelerated, surpassing the FA-18. Then executed an astonishing maneuver. It virtually pulled up vertically from a standstill, then flipped backward at an altitude of 500 meters. Zipping past the FA-18 with its belly facing up, less than 10 meters away. This action defied aerodynamic principles and was impossible with existing technology. The FA-18 pilot was nearly thrown off balance, the aircraft shaking violently before stabilizing. "It's mocking us." The pilot's voice trembled. A profound silence enveloped the command room. Everyone understood this was no longer a matter of technological disparity. It was a generational gap. It was akin to propeller-driven planes confronting jet aircraft. Akin to artillery-facing missiles. This was a confrontation entirely beyond the same dimension. "Sir, the Department of Defense is on the line," the communications officer reported. Johnson took the communicator, where the heavy voice of the Secretary of Defense resonated. "Johnson, what is the situation?" "Very dire, Mr. Secretary," Johnson replied candidly. "We are completely at a disadvantage. The aircraft of the opposing side significantly surpasses our own, and we are unable to lock onto them. Should conflict arise, our chances of victory are exceedingly slim." There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the call. The gentleman implied that additional pressure should be applied to the Huanyu Group. They cannot remain in this deadlock indefinitely. There will inevitably be a flaw. "Minister, with all due respect," Johnson hesitated. "I believe continuing the pressure is not a prudent course of action. The adversary appears to be quite confident, and I suspect they possess undisclosed trump cards." "Trump cards? What kind of trump cards?" "I'm uncertain, but my intuition suggests," Johnson remarked, gazing out at the black fighter jet still circling above, "that what they have shown us may merely be the tip of the iceberg." After the call ended, Johnson fell into deep contemplation. As a career military officer, he feared not the prospect of battle, yet he abhorred unnecessary sacrifices. In the current situation, if war were to erupt, his fleet would likely suffer significant losses, while the adversary might only lose a handful of aircraft, or perhaps none at all. Those uncanny maneuvering capabilities indicated they might possess an entirely new form of defense. Just as Johnson wrestled with these thoughts, a message arrived. Huanyu Group announced a live broadcast, with Qin Yao set to present 2 significant treasures in half an hour. Significant treasures? Johnson furrowed his brow. What could they possibly be showcasing? No one knew the answer. However, when the broadcast commenced half an hour later, the world learned the truth. In Africa, at the Huanyu Group base, Qin Yao's live stream began precisely on time. The moment it started, the online viewership surged past 8 million and continued to grow at a rate of tens of thousands per second. "Hello everyone, I am Yao. Qin Yao spoke into the camera, her expression slightly anxious. "Today, my brother asked me to host a live stream to show you 2 significant treasures." The comments flooded the screen. Significant treasures? What treasures? Are they new weapons? Yao looks quite nervous. Of course, the American aircraft carrier is right outside. Can Huanyu Group withstand this? I doubt it. After all, the U.S. is #1 in the world. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Qin Yao turned the camera to reveal an expansive area behind her. In the center stood 3 colossal cylindrical objects, each over 30 meters tall and exceeding 3 meters in diameter, gleaming silver and reflecting a harsh light in the sun. Are those missiles? One viewer recognized. Intercontinental missiles. They must be intercontinental missiles. My God, does Huanyu Group even have those? What are they planning? A launch? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao announced. My brother said we are going to launch 3 fireworks today. These 3 missiles are intercontinental ballistic missiles, but rest assured, they are equipped with conventional warheads, devoid of explosives. This is merely a test launch. Chapter 37. How is this possible? Qin Yao paused before continuing. The launch coordinates have been released. They are all located in international waters off the U.S. coastline. This is just a routine missile test, not aimed at any country, so please do not panic. Though she delivered her words lightly, the content left everyone astounded. Testing intercontinental missiles off the U.S. coastline? Not aimed at any country? This was sheer provocation. The comments exploded. Brother Feng is amazing. Launching missiles right at the U.S. doorstep. Is this a confrontation with the U.S.? The American aircraft carrier is still out there. Could this trigger a war? What is there to be afraid of? If Brother Feng dares to act, he must have confidence. Let us wait and see. Military and intelligence agencies around the world were also focused on the live broadcast. When the coordinates were revealed, chaos erupted in the Pentagon. Is he insane? Testing intercontinental missiles off our coastline. This is a declaration of war. A blatant declaration of war. Immediately order the fleet into combat readiness. Wait. Let's see what they intend to do. The live footage showed that preparations for the launch were complete. The operators, all dressed in identical uniforms, executed their tasks with precision and efficiency. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached 0, 3 missiles ignited almost simultaneously. Enormous flames erupted from their rear, and thick smoke quickly enveloped the entire launch site. The missiles ascended into the sky, gaining speed until they became mere points of light against the vast expanse above. The broadcast switched to a space perspective, captured by Huanyu Group satellite. The 3 missiles exited the atmosphere and began intricate orbital maneuvers. Their flight paths were extraordinarily erratic, accelerating, decelerating, and changing direction sharply, defying the conventional flight patterns of ballistic missiles. What kind of trajectory is this? Even more complex than Qin Yao's trajectory. How can we intercept this? The trajectory is impossible to predict. Panic ensued among the world's military forces as they tracked the missiles' paths. However, they soon discovered a terrifying reality. After entering the mid-flight phase, the missiles vanished from radar. Not due to interference, nor invisibility. They simply disappeared, as if they had never existed. Impossible. The commander at the Northern Command of the U.S. stared at the blank radar screen. Where are our warning satellites? What about infrared detection? All targets lost, sir, the technical officer reported, his face pale. The missiles seem to have entered a state that we cannot detect. 15 minutes later, the missiles reappeared on radar. They had reached their predetermined targets, plunging almost simultaneously into the sea off the U.S. East Coast, West Coast, and the Gulf of Mexico, creating massive splashes. The entire process, from launch to impact, took less than 20 minutes. Throughout, the U.S. missile defense system registered no effective response. This indicated that if these missiles had been armed with nuclear warheads, 3 major U.S. cities could have been reduced to ruins at this very moment. In the Pentagon, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone understood the implications. Huanyu Group not only possessed intercontinental missiles, but also had an unassailable penetration technology. Before the U.S.'s most advanced missile defense systems, these missiles traversed as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. The first treasure had been unveiled. Qin Yao's voice echoed once more in the broadcast, announcing the arrival of the second treasure. The camera shifted to an airport, where 4 B-1B Lancer strategic bombers were taxiing down the runway, their bomb bays open, revealing a uniquely shaped bomb. Is that a nuclear bomb? A viewer speculated. That shape resembles a small nuclear warhead. Is Huanyu Group planning to test a nuclear bomb? Qin Yao confirmed this conjecture. Next, we will conduct a nuclear explosion experiment in a designated uninhabited area on the African continent. Please rest assured. This experiment is not aimed at anyone. It is merely a routine plan. Her words, delivered with a casual tone, concealed the astonishing content. A private group conducting a nuclear explosion experiment? This was utterly unprecedented. As the bombers took off, the live stream shifted to the cockpit view. The pilot, in fact a bioengineered individual, operated the aircraft with seamless precision. We have reached the target area. Bombing preparation. 3, 2, 1, release. A bomb fell from the bomb bay, deploying a parachute as it descended slowly. The camera pulled back to reveal a desolate desert below, devoid of any human presence for hundreds of kilometers. This was the experimental zone designated by Huanyu Group. The bomb detonated at an altitude of 300 meters. No sound accompanied the explosion, as the live stream experienced a delay, and the audio had been processed. However, the visuals were breathtaking. First, an incredibly bright sphere of light instantaneously illuminated the entire screen. Even through the lens, one could sense the cataclysmic energy. The sphere swiftly expanded into a massive fireball, ascending to form the stem of a mushroom cloud. Subsequently, the head of the mushroom cloud rolled upward, growing larger and taller. Ultimately, the mushroom cloud reached an altitude of over 10,000 meters. The upper portion of the cloud spreading to form an enormous radioactive cloud. This marked humanity's first nuclear explosion on the African continent. The execution of this nuclear explosion was not carried out by any nation, but rather by a private consortium. A brief silence enveloped the live-streaming chat room, as everyone was left in awe by this shocking spectacle. Soon, the messages flooded in like a tsunami. My heavens, that truly is a nuclear bomb. Does the Universal Group even possess nuclear weapons? This is no longer a private militia. This is a quasi-national entity. Does the United States dare to retaliate? They possess nuclear arms. The situation escalated, provoking more intense reactions from governments worldwide. In the Dragon Nation, at the central North Sea, a prominent figure furrowed his brow, pondering Qin Feng's true intentions. Demonstrating strength, remarked a military representative. He is signaling to the world, particularly to the United States. I possess intercontinental missiles and nuclear weapons. Do not provoke me. Are those technologies provided by us? He inquired. No, the head of the intelligence department shook his head. We have investigated. All of Qin Feng's technologies and equipment are entirely independent of us. He has developed them on his own. How could this be possible? The incredulity was palpable. In just 2 years? We do not comprehend it either, but it is the undeniable truth, he sighed, and judging by this demonstration, his technological capabilities may have already surpassed ours. Silence enveloped the conference room. Chapter 38. The Universal Group is an essential force for global peace in the United States. Within the White House, the atmosphere in the Oval Office was so tense it could be wrung out. So, we are facing a private militia armed with unassailable intercontinental missiles and nuclear weapons? Mr. President's voice was calm, yet the underlying anger and helplessness were unmistakable. Indeed, sir. The Secretary of Defense admitted, head bowed, and from a technical standpoint, their missile penetration capabilities and nuclear miniaturization technologies may have surpassed our own. What are their demands? There are no explicit demands. Qin Feng merely stated he desires peaceful development, but will not tolerate threats to his family or his enterprise. Peaceful development? Mr. President scoffed. Is he seeking peace with nuclear weapons? No one dared to respond. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Mr. President sighed, withdraw the fleet. Sir? The Secretary of Defense questioned, do you still wish to engage in combat? Mr. President gazed at him, contemplating a war that would be unwinnable against an adversary wielding unstoppable nuclear missiles. The Secretary of Defense was left speechless. Issue a statement. Mr. President wearily rubbed his temples and clarified that the previous misunderstandings were just that. The Universal Group is a crucial force for maintaining world peace and regional stability. We wish to coexist peacefully with them. This proclamation was made with great difficulty, yet everyone understood it was the only viable option. To fight would be futile. To negotiate was not an option for them. They could only concede, at least on the surface. After the live stream concluded, Qin Yao turned off the equipment, exhaling deeply. Brother, is this truly all right? She expressed her concerns. Qin Feng reclined on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. What could possibly go wrong? They dare not attack. They can only yield. But won't this come across as overly arrogant? Arrogant? Qin Feng chuckled. Yao, you must understand. In this world, sometimes one must be audacious to earn respect. If I retreat today, they will only advance further tomorrow. It is only by demonstrating sufficient strength that true peace can be achieved. A wise figure once said, dignity lies only at the edge of the sword. Truth resides within the cannon's range. He set down his teacup and gazed out the window. And this is merely the beginning. I intend for the entire world to recognize that the Universal Group is not to be trifled with. This way, no one will dare to covet what is yours. Qin Yao nodded, somewhat understanding. She was unaware of how many trump cards her brother possessed, but she knew that all his actions were aimed at protecting their family. At that moment, Qin Weidong entered. Commander, the U.S. fleet has commenced withdrawal. Additionally, the White House has issued a statement acknowledging previous misunderstandings, asserting that we are an important force for maintaining world peace. As anticipated, Qin Feng nodded. Let's recall our aircraft as well. Also, inform the research department that they may commence the next phase of their studies. Understood. After Qin Weidong left, Qin Feng turned to his sister. The crisis has been averted. You may continue your adventures in Africa without concern for your safety. Brother, Qin Yao hesitated. How many of these significant treasures do you possess? Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Guess. Qin Yao could not fathom the answer. Yet she sensed that her brother's power was likely far beyond her imagination. On the internet, discussions surrounding this event had erupted. Military experts analyzed that, from a technical perspective, The missile penetration capabilities and nuclear technology showcased by the Universal Group had reached a world-leading level. Especially notable was the peculiar flight trajectory that completely overturned existing ballistic missile theories. International relations scholars commented on this as a significant shift in the global landscape, as a non-state actor had for the first time acquired military power capable of contending with major nations. This signified that the future world might no longer be dominated solely by states, but rather influenced by multiple centers of power. Netizens humorously remarked, "Little 8 from northern Myanmar must feel quite honored now. He may very well be the first fraudster in history to be taken out by intercontinental missiles and nuclear bombs. Although he was actually devoured by a lion, he indeed received an extraordinary treatment in an indirect sense. Little 8, I was just boasting. Did you really need to scare me with a nuclear bomb?" Brother Feng, absolutely. In retrospect, Little 8's claims of having hundreds of men and armed weaponry were as laughable as a child in kindergarten boasting about toy guns in front of Brother Feng. To have crossed paths with a figure of such stature, Little 8's life was worth it. Should he be aware from beyond, he might rest in peace. Little 8, see, it's not that I was too weak, but rather that my opponent was too strong. Who among you dares to confront the formidable Qin Feng? I just want to ask, who else? Even after Little 8's demise, many remembered him, securing his place in history. Numerous netizens took to mocking him. Some opportunistic fraud groups in northern Myanmar were secretly relieved. Had Qin Feng discreetly targeted them, the consequences would be unfathomable. Of course, many expressed concern. With the Universal Group being so powerful, could it become a new threat? Did Qin Feng harbor greater ambitions? Would the world descend into chaos as a result? Yet, Qin Feng remained indifferent to such discussions. He did not establish all of this to conquer the world or to seek dominance. He simply desired to protect his family, to live freely, and to be free from any threats. And now, he had achieved that. The United States had conceded, and other nations dared not provoke him lightly. His family was safe, and his enterprise was secure. That was sufficient. As for the future, Qin Feng had his own plans. He gazed at the sky, his eyes deep with contemplation. There, in the unseen realms, 12 interstellar warships were under construction in space. A million-strong space force was undergoing training. At the edge of the solar system, even more fleets were being built. Earth was merely the starting point. The stars and the vast ocean were his true objective. But for now, the time was not yet ripe. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and said to his sister, "Let us go, dinner awaits. The kitchen has prepared your favorite braised pork." "All right." Qin Yao beamed with joy. The crisis had passed, and life must continue. Meanwhile, across the globe, people were still discussing the astonishing display of the day, contemplating the enigmatic power of the Universal Group and the sudden rise of Qin Feng as a legendary figure. Regardless, one fact was indisputable. The Universal Group had become an undeniable force in this world, and Qin Feng, the young man hailing from a small county in the Dragon Nation, had ascended to the pinnacle of the world. What the future held remained unknown. Chapter 39. What does this mean? In the Dragon Nation. Within a confidential meeting room of the Ministry of National Security, heavy anti-eavesdropping doors were tightly shut, and the room was softly illuminated. A long conference table was filled with individuals, each with a thick stack of documents before them, the covers emblazoned with the conspicuous label of top secret. At the head of the conference table sat an elderly gentleman, his hair flecked with gray, yet his gaze sharp and discerning. He was the host of this meeting, the Deputy Minister of National Security. "Have you all finished reviewing?" he inquired, scanning the room with a calm voice. The attendees, each a leading expert in their respective fields from various departments, military intelligence, technical reconnaissance, foreign intelligence, counterintelligence, and cybersecurity, nodded in affirmation. "Then let us commence," the Deputy Minister declared, tapping the table lightly. "Let us discuss Qin Feng and the Huanyu Group. Present your findings and analyses." The first to speak was a representative from the Military Intelligence Bureau, a seasoned officer in his 40s adorned with a star on his epaulette. From a military perspective, he began. "The capabilities demonstrated by the Huanyu Group have reached the level of a global power. They possess a comprehensive land, sea, and air combat system, mechanized infantry, armored units, and special forces in the army, fighter jets, bombers, transport aircraft, and helicopters in the Air Force. Although they have not showcased naval power, given their technological reserves, constructing warships should pose no challenge." He proceeded to display a video, a segment captured from a live broadcast by Qin Yao. "Pay close attention to the equipment. The 191 assault rifle, the Mengshi armored vehicle, and the WZ-10 helicopter. These are all currently in active service or exported from our country. However, upon closer inspection, the details reveal discrepancies. The 191 differs from our standard model. It features a longer barrel, a more complex rail system, and an entirely new design for the scope. The armored vehicle, while resembling the Mengsher, is larger and boasts thicker armor. He switched to another video segment showcasing the performance of these weapons in combat. The footage depicted special forces engaged in operations in northern Myanmar, moving swiftly through complex environments with astonishing shooting accuracy. Every action was precise and efficient. Such combat proficiency, he continued, is a level that even our elite special forces struggle to attain. He paused on a frame depicting a soldier firing continuously while in motion, every shot landing within a remarkably confined area. This level of accuracy demands rigorous training and top-tier equipment. The representative from the Technical Reconnaissance Bureau interjected. We have analyzed all publicly available videos, including missile launches and nuclear tests. The flight trajectories of those missiles defy current ballistic theories. He presented a three-dimensional simulation of a missile's flight path. Observe here. After entering the mid-phase of its flight, the missile executed 7 drastic maneuvers, with its speed plummeting from Mach 15 to Mach 13, only to rapidly accelerate back to Mach 20. Such maneuverability is simply unattainable with our current materials science and propulsion technology. He then switched to footage of a mushroom cloud, estimating the yield to be around 50 kilotons of TNT, classifying it as tactical nuclear weaponry. However, the crucial point is the compact size of this nuclear device. From the footage of the bombing, it appears to be no more than 3 meters in length and less than half a meter in diameter. This level of miniaturization exceeds our capabilities, as well as those of the United States and the Arctic Bear. A low murmur arose in the conference room. The representative from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, a bespectacled middle-aged woman, adjusted her glasses. We have investigated Qin Feng's background. He hails from a small county in Qin Yao, Hunan, where his parents run a convenience store and his younger siblings are still in school, a rather ordinary family background. He graduated from a modest university with a degree in computer technology, achieving average grades without any particularly remarkable traits. 2 years ago, he abruptly decided to move to Africa. According to his family and classmates, he claimed it was for a high-paying job introduced by a friend. However, upon investigating this friend, we discovered that this individual does not exist. After arriving in Africa, his trajectory became exceedingly peculiar. In just 2 years, he transformed from having nothing to establishing such a formidable influence, which defies all logic. She paused, then continued. We also examined potential factions that might support him, America, the Arctic Bear, Europa, and even some Middle Eastern nations, but found no evidence. Conversely, the reaction from the United States indicates that they too are shocked and unsettled by the rise of the Huanyu group. The representative from the Counterintelligence Bureau, a stern-faced middle-aged man, spoke up. What is most perplexing is the matter of certain individuals. He displayed a close-up photograph of Qin Weidong. This man, who claims to be Qin Weidong, serves as Qin Feng's steward. We located his information in the household registration system. Qin Weidong, 45 years old, from Jibei, Shandong, a graduate of a vocational technical college, with a complete work history and even social security records, all appearing perfectly normal. However, when we dispatched personnel for on-site investigation, discrepancies arose. His demeanor shifted uneasily, while the registered address indeed corresponds to an existing house. It is occupied by another family who reported having lived there for 20 years without ever hearing of Qin Weidong. The companies he purportedly worked for have either gone bankrupt or do not have any record of him. His school records exist, yet none of his former teachers or classmates recall him. It is as though this individual exists solely on paper, with no reality to substantiate it. A young technician from the Cybersecurity Bureau added, "It isn't just Qin Weidong. We utilized facial recognition technology to compare all individuals appearing in videos associated with Qin Feng. The results revealed that over 300 facial identities corresponded to legitimate entries in the household registration system. Each individual possessed a complete history, from birth certificates to academic qualifications, from work experience to social security records, seamlessly constructed. Yet, the outcomes of our field investigations were consistent. These individuals do not exist in reality. Their neighbors do not recognize them. Classmates do not remember them, and colleagues have never heard of them." An eerie silence enveloped the conference room. What does this imply? The deputy minister inquired slowly. There are 2 possibilities, the representative from the Technical Reconnaissance Bureau expounded. First, Qin Feng has mastered a form of forgery beyond our comprehension, capable of conjuring thousands of entirely authentic phantom identities within national databases, identities that can withstand all verification processes. Second, he hesitated. These individuals may not be real at all. Not real? Someone questioned. What do you mean? Robots? Clones? We cannot ascertain, he replied. However, based on their movements in the combat footage from northern Myanmar, the soldiers displayed an uncanny precision that seems almost beyond human capability. A normal person would exhibit signs of fatigue, make mistakes, or experience emotional fluctuations. Yet these soldiers move as if programmed, exhibiting a terrifying perfection. A general from military intelligence took the floor. Furthermore, we must consider the origins of their equipment. The weapons showcased by Qin Feng are excessively diverse. R-191, Mengsure, alongside America's F-22 and B-1B, but upon closer inspection, all have been modified, with performance far surpassing their original specifications. Achieving such enhancements necessitates a complete industrial system and top-tier research and development capabilities. Yet, how could he possibly have established such an industrial framework in Africa within 2 years? It is simply implausible. Thus, the question returned to its origin. Where did Qin Feng acquire his technology and resources? No one could provide an answer to this conundrum. At this moment, the psychological analyst, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. A scholar in his 50s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of sophistication, he suggested. Perhaps we should consider a different angle, an analysis of Qin Feng himself. While technology can be concealed and resources can be disguised, a person's character and motives often reveal themselves through subtle details. He presented several video segments, all excerpts from Qin Yao's live broadcasts. The first depicted Li Siyu tearfully recounting her cousin's abduction to northern Myanmar, with Qin Feng responding that rescuing someone is quite simple. Observe Qin Feng's expression and micro-gestures. The expert paused the footage. When he said quite simple, his demeanor was calm, even somewhat indifferent. He did not focus on Li Siyu, but gazed into the distance. His fingers lightly tapping the table at a steady rhythm, signifying a lack of genuine concern for Lin Xiaoyu's fate. To him, quite simple was as casual as remarking on the pleasantness of the weather. The second segment showcased Xiao Ba threatening Qin Feng's family during a live broadcast. Now, observe here. The scene shifts to Xiao Ba cautioning, "Be wary of your family. Your sister is quite beautiful." In that instant, Qin Feng's expression turns icy, his eyes radiating a palpable chill. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitch slightly, his fingers cease their rhythmic tapping, clenching into a fist. Though he swiftly regains his composure, the murderous intent is almost tangible, even through the screen. He then utters, "All right, very well." This statement is not directed at Lin Xiaoyu, but rather at Xiao Ba. His decision to take action is not rooted in a desire to rescue anyone. It is a response to the threat posed to his family. The subsequent section depicts the interaction between Qin Feng and Qin Yao, further illuminating the matter. On screen, Qin Yao adorably pleads with her brother for something, to which Qin Feng responds with a smile, readily acquiescing. When Qin Yao grows weary during a live broadcast, he offers her water. His willingness to cater to his sister's needs reflects an intense protective instinct. This affection is genuine, not a facade. Experts analyze that, from a psychological standpoint, Qin Feng's fundamental motivation is the protection of his family. The establishment of his formidable power is not primarily for conquest or domination, but rather to create an absolutely secure environment for his loved ones. Thus, it can be concluded that Qin Feng is, at his core, a family-oriented individual. His logic is straightforward: safeguard his family and eliminate threats, showing no concern for unrelated individuals or matters. However, when it comes to his family, he will go to any lengths. Silence envelopes the conference room once more. The deputy minister speaks slowly, asserting that Qin Feng is neither a lawless madman nor an ambitious warlord. He is merely an individual desiring a peaceful life, yet possessing immense power. This perspective is plausible, nods the expert, noting that, as long as his family remains unthreatened, he appears disinclined to meddle in others' affairs or expand his influence, even avoiding explanations of his actions. Yet, if someone crosses the line, he retaliates in the most extreme manner. This could elucidate why he has taken action in northern Myanmar while remaining indifferent to other tumultuous situations in Africa. A representative from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau ponders this, recognizing that the threat to his sister's friend in northern Myanmar could potentially endanger her as well, whereas other issues in Africa do not concern him as long as they do not affect him directly. A general from the Military Intelligence Bureau furrows his brow, remarking that possessing such formidable power is, in itself, a threat. Even if he seeks to avoid trouble, conflict may inevitably find him. The recent standoff with the United States serves as evidence of this. Thus, the deputy minister surveys the room, asking how they should proceed regarding Qin Feng and the Huanyu group. The conference room erupts in discussion. After all, he is a citizen of our nation, and his display of strength abroad is advantageous to our strategy in Africa. But he possesses nuclear weapons. That is illegal. Someone interjects. According to international law and our own regulations, private ownership of nuclear weapons is absolutely prohibited. Are you suggesting we apprehend him? Someone sneers. Who will go? How do we even catch him? The U.S. aircraft carrier strike group couldn't handle him. Should we send a fleet to Africa? Let us not forget. His base is inland, and we have no idea how to access it. We could apply diplomatic pressure, demanding he relinquish his nuclear arsenal, another suggests. Do you believe he would comply? What was the outcome of U.S. pressure? Intercontinental missile tests and nuclear detonations, followed by the U.S. backing down. But he values his family dearly. His parents, younger brother, and sister are all in the country. We could leverage them before the speaker can finish. The deputy minister interrupts sternly. What do you intend to do? Threaten him with his family? Are you out of your mind? The speaker lowers his head, silenced. The deputy minister continues gravely. Let us not forget that the one thing Qin Feng cannot tolerate is a threat to his family. If we proceed this way, we will force him to become our enemy. After a pause, he adds, with his capabilities, if he truly wished to protect his family, he could easily whisk them away without anyone noticing. The fact that he hasn't done so may indicate that he still trusts this nation. The room falls silent. What do you mean? Someone tentatively inquires. I mean, up to this point, Qin Feng has not exhibited any hostility towards our country, the deputy minister replies slowly. On the contrary, certain details suggest he acknowledges his identity as a citizen of Longwa. His subordinates all bear Longwa features. His equipment incorporates Longwa elements. And his sister has frequently mentioned our nation during her broadcasts. Most importantly, he has not changed his nationality. With his abilities, acquiring citizenship from any country would be effortless for him, yet he has not done so. This indicates that he at least does not reject his identity as a Longwa citizen. As the discussion continues, a representative from the Technical Intelligence Bureau nods in agreement, adding, from a technological perspective, if he is willing to cooperate, it would be an extraordinary opportunity for us. The technologies he possesses, missile evasion, nuclear weapon miniaturization, material science, artificial intelligence, any one of these could propel our technological advancements to new heights. But is he inclined to cooperate? Someone questions. He does not seem like a person who is willing to share. How can we know without trying? The deputy minister counters. At the very least, he is almost always willing to accommodate his sister. If we approach through Qin Yao, best not to, a psychologist interjects, shaking his head. Exploiting familial bonds to achieve our goals, once discovered, could have dire consequences. Moreover, I have watched some of Qin Yao's broadcasts. She is quite innocent and lacks guile. To use her would be unethical. What do you suggest then? Direct contact, the expert states. We should engage openly, expressing our concerns while also conveying our goodwill. We must clarify our boundaries, especially regarding the nuclear weapons issue, while simultaneously presenting opportunities for collaboration, such as technological exchange and joint development in the African market. Will he agree? Uncertain, but it is certainly preferable to covert schemes. The expert emphasizes, with someone like Qin Feng, sincerity may elicit sincerity in return. However, if you attempt to manipulate him, he may react explosively. The deputy minister contemplates for an extended period. All eyes in the conference room are fixed on him, awaiting his decision. Finally, he raises his head. I agree to direct contact. But not now. Why not? Currently, the United States has just backed down, and Qin Feng is likely at his most vigilant. Approaching him now may cause him to suspect ulterior motives. The deputy minister explains. Let some time pass until this storm subsides. Then we can approach him discreetly. Who will go? I will go personally, the deputy minister asserts. The room erupts in outcry. This is far too dangerous. You are a ministerial leader. How can you precisely? Because I am a ministerial leader, it conveys sincerity, the deputy minister insists, waving his hand. Moreover, if Qin Feng truly intends to harm me, I am not safe even domestically. Let us not forget. He can strike targets with pinpoint accuracy from thousands of miles away. If he truly wishes to harm me, it matters little where I am. No one can refute this point. It is settled then, the deputy minister concludes. Draft a detailed contact plan. Note that this is not about applying pressure or making demands. It is about forging friendships. Understood? Understood. Dismissed. One by one, the attendees leave the conference room until only the deputy minister and the psychologist remain. Do you genuinely believe Qin Feng will be willing to collaborate? The expert inquires. I do not know, the deputy minister admits candidly. But I recognize that forcing him into enmity would be detrimental to this nation. Therefore, even if there is only a 1% chance, it is worth pursuing. He speaks softly. A Longwa citizen wielding such formidable power in Africa is, in itself, a miracle. If we can harness this miracle, it could transform many circumstances. What if he does not wish to be used? Then we must respect his choice, the deputy minister replies. As long as he does not harm national interests or jeopardize public safety, we will afford him the space he requires. After all, he is a Longwa citizen. And that is an immutable fact. The expert nods in agreement, refraining from further comment. In late July, Africa basks under a scorching sun, as if the very earth is melting. Yet within the confines of the Huan Yu Group's base, advanced climate control systems maintain a pleasant 24 degrees Celsius. Qin Feng occupies the main seat in the parlor of his estate. Facing guests who have traveled from afar, the Deputy Minister of the National Security Department of Longwa and his team. The parlor is spacious and elegant, with one side featuring floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a meticulously tended tropical garden. Opposite, a massive display screen broadcasts real-time images from various areas of the base. The Deputy Minister, an elderly gentleman with a sprightly demeanor, may have hair that is white with age, but his gaze remains sharp as that of an eagle. Dressed in a dark suit, he sat upright, exuding the typical aura of a military man. Accompanying him were team members equally attired in formal wear, comprising technical experts, diplomats, and security specialists, each bearing a serious yet expectant expression. Mr. Qin, thank you for taking the time to meet with us amidst your busy schedule, began the Deputy Minister, his voice steady and commanding. I am the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Security, representing the Dragon Nation. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. You are too kind, Deputy Minister. Please, have a seat. I appreciate your efforts in coming here. As they settled down, refreshments were served, and although the atmosphere appeared relaxed, each individual understood the gravity of the discussion at hand. Mr. Qin, your achievements abroad are commendable. The Deputy Minister initiated the dialogue, choosing his words with caution and formality. The nation takes pride in having individuals like you representing the Dragon Nation overseas. Qin Feng smiled, refraining from acknowledging the compliment. I merely pursued what I wished to accomplish. The Deputy Minister, unfazed by Qin Feng's directness, nodded in agreement. Indeed, our purpose here is to explore potential cooperation with you and Universal Group. Cooperation? Qin Feng raised his teacup, gently blowing on it. What specifically does that entail? Primarily, it concerns resource development in Africa. An expert in minerals beside the Deputy Minister interjected. Our country's economic growth necessitates substantial mineral resources, and Africa is one of the most resource-rich regions. Universal Group has established a robust presence here over the past 2 years, wielding significant influence and capability. If we could collaborate, Qin Feng interjected before the expert could finish. That is agreeable. Some team members exchanged surprised glances at his swift acquiescence. Mr. Qin, are you not interested in hearing the specific terms? The Deputy Minister inquired. No need, Qin Feng replied, setting down his teacup. Which region's minerals are you interested in? Or more specifically, what type of minerals? The mineral expert glanced at the Deputy Minister, who pondered for a moment before responding. To be frank, we have needs for minerals across various locations in Africa. However, the foremost requirement is a stable and secure supply chain. Which locations do you consider suitable? Mr. Qin? Qin Feng smiled. In Africa, as long as I desire it, any location can be suitable. His calm words belied an underlying authority that sent a shiver through everyone present. Are you implying that? The Deputy Minister cautiously probed. I mean that you may designate any African nation, any mining area, Qin Feng stated. Universal Group can guarantee extraction rights, secure transportation, and stable supply. Should anyone dare to disrupt the process? He did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was clear. Those who dared to interfere would meet a dire fate. Serving as a warning, Mr. Qin is quite confident in the capabilities of Universal Group, the Deputy Minister remarked. It is not merely confidence, it is a fact. Qin Feng corrected him. In Africa, sometimes might is more efficient than any other approach. While it is indeed important to discuss cooperation and sign agreements, without military power as a backing, all talk is mere empty rhetoric. This candid yet harsh truth reflected the reality of Africa. Exchanging glances with his team, the Deputy Minister continued. We hope to establish mineral cooperation projects with Universal Group across multiple African nations. Specifically, this includes cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, copper mines in Zambia, bauxite mines in Guinea, and gold and platinum group metals in South Africa. Qin Feng nodded in response. That is feasible. Universal Group has established good relations with the governments of these countries. Extraction rights, transportation routes, and security assurances will not pose any issues. What about the specific cooperation model? The Deputy Minister asked. Universal Group will ensure extraction and transportation security while charging a corresponding security fee, Qin Feng clarified. Extraction and smelting can be managed by Chinese enterprises, or we can offer technical support. As for profit sharing, it will follow industry norms. Most importantly, he paused, fixing his gaze on the deputy minister. We must ensure stable supply, free from interference by other forces. This other force refers to, a young diplomat beside the deputy minister inquired. The United States, Europe, Russia, or anyone else wishing to meddle, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. In Africa, Universal Group holds the authority. If anyone disagrees, they may come and test their resolve. A silence enveloped the conference room for several seconds. The deputy minister slowly nodded. Very well. Our team will discuss the specifics of the cooperation agreement with your professionals. Preliminary estimates suggest that these projects will involve amounts exceeding 1 trillion dragon coins. That is agreeable, Qin Feng responded readily. Is there anything else? Some team members hesitated, glancing at the deputy minister. Drawing a deep breath, the deputy minister broached the next topic. There is indeed one more matter. We are interested in certain equipment from Universal Group. Military equipment? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, the deputy minister admitted, particularly strategic bombers. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted subtly. Strategic bombers are crucial assets for national deterrence. While the Dragon Nation possesses its own strategic bombers, their performance lags behind the likes of the American B-1B and B-2. Yet now, Universal Group not only holds the B-1B, but showcases performance exceeding the original. Are you seeking the B-1B? Qin Feng asked. If possible, the deputy minister replied cautiously. We understand this is rather presumptuous. Yet if this technology could serve our nation, Qin Feng fell silent for a few moments, his team anxiously awaiting his response. That is indeed possible, he affirmed once more. Even the deputy minister was astonished. Mr. Qin, are you serious? Do I appear to be joking? Qin Feng retorted. However, a few points require clarification. Please, go ahead. First, I am offering a redesigned conventional version, Qin Feng stated. It utilizes aviation fuel, not nuclear fusion power. Nevertheless, its performance surpasses that of the current B-1B. Secondly, I will provide complete blueprints, manufacturing processes, material formulations, and all relevant technical documentation. Thirdly, the price is 200 billion dragon coins for 4 bombers. Along with the complete set of technology, this price was astonishingly low. To put it in perspective, a single B-1B costs over $500 million, equivalent to more than 30 billion dragon coins, and that is merely for the airframe, excluding any technology transfer. 200 billion dragon coins for 4 of the world's most advanced strategic bombers and the entire technical suite? It seemed almost like a gift. Mr. Qin, the deputy minister expressed disbelief. This price, a friendly price, Qin Feng replied. After all, I am also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Though simply articulated, the sentiment behind his words moved everyone present. However, a technical expert could not restrain himself from asking, will the conventional version achieve the performance depicted in the video? Not entirely, but it comes close, Qin Feng elucidated. Its range is approximately 30,000 kilometers, maximum speed is Mach 2, and it has a payload capacity of 60 tons, boasting stealth capabilities superior to the B-2. Most importantly, he paused. I will provide all core technologies, including engine technology, material science, and flight control systems. With the industrial foundation of the Dragon Nation, it is entirely feasible to assimilate and even further develop these technologies. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the team. If what Qin Feng claimed were true, the value of this transaction would be incalculable. Mr. Qin, I need to confirm something, the deputy minister stated gravely. Are you truly willing to provide the complete set of technology, including material formulations, manufacturing processes, and even source code? Absolutely, Qin Feng affirmed, nodding. The blueprints will be printed on paper for your convenience in research and archiving. Technical documentation will be provided in both electronic and paper formats. And when can delivery be expected? 3 days from now, Qin Feng replied. During these 3 days, you may rest at the base. On the 3rd day, the 4 new bombers and the complete technical documentation will be delivered punctually. 3 days? From nothing to producing 4 strategic bombers and preparing vast technical documentation? How is that possible? Yet, gazing at Qin Feng's calm demeanor, no one dared to doubt his words. Excellent, the deputy minister declared. It shall be 3 days. The price shall be as Mr. Qin has stated, 200 billion dragon coins. The state shall ensure that you do not suffer any losses, should there be further collaborations. The most favorable terms will undoubtedly be granted. With a firm handshake, Qin Feng declared, a pleasant collaboration. The deputy minister reciprocated with vigor. The discussions concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Qin Feng arranged for the deputy minister and his team to stay in the VIP building of the estate and dispatched personnel to guide them through selected non-core areas of the base. Over the next 3 days, the deputy minister's team enjoyed a warm welcome, albeit with certain restrictions during their activities at the base. They were allowed to visit the training grounds, view certain equipment display areas, and even witness an aerial performance. However, access to deeper sections, such as the underground base entrance, research center, and manufacturing facilities, remained off-limits. Even so, what they observed was sufficiently staggering. On the training grounds, soldiers were engaged in live-fire exercises, their movements exhibiting an uncanny precision, with shooting accuracy that was astonishing. More remarkably, these soldiers bore typical East Asian features, many resembling ordinary young Chinese men. Chapter 43. The reaction of the Dragon Nation. Mr. Qin, are all these soldiers from the Dragon Nation? The deputy minister inquired during the tour. One could say so. Qin Feng replied cleverly. At the very least, they identify themselves as citizens of the Dragon Nation. This response left the deputy minister contemplative. He refrained from probing further into the soldiers' origins, understanding that sometimes, knowing too much could be detrimental. On the evening of the third day, Qin Feng invited the deputy minister and his entourage to the airport. The twilight-lit airport glowed brightly under illumination. On the runway, four silver-gray strategic bombers stood in perfect formation, their surfaces reflecting a cold, hard sheen. Their silhouette bore resemblance to the American B-1B, yet differed in numerous intricate details: larger air intakes, smoother fuselage lines, and a matte gray paint adorned with the logo of Huanyu Group and the Dragon Nation's flag. The Air Force expert within the deputy minister's team widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Are these brand new? Not retrofitted?" "Brand new," Qin Feng affirmed, "manufactured specifically for this transaction based on the designs and technical standards I provided." For 3 days. The expert murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? Yet, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the truth. Next to the bombers stood a large transport aircraft. The cargo door opened, revealing a plethora of metal boxes stacked inside. These contained technical documentation, Qin Feng explained, 852 boxes in total, comprising paper blueprints, technical manuals, material formulas, and process flowcharts. The electronic data is stored on a dedicated encrypted hard drive. The password will be provided separately. Approaching an open box, the deputy minister casually picked up a stack of blue and white blueprints. The drawings were clear with detailed annotations, entirely professional-grade engineering schematics. Although not a technical expert, he could recognize the value of these documents. "Are you truly giving all of this to us?" he asked, glancing at Qin Feng. "Every last one." Qin Feng confirmed with a nod. "However, I recommend organizing an expert team to study them promptly upon your return. Some materials will require specialized equipment and processes for production, but with domestic technological capabilities, it should pose no issue." "Mr. Qin," the deputy minister inhaled deeply, "I thank you on behalf of the nation." "No need for thanks," Qin Feng replied. "I merely hope that these technologies will be utilized appropriately." He paused before adding, "Furthermore, I have arranged 8 fighter jets for escort, ensuring your safe return. The pilots of the bombers are also my arrangements. They will fly the aircraft to a designated location and then hand them over to your personnel." The deputy minister was somewhat taken aback. "You have considered everything so thoroughly. It is only fitting," Qin Feng remarked. "After all, the journey from Africa to the Dragon Nation is quite far. Although it is unlikely anyone would dare to target this shipment, it is better to be cautious." With preparations complete, the deputy minister's team boarded the private jet, followed by the transport aircraft laden with technical materials, while the 4 bombers stood ready on the runway. 8 upgraded F-22 fighters had already taken to the skies, forming an escort formation. Before departure, the deputy minister grasped Qin Feng's hand firmly. "Mr. Qin, when will you return to visit?" "In a few days, I believe," Qin Feng mused. "Once I have arranged matters here, I will return home with my sister. It has been far too long since I last saw my parents. It is time to visit." "Excellent." The deputy minister nodded vigorously. "At that time, the nation will surely extend the finest hospitality for you and your family." "Thank you." Qin Feng smiled, "Wishing you a safe journey." As night fell, the aircraft ascended sequentially into the sky, with the fighter jets leading the way, the private jet and transport aircraft in the center, and the bombers following behind, forming an imposing formation heading northeast towards the Dragon Nation. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the airport, watching the fleet disappear into the night sky. Qin Weidong approached his side, asking, "Commander, is this truly wise?" "Those technologies, there is nothing wrong with it," Qin Feng replied. "Those technologies have already become outdated for us. For the nation, they can enhance our defense capabilities, which is beneficial for us. At the very least, the country will be more inclined to safeguard our interests. But what about the Americans? Let them fret," Qin Feng chuckled. "After all, we built the planes. We drafted the blueprints. What can the Americans say? Sue us for infringement?" Would they dare to come to Africa to accuse me? Qin Weidong laughed in agreement. Indeed. Moreover, Qin Feng gazed at the starry sky. This is merely the beginning. In the future, there will be even more collaborations. He turned to leave the airport. Let us prepare for our return home. Yao must be waiting anxiously. 3 days later, at a military airport in the northwest of the Dragon Nation, 4 silver-gray strategic bombers landed smoothly and taxied to the designated area. As the cargo doors opened, pilots and technical experts from the Dragon Air Force rushed forward, eagerly surrounding the aircraft for inspection. What a stunning design. Look at this engine air intake. It's twice the size of our H-6. Is the cockpit a single-piece design? What material could this be? The shape of the radar dome. This stealth design is remarkable. Meanwhile, within the hangar of the airport, over 800 boxes of technical documentation were being meticulously unloaded. A team comprising hundreds of top experts had been waiting, divided into smaller groups to commence preliminary organization and assessment of the materials. Report. This is the complete blueprint for the engine. It includes designs for the turbine blades, material formulas, and manufacturing processes. We've found the source code for the flight control system, and it comes with detailed annotations. This is the formula for the stealth coating, plus the spraying process. The structural materials for the fuselage. My heavens, this alloy has 3 times the strength of titanium alloy, while weighing only half as much. The experts grew increasingly excited and astounded as they delved deeper into the documentation. The value of these technological materials far exceeded their expectations. In a conference room, a group of individuals was convening. This is the situation. Qin Feng readily agreed to collaborate. The expressions of several attendees were grave. What are the results of the technical documentation assessment? One inquired. The preliminary evaluation has been completed, and the expert team's conclusion is that these technologies are genuine, complete, and advanced. Particularly in materials science and engine technology, they are at least 50 years ahead of us. What were Mr. Qin Feng's conditions? Another asked. There are no additional conditions. He merely expressed a desire for these technologies to be applied appropriately. Additionally, he mentioned that he would be returning to the country in a few days to visit his parents. What is the perspective on his return? Frankly, I find him enigmatic. He possesses power and technology beyond our comprehension, yet simultaneously exhibits deep affection for his family and a strong identification with his nation. He does not appear to harbor political ambitions. Rather, he seems like someone who wishes to lead a peaceful life but has been compelled to wield excessive power. And his attitude towards the nation? At least for now, it is amicable, the deputy minister asserted. This collaboration serves as proof. Furthermore, he has clearly stated that he identifies as a citizen of the Dragon Nation. I believe that as long as we do not threaten his family or interfere with his endeavors, he will be willing to maintain a positive relationship with the nation. Let us nurture this relationship. During his return, we shall extend the highest level of hospitality, but let us refrain from excess to avoid causing him discomfort. Simultaneously, enhancing the protection of his family is not mere surveillance, but rather genuine safeguarding. Those technologies must be absorbed and integrated swiftly. Remember, this presents both an opportunity and a challenge. Our task is to seize the opportunity and confront the challenge. Chapter 44. Returning home on the morning of August 6th. The runway at the African base airport gleamed with a soft golden hue under the rising sun. The air was infused with the scent of morning dew. And in the distance, several antelopes warily glanced in this direction before swiftly vanishing into the thicket. On the tarmac, a sleek and imposing private jet stood silently. Its dimensions far exceeded those of a typical business jet, stretching over 80 meters in length with a wingspan nearing 70 meters, adorned in a resplendent silver-white paint. The minimalist star emblem on its fuselage sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. This was Qin Feng's personal aircraft, powered by nuclear fusion technology. With a theoretically limitless range and interior space akin to that of a mobile luxury villa. At this moment, the boarding stairs were lowered, and the uniformed crew was conducting final inspections. Beside it, an even larger Qin Feng transport aircraft stood with its rear cargo door open. Mechanical arms were gently loading vehicles and other supplies into the cargo hold. First was a white Bentley Continental, designated by Qin Yao as her vehicle. Its streamlined body was dazzling in the morning light. Following this were 2 black Maybach GLS 600S, one for Qin Feng's personal use, and the other a gift for his parents. Next was a deep blue Audi S8, a delightful surprise for his younger brother, Qin Yao. Further back were 10 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, each equipped with specially treated windows that obscured the interior from outside view. These vehicles were for the 36 members of the close protection team. Lastly, there were several wooden crates filled with fine wines, cigars, and other gifts sourced from around the globe. Beside the transport aircraft, 36 fully armed security personnel stood in neat formation. Dressed in casual black tactical pants and gray polo shirts, they wore tactical vests. Yet their equipment was of the highest standard. Each individual was armed with a rifle and a sidearm, weapons that had been specially authorized for entry into the country. Qin Weidong stood at the front of the line, reporting to Qin Feng. Commander, all supplies are loaded, and the security team is prepared. All affairs at the base have been arranged. Qin Wanwan is responsible for the underground base, while I oversee the surface estate and external communications. Qin Feng nodded. During my absence, the base will be on level 2 alert. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they must be dealt with ruthlessly. Qin Weidong replied, understood. Very well, Qin Feng said, patting him on the shoulder. I leave the base in your capable hands. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Qin Weidong stood at attention and saluted. Meanwhile, Qin Yao and 3 of her roommates, along with Lin Xiaoyu, had boarded the private jet. The girls excitedly explored the cabin, exclaiming in awe, wow, this plane is bigger than my house. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she stood in the spacious cabin, admiring the luxurious decor, leather sofas, marble coffee tables, artworks on the walls, and even a small bar. Look here. Zhang Yu pushed open a door to reveal a fully equipped gym. There's a gym on the plane. On the other side, Li Xiyu entered a room that housed a large bed, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view. This is too extravagant. Qin Yao then led Lin Xiaoyu around the cabin, saying, Sister Xiaoyu, look at this. This is a massage chair my brother specifically arranged for our long flight. Lin Xiaoyu's face had regained some color, though shadows lingered in her eyes. Her overall condition had improved significantly. She looked at Qin Yao gratefully. Yao Yao, thank you. And thank your brother. We are all good friends. There's no need for thanks. Qin Yao replied with a smile. The crew, comprised of service-oriented bioengineered individuals, was preparing beverages and snacks for the passengers. Dressed in crisp uniforms, they moved with professionalism and grace. Ladies, we are about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts. The captain's voice resonated through the cabin, warm and magnetic. Qin Feng conducted a final check, confirming everything was in order before boarding the aircraft. Brother, Qin Yao approached. Are we all set? Yes, Qin Feng replied, settling beside his sister. How does it feel to be flying home in your own plane for the first time? A bit nervous, yet excited. Qin Yao confessed, I haven't seen Mom and Dad for so long, nor that silly little brother of mine. The cabin door gradually closed. Outside the window, 8 modified J-20 fighter jets ascended, forming an escort formation in the sky. Commander, all aircraft are ready. The captain's voice sounded once more. Take off. Qin Feng commanded. The engines roared to life, a deep and powerful rumble. The private jet taxied slowly, gaining speed before lifting gracefully off the runway and soaring into the azure sky. The transport aircraft followed closely behind, with the 8 fighter jets splitting into 2 groups, 4 ahead leading the way and 4 flanking either side as escorts. The massive fleet adjusted its course above Africa, heading northeast towards the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the cabin, Qin Feng gazed out the window at the receding base below. The land he had cultivated for 2 years had now become a formidable center of power. And now, he was returning home, armed with the strength to change the world. The flight was incredibly smooth, a testament to the nuclear fusion technology that minimized vibrations and noise. Initially excited, the girls soon succumbed to the comfort of the flight experience. Qin Feng sat by the window, watching the clouds drift by. His thoughts wandered back to the day he departed 2 years ago. A recent college graduate filled with uncertainty about the future. Who could have anticipated that he would return in such a grand manner 2 years later? Brother, what are you thinking about? Qin Yao asked as she sat beside him. I was just reflecting on how quickly time passes, Qin Feng replied, turning to look at his sister. Do you remember when I left? You were still in high school, crying and begging me not to go. Qin Yao blushed. I did not cry. Didn't you cling to my suitcase, refusing to let go and saying you wanted to come with me to Africa? I was just worried about you. Qin Yao defended herself. Who knew how you would fare in Africa? And now you know? Qin Feng asked with a smile. I know. Qin Yao said softly. Brother, you have changed so much. Have I? Yes. You were impressive before, but still seemed like an ordinary person. Now, she hesitated. Now you feel like a superhero from a movie, or the leader of some mysterious organization. Qin Feng fell silent for a few seconds. Yao Yao, do you think this version of your brother is good? Of course. Qin Yao replied without hesitation. You protect us, safeguard Ciyu's cousin, and do so much more. Even though sometimes your methods can be a bit frightening, I know it's all for family. Chapter 45. Returning home. Qin Yao paused, then said earnestly, Brother, no matter how much you change, you will always be my brother. That is enough. A warmth spread through Qin Feng's heart as he ruffled his sister's hair, Silly girl. But brother, Qin Yao suddenly recalled something. Isn't our return a bit too grand? With the private jet, the security team, and the luxury cars. Won't mom and dad be overwhelmed? They will certainly be surprised, Qin Feng acknowledged, but some things must be gradually acclimatized to. I cannot allow them to worry about me any longer. That is true, Qin Yao nodded. In the past 2 years, every time mom called, she was secretly wiping away tears, and although dad doesn't say it, I know he has been losing sleep over it. So this time, I want them to know that their son is not only safe, but also living a good life, Qin Feng declared. I want them to be proud of me. They have always been proud of you, Qin Yao replied softly. Even when you were just an ordinary office worker, they were proud of you. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. Deep down, he understood his sister was right. A parent's love is unconditional. Yet, he still yearned to provide a better life for his parents, freeing them from financial worries, allowing them to enjoy their later years without the burdens of running a small convenience store. This encapsulates one of the meanings behind his relentless pursuit. The flight lasted approximately 10 hours. As the airplane began its descent, the view below transformed into the verdant farmlands of the Dragon Kingdom's Henan province, with sinuous rivers, scattered villages, and towns. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at Shenyang Mingport Airport. Please fasten your seatbelts and stow away your tray tables. The captain's announcement resonated. Qin Yao and her roommates excitedly gathered by the window. Is that Shenyang? It looks so vast. My home is right over there. I'm finally back. The plane landed smoothly. When the cabin door opened, Qin Feng was met with a meticulously arranged scene. On the private tarmac of Mingport Airport, several rows of people awaited. There were local officials clad in suits, airport staff in uniforms, and a few individuals of distinct demeanor. Evidently a reception team dispatched by the National Security Agency. Adjacent to the tarmac, a red carpet unfurled from the aircraft stairs to the terminal entrance, flanked by a solemn honor guard in neatly pressed uniforms. This display, Qin Yao whispered, did you arrange this in advance, brother? Not me. Qin Feng shook his head. It's a national arrangement. He was the first to descend the stairs. Immediately, a refined middle-aged man in his 50s approached him. Mr. Qin, welcome back to your homeland. The man warmly shook hands, introducing himself as Qin, Director of the Special Affairs Department of the National Security Agency. This is Mayor Wang of Shenyang City. And this is County Head Li of Huai County. After a round of introductions, Qin Feng engaged in polite conversation with everyone present. His demeanor was poised and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, eliciting silent nods of approval from the officials. This young man was indeed remarkable. Simultaneously, a transport aircraft landed. The rear door opened, and vehicles began to emerge. A white Bentley, 2 black Maybachs, a blue Audi S8, and 10 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles lined up on the tarmac. Goodness, these cars. The Bentley Continental must cost 5 to 6 million, right? The Maybach GLS 600 is also worth 2 to 3 million each. Those 10 G-Class vehicles, all fully equipped, would each be around 2 million. This convoy totals 30 to 40 million. Airport staff and onlookers in the distance hurriedly took out their phones to capture the moment. Before long, these photos and videos began to circulate on social media. After a brief exchange with the reception team, Qin Feng politely declined the city government's invitation to a banquet. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have been away from home for 2 years. I wish to see my parents first. We can gather another day. Of course, we understand. Mayor Wang promptly replied. Your filial piety is commendable, Mr. Qin. We have arranged for police escorts from the airport to Huai County to ensure your safety and that of your family. Thank you, Qin Feng nodded. At that moment, Qin Yao's roommates and Lin Xiaoyu approached to bid farewell. Yao Yao, brother Qin Feng, we're heading home now, Lin Xiaoyu said. Thank you for bringing us back. Yes, this journey has been truly astonishing. Zhang Yu chimed in with a smile. I will never forget it. Li Xiyu held Lin Xiaoyu's hand. My cousin said that once she fully recovers, she will definitely come to express her gratitude. Please be safe on your way home. Qin Feng said gently. The girls waved goodbye and, guided by the staff, headed to the regular terminal to catch their flights home. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's convoy was prepared. 36 bodyguards swiftly boarded their vehicles with professional precision. Director Chun of the National Security Agency, accompanied by a 4-member team, also entered a business vehicle. They would accompany him throughout, serving both as reception and coordination. Mr. Qin, please. Director Chen opened the door of the Bentley. Qin Feng shook his head. I will take the Maybach. Let Yao Yao have the Bentley. Huh. Qin Yao was taken aback. I get to drive? Haven't you always wanted to? Qin Feng smiled. Today, indulge yourself. They're SA driver. You can just sit in the passenger seat. That's fantastic. Qin Yao exclaimed. Jumping into the passenger seat of the Bentley, Qin Feng then boarded the first Maybach, where his younger brother Qin Yao was already waiting. As soon as he entered the car, he exclaimed, "Brother, this car is so cool. I'm glad you like it." Qin Feng smiled. "It will be yours from now on." "Really?" Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, you are too good to me." The convoy slowly exited the airport. In front were 2 police motorcycles clearing the way, followed by 2 police cars providing escort, while the luxurious convoy was flanked by 2 additional police cars at the rear. The entire procession stretched nearly 100 meters, majestically making its way onto the highway. At the highway entrance, all lanes had been cleared in advance, opened solely for their passage. Every exit along the route had traffic police on duty, ensuring unobstructed travel. As Qin Feng sat in the car, he gazed at the familiar scenery outside. 2 years had passed, and the land had changed little. It still resembled the memories he held. Yet, the one viewing the landscape was now entirely different. "Brother," Qin Yao said beside him, "do you know how people are referring to you online now?" "How so?" "The king of Huzhou, the Huzhou tycoon, the real-life Long Out Yin." Qin Yao counted on his fingers. "Some even say you're the heir of a hidden aristocratic family, possessing alien technology or something akin to a system host." Qin Feng chuckled. "What do you think?" "I think," Qin Yao pondered, "you are my brother. And that is enough for me. No matter how powerful you are, you will always be my brother." This seemingly simple statement stirred a warm current within Qin Feng. Indeed, regardless of his status or power in the outside world, upon returning home, he was simply Qin Feng, the eldest son of the Qin family, the brother of Qin Yao and Qin Yang. That was enough. Chapter 46. Returning in glory, the convoy traveled for over an hour on the highway before exiting at Huai County. Waiting at the exit were more police vehicles and local officials. Upon entering the urban area of Huai County, the scene became even more spectacular. Along the main roads, traffic police were stationed at regular intervals. At each intersection, officers maintained order, ensuring the convoy's smooth passage. Along the roadsides, a large crowd had gathered. "Look, the convoy is coming. Goodness, so many luxury cars. That must be a Bentley. I've seen it online. A Maybach. One costs millions." With police clearing the way, "Which big shot is arriving?" "I heard it's Qin Feng, the one who struck it rich in Huzhou." "Qin Feng, that kid from the old Qin family? He has become so impressive." People eagerly pulled out their phones to capture photos and videos, murmuring excitedly. Some young people recognized the models of the vehicles in the convoy, enthusiastically explaining their worth to those nearby. The convoy traversed the main thoroughfare of the county, turning into a narrower yet neat street. This was the old town, lined with various small shops, convenience stores, barber shops, snack shops, and hardware stores. In the middle of the street, in front of a small store with a sign reading convenience store, a large crowd had already gathered. Police lines had been set up, and several officers were maintaining order. But they could not quell the curiosity of the onlookers. "They're here. That's the store run by Qin Feng's parents. The old Qin family has struck it rich this time. Look at those cars." The convoy gradually came to a halt in front of the store. First to alight were the bodyguards, swiftly forming a protective circle around the vehicles. Then, the door of the Bentley opened. Qin Yao stepped out from the passenger seat, instantly drawing gasps of surprise from the gathered crowd. "It's Yao Yao, the daughter of the old Qin family. She has become even more beautiful." "Is that car hers?" "A Bentley." Next, the door of the first Maybach swung open. Qin Feng emerged, dressed in a simple white shirt and black trousers, projecting an aura of understated elegance and composure. It was not the demeanor of an ordinary wealthy individual. It embodied the presence of a leader. "Xiao Feng." A trembling voice called from the store. Qin Feng turned to see his parents walking out from within. After 2 years apart, his father's hair had turned grayer, and his mother had deeper wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, yet the warmth of their smiles remained. "Dad, Mom." Qin Feng hurriedly approached and embraced his parents tightly. A mother embraced her son, tears streaming down her cheeks. "As long as you're back, that's all that matters." The father patted his son's back with a choked voice. "What a good boy." Qin Yang stepped out of another vehicle. "Dad, Mom, I'm back too." "You rascal." The father chuckled, ruffling the younger son's hair. "Learn to be more composed like your brother." Qin Feng turned to greet the gathered villagers, smiling and waving. "Hello, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I am Qin Feng, and I have returned." "Welcome back, Xiao Feng. You've done us proud." The villagers responded warmly, many of whom recognized him or his parents. Seeing him return in such grandeur filled them with genuine happiness. "Thank you all for coming," Qin Feng continued. "I just got back today, and I'd like to spend some time with my family first. Another day, I'll catch up with everyone." After a brief exchange with the villagers, Qin Feng expressed his gratitude to the police officers maintaining order. "Thank you for your hard work. I've prepared some small gifts for everyone, which will be sent over shortly. You are too kind, Mr. Qin. It is our duty, the officer leading the team replied promptly. Qin Feng nodded and entered the convenience store with his family. The shop appeared much as he remembered it, modest in size, around 60 square meters, with shelves brimming with various daily necessities and foods. A small cashier's counter stood against the wall, atop which rested an old computer. However, today, the store was noticeably well cleaned, and the goods on the shelves were neatly arranged. In the center, a round table was laden with dishes, braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried vegetables, and chicken soup, all home-style cooking. Mom, you've made so many dishes? Qin Yao exclaimed. Your brother hasn't returned in 2 years. Of course, I had to prepare something special, their mother replied, wiping her tears with a smile. Come, sit down. The family gathered around the table. As Qin Feng gazed at the spread, a wave of warmth washed over him. This was the essence of home. Simple, unpretentious, yet profoundly genuine. Come, Xiao Feng, try this braised pork. It's your favorite, his mother said, placing a generous piece into his bowl. Mom, I can serve myself, Qin Feng quickly responded. The father chuckled. You don't know. Over the past 2 years, your mother has been constantly fretting, saying you must be struggling in Africa. Now that you're back, she can take good care of you. Qin Feng felt a lump in his throat and took a bite of the braised pork. The flavor was just as he remembered, rich yet not greasy, sweet and savory. Delicious, he said sincerely. If it's tasty, eat more. His mother added more vegetables to his plate. Qin Yao chimed in with a laugh. Mom, you're biased. I want some too. There's plenty for everyone. Their mother happily served each person at the table. Qin Yang eagerly asked, Brother, are all those cars outside really for us? Yes. Qin Feng nodded. The Bentley is for Yao Yao, one Maybach for me, and one for Mom and Dad. The Audi S8 is for you. The big G vehicles are for the security team. You don't need to worry about those. Security team? The father hesitated. Xiao Feng. Did you bring so many people back with you, and are they armed? Dad, don't worry, Qin Feng reassured him. They are all licensed security personnel, and their weapons have been specially approved. I brought them back to ensure our family's safety. Their mother's expression changed. Xiao Feng, did you offend someone out there? Mom, please don't worry, Qin Feng comforted her. It's nothing serious. With these guards around, no one would dare to cause trouble. He paused and added, moreover, the state has sent people to protect us. Some of those vehicles outside contain personnel from the National Security Department. The state has sent people? The father was astonished. Yes, Qin Feng confirmed. Some of the work I did in Africa benefited the country. Thus, they are quite concerned about our safety. Though this statement was half-truth, it sufficiently eased his parents' worries. That's a relief, his mother sighed. Xiao Feng, I don't ask for much. I just want you to be safe. I will, Mom. Qin Feng replied earnestly. As the family dined and chatted, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Qin Feng recounted some of his experiences in Africa, of course, a more embellished version, such as starting a company, making some business, and meeting interesting people. His parents listened intently, occasionally gasping in surprise. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with envy for his brother's adventures. Brother, can I go with you to Africa sometime? Qin Yang tentatively asked. You want to go? Qin Feng looked at him. Yes. Qin Yang nodded vigorously. I want to see the kingdom you built. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, all right. After some time, I'll take you to see it. After dinner, Qin Feng instructed the security team to bring down the gifts from the vehicles. In addition to red wine, there were clothes for his parents, electronic gadgets for his younger brother, and some specialties he had brought back from abroad. Why did you buy so many things? His mother looked at the mountain of gifts. How much did this all cost? Mom, your son is doing well now. You can rest easy, Qin Feng chuckled. You don't have to work so hard anymore. If you want to run the convenience store, you can. If you don't, you can close it. I'll take care of you. That won't do. The father shook his head. We're still young and capable. Besides, after running a store for a lifetime, we wouldn't know what to do if we closed it. Do as you wish, Qin Feng said, not wanting to pressure them, but don't overexert yourselves. Hire a staff member to help, and you can just manage the accounts. We'll see, his mother smiled. Here, try this tea. It's a special gift from Aunt Zhang, said to be excellent tea. The family conversed for a long time, until deep into the night. Chapter 47. Visiting the grave at 6 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, the roll-up door of the Qin family convenience store was pushed open. Qin Feng's father, Qin Zhengwo, donned in dark attire, held a bamboo basket filled with joss paper, firecrackers, incense, and offerings. His expression was more solemn than usual, reflecting the gravity of the occasion. Dad, so early? Qin Feng descended from the upstairs, dressed in simple clothing as well. We need to get an early start for the grave visit, Qin Zhengwo replied. Qin Yang, rubbing his eyes, joined them downstairs. Dad, I want to go too. Let us all go, Qin Zhangwo nodded. Your mother and Yao Yao are preparing breakfast at home. The three of us will go. Outside, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class was already running. A member of the security team, noticing Qin Feng's arrival, promptly exited the vehicle to open the back door. I'll drive myself, Qin Feng stated. The security member hesitated, glancing at the bamboo basket and firecrackers in Qin Zhangwo's hands, which were flammable items. Don't worry, I'll drive carefully, Qin Feng assured, taking the keys. You all just follow behind. Understood. Qin Feng drove the G-Class, with his father in the passenger seat and Qin Yao in the back. Another G-Class followed closely behind, carrying 4 security personnel, maintaining a safe distance. The car exited the county town, heading east along the county road. The morning roads were quiet, occasionally interrupted by elderly individuals riding electric tricycles. On either side of the road lay vast fields of corn, with stalks towering over a person's height, gently swaying in the morning breeze. I've walked this road for decades, Qin Zhangwo remarked, gazing out the window. When I was a child, it took 2 hours to walk to the county town for school. Later, even with a bicycle, it took an hour. Now, driving, we arrive in 20 minutes. Times have changed, Qin Feng commented. Indeed, they have, Qin Zhangwo sighed, yet some things remain unchanged. He pointed to a distant village, that Qin village. Your grandfather's generation lived there, and I grew up there as well. Qin Feng looked toward the village. In the dawn light, the outlines of the village became clearer, rows of 2-story buildings with white walls and gray tiles, solar water heaters atop the roofs. Surrounding the village were farmlands, with several concrete roads extending out, connecting to the county road. It appeared to be an ordinary northern village, yet it was his roots. The vehicle turned onto a village road, which was in good condition, a paved concrete path. Along the sides, early risers could be seen sweeping in front of their doors or sitting on stone benches smoking. That's your great-uncle. Qin Zhangwo pointed to an elderly man sitting at his doorstep. He was very fond of you as a child and often gave you candies. Qin Feng slowed the vehicle, rolling down the window. Grandfather, good morning. The elderly man squinted, taking a moment to recognize Qin Zhangwo. Zhangwo, you've returned? Indeed, I have. Bringing the children to pay respects at the grave. Qin Zhangwo exited the car, offering a cigarette. Grandfather accepted it, scrutinizing the vehicle and the young Qin Feng and Qin Yao. Is this little Feng? Little Yang? How they've grown. Good day, grandfather. Qin Feng and Qin Yang greeted as they stepped out of the car. Yes, the elder replied, gazing at Qin Feng with a somewhat dazed expression. You've both become adults. The last time I saw you, you were just starting university, so slender. Now, you're quite sturdy. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Feng and the others resumed their journey. The vehicle rolled into the village, where the morning air was tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. On either side of the road stood 2-story houses that appeared aged yet well-maintained. Some households had electric scooters parked in front, while others cultivated flowers and plants. There aren't many young people left in the village, Qin Zhangwo remarked. Most have gone off to work. Those who remain are from my generation or your grandfather's. And the children? Qin Yang inquired. Few children remain as well. Qin Zhangwo shook his head. Young people either take their kids with them to work or leave them at home with the elders. During summer vacations, some children accompany their parents to the cities, leaving the village even emptier. Qin Feng drove silently. The village appeared tidy, with cement paths leading to each home, streetlights illuminating the roads, and a few families even owning small cars. Yet, from the tightly shut gates and the elderly sitting alone at their doorsteps, he sensed an overwhelming loneliness. The vehicle wound through the village, eventually halting in front of an open space at the western edge. Adjacent to this clearing lay a cemetery, where dozens of graves were arranged, some marked with tombstones and others merely mounds of earth. We've arrived, Qin Zhangwo announced, grabbing a bamboo basket as he stepped out. The cemetery was located by the fields outside the village, surrounded by crops. The morning dew dampened the grass, and the air was infused with the scent of earth and fresh grass. Following his father, Qin Feng approached 2 adjacent graves. They were modest, each marked by a simple stone tablet inscribed with Grave of Qin Gong XX and Grave of Qin Mu XX. These were his grandparents. He had never met his grandmother, who had passed away before his birth. His grandfather had died during his elementary school years, a quiet man who often sat in the yard smoking. Father, mother, I've brought the children to see you. Qin Zhangwo knelt before the graves, lighting incense and arranging offerings. Qin Feng and Qin Yang followed suit, kneeling as well. According to their hometown customs, paying respects at the graves required bowing, burning paper offerings, and conversing with their departed relatives. As Qin Zhangwo burned the paper, he spoke softly. Father, mother, little Feng has returned. He is doing well out there. You can rest easy knowing we are all fine. The paper money gradually turned to ashes in the fire, the blue smoke curling upward and dispersing in the morning breeze. Qin Feng gazed at his grandfather's name on the tombstone, recalling many memories. His grandfather's rough hand stroking his head, the stories he told of their homeland. And how heartbroken he was when his grandfather passed. Time truly flies. It has been over a decade since his grandfather's death. Grandfather, grandmother, Qin Feng whispered, I have returned. I am doing well out there. You needn't worry. I will take good care of father and the younger siblings. His words were simple yet sincere. Regardless of his accomplishments elsewhere, here, he was merely a descendant of the Qin family, a descendant returning to visit his ancestors. Once the paper was burned, Qin Jiangwo produced firecrackers. Traditionally, firecrackers are set off at gravesites to announce the arrival of descendants to their ancestors and to ward off evil spirits. They no longer allow firecrackers. Qin Jiangwo hesitated, aware of county regulations. Go ahead, Qin Feng encouraged. It's fine. He stepped forward to take the firecrackers, igniting them. The popping sounds resonated loudly through the quiet morning village. Before long, several households opened their doors, with curious faces peeking out. However, upon recognizing Qin Feng and his family, they quickly retreated, clearly having already heard the news of his return. After the firecrackers were finished, Qin Jiangwo lingered at the graves with his two sons for a moment before gathering their belongings to leave. Chapter 48. Never forget one's roots. Let us visit the old residence, Qin Jiangwo suggested. The old residence lay at the opposite end of the village, the house where Qin Jiangwo had lived during his childhood. Later, their family moved to the county town, leaving the old house vacant, only occasionally returning to clean it. It was a very old house. A single-story brick and tile structure that appeared diminutive and dilapidated compared to the two-story houses in the village. The yard was overgrown with weeds, the walls peeling, and the paint on the wooden door flaking. This house had stood for over 40 years. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, Qin Jiangwo reminisced. This is where I lived when I married your mother. You and your siblings were all born here. Qin Feng stepped into the yard, which was not large. Approximately 30 square meters, with a hand pump well rusting at the wall. The main building had 3 rooms, all windows and doors shut, the glass covered in thick dust. I used to sleep in the yard during summer, gazing at the stars, Qin Jiangwo recalled. In winter, we would huddle together for warmth. We were poor then, but quite happy. Qin Yang curiously explored the area. He had little recollection of the old residence, as their family moved to the county shortly after he became aware of his surroundings. Qin Feng, however, remembered more vividly. He recalled the yard, the hand pump well, summer baths, and his grandfather sitting on the threshold smoking. This house needs repairs, Qin Jiangwo sighed. But even if repaired, no one would live here. It would be a waste of money. It can be restored, serving as a cherished memory, Qin Feng suggested. We'll see. Qin Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Come, let us visit the ancestral hall. The Qin ancestral hall was centrally located in the village. A relatively larger structure that appeared old and worn. With gray bricks and tiles, wooden doors and windows, a plaque hung above inscribed with the characters Qin Clan Ancestral Hall. Though the lettering had become faint, the door to the hall was unlocked, and Qin Jiangwo pushed it open. Inside the main hall stood several offering tables, adorned with tablets, most of which were covered in dust. A yellowed portrait of their ancestors hung on the wall, the figures obscured and indistinct. Our Qin family is not a prominent clan, Qin Jiangwo stated, lighting a cigarette. Our ancestors were ordinary farmers, and we have not produced any notable figures. This ancestral hall was built before the liberation, nearly torn down during the Cultural Revolution, but your great-grandfather secretly preserved it. He approached the offering table, wiping away the dust with his sleeve. According to tradition, the ancestral hall should be regularly maintained and rituals performed. However, our Qin family lacks funds, and most of the young have gone away, leading to its gradual neglect. As Qin Feng observed the dilapidated ancestral hall, a surge of complex emotions welled within him. This was his root, the source of his lineage. Though ordinary, it represented the authentic essence of the Qin family. Father, how many people are still in our Qin family village? He inquired. Perhaps around 30 households, over 100 people. Qin Jiangwo contemplated. But most young people have left. Those remaining are generally over 50. There are fewer than 10-year age in the entire village. All have gone to work. Yes, there are many factories in the south, with higher wages. Farming here yields little income throughout the year. Who would want to stay in the village? Qin Jiangwo took a puff of his cigarette, continuing, it's not that they don't want to come back. But what would they return for? Farming? Small businesses? There's no future in that. Hence, they must leave and take their children with them. Gradually, the village is becoming emptier and older. A tone of helplessness tinged his voice, reflecting the plight of countless villages in Longwa, youth departing, elders remaining, and the slow hollowing of rural life. Qin Feng remained silent, observing the dusty tablets in the hall and the ancestral portrait on the wall. He suddenly felt an urge to take action. "Father," he began, but before he could finish his thought, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Several elderly men entered one after another. "Jingwo, is that really you?" An elderly man with graying hair exclaimed in delight. "Uncle Lu." Qin Jingwo hurriedly approached, inquiring about the elder's well-being. "How are you, sir?" "Good, good." Uncle Lu assessed Qin Feng and Qin Yao. "Is this little Feng? Little Yang? You've grown so much." "Hello." Sixth Grandpa, Qin Feng, and Qin Yang greeted him respectfully. "Good, good." Uncle Lu grasped Qin Feng's hand, his eyes glistening with moisture. "The last time I saw you, you were just a child. In the blink of an eye, you've become an adult, and you've made something of yourself." Other elders gathered around, all relatives from the Qin family. They regarded Qin Feng with expressions of concern, curiosity, and anticipation. "I heard you've been doing quite well out there?" one elder asked. "Not too bad," Qin Feng modestly replied. "Don't be humble." Another elder chuckled. "We've all heard about you driving back in a big car, with bodyguards accompanying our Qin family. At last, we have someone remarkable among us." "Indeed, our Qin family's ancestral grave is flourishing." The elders exchanged lively banter, creating a warm atmosphere. Qin Jingwo introduced his son to the elders. "This is your second granduncle, this is your fourth granduncle, and this is your seventh granduncle." Qin Feng greeted each one respectfully. Some of these elders he recognized, while others were unfamiliar, yet they were all his kin, all part of the Qin family. "Little Feng," Uncle Lu said, holding his hand. "How long can you stay this time?" "I'm not sure yet, but I should be here for a while," Qin Feng responded. "Good, good." Uncle Lu nodded repeatedly. "Stay a while longer and take a good look at your hometown. Our Qin family village, though poor, is a wonderful place." "Indeed," another elder chimed in. "Little Feng, now that you've made something of yourself out there, don't forget your roots. Our Qin family is counting on you young people." While the words were somewhat blunt, they were spoken with sincerity. The elders looked at Qin Feng, their gazes filled with expectation and concern. They feared that this promising young man might one day forget his origins. Observing the elders, Qin Feng noticed the wrinkles on their faces and the anticipation in their eyes, leading him to a resolution. "Grandfathers," he said earnestly, "I am a Qin family member, and this is my root. I will not forget." The elders all smiled. That's good. That's good. Our Qin family has hope now. Little Feng, be sure to come back often." After chatting in the ancestral hall for a while, Qin Jingwo glanced at the time. "Dear uncles, we should head back. Breakfast is waiting at home." "All right, hurry back." Uncle Lu patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. "Come by our house sometime. Your sixth grandmother's cooking is superb." "Definitely," Qin Feng nodded. Leaving the ancestral hall and walking along the village's concrete road, Qin Feng's mood had shifted from when he first arrived. He was no longer just a transient visitor. He felt a renewed connection to this land. Along the way, he encountered several more elders who warmly greeted him. Some even offered vegetables and fruits from their gardens, insisting he take them. "Here, take this. It's homegrown and pesticide-free. Little Feng, try this peach. It's so sweet." Qin Jingwo, bring the kids over for a meal when you can. Qin Feng accepted everything graciously, promising to visit soon. Qin Jingwo sighed. The people from our hometown are still so warm-hearted. Qin Feng remained silent, gazing out at the village. The village appeared peaceful and beautiful. Yet beneath this tranquility lay a loss of youth, the loneliness of the elderly, and the gradual decline of a traditional community. "Dad," he finally spoke. "I want to do something for our hometown." Qin Jingwo turned to his son. "What do you wish to do?" "I haven't figured it out yet," Qin Feng replied. "But I don't want to watch our hometown fade away slowly. I want to bring the young people back and revive the village." Qin Jingwo fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Your intentions are commendable, but it won't be easy. The village lacks industry. What will the young people come back for?" "We can create industry," Qin Feng suggested. "Invest in building factories. There are always solutions to problems." "But that requires a lot of money," his father noted. "Money is not an issue," Qin Feng responded. "The real challenge is how to genuinely help our hometown instead of causing more harm." Qin Jingwo regarded his son with a complex expression. He understood that his son was now wealthy and influential. His willingness to assist their hometown brought him comfort. "If you wish to pursue this, I will support you," Qin Jingwo declared. "But take your time, proceed cautiously, and gain a thorough understanding of the situation." "Understood," Qin Feng nodded. As the vehicle exited the village and returned to the county road, Qin Feng glanced back at the gradually receding Qin family village. This ordinary yet familiar village was the starting point of his life. Now that he had the means, he felt an obligation to give back to this land and its people, not for the sake of vanity or fame, but simply because this was home. The roots lie here, and even as the leaves flourish, one must never forget their origins. Chapter 49. Reconstructing the Homeland in the Evening. On the second floor of the Qin family convenience store, the streets outside gradually quieted, the crowd of onlookers having dispersed, leaving only a few black Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons parked quietly by the roadside, with security personnel stationed nearby. The Qin family sat together on the living room sofa, a pot of chrysanthemum tea brewed by their mothers steaming on the coffee table. This was the first genuine family reunion in 2 years. Brother, you plan to invest in our hometown. What do you specifically want to do? Qin Yao sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on an apple, his eyes bright with curiosity as he looked at Qin Feng. Leaning back on the sofa with a teacup in hand, Qin Feng pondered for a moment. I want to delve into high technology. Qin Yao nearly choked on his apple. What? High technology? Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Feng countered. Qin Yao set down the apple, scrutinizing his brother's expression, and soon realized he was serious. He scratched his head. Brother, I don't mean to discourage you, but our place here in Huai County, Shenyang, and even the entire Hunan province seems quite disconnected from high technology, doesn't it? Why do you say that? Qin Feng inquired. Well, Qin Yao began counting on his fingers. First, the infrastructure is lacking. We're far from the coast, logistics costs are high, and transportation is inconvenient. Second, there is no industrial foundation. We barely have any traditional industries, let alone high-tech ones. Third, and most crucially, we lack talent. He grew increasingly animated. Brother, do you know the current situation in Hunan? It's a populous province with millions of college entrance examination candidates each year. Yet there is only one 211 university in the entire province. Just one. With 1 million candidates competing for so few spots, it's a fierce scramble. Those who excel either go to universities in Yanjing, the Magic City, or other provinces, 985 and 211 schools, and once they graduate, they stay there. Who comes back? Qin Yang's voice carried a note of frustration. Some of my high school classmates who excelled are now in Yanjing, the Magic City, Shenzhen, or Hangzhou. When we chat occasionally, and they ask me where I'm from, and I say Hunan, their first reaction is, oh, that place. He paused, lowering his voice. Sometimes I see online comments about Hunan people, saying we are poor, that we lack quality, even linking us to manhole covers, and it hurts deeply. But what can I do? Our area is impoverished, slow to develop, and unable to retain talent. It's a vicious cycle. The living room fell silent. Their mother let out a soft sigh, while their father silently smoked a cigarette. Qin Yao spoke quietly. I study in Zhejiang, and at times, I can sense some unusual looks. Qin Feng listened quietly. He understood everything his brother was expressing. As a central province in China, Hunan was once the heart of Chinese civilization, yet for various reasons, it has indeed lagged behind in modern times. Population outflow, industrial backwardness, and a lack of educational resources were all stark realities. And when it comes to high-tech industries, Qin Yao continued, China is currently in fierce competition with the U.S. over chips, and they have us in a tight grip. We can't even produce a 28-nanometer lithography machine, let alone 7-nanometer or 5-nanometer technology. And materials? The gap in basic materials is immense. Issues like battery life and safety in new energy vehicles are significant challenges. He forced a smile. Brother, it's not that I don't believe in you, but high technology isn't something that can be solved with money alone. It requires top-tier talent, a complete industrial chain, and decades of technological accumulation. We lack everything here. After listening to his brother's words, Qin Feng gently set down his teacup. You are correct. Under traditional thinking, this place is indeed unsuitable for high-tech development. However, that is merely conventional thought. Qin Feng interrupted. Yang, have you forgotten something? I, Qin Feng, have never adhered to traditional paths. Qin Yao was taken aback. Qin Feng rose from his seat, stating, you claim there is a lack of talent. Yet I possess the finest scientists and the most exceptional engineers. Whatever quantity I require, I can acquire. You assert there is a dearth of technology. However, I have access to cutting-edge technologies in chips, materials, energy, and artificial intelligence. Whatever technical expertise you seek, I possess it, and it is the most advanced. You mention the absence of an industrial foundation. That is of no concern, for I can construct a complete industrial chain from the ground up. He gazed at his brother. As for finances, I am far from lacking. Therefore, all the issues you worry about are, for me, non-issues. Qin Yao opened his mouth, intending to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, his brother had exhibited an astonishing array of capabilities, from swiftly deploying special forces from Africa to the northern regions of Myanmar, to possessing unassailable intercontinental missiles and nuclear weaponry. For such a brother to declare his intention to delve into high technology, what could be deemed impossible? However, Qin Yao could not resist asking, even if you have talent, technology, and funds, why here? Wouldn't it be easier in Shenzhen, Shanghai, or Beijing? Those places already have a foundation. Because this is my hometown, Qin Feng replied simply. I do not wish for the youth of Hunan province to leave their homes in search of survival, subjected to the scrutiny of others. I want to show those who claim that Hunan is only known for its manhole covers that we can also give birth to world-class high technology. He returned to the sofa, his tone calm, yet resolute. You are right, Yang. Hunan lacks a good university. So let us build one, or even several. There is a need for high-tech enterprises, and we shall establish them to be among the world's finest. If there are insufficient job opportunities, we will create an environment where young people can find excellent employment right at their doorstep. Qin Yao was taken aback by his brother's words. He had heard similar grandiose statements before, but when they came from his brother, they felt entirely different. Not hollow slogans, but plans poised for realization. Which field do you wish to commence with? Qin Yao inquired. Qin Feng pondered. The issues his brother had just mentioned were precisely the current shortcomings of the Dragon Nation. Chips, basic materials, and new energy batteries were all critical technologies that were impediments. And he had all these technologies within his system's knowledge base. Chips, Qin Feng declared, let us begin with chips. Chips. Qin Yang's eyes widened. Brother, do you understand how complex the chip industry is? Design, manufacturing, packaging, testing, just a single photolithography machine has brought countless enterprises to their knees. I am aware, Qin Feng nodded. But I also know that our impediments are not due to a lack of intelligence or effort. Rather, it is because we started late, accumulated little, and have been blocked by patents and technological barriers. How will you break through? By employing an entirely new technological pathway, Qin Feng replied. Silicon-based chips are nearing their physical limits, and everyone is in search of the next generation of chip technology. Carbon-based chips, quantum chips, photonic chips, these are the future. He paused, adding, and I possess the entirety of these future technologies. Qin Yao gasped in astonishment. Carbon-based chips? Quantum chips? These are technologies still in the experimental phase. And you claim to have them all. Not just chips, Qin Feng continued. Materials are also a priority. Superconducting materials, high-strength lightweight alloys, and new semiconductor materials are the foundations of industry. With superior materials, one can create excellent equipment and ultimately produce outstanding products. Additionally, consider new energy batteries. Current lithium batteries have low energy density, poor safety, and slow charging. I can develop new batteries with 10 times the energy density, charging speeds 10 times faster, and complete immunity to fire and explosion. His voice remained steady as he enumerated the fields of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and aerospace, as if discussing the dinner menu. Yet each word represented the forefront of contemporary technology. Qin Yao listened, dumbfounded. It felt as though he were not conversing with his brother, but rather listening to a monologue from a science fiction film. Brother, do you truly possess all of this? He asked cautiously. Indeed, Qin Feng affirmed. And it is not merely theoretical from a laboratory, it is mature technology ready for mass production. The living room fell silent once more. Their father, Qin Zhangwo, extinguished his cigarette and regarded his son intently. Xiao Feng, are you genuinely going to pursue these ambitions? Absolutely, Qin Feng nodded. Father, I am not acting impulsively. I have a comprehensive plan. And how much will you invest? Their mother asked anxiously. This sounds exceedingly costly. Money is not an issue, Qin Feng replied. I cannot disclose specific figures at this moment, but I can assure you it is far greater than you anticipate. Moreover, these investments are not aimed at profit. At least not in the short term. My goal is to transform my hometown and alter the destiny of this province. Qin Zhangwo remained silent for a considerable time. As a father, he felt proud of his son's achievements, yet he was also concerned about his son's audacious ambitions. Establishing high technology in a place like Huaixin? It seemed utterly fanciful. However, he understood his son. Qin Feng had never been one to boast. If he dared to speak, it was because he had confidence. What do you need from the family? Qin Zhangwo ultimately asked. Nothing for now, Qin Feng replied. Father, mother, you may continue to live your lives without concern. Since I have decided to proceed, I will make all necessary preparations. He turned to his brother. Yang, are you interested in this? Brother, I am not interested at the moment. We can talk about it later. Qin Yao interjected, raising her hand. Just focus on your live streaming, Qin Feng chuckled. That is also part of the promotion. In due course, you can broadcast our factory and research institute. allowing the world to witness the changes occurring in Hunan. All right. Qin Yao nodded vigorously. The family continued to engage in conversation for a considerable time. Qin Feng elaborated on his preliminary vision to establish a high-tech industrial park in Huaixin. Divided into several sectors: chip design and manufacturing, new materials research and development, new energy technology, artificial intelligence, and robotics. Each sector would host world-class laboratories, cutting-edge production lines, and the finest expert teams. But brother, where will you source your talent? Qin Yang raised another crucial question. Even if you possess technology, someone must implement it. I have that covered, Qin Feng replied mysteriously. You will meet them. In reality, Qin Feng planned to utilize bioengineered individuals. Research-oriented bioengineered beings possessed the highest knowledge and technology, and were loyal and reliable, making them the ideal candidates to execute these plans. Of course, he would also recruit some genuine human scientists and engineers. But the core team must consist of bioengineered individuals. And the university? Qin Yang said. If you genuinely intend to develop high technology in Huaixin, a university must accompany it. Otherwise, we cannot cultivate local talent and will still rely on outsiders. Well said, Qin Feng praised his brother. Thus, I intend to build a university. No, not just one, but an entire university town. A university town? Qin Yang was astonished. In Huaixin? Brother, do you realize how challenging it is to establish a good university? Faculty, facilities, student enrollment, all of it is manageable, Qin Feng replied. For faculty, I have the best professors. For facilities, I have the most advanced laboratories. As for student enrollment, with 1 million candidates in Hunan province, can we not secure sufficient enrollment? He paused, adding, the university I aspire to build is not an ordinary institution. It will be a research-oriented university, directly connected to industry demands. Students will engage with cutting-edge research from their first year, participating in real-world projects. Upon graduation, they can seamlessly transition into employment within our enterprises. Qin Yang was rendered speechless by this ambitious vision. If it could truly be realized, Huaixin, no, the entire Hunan province, would undergo a monumental transformation. But brother, such a massive investment requires government involvement, he stated. I will engage with them, Qin Feng assured him. Tomorrow, I will reach out. This is not a solitary endeavor. It necessitates governmental support. Qin Zhengwo nodded. It is indeed time to communicate with the government. Such a significant endeavor cannot proceed without government support. I understand, Qin Feng remarked. Thus, this return is not merely for family reunion, but also to discuss collaboration. As night deepened, the family conversed for a while longer before retiring to their respective rooms. Qin Feng returned to his quarters, refraining from turning on the light, and stood before the window. Outside, the night in Huai County was tranquil, with only a few distant lights flickering. In stark contrast to the bustling cities of Shanghai and Shenzhen, this place felt like an entirely different realm. Yet, Qin Feng was acutely aware that soon, everything would change dramatically. He envisioned establishing a world-class chip factory here, producing chips that would surpass those of TSMC and Samsung. He aspired to develop new materials, breaking the foreign monopolies. He dreamt of constructing a university town to cultivate top-tier talents for both Hunan province and Longhua. He aimed to transform this area into a hub of high technology, allowing the people of Hunan to realize their dreams without leaving their homes. All of this was not solely for profit. Although profit was inevitable, it was about transformation, about validation, about rejuvenating this ancient land. Qin Feng recalled the elderly he had seen earlier in Qin family village, remembering the hope in their eyes. They yearned to witness their hometown flourish. To see the youth return, to envision Qin family village, Huai County, and Hunan province no longer viewed through a disparaging lens. And he possessed the capability to actualize all of it. Thus, he resolved to act, employing his own methods and strengths. He would demonstrate to the world that Hunan was not merely a place of manhole covers, but a region endowed with the power to effectuate change. He envisioned those Hainanese who had ventured abroad proudly proclaiming, I hail from Hunan, a land of premier high-tech enterprises, esteemed universities, and boundless opportunities. This was his mission. Chapter 51. Investment in chips. Brother, have you truly made your decision? Qin Yang inquired, as he carried a box of mineral water into the store. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am scheduled to attend a meeting at the county government this morning. Qin Zhengwo raised his gaze from behind the counter, his expression a mix of concern and admiration for his eldest son, Xiaofeng. What you are attempting seems overwhelmingly ambitious. The chip industry, materials, a university town. How much will all this cost? Money is not the issue, Qin Feng replied calmly. The challenge lies in time. Their mother peeked from the kitchen, a cloth in hand. Your Uncle Wang's youngest son just returned from the South last month. He mentioned layoffs at his factory after 8 years in the electronic sector. And old Li's daughter, Qin Zhengwo continued, is attending university in the provincial capital. She graduated 2 years ago, but is still renting while job hunting. Last month, she expressed a desire to take the civil service exam. But there are so few positions in our county. These mundane familial narratives encapsulated the reality faced by countless households in Huai County and the broader Xinjiang region. Listening intently, Qin Feng's resolve grew stronger. At 8:30 in the morning, several black sedans slowly pulled up at the convenience store. The first was Qin Feng's Maybach, followed by 2 G-Class Mercedes-Benz vehicles, from which emerged 8 security personnel. "Dad, Mom, I'm off to the meeting," Qin Feng announced, rising and adjusting his attire. Qin Zhengwo and his wife approached the store entrance, where neighbors and passers-by whispered among themselves. "Isn't that the eldest son of the Qin family? I heard he made a fortune in Black Continent. Look at that car. It must be worth millions. Not just that. I heard he had fighter jets escorting him home." Qin Feng nodded at his parents and climbed into the car, accompanied by his security detail. The convoy gradually departed the convenience store, heading towards the county government. On August 9, 2025, at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the Huai County Government Conference Room was filled with attendees. One side comprised representatives from the national level of Longhua, including Director Chun, along with several officials from the National Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. The opposite side featured leaders from Xinjiang City and Huai County, including the mayor, county party secretary, and other principal officials. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat delicate. The national officials wore serious expressions, while the local officials appeared both excited and anxious. They had been informed the day prior about a significant meeting concerning major investments. But only upon witnessing the presence of high-ranking officials did they realize the gravity of the occasion. The conference room door swung open, and Qin Feng entered, flanked by 4 security personnel. Following him were 10 team members, consisting of 5 chip experts and 5 material specialists, all bioengineered humans appearing to be between 30 and 50 years of age. "Greetings, esteemed leaders. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Qin Feng smiled and nodded at the assembly. Director Chun was the first to rise. "Mr. Qin, please take a seat. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Qin Feng, the founder of Huanyu Group." Following a round of polite applause, the meeting commenced. The county party secretary of Huai County was the first to speak, adhering to protocol by introducing the basic details of Huai County. Huai County spans 1,200 square kilometers, with a resident population of 680,000, 42 of whom are engaged in agriculture. In 2024, the county's GDP reached 28.6 billion yuan, with agriculture, food processing, and light textile industries as the primary sectors. Qin Feng was already well acquainted with these statistics, listening attentively. Once the introduction concluded, a leader from the Development and Reform Commission turned to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, we understand you intend to invest in your hometown. Could you elaborate on your plans?" All eyes turned towards Qin Feng. He surveyed the room before speaking slowly. "Before discussing specific plans, I would like to share a brief story." The room fell silent. "In the year I graduated from university, I traveled south to seek employment. During one interview, the HR manager glanced at my resume and asked where I was from. When I replied Huai County in Xinjiang City, he chuckled and remarked, 'Oh, that place.' Then he inquired whether many people from there worked as migrant laborers." Qin Feng's tone remained calm, yet the local officials visibly bristled. I was not offended, for he spoke the truth. Indeed, many from Huai County, Xinjiang, and the entire province of Hunan work in construction and renovation. However, this should not define our hometown, nor should it be the inescapable fate of our younger generation. I spent 2 years in Black Continent, witnessing much and reflecting deeply. Qin Feng continued, "What we lack is not diligence or intelligence, but opportunity, a platform, and an industrial foundation that allows individuals to showcase their talents." He paused, casting his gaze over every official present. "Thus, I have resolved to invest in my hometown. Not for profit. Truthfully, Huanyu Group does not lack funds, but to effectuate change." A director from the Ministry of Science and Technology adjusted his glasses. "Mr. Qin, could you specify the fields in which you plan to invest?" "2 primary directions," Qin Feng replied, raising 2 fingers. "First, the chip industry. Second, the basic materials industry." A murmur rippled through the conference room. Chips and advanced materials were indeed critical fields in need of breakthroughs at the national level. However, could a county truly support such high-tech industries? An official from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology could not help but ask, "Mr. Qin, the chip industry demands high levels of talent, infrastructure, and supply chains. I fear Huai County's current capabilities may be insufficient. These are not concerns, Qin Feng interjected firmly. Huanyu Group possesses a comprehensive technological framework, encompassing design, manufacturing, and packaging testing, all achieved with our proprietary technology. As for talent, we will cultivate it ourselves. An official from the Ministry of Industry leaned forward. Mr. Qin, what specific technology are you developing in the chip sector? Currently, we are racing to catch up in the 28 nanometers to 14 nanometers processes, while 7 nanometers is still a challenge. It is not silicon-based chips, Qin Feng replied calmly. The room fell silent instantaneously. We are developing carbon-based chip technology, he continued, which has already reached mass production levels, boasting performance exceeding traditional silicon chips by over 100 times, with power consumption reduced by 70, and costs merely one-third of silicon chips with equivalent performance. 100 times the performance. The director of the Ministry of Science and Technology nearly sprang from his chair. Mr. Qin, are you certain it is 100-fold? This surpasses the limits of Moore's law. Qin Feng nodded and turned to a nearby bioengineering expert. Dr. Qin, please provide a brief overview. The bioengineer known as Dr. Qin rose, appearing to be around 50 years old, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sophistication. Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Qin Yuan, the head of the Chip Research and Development Center at Huanyu Group. The carbon-based chips we have developed employ a revolutionary carbon nanotube array architecture, effectively suppressing the quantum tunneling effect. The currently mass-produced Huanyu Type 1 chip boasts a clock frequency of up to 120 GHz, featuring 256 cores that support 1,024 thread parallel processing. A cascade of technical jargon and astonishing parameters left the officials present in a state of stunned disbelief. An official from the National Development and Reform Commission hastily recorded notes, his hand trembling. If this technology is indeed valid, it will fundamentally alter the global chip industry landscape. Mr. Qin, what are your plans for this technology? I intend to establish it in Huaixin, Qin Feng interjected. The complete industrial chain, from the preparation of carbon nanotube materials, chip design, wafer fabrication to packaging and testing, will all be accomplished in Huaixin. It is anticipated that the chip industry alone could generate over 5 trillion GDP for Huaixin. 5 trillion? The mayor of Huaixin murmured, repeating the figure. Last year's GDP for Huaixin was merely 28.6 billion. What does 5 trillion even signify? It amounts to 20 times the current GDP of the entire Shenyang city. The hands of the county party secretary trembled slightly beneath the table as he struggled to contain his excitement. Mr. Qin, what about the materials industry? Materials are the foundation of chips and, indeed, of modern industry as a whole. Qin Feng directed his gaze to another materials expert. We have mastered a series of novel material technologies, ultra-lightweight alloys, high-temperature resistant ceramic matrix composites, flexible display materials, superconductors, and more. These technologies not only serve the chip industry, but can also be widely applied in aerospace, new energy vehicles, medical devices, and various other fields. Another bioengineering expert stood to speak. I am Qin Wenba, the head of materials research and development. For instance, our soon-to-be mass-produced graphene titanium alloy composite boasts a strength 8 times that of aerospace aluminum, weighing only half as much, with corrosion resistance surpassing that of stainless steel. Once mass production commences, this material will revolutionize the aerospace and automotive industries. Qin Feng added, the materials industry will similarly yield trillions in GDP. More importantly, it will drive the upgrading and development of dozens of downstream industries. The conference room fell into a hush, the only sounds being the hum of the air conditioning and the slightly labored breaths of the officials. The secretary of the Shenyang City Committee took a deep breath. Mr. Qin, your plans are indeed astonishing. However, I must ask, why have you chosen Huaixin? From a commercial perspective, the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta possess superior industrial foundations and talent reserves. Qin Feng smiled, a complex expression gracing his face. Your question is well-founded. Yet, from a commercial standpoint, I need not consider the industrial foundation, for Huanyu Group itself is the foundation. As for talent reserves, he paused, his voice deepening. My parents hail from Huaixin, and I was raised here. I am acutely aware of the intelligence and diligence of the youth in this area. They simply lack opportunities. My high school classmates include prodigies who gained admission to Tsinghua and Peking universities, as well as those who excelled in provincial mathematics competitions. But what happens after graduation? They either remain in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, unable to return, or come back to find no suitable employment. I do not intend to establish merely a few factories. Qin Feng's voice resonated in the conference room. I aim to create a complete, world-class industrial cluster. The core competitiveness of this cluster will not be cheap land and labor, but rather technology, innovation, and the world-class R&D platform we can provide. He looked at the local officials seated before him. Thus, I also plan to undertake a third initiative, a university town in Huaixin. A university town? The secretary of the Xinjiang City Committee's eyes lit up. Indeed, Qin Feng affirmed. An applied university in deep collaboration with Huanyu Group, with programs directly aligned to industry needs. Students will engage in real projects upon enrollment and can secure employment at Huanyu Group upon graduation through assessments. We will also establish research institutes and postdoctoral stations to attract the world's top talent. He turned to the officials from the national ministries. I am aware that the nation has been promoting the balanced distribution of higher education resources. With a population of 100 million in Hunan province, there is only one 211 university. This is neither reasonable nor fair. The university town in Huaixin will address this gap. The Minister of Science and Technology excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Excellent. Mr. Qin, if you can truly realize this, it will not only be a boon for Huaixin, but for the entire central region. An official from the National Development and Reform Commission was more concerned with practical issues. Mr. Qin, such a grand investment will undoubtedly require substantial land. What are your considerations for site selection? Qin Feng had prepared for this inquiry. I intend to situate the Chip Industrial Park in Qinjiakan and its surrounding areas. The terrain is relatively flat, primarily consisting of farmland and villages, with minimal demolition required, and it is conveniently located near provincial roads. He projected a map from his phone onto the conference room screen. The area surrounding Qinjiakan, approximately 30 square kilometers, can be planned as a comprehensive chip industrial chain park. The materials industrial park will require further site evaluation. The mayor of Huaixin immediately expressed his support. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, we will fully cooperate with land acquisition and demolition efforts. We will establish a dedicated task force, led by myself, to ensure the timely availability of project land. The county party secretary added, we will also simultaneously plan for supporting infrastructure, road expansions, power grid upgrades, water supply guarantees, sewage treatment, constructed to the highest standards. Qin Feng nodded. Additionally, regarding the university town, I suggest locating it in the western part of the county seat. The environment is favorable for campus construction, and it can leverage the existing amenities of the county seat. The mayor of Xinjiang City quickly interjected, Mr. Qin, the construction of the university town involves approvals at both provincial and national levels. We will promptly initiate the application process, striving for expedited handling to secure approval as soon as possible. The meeting lasted a full 3 hours, from the initial shock to detailed discussions and concrete implementation arrangements. Officials from each department raised their questions and suggestions, to which Qin Feng and his team provided professional and feasible solutions. At noon, as the meeting neared its conclusion, the secretary of the Xinjiang City Committee delivered a summarizing speech. Today's meeting has revealed to me the patriotic sentiments of a private entrepreneur, as well as the capacity of a world-class technology enterprise to transform regional development patterns. Relevant national departments will wholeheartedly support Huanyu Group's investment project in Huaixin, providing maximum convenience in terms of policy, approvals, and support. He looked at Qin Feng and said gravely, Mr. Qin, what you have proposed today is not merely an investment plan, but a blueprint for regional revitalization. On behalf of the relevant national departments, I thank you for your deep affection for your hometown and for our nation. Qin Feng rose and shook hands with the secretary. It is my duty. After the meeting concluded, officials departed in succession. The county party secretary and the mayor lingered, hoping to invite Qin Feng to lunch, but he politely declined. Let us forego lunch, gentlemen, Qin Feng stated. Time is of the essence. Accomplishing this task is no small feat, and we must ensure that everyone understands and supports it. Understood. The county party secretary nodded repeatedly. We will dispatch a task force to assist you in engaging with the community. As he stepped out of the county government building, the sun shone brightly. Qin Feng gazed at the familiar county town before him. The streets were narrow, the buildings modest, and the attire of the people was far from fashionable, yet there was an authenticity and warmth here that big cities lacked. Chapter 53. A 5 trillion investment in the finest villa area, Buehuading. Qin Feng had just finished breakfast. While it was termed the best villa, it merely met the county's standards. A 3-story standalone structure with small courtyards in the front and back, the decor was fairly exquisite. But compared to his sprawling estate in Africa, this felt like a temporary lodging. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed, as he purchased a cluster of adjacent villas in one breath, one for his own residence, and the others designated for his accompanying team of bioengineered individuals. In the spacious living room, Qin Feng leisurely watched the morning news. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, several members of the security team patrolled the courtyard, dressed in plain clothes. Their keen gazes and upright postures revealing an uncommon aura. Sis. Qin Yao, clad in a pink loungewear, darted down the stairs, her phone still displaying her Douyin backend page. Look, I've gained another 500,000 followers. Now it's over 72 million. Qin Feng smiled as he took the phone to glance at it. Not bad. Keep it up. Got it. Qin Yao leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Bro, there hasn't been anything fresh for the livestream these past few days. And the fans are asking what we'll broadcast next. How about we take a trip to Li Family Village? Li Family Village? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes. Didn't you mention that the materials company was going to be located near Li Family Village? Qin Yao shook Qin Feng's arm eagerly. The government is currently working on land acquisition there. We could go check it out. Consider it an inspection. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Indeed. He had some spare time these days. The registration of the company in Huai County had been completed, and the business license for Huanyu Group, Dragon Nation, Limited had been obtained just the day before. The 500 billion in startup capital had been transferred to the corporate account through special channels, causing quite a stir in the banking system. However, with national-level coordination, all procedures had been remarkably smooth. The specific liaison work was being handled entirely by the bioengineered team he had brought with him. These loyal and professional assistants managed everything with impeccable precision, whether interfacing with government departments or planning projects. Qin Feng only needed to focus on the overarching direction, leaving the minutiae entirely to them. All right, let us go for a drive. Qin Feng stood up. I also wish to see the situation in Li Family Village. Yay! Qin Yao exclaimed with excitement. 20 minutes later, 3 vehicles departed from Banshui Huading. Leading the convoy was a black Maybach GLS 600, with Qin Feng and Qin Yao seated in the back. Following closely were 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons, each carrying 4 members of the security team. The convoy progressed leisurely out of the county town, heading towards Li Family Village. Qin Yao had already activated her live stream. Almost instantly upon starting, the viewer count skyrocketed. 100, 000, then 300, 000, then 500, 000. Within a mere 5 minutes, it surpassed 800, 000 online spectators. Hello, everyone. Qin Yao greeted the camera with a sweet smile. The barrage of comments erupted. Good morning, Miss Yao. Finally, you're live. We've been waiting all day. Where are you? In the car? Is that Mr. Qin next to you? Please show Mr. Qin's face. What will we be discussing today? Qin Yao adjusted the phone stand to capture the scenery outside the window. Today, we're going to check out the situation in Li Family Village. My brother is planning to invest in Huai County, and Li Family Village is the chosen site for the materials company. The comments exploded once more. Investment? What kind of investment? Li Family Village? That Li Family Village in Huai County, a materials company? Is Mr. Qin going to set up a factory in his hometown? We need details, Yao Yao. Qin Feng smiled beside her, remaining silent. Understanding the cue, Qin Yao continued to engage with her fans. As for the specific investment details, it's quite substantial. The company has already been registered in Huai County, Huanyu Group, Dragon Nation Company, and the 500 billion has already been transferred. What? 500 billion? Am I seeing an extra zero? Wow, 500 billion. Is that in billions? Dragon Nation currency? US dollars? Seeing the astonished emojis flooding the comments, Qin Yao chuckled. It's in Dragon Nation currency. The 500 billion has been transferred to the company account specifically for investment projects in Huai County. The live stream room erupted in chaos. The news of this 500 billion investment in a small county was akin to a nuclear bomb dropped on the internet. 500 billion invested in Huai County. Huai County is about to take off. The people of Huai County are lucky. I'm jealous. Why isn't at my hometown? Where's Huai County? I want to buy a house. Forget it upstairs. The housing prices in Huai County have already risen by 30. The speed of the comments was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to read. Qin Yao could only select a few key replies. The investment includes industries like chips and materials, all related to high-tech sectors. She paused before adding, but this is just the initial investment. There may be further additions. This statement prompted another wave of comments. The Maybach cruised steadily along the county road. Qin Yao turned the camera towards the view outside. Let me show you the scenery of Huai County. Although it may not compare to the hustle and bustle of big cities, this is my hometown. Local viewers from Huai County began to appear in the comments. I'm from Huai County. The county has gone wild recently. My hometown is next to Qin Family Village. I heard the demolition compensation is 2 or 3 million. Is that true? 2 or 3 million. The user who claimed to be from near Qin family village continued to comment. Absolutely true. My family of 5 will receive 2.8 million in cash compensation, plus a 120 square meter resettlement house. I'm already preparing to quit my job and go home. This comment sparked a new wave of envy and jealousy. 2.8 million plus a house. This demolition standard is outrageous. In Huai County, 2.8 million could buy 5 houses. The key is their SA job. I heard Huanyu Group promises to arrange a job for every family. I'm so jealous. My hometown only compensates 8,000 per square meter for demolition. Qin Yao observed the comments and softly remarked to Qin Feng, "Bro, everyone is really interested in our investment." Qin Feng nodded. It's only natural. Such a significant investment is a once-in-a-century opportunity for Huai County. At this moment, another comment mentioned Qin Family Village. The compensation in Qin Family Village is truly enviable. Not to mention the cash subsidies. They're also building a villa for each household. Villas? Is that for real? I'm a relative from Qin Family Village. It's absolutely true. Mr. Qin has promised to build a villa for every household in Qin Family Village, with a unified plan and construction. This treatment is indeed a special favor from the hometown. People give back to their roots. It's only normal. If I had money, I would definitely do the same for my hometown. Qin Yao, noticing these discussions, spoke to the camera. Qin Family Village is where my brother grew up, and the villagers are the elders who watched him grow up. It's only right to give them special consideration. Chapter 54. Li Dalong. Qin Yao maintained a lighthearted tone, but the audience in the live stream could sense her deep affection for her hometown. The convoy continued onward, having already traveled over 10 kilometers from the county town. The road gradually narrowed, transitioning from a dual carriageway to a two-lane road. The road conditions were also not as good as those near the county, with some areas still pockmarked with potholes. Qin Yao's camera captured these scenes. Everyone, look, this road might need to be repaired. Once the materials company is established, there will be a lot of transport vehicles, and the current road will surely be insufficient. An informed netizen analyzed in the comments. This road was built to secondary highway standards, but it can only handle a maximum of 2,000 vehicle trips per day. If it's indeed a large materials enterprise, there could be over 1,000 trucks coming and going daily. Therefore, infrastructure must keep pace. Otherwise, even the best companies will struggle to develop. With 500 billion in investment, the accompanying infrastructure needs at least several hundred billion more, right? Qin Feng gazed out the window, contemplating. The infrastructure, roads, power grids, water supply, sewage treatment, indeed needed upgrades. However, he was confident that money would not be an issue, nor would technology. The key was time. Qin Yao continued to interact with her fans. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll answer what I can. The comments immediately flooded with queries. Yao, when will the chip factory begin construction? What materials will the company primarily produce? Has the university town's location been finalized? Is the investment from Huanyu Group supported by the state? Why did Mr. Qin choose Huai County instead of a big city? Qin Yao selected a few to respond. The chip factory is already in the preliminary preparation stage, and the land is located near Qin Family Village. As for the materials company, that's what we're going to check today. The university town is still in planning, and the specific location has not yet been completely determined. Regarding the choice of Huai County, Qin Yao turned to Qin Feng and said, "Brother, this question is for you to answer." Qin Feng nodded at the camera and replied, "I chose Huai County because it is my hometown. I am aware of the industrious nature of the people here. They merely lack opportunities. My investment is not driven by the pursuit of profit, as Huanyu Group is not in need of funds. My intention is to provide the youth of my hometown with a choice that allows them to fulfill their dreams without having to leave their home." Upon hearing these words, there was a brief pause in the barrage of comments, followed by an outpouring of admiration. What a vision! This embodies true entrepreneurial spirit. Mr. Qin, I respect you as a man. As a Huai County native working away from home, I was moved to tears by these sentiments. I hope the wealthy across the nation can learn from Mr. Qin. As the convoy passed over a stone bridge, beneath which flowed a tributary of the Huai River, the water gurgled gently. Qin Yao pointed the camera towards the river's surface and said, "Look, this is the mother river of Huai County. I often caught fish in this river when I was a child. The scenery was beautiful, with sunlight glinting off the water and willows swaying gently along the banks. However, on closer inspection, the water was not crystal clear. In some areas, floating debris was visible." A local netizen commented, "There are a few small factories upstream that discharge waste irregularly. Indeed, the river used to be quite clear in my childhood." Qin Feng noticed these comments and made a mental note that environmental management must be included in future planning. High-tech industries cannot thrive at the expense of the environment. At this moment, Qin Yao glanced at the navigation system and said, "Brother, we are almost at Lijia village, about 5 kilometers away." Upon entering Lijia village at 10 in the morning, sunlight spilled over the neat cement village roads, flanked by newly constructed 2-story houses with white walls and red tiles. Electric tricycles were parked in front of nearly every household, and some even had small cars. The road to every village project has indeed transformed the rural landscape, with smooth cement roads leading directly to the gates of each home. Qin Yao's camera captured all of this as she gently addressed the audience in the live stream. "Look, our rural Huai County has been developed quite well, hasn't it? Most are 2-story houses, and the roads are well maintained." The barrage echoed in agreement. "Indeed, it's impressive. Much better than my hometown. Rural areas in Hunan province are now like this. The government has invested significantly in recent years. The roads are remarkably smooth, even better than our provincial highways. But with such a lovely village, how could there be bullies?" As this question floated by, an unexpected scene unfolded on the screen. At the first intersection of the village, a black Audi Q7 was parked haphazardly at the roadside, surrounded by a dozen young people. They were dressed flamboyantly, some with dyed yellow hair and others smoking, laughing boisterously, a stark contrast to the neat and tranquil village surroundings. Upon noticing the approaching convoy, the group abruptly ceased their merriment, quickly moving to the center of the road to block the way. The convoy came to a slow halt. 2 members of the security team jumped out of the first Mercedes-Benz G-Class, dressed in black casual attire, their posture erect and eyes sharp. One of them approached the group of young men, his voice calm, yet commanding. "Why are you blocking the vehicle?" A man in his late 20s stepped forward from the crowd, sporting striking yellow hair and adorned with a thick gold chain, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips. He appraised the security personnel before glancing at the following Maybach, grinning widely. "This must be Mr. Qin's convoy, right? In Huai County, apart from Mr. Qin, who else could muster such a display?" The security personnel remained silent, simply observing him. The yellow-haired man flicked away the cigarette, but, and ground it underfoot. "I am looking for Qin Feng. I have a partnership to discuss. Have him step out to talk." At that moment, the rear door of the Maybach swung open. Qin Feng emerged first, dressed simply in a white shirt and dark trousers, appearing like an ordinary young man. Qin Yao followed closely, her phone camera naturally capturing the scene. "Mr. Qin, it's not easy to meet you," the yellow-haired man exclaimed upon spotting Qin Feng, instantly donning a friendly facade, though the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. "I went to Bishi-Huading to find you yesterday, but your people stopped me." "Really? Since we are both from Huai County, why the formality?" Qin Feng regarded the young man before him, his brow slightly furrowed. "What do you want?" The young man introduced himself, puffing out his chest. "I am Li Dalong. My father is the village chief of Lijia village. In this small area, my words carry some weight." Qin Feng's expression remained unyielding. "State your business." Li Dalong felt slightly stifled by the indifferent demeanor, his face darkening. But he forced a smile. "I heard that Mr. Qin plans to acquire land in our Lijia village to build a company. What is the situation? And if so?" Qin Feng's tone remained calm. Li Dalong rubbed his hands together. "Acquiring land is simple, yet complex. Lijia village has over 500 households, more than 2,000 people. Land is their lifeblood. However, with just a word from me, this matter can be settled smoothly." Li Dalong paused, observing Qin Feng's expression. "My demands are not high. I will invest 1 million in exchange for 10% of your company's shares. With this arrangement, I will handle the land acquisition and ensure it is completed within a month, without causing you any trouble." This statement was broadcasted in real time to over 1 million viewers in Qin Yao's live stream. The barrage erupted. 1 million for 10% of the shares? Insane. For a company with a 500 billion investment, 10% is 50 billion. This is outright robbery. A typical village bully. Recording this, waiting to see how Mr. Qin handles it. After hearing Li Dalong's proposition, Qin Feng did not respond immediately. He gazed at the self-important young man and suddenly smiled. Not a smile of joy or anger, but one laced with subtle mockery and resignation. Li Dalong felt uneasy under this smile. "Mr. Qin, what is so funny? Let me tell you, in Lijia village, without my approval, you won't be able to acquire this land. I can make the elders sit outside your construction site every day. Do you believe me?" Qin Feng's smile faded, and he turned away, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. The call was quickly answered, and the voice of the director of the Land Acquisition Office in Huai County came through respectfully. "Mr. Qin, how may I assist you?" Qin Feng's voice was clear and calm. Everyone present could hear. "The site selection for the materials company is to be reconsidered." "What?" The land office director seemed taken aback. "Mr. Qin, is there a problem? We have already begun preliminary work in Lijia village. Investigate the issues yourself, Qin Feng replied, hanging up the phone. Then turned to the security team, saying, "Get in the car, let us go." The entire process was swift and decisive, with no unnecessary words exchanged. Li Dalong was left stunned. He had anticipated various reactions from Qin Feng, bargaining, angry rejections, or pressure from others, but he never expected the other party to walk away without a fight. "Wait." Li Dalong, in a panic, dashed in front of the Maybach. "You can't leave. You must acquire this land." The young men behind him quickly surrounded the car, some banging on its sides, others standing in front of it. Qin Feng had already settled into the car, not even rolling down the window. The head of the security team coldly regarded Li Dalong. "Step aside." "No," Li Dalong shouted, his face flushed with anger. "We're not leaving until this matter is clarified. Let me tell you, in Lijia village, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low." Before he could finish his sentence, the security chief sprang into action. No one saw his movement clearly. All they heard was a dull thud as Li Dalong was sent flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily onto the cement ground, wincing in pain. He hit someone. Qin Feng hit someone. The young men accompanying Li Dalong immediately began to shout, "Quick, someone come. Outsiders are bullying the people of Lijia village. Block their way. We cannot allow them to escape." The shouts echoed throughout the village, quickly attracting the attention of the villagers. The first to emerge were several households along the roadside. A few elderly men and women pushed open their courtyard gates, peering out with curiosity. Soon, more villagers gathered from all directions, middle-aged men returning from the fields with hoes in hand, women cradling their children, and young people resting at home. Within just a few minutes, the intersection was filled with over 100 people. What is happening? Who is fighting? Isn't that Li Dalong? Is he causing trouble again? Whose cars are those? They look quite impressive. It is said they belong to a wealthy investor planning to invest in our village. The villagers chattered among themselves. Li Dalong picked himself up from the ground, limping towards the crowd, and pointed at Qin Feng's convoy, exclaiming, "Fellow villagers, this Qin Feng claims he wants to expropriate land in our village to build a factory. I am fighting for our interests. Yet he not only refuses, but also resorts to violence. Let us discuss this fairly." Confused villagers began to stir, their gazes towards the convoy turning hostile. Inside the car, Qin Yao watched the scene unfold, recording everything with her phone. The audience in the live stream had already exceeded 1 million, with comments flooding in. The villain cries first. Li Dalong truly knows how to incite the masses. "Mr. Qin, please explain. I'm anxious. Don't let these villagers be deceived." At that moment, an elderly man, over 60, pushed through the crowd, clad in faded blue work clothes, his hair streaked with gray, yet his posture remained erect. The old man approached Li Dalong, scrutinizing him for a few seconds, before turning to the head of the security team. "Comrade, could you clarify what exactly is happening here?" After receiving a nod from Qin Feng inside the car, the head of security addressed all the villagers with a clear voice. "We are the team of Mr. Qin Feng from Huanyu Group. Mr. Qin originally planned to invest in a materials company in Lijia village, with a total investment exceeding 100 billion, which could create numerous job opportunities for the village. The compensation standards for land acquisition are the highest in Huaixin." He paused, pointing at Li Dalong. "This Mr. Li just proposed that he wants to invest 1 million for 10% of the company's shares. Otherwise, he would obstruct the land acquisition process." After Mr. Qin refused, he resorted to blocking our vehicles, leaving us no choice but to take action. After this explanation, silence enveloped the scene for a few seconds, before an uproar erupted. 1 million for 10%? Is he out of his mind? 10% of 500 billion is 50 billion. This is extortion. I wondered why he was suddenly so generous. It turns out he wanted to monopolize it. "Li Dalong, you're trying to drive away our village's benefactor." The villagers' emotions shifted dramatically. Several middle-aged men's eyes reddened. Having worked away from home for many years, they understood how difficult it was to find a good job. Now, a golden opportunity lay at their doorstep, offering high wages while allowing them to care for their families. If Li Dalong spoiled this chance, they would resent him for life. A woman in her 40s rushed forward, pointing her finger at Li Dalong. "Li Dalong, you wretched scoundrel. My son just graduated from university and is struggling to find a job. After finally having an opportunity, you want to ruin it? I want to let this go. Yes. We cannot allow him to sabotage our village's fortune. Mr. Qin, don't listen to his nonsense. Most of us in Lijia village are honest folk. We agree to the land acquisition. 100% in agreement." The crowd was enraged. Some hot-headed villagers rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight, but were held back by others nearby. Seeing the situation turn against him, Li Dalong retreated while stubbornly insisting, "You don't understand. I'm fighting for everyone's interests. Why shouldn't Mr. Qin, who is so wealthy, share a little more with us? Nonsense. An old man raised his smoking pipe, ready to strike. His wealth is his own business. The government has standards for compensation. Who do you think you are, making such unreasonable demands? This is extortion. Indeed. You've embarrassed our Li Jia village. Where is the village chief? Where is Li Fugui? Is your son acting so recklessly under your watch? Just then, a plump man in his 50s hurriedly approached. It was Li Fugui, the village chief of Li Jia village. Clearly, he had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. What is happening? What is going on? Li Fugui squeezed into the crowd. And upon seeing his son's disheveled state and the luxurious vehicles, he had already guessed much of the story. Dad, Li Dalong exclaimed, spotting his father like a drowning man clutching at straws. They are attacking me. You must stand up for me. Before Li Fugui could respond, a villager interjected. Village chief. Your son is attempting to extort 1 million from Mr. Qin for a 10% share. He has angered Mr. Qin, and the materials company may relocate. What? Li Fugui felt his vision blur, nearly fainting. As village chief, he understood better than the average villager the significance of this investment for Li Jia village and the entire Huaixin. During county meetings, the secretary and county head repeatedly emphasized that this was a once-in-a-century opportunity. Anyone who dared to sabotage it would be a criminal in the eyes of the entire county. He abruptly turned, delivering a sharp slap across his son's face. You wretched fool. Who gave you the right to act like this? The slap landed solidly, causing Li Dalong's face to swell immediately. Dad, you hit me. Li Dalong clutched his face, disbelief written all over him. I certainly did. Li Fugui trembled with rage. Do you know what Mr. Qin's investment could bring to our village? Do you have any idea how much the county and city value this project? You dare to extort him? Are you tired of living? He turned to face Qin Feng's car, bowing deeply. Mr. Qin, I am deeply sorry. It is my failure as a parent. Please do not hold this fool's actions against us. The entire village of Li Jia welcomes your investment. We will absolutely cooperate with the land acquisition. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Qin Feng's face. He looked at Li Fugui, then at the expectant villagers, pausing for a few seconds in silence. Village chiefly, let the law handle your son's matter, Qin Feng said calmly. As for the materials company, it has been decided to relocate. With that, the window rose, and the convoy began to move, turning away from Li Jia village under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Li Fugui collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Li Dalong tried to say something, but was surrounded by several angry villagers. This is all your fault. You troublemaker. I'll beat you to death, you scoundrel. You ruined our village's good fortune. Beat him. The scene descended into chaos until the sound of police sirens approached. 3 police cars arrived, led by the deputy director of the Huaixin Public Security Bureau. He stepped out, surveying the scene before walking directly to Li Fugui. Li Fugui, your son is suspected of extortion, with an exceptionally large amount involved. You are also required to accompany us to the station for questioning. I didn't do anything. Li Fugui attempted to defend himself. Whether you did or not will be clarified during the investigation. The deputy director waved his hand. Take them away. Li Dalong and Li Fugui were escorted into the police car. As the police vehicle departed, the villagers spontaneously applauded. Some shouted at the police car, serves him right. Others shook their heads in dismay. Such a good opportunity, gone just like that. In the live stream, viewers witnessed the entire farce unfold. The comments surged, justice is served. Such village bullies should have been dealt with long ago. Mr. Qin is impressive. He won't tolerate nonsense. But is the materials company truly relocating? The villagers of Li Jia village are so unfortunate. Those who are pitiful must also have their faults. After all, they have such a village bully. Wait, look at the news. A netizen shared a link to a recently published announcement on the Shenyang city government's official website. Notice on the in-depth development of the special campaign against organized crime and optimization of the business environment. The notice explicitly mentioned, recently, certain areas in our city have exhibited malicious behaviors aimed at disrupting major investment projects through illegal means. The municipal committee and government attach great importance to this and will severely punish any illegal activities that undermine the business environment or extort investors. Within 10 minutes of the announcement's release, clicks surpassed 100,000. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Huai County Public Security Bureau issued a report on a significant extortion case involving a major investment project. The suspect, Li Long, male, 28 years old, along with his accomplices, attempted to extort a substantial share from the investors by threatening to obstruct land acquisition efforts. Currently, Li Long and 12 others have been criminally detained. and the investigation is ongoing. At 3 o'clock, the Shenyang City Discipline Inspection Commission released a statement. Li Fugui, the party secretary of Lijia Village, is under investigation for allegedly condoning and shielding his son's criminal activities while using his position to facilitate illegal benefits for him. The efficiency of these actions is astonishing. In the splendid Baishui Huating Villa, Qin Feng was on the phone. The call was from the secretary of the Shenyang Municipal Committee, Mr. Qin. We have addressed today's issue seriously. The municipal government has initiated a special action to rectify the business environment across the city, resolutely preventing such incidents from occurring again. We hope that the actions of a few do not diminish your confidence in your hometown. Qin Feng replied calmly, Rest assured, Secretary. My resolve to invest in Huai County remains unchanged. However, the site selection for the materials company does indeed require adjustment. Understood. We have asked all counties to report suitable alternative sites, and they will be delivered to your office tomorrow. You can choose whichever you prefer. The city will fully cooperate. After hanging up, Qin Yao leaned in. Brother, are you really going to change locations? The villagers of Lijia are quite innocent in this matter. Qin Feng gazed out the window. I understand. But rules cannot be broken. If Li Long dares to demand 10% today, tomorrow Zhang Xiaolong might demand 20%. I must make it clear to everyone that the investment from Huanyu Group is mutually beneficial and not a target for extortion. He paused, however. If the villagers of Lijia are willing, they may have the opportunity to work with the company in the future. That is a separate matter. Qin Yao nodded and opened her phone. Her live stream was still active. Although there was no content being streamed, the comments were lively. Many netizens were discussing the follow-up. Where do you think they will relocate? I believe they might choose a more accessible location. The villagers of Lijia must be regretting their actions now. One rotten apple spoils the barrel. That evening, local television news spent 10 minutes reporting on the matter. In the footage, several villagers from Lijia village were interviewed, lamenting the lost opportunity. What a wonderful chance, gone just like that. It's all Li Long's fault. We hope Mr. Qin will reconsider our village. We really need this opportunity. The news anchor solemnly concluded, a project worth 500 billion, capable of transforming the fate of an entire region, nearly faltered due to individual greed. This serves as a wake-up call for all of us. The business environment is not solely the government's responsibility, but the duty of each and every one of us. Only through collective efforts can we truly retain investors and develop our hometown. The following day, a new site selection proposal was presented to Qin Feng. 5 alternative locations were all villages in Huai County, known for their convenient transportation and simple folk. Each village's basic information, land attributes, and surveys of villagers' willingness were attached to the documents. Qin Feng meticulously reviewed them and ultimately paused at the data for a village named Yanglu Village. This village, situated along the Huai River, boasted fertile soil and a strong sense of community, with over 300 households primarily engaged in agriculture and aquaculture. Most importantly, the village secretary was a respected veteran, fostering a strong sense of unity among the villagers. This will be the place. Qin Feng signed the document. The news quickly spread. Upon learning of the decision, the villagers of Yanglu organized themselves to clean the village roads, and a banner was hung at the entrance, warmly welcoming the investment from Huanyu Group. In contrast, when the villagers of Lijia discovered that Yanglu had been chosen as the new site, many wept in despair. They had lost a chance to change their fate, all due to the actions of a greedy bully within their midst. A week later, the trial for Li Long commenced. The court established that Li Long had long been gathering unruly individuals to bully and extort in Lijia village and surrounding areas, constituting the organization and leadership of a gang. His demand for company shares from Qin Feng involved an especially significant sum. Ultimately, Li Long was sentenced to 15 years in prison and fined 5 million yuan, while his accomplices received sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years. Li Fugui was also sentenced to 15 years for shielding and condoning Li Long's actions, as well as bribery. On the day of the verdict, many villagers from Lijia attended the court proceedings. As the gavel fell, some silently wept, unsure whether it was for the lost opportunity or for the distorted order that had once plagued their village. Meanwhile, in Yanglu village, land acquisition proceeded smoothly, with compensation standards being transparent and villagers' representatives overseeing the process. Qin Feng additionally promised that once the factory was built, local villagers would be prioritized for employment, and he would fund the construction of a cultural activity center, nursing home, and standardized elementary school for the village. A month later, the Yanglu Village Materials Industry Park was officially inaugurated. At the groundbreaking ceremony, Qin Feng looked at the land poised for development and said to Qin Yao, "Remember this day. We are not merely constructing a factory. We are establishing a model, demonstrating to all what fairness, justice, and true development look like. Qin Yao nodded earnestly, her phone capturing the moment. In the live stream, 3 million viewers were online simultaneously. A comment floated by, "This is what an entrepreneur should be, empathetic, principled, and responsible." This sentiment soon became the headline of subsequent media coverage. The story of Lijia village gradually transformed into an educational case for the business environment in Huai County and the entire Shenyang city. Every year, new cadre training sessions included the tale of how a greedy heart destroyed a village's opportunity. Within just 2 weeks, rows of steel-framed factory buildings had risen where the former farmland and village had been. At this pace, the main construction would be completed within 3 months, with the first production line ready for trial operation in 6 months. Yet, amidst all this progress, Qin Feng found leisure by the riverside, rod in hand, savoring the early autumn breeze. Less than 2 kilometers from the construction site, in a tranquil bend of the Huai River, the water flowed gently and the willows swayed gracefully. As the float bobbed on the surface, Qin Feng's gaze drifted. This period was the most relaxed he had experienced in years. His company was managed by a capable team of bioengineers, his family was by his side, and investment projects were advancing smoothly. He even began to understand the sentiments of those who chose early retirement. "Brother," a bright voice called from behind. Qin Yao approached with a small basket filled with freshly washed fruits and a thermos. "What brings you here?" Qin Feng took an apple from her and took a bite. "I came to see if you caught any fish," she said, sitting beside him and gazing at the placid river. "Mom wants to make fish soup tonight, so I came to check on your haul." Qin Feng pointed to the nearby fish basket, which contained only 2 small crucian carp. "Just this? Not even enough to fill a gap between your teeth?" Qin Yao laughed. "The essence of fishing lies in the process." Qin Feng rebaited his hook and cast it back into the water. As the siblings chatted, the head of the security team approached, whispering, "Boss, we have guests at home. Miss Li Xiu and her cousin Lin Xiaoyu's family are here." Qin Feng nodded, "Understood. I'll head back now." After packing up his fishing gear, the siblings got into the car waiting by the roadside. 20 minutes later, the vehicle entered the Bai Shui Hua Ting Villa area. In the villa's living room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Lin Xiaoyu and her parents sat on the sofa, while Li Xiu remained by their side. Lin Xiaoyu's father was a kind-hearted middle-aged man, nervously rubbing his knees, while her mother had red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried before their visit. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching the edge of her garment. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, the family hurriedly rose to their feet. "Mr. Qin," Lin's father stammered, his voice trembling, "we are here to express our gratitude." Lin's mother attempted to kneel, but was swiftly assisted by the quick-witted Qin Yao. "Auntie, please don't." Qin Yao gently guided Lin's mother back to the sofa. Qin Feng took a seat across from them, his tone warm. "Uncle, Auntie, Xiaoyu, there is no need for such formality. Xiu is Yao Yao's roommate. It was only right for me to lend a helping hand. You saved her life," Lin's father exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Without you, Xiaoyu, she might not have returned." Lin Xiaoyu lifted her gaze, tears finally spilling over. "Brother Qin, thank you, truly." After returning from the turmoil in northern Myanmar, she had spent over a month recuperating at home. While her physical wounds could heal, the shadows in her heart lingered. In the stillness of the night, she would still dream of that hellish place. It's all in the past. What you need to focus on now is living well and looking forward. Chapter 58. The time of September in Huai County. September heralded the gradual retreat of summer's heat, ushering in a faint hint of autumn in the air. On the second-floor terrace of the Qin family villa, Qin Yao was setting up her phone for a live stream. "Good morning, everyone." She greeted the camera with a sweet smile, holding a steaming bowl of spicy soup. "Today, I will introduce you to the most authentic breakfast in Huai County, spicy soup paired with fried dough sticks." The viewer count surged above 1 million, and the barrage of comments flooded in. "Yao Yao, good morning. What delicious food do you have today?" "Spicy soup. My favorite. Please share the address." "Isn't it late for school?" "It's already the end of September." Noticing the comment, Qin Yao scooped a spoonful of soup and blew on it. "I've taken leave from school. With the current circumstances, there's so much to handle at home. My brother is investing in our hometown, so I must showcase Huai County's culinary delights and beautiful scenery to help promote it, right?" She spoke lightly. Yet the reality was far more complex. The university administration had personally approved her extended leave. The academic affairs director had stated, "Qin Yao's contributions to her hometown are more significant than her studies at the university." By promoting Huai County through her live streams, she was invigorating the local economy. This was the best form of social practice. Of course, everyone understood that a top-tier streamer with 80 million followers whose brother possessed a private army abroad and was investing billions in their hometown, would not be subjected to conventional attendance regulations. Such is the nature of the world. Money resolves 99% of problems, and when wealth intertwines with influence, the remaining 1% ceases to be an issue. Qin Yao saw nothing wrong with this. She relished her current lifestyle, free, fulfilling, and contributing to her hometown. Now, let me elaborate on Huai County's spicy soup. She directed the camera toward the bowl, showcasing the light brown broth, which was not as thick as that found in some other regions. Our spicy soup has just the right amount of heat, not too harsh on the stomach. Stirring the soup, she fished out a piece of potato. I adore the soft, flavorful potato chunks within, and the kelp is exceptionally fresh. A viewer inquired, I heard that spicy soup varies throughout Hunan province? Of course. Qin Yao's eyes sparkled, and she began to recount the unique characteristics of each county's version of spicy soup. In our city of Shenyang, each of the 8 counties has its specialty. Huai County's is relatively mild, featuring kelp and potatoes as staples. In neighboring Huan County, they emphasize generous ingredients, adding meat slices and vermicelli. One bowl can serve as a full meal, though it costs around 10 yuan. She savored a sip of the soup, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. I believe each has its merits. Huai County's is perfect for breakfast, refreshing and appetizing, while Huan County's is ideal for lunch, filling and hearty. In the comments, netizens from various parts of Hunan began to chime in with their local specialties. Our Zhengzhou's spicy soup with water-fried buns is unbeatable. The beef soup from Luoqing is the best. Kaifeng's soup dumplings can't be outdone. Stop arguing. My Yuzhou's spicy soup is ready for battle. Qin Yao chuckled at the comments. Exactly. Our Hunan cuisine is abundant. That's why I'm committed to live streaming. To let friends nationwide know that there's more to our region than just manhole covers. There's also a plethora of delicious food. This statement garnered an avalanche of likes. After finishing her breakfast, Qin Yao changed into comfortable attire and addressed the camera. Let us go take a look at the progress of the construction site my brother is investing in. They say half of the factory buildings are already up. Brother, I'm heading to the construction site, she said, shaking her phone. Qin Feng glanced up. Be careful. Let the security team accompany you. Got it. Half an hour later, Qin Yao's convoy arrived at the Yonglu village construction site. In just a month, the transformation was astonishing. On the 30-square-kilometer plot, hundreds of steel-structured factory buildings had sprung up, their blue roofs shimmering in the sunlight. Construction vehicles navigated the site in an orderly manner, and workers were engaged in busy and efficient labor. Qin Yao swept her camera across the vibrant scene, eliciting gasps of amazement from the live stream. The speed is incredible. So much has been built in just a month. This is the power of cash. An investment of 500 billion is no exaggeration. The site manager, an engineer from the bioengineering team named Qin Feng, approached to update Qin Yao. As of now, the main structures of the 30 factory buildings in Phase 1 have been completed, and we are currently working on interior decoration and equipment installation. According to our schedule, the first production line will undergo trial operation early next month. Well done, Qin Yao remarked to the camera. Did you see that? This is the speed of Long Country combined with the efficiency of Huanyu Group. She toured the construction site, interviewing several local villagers who were now temporary workers, earning 300 to 400 yuan daily. A middle-aged man smiled broadly at the camera, saying, working right at my doorstep allows me to care for the elderly and children. And the pay is higher than jobs outside. Such a blessing would have been unimaginable before. Viewers from Huai County flooded the comments. I'm from Yonglu village too. My dad works at the construction site. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for bringing us this opportunity. Wishing Huanyu Group great success. As she read these comments, Qin Yao felt a warmth in her heart. While Qin Yao was busy broadcasting the changes in her hometown, her second brother, Qin Yang, was living a completely different life hundreds of kilometers away in the bustling metropolis. In a VIP room of a high-end bar on the Bund, deafening music nearly shook the roof. Qin Yang lounged on a leather sofa, surrounded by 4 or 5 friends, both male and female. All affluent second-generation elites he had met in the city. 3 members of the security team stood in the corner, dressed casually yet vigilant. Brother Yang, this drink is on me. Without you, we wouldn't have the chance to enter this VIP room. A young man with silver-tinted hair raised his glass, and Qin Yang clinked glasses with him, downing the drink in one go. A month prior, Qin Feng had given him a card with no spending limit, simply advising him, you can go out and have fun, but be careful. Thus began Qin Yang's extravagant journey, first to the metropolis, then to Hangzhou, with plans to visit Shenzhen and Hong Kong next. Money is indeed a marvelous thing. It can instantly command respect and simplify all difficulties. Brother Yang, I heard your brother has a private army in Africa? A girl in a halter dress leaned in, her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Qin Yao shrugged, something like that. I'm not too sure about the specifics. My brother rarely discusses such matters. That sounds so cool. Another boy exclaimed. It's even more thrilling than a movie. Qin Yao chuckled, choosing not to respond. He was aware that their enthusiasm stemmed from his brother's influence, yet he remained indifferent. Life is to be savored, while young and affluent. What is wrong with enjoying it to the fullest? Come on, let us keep drinking, he declared, raising the bottle. Tonight, we drink until we drop. Chapter 59. Time to focus on serious matters in the western suburbs of Yanjing. A seemingly modest clubhouse nestled beneath the shade of ancient locust trees. The grayish-blue walls were adorned with climbing ivy, and a solid black gate stood firmly closed, devoid of any signage, with two plainclothed security guards silently stationed at the entrance. Their posture was upright and their gazes sharp, clearly indicative of professional training. However, the interior of the clubhouse revealed a different world altogether. Passing through a shadow wall led to an exquisite Sioux-style garden, complete with artificial hills, flowing water, pavilions, and winding corridors. At the onset of early autumn, several aged osmanthus trees were in full bloom, their sweet fragrance delicately wafting through the air. In a tea room nestled deep within the garden, 5 young men were seated around a Zeton tea table. The room, though modest at around 30 square meters, exuded an air of the extraordinary in every detail. Authentic works by the Ming Dynasty artist Wen Zhengming adorned the walls, while Song Dynasty celadon graced the antiquities shelves. Even the teacups were exquisite porcelain from the imperial kilns of the Qing Dynasty. The air was infused with the rich aroma of premium Dahongpo tea. Curiously, today, only these 5 men occupied the tea room, lacking the usual presence of young women in kipeos who typically accompanied them. Each man's expression bore a semblance of seriousness, slightly discordant with the refined setting. These 5 individuals, aged between 28 and 32, appeared casually dressed, yet a discerning eye would quickly recognize that the light gray cashmere sweater was a custom piece from a niche Italian luxury brand, fetching no less than 6 figures. The seemingly ordinary watch was a limited edition from Patek Philippe, with only 10 pieces worldwide. Even the athletic shoes they wore were a collaboration between a trendy brand and a luxury label, commanding exorbitant prices in the second-hand market. They hailed from some of the most distinguished families in the Dragon Kingdom, their forebears' names frequently surfacing in reports on significant meetings. From the moment of their births, they were destined to exist within circles unimaginable to the average person. What have you all been up to lately? Inquired the young man seated at the head of the table. He sported a sharp haircut, his features well-defined, yet his gaze often held a hint of playful intrigue. In their social circle, he was known as Chen Xiao. What else can we do? Just idling about, replied the young man opposite him, taking a sip of tea. Playing basketball, driving cars, and I've recently developed an interest in sailing, acquired a small yacht over in Sanya. The speaker, Lin Xiao, had a healthy sun-kissed complexion and wore a bracelet of small leaf red sandalwood, a family heirloom passed down from his grandfather. Sailing, huh? Quite the hobby, remarked a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, smiling. I've been working on establishing a private art gallery, collecting works from contemporary artists. If you're interested, you should come by sometime. This was Wang Xiao, the most academically accomplished among them, a PhD in art history from Oxford. However, his gallery was less a passion and more a form of investment, as the value of the contemporary pieces he collected often multiplied after acquisition. Forget the art gallery. I can't make sense of those abstract pieces, interjected another slightly stout young man, waving his hand dismissively. I'm setting up an esports club, invested a bit, and it's quite engaging. This was Zhao Xiao, the one with a relatively ordinary family background, which meant his family's assets only amounted to several hundred billion. He was straightforward, eschewing pretentiousness for more grounded pursuits. The final member of the group, Zhou Xiao, had remained silent, seated by the window, gazing outside at the artificial hills and flowing water, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as if deep in thought. What is on your mind, Zhou Xiao? Chen Xiao turned to him. Zhou Xiao snapped back to reality, offering a smile. Oh, nothing much, just contemplating that continuing like this isn't a viable plan for us. A brief silence fell over the tea room, as his words struck a chord with everyone present. They had all returned from studying abroad only a few years prior, holding degrees from Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, and MIT, world-renowned institutions. Yet, upon returning home, they found that their knowledge seemed somewhat impotent against the prevailing rules of the domestic landscape. Initially, upon their return, they were brimming with ambition, eager to apply their modern management knowledge. However, reality quickly taught them that in this circle, networking far outweighed capability, and family background served as the most significant passport. Thus, they began to indulge in a life of leisure, luxury cars, yachts, private jets, elite clubs, and star models. All that the average person dreams of was effortlessly within their reach. While initially thrilling and novel, over time, it became monotonous. More importantly, they understood that such indulgence could not last a lifetime. Their families needed them to take the reins, to explore new domains, and to maintain and expand their vast and intricate networks. Indeed, it is time to consider more meaningful pursuits, Lin Xiao sighed. But what can we do? 10 years ago, one could easily venture into real estate and rake in profits. But now, the real estate market has collapsed, and we lack the technical prowess to compete in the internet realm. Those who excel truly possess the skills we do not. Skills? Wang Xiao adjusted his glasses. We don't need to have the skills ourselves. We merely need to invest in companies that do. He paused before continuing. I heard that a member of the Li family joined an AI startup last year, taking on a consultant role and acquiring a 5% stake. This year, that company's valuation has skyrocketed, and he has made billions while doing nothing. Laughter rippled through the tea room. Such occurrences were commonplace in their circle. The so-called consultant roles were merely facades. The real transactions occurred behind the scenes, leveraging family influence to resolve policy, approval, and resource issues for enterprises in exchange for equity. The businesses thrived under protection, and they reaped wealth, a true win-win. My father has also set something up for me, Zhao Xiao stated, to join a renewable energy company. Also as a consultant, the annual dividends will not be less than this. He held up 2 fingers. 20 million? Lin Xiao inquired. 200 million, Zhao Xiao replied calmly. Once again, silence enveloped the tea room. Although accustomed to the high life, the prospect of 200 million in annual dividends was indeed enticing. Qin Xiao took a slow sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. These endeavors are certainly feasible, but do you not feel they are merely trifling ventures? Trifling? Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow. What insights does Qin Xiao possess? Setting down his teacup, Qin Xiao leaned forward, lowering his voice slightly. Have you heard of Huanyu Group? The mention of this name instantly altered the atmosphere within the tea room. Huanyu Group, Qin Feng. This name had become a hot topic of discussion within their circle over the past few months. From the Myanmar incident to nuclear tests in Huzhou. From a 500 billion investment in Huaixin to carbon-based chip technology, every move had been nothing short of shocking. Of course, I have. Zhou Xiao finally spoke, his voice calm. Qin Feng, 25 years old, from Huaixin. He has bases in Huzhou, private armed forces, and nuclear weapons. Now he is returning home to invest, aiming to develop the chip and materials industry in his hometown. What about it? I have recently conducted a thorough study of Huanyu Group's data, Qin Xiao stated, retrieving a tablet from his bag and bringing up several documents. According to reliable sources, Huanyu Group's investment in Huaixin is merely the tip of the iceberg. Their bases in Africa possess a complete industrial system and research capabilities. The carbon-based chip technology they hold, once in mass production, will completely disrupt the global semiconductor industry. He swiped the screen to display a market analysis report, conservatively estimating the annual revenue from Huanyu Group's chip and materials industry will exceed 5 trillion. With a net profit margin of 30, that amounts to 1.5 trillion. This is just the initial phase, with technological iterations and market expansion. This figure will multiply. The staggering numbers resonated within the tea room, each breath from the men becoming slightly more rapid. 1.5 trillion, Lin Xiao murmured. What does that even mean? The combined profits of Ali, Xuanting, and Huawei don't even reach that amount. Moreover, this is sustainable. Qin continued to intensify his investments, asserting that chips and high-end materials would be the cornerstone industries of the coming decades. As long as technology remained superior, profits would flow incessantly. Wang's glasses reflected the light from the screen. What does Qin mean? My interpretation is that Qin surveyed the assembly and concluded that rather than acquiring minor stakes in small companies, it would be more prudent to invest in Huanyu Group. Securing a portion of its shares would ensure financial security for this life, the next, and even generations to come. The tea room fell into a prolonged silence. Outside, the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind filled the air, and the sweet scent of osmanthus seemed to intensify. Investing in Huanyu Group? Zhao broke the silence. Qin Feng has already invested 500 billion. What do we have to offer? Even if we pooled our resources, how much could we gather? 100 billion? 200 billion? Such an amount is trivial in the face of Huanyu Group. His inquiry was grounded in reality. Despite their families possessing substantial assets, much of it was tied up in real estate, equity, and resources, with little actual cash flow. Raising funds to match Huanyu Group's scale was nearly impossible. Qin smiled. a knowing smile that seemed to carry deeper implications. Zhao, do you think we require money to invest? This statement seemed to chill the atmosphere in the tea room. If not money, then what was needed? The answer was tacitly understood. Chan, Zhou began slowly. I have heard that the authorities are closely monitoring Huanyu Group. The Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, several departments are following up. If we proceed, could it be that the focus is on Huanyu Group as technology? Chun interrupted him, asserting, as long as the technology remains within our borders. Does it truly matter whose Huanyu Group is? If Qin Feng can do it, why can't we? Perhaps we can do it even better. As we understand the rules and know what is permissible and what is not. He paused before continuing. Moreover, our united front represents a portion of the strength of the Dragon Country. No matter how formidable Qin Feng may be, would he dare to stand against the entirety of the Dragon Country? This reasoning, though seemingly absurd, held a certain logic within their worldview. For a long time, they had become accustomed to conflating family interests with national interests, justifying their personal actions with the greater good. Yet Lin still hesitated. Qin Feng wielded considerable power abroad, possessing nuclear weapons and intercontinental missiles. What if you mentioned he is abroad? Chun's voice turned steely. What does his power amount to for the Dragon Country? A private militia, no matter how powerful, cannot contend with the state apparatus. As for nuclear weapons, would he dare to use them? If he were to deploy nuclear weapons within Dragon Country, he would become a national traitor, a timeless villain. He cannot bear such a responsibility. He stood, moving to the window, turning his back to the others. Qin Feng indeed holds some power abroad, but this is Dragon Country. On our turf, if he is a dragon, he must coil. If he is a tiger, he must lie low. This principle, he must comprehend. Silence enveloped the tea room once more. Each individual was deep in thought, weighing the implications. While Chun's words were domineering, they were not devoid of reason. In this nation, the forces behind them could indeed represent substantial power. But how do we proceed? Wang posed the crucial question. Qin turned, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now is not the right time. Huanyu Group's investments have only just begun, and the technology has not yet fully materialized. We must wait for their factories to be completed, for the technology to mature, for everything to fall into place. Only then shall we negotiate with Qin Feng regarding our stake. He returned to the tea table, sitting down. We can explain to him that our investment will ensure Huanyu Group's smooth sailing within Dragon Country. Policies, approvals, resources, whatever is needed will be at our disposal. This is a win-win situation. And if Qin Feng declines? Zhou queried. Qin's smile darkened slightly. Decline? That can be easily managed. We can arrange for relevant departments to conduct inspections, environmental, safety, tax, fire regulations. There will always be issues to uncover. If one attempt fails, we shall make two. If two fail, we shall make three. Let him find it impossible to continue operations, teaching him that in Dragon Country, wealth and technology alone are insufficient for conducting business. He sipped his tea, his tone nonchalant. In due course, he will acquiesce. Furthermore, our demands are modest. A coalition of us could secure 40 to 50% of the shares. We would leave him with 5%, allowing him to continue as chairman, publicly maintaining his status as Dragon Country's wealthiest individual. This arrangement benefits us all. What if he still refuses? Zhou pressed. Qin set down his teacup with a soft clink. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Then let him find himself embroiled in legal troubles. We can fabricate charges, smuggling, tax evasion, endangering national security. Suitable justifications will always be at hand. Once Huanyu Group is left leaderless, we can seize control in the name of protecting national industry seamlessly. This proposal is articulated with such naturalness, such tranquility, as though discussing dinner plans. The atmosphere in the tea room felt as though it had solidified. The sweet scent of osmanthus outside now seemed somewhat cloying. Lin hesitated, pondering whether this was excessive. Lin began, but Chun completed his thought. You must understand, Lin. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Qin Feng possesses technology, we possess resources. His technology combined with our resources is the optimal alliance. Should he refuse to recognize this, he cannot blame us for lacking compassion. He surveyed the group. Consider the profits of Huanyu Group. Even securing a mere 10% would amount to an astronomical sum, 150 billion, annually, divided among us. Each family would receive hundreds of billions in pure profit each year. What does that signify? We could not exhaust such wealth in several generations. The allure of wealth was immense, especially when figures reached staggering heights, rendering all ethical concerns and risk assessments fragile. I concur. Wang was the first to express agreement. But it must be executed cleanly, without leaving any incriminating evidence. Of course, Qin nodded. We are not brigands. We are civilized individuals. Everything must be lawful and proper. I agree as well, Zhao added, but we must wait for the opportune moment, avoiding reckless actions. Naturally, Lin hesitated for a few seconds before also nodding. All eyes turned to Zhou. He remained silent for a long time, gazing out the window at the swaying bamboo shadows in the autumn breeze, observing the gently flowing spring water cascading from the rockery. Finally, he turned, meeting the gazes of the others. I have but one request. Zhou's voice was soft yet clear. If we truly reach that point, let us leave Qin Feng a path for escape. Do not pursue annihilation. Qin smiled. Zhou, you are still soft-hearted. Fear not. We desire only wealth, not lives. As long as Qin Feng is wise, he may continue as a wealthy individual, enjoying his riches and honors. Zhou nodded, falling silent. This was tacit approval. The atmosphere in the tea room relaxed. Qin poured tea for everyone again, his face alight with a smile. Let us toast with tea, wishing for a harmonious collaboration. The 5 teacups clinked together, producing a clear sound. Once the tea was finished, Chun collected his tablet, his expression returning to seriousness. This matter is to remain known only to us 5. Until the time is ripe, do not mention it to anyone, including our elders. Once we succeed, we shall surprise them. Everyone understood that the fewer who knew of such matters, the better. What shall we do next? Wang inquired. Wait. Qin replied, closely monitor Huanyu Group's movements and gather all pertinent information. Simultaneously, we must begin positioning our people within the relevant departments, preparing for an inspection force that can be deployed at any moment. The moment Huanyu Group commences production will be our signal to act. He glanced at the clock. Let us conclude for today. Remember, from this day forth, we are all in the same boat. The 5 rose in succession, departing the tea room. In the garden, the autumn breeze picked up, scattering a carpet of osmanthus flowers. The sweet fragrance lingered. Yet there seemed to be an undercurrent of something else. Qin walked last, gazing up at the gray, overcast sky of Yanjing, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Huanyu Group, Qin Feng, a sudden emergence of a grassroots entity wielding technology capable of transforming the world. In the eyes of certain individuals, such an existence represents an opportunity, while for others, it is perceived as a threat. However, for Chen Xiao and his companions, it is a succulent prize, a bounty of unimaginable proportions. Far away in Huai County, Qin Feng stands upon the construction site of a materials industrial park, observing the buildings taking shape. Little does he know that a conspiracy aimed at him and Huanyu Group is quietly brewing in a tea house in Yanjing. Even if he were aware, Qin Feng might not be overly concerned. To him, these so-called families and their purported influences are but ripples in a pond compared to the power he wields. The true tempest lies not upon the surface, but deep within the waters below. As autumn sets in, the waters of the Huai River remain tranquil, yet beneath this calm, undercurrents begin to stir. Qin Feng glances upwards at the sky, where dark clouds are gathering on the horizon. Change is imminent. In the final week of September, an unusual restlessness permeates the air of Huai County. This agitation first manifests online, in Qin Yao's livestream. Discussions about traveling to Huai County during the National Day holiday have persisted for several days. Initially, a handful of fans inquired, Yao, what is there to do if we visit during the holiday? At that moment, Qin Yao was enjoying a bowl of Huai County's signature hot dry noodles. And she responded to the camera, absolutely. Although we lack famous tourist attractions, we have plenty of delicious food. Hot dry noodles, spicy soup, soup dumplings, and marinated dishes will surely delight you. She began to enumerate. You can stroll along the banks of the Huai River, where the autumn waters are remarkably clear. Visit the old town, which still retains some architecture from the Republic of China era. If you are interested in industry, you can tour the chip industrial park my brother is building, though it is still under construction and not open to visitors yet. This was merely a casual remark. But unexpectedly, it was like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating ripples. I really want to see it. Where is Huai County? Is it far from Wuxi? I want to taste authentic Shenyang hot dry noodles. Are there any group tours? The barrage of comments grew increasingly lively, and Qin Yao sensed something significant. That evening, she approached Qin Feng to discuss the matter. Brother, many fans are saying they want to visit Huai County during the National Day holiday. This could be an opportunity. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Feng, who was reviewing the progress report for the Materials Industrial Park, looked up. What opportunity? The chance to promote our hometown. Qin Yao exclaimed enthusiastically. Huai County has never seen so many visitors from outside. If we can make their trip enjoyable, they'll spread the word. And we could establish a tourism industry. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng nodded. That makes sense. However, with an influx of visitors, Our capacity to accommodate them will be a challenge. Speak with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to prepare. The next day, Qin Yao visited the Huai County Cultural and Tourism Bureau, located in an aging office building with fewer than 20 staff members. The director, surnamed Sun, in his 50s with graying hair, personally came down to greet her upon hearing she was there. "Miss Qin, welcome." Director Sun beamed with a smile. In Huai County, who does not know the Qin siblings? In the meeting room, Qin Yao explained her purpose. Director Sun, my livestream fans have expressed interest in visiting Huai County during the National Day holiday. I have tentatively estimated that there might be 20 to 30,000 of them. How many? Director Sun nearly dropped his teacup in shock. 20 to 30,000 at the very least, Qin Yao clarified. If we promote it well, it could be even more. Director Sun was momentarily speechless, then his hands trembled with excitement. 20 to 30,000. My goodness. Last year, our total tourist count for the entire year was under 5,000. 20 to 30,000 during the 7-day National Day holiday? Is this for real? It is no wonder he was exhilarated. Huai County is a quintessential agricultural region, lacking in tourism resources. The so-called attractions consist of a section of the levee along the Huai River, a Confucian temple built during the Ming Dynasty, and an old street that supposedly has several centuries of history. However, the old street has long fallen into disrepair, leaving only a few dilapidated buildings. Each year, the budget for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau is meager, primarily focused on paperwork and inspections. Director Sun has held his position for 8 years, with his greatest achievement being the organization of a Huai River Cultural Festival, featuring local theater troupes, mostly attended by nearby villagers. Now, suddenly hearing about the possibility of 20 to 30,000 tourists during National Day feels surreal. Miss Qin, are you certain? Director Sun still harbored doubts. Absolutely, Qin Yao replied, showing him the lively discussions in her live stream. See, the buzz is quite significant. Plus, I plan to host an event in the live stream to encourage people to visit. What kind of event? Qin Yao smiled mysteriously. We will give away luxury cars to the fans who come to tour. What? 10 Porsche Panameras, Qin Yao stated casually. Any fan who visits Huai County during the National Day holiday will have a chance to win. We'll randomly select based on phone numbers, requiring real name authentication. And the winner must be physically present in Huai County. Director Sun's mouth hung open, speechless. 10 Porsches? Each worth at least $1 million? You are giving them away just to attract tourists to Huai County. Is this what the world of the wealthy looks like? However, this would likely draw even more visitors. Qin Yao remarked, I estimate it could reach several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand? Director Sun felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. For a county with a permanent population of 6 or 70,000, the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of tourists is an unfathomable concept. The entire county could be paralyzed. Thus, we must be well prepared, Qin Yao stated earnestly. My brother emphasized that this is a fantastic opportunity to promote our hometown. But we must ensure our reception capabilities are adequate, so that visitors leave with delight rather than disappointment. Director Sun took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Yes, we must be ready. I will report this to the county immediately. That afternoon, Huai County urgently convened a meeting to strategize for tourism reception. The main leaders of the county party committee and government were present, along with the heads of all relevant departments: the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Transportation Bureau, Market Supervision Bureau, Health Commission, and Urban Management Bureau. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Director Sun reported the situation. According to the information provided by Ms. Qin Yao, we anticipate several 100,000 tourists will visit our county during the National Day holiday. This unprecedented occurrence in our county's history requires us to make thorough preparations to ensure the safety and satisfaction of our visitors and to showcase the positive image of Huai County. The figure of several 100,000 left all the leaders present gasping in disbelief. The county party secretary tapped the table. Comrades, this is both a challenge and an opportunity. Huai County has never received this level of attention. If we handle this well, we could catalyze the development of our tourism industry, create jobs, and increase income. However, if we fail, it would not only tarnish Huai County's reputation, but also that of Shenyang City and Henan Province. He turned to the Public Security Bureau Director, boldly. Safety is paramount. You know the pressure on public order with hundreds of thousands of people. Public Security Bureau Director Li stood up. Rest assured, Secretary. I have already made arrangements. All personnel will be on duty during the National Day holiday. And we will reinforce security in key areas and during critical times by reallocating police from township stations. We also plan to establish a tourist police team specifically for handling visitor-related incidents. What about transportation? The secretary inquired, turning to the Transportation Bureau Director. The Transportation Director was sweating. Secretary, The biggest issue is parking. With hundreds of thousands of tourists, even if only 1/10 drive, that's still several thousand vehicles. Our county has fewer than 10,000 parking spaces combined. Then we will create temporary parking lots, the secretary decisively stated. School playgrounds, government courtyards, and vacant lots will all be opened up. The traffic police must ensure proper guidance to prevent congestion from illegal parking. What about accommodation? The county governor interjected. The combined number of beds in our county's hotels and inns is less than 5,000. Where will these hundreds of thousands stay? Director Sun from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau responded. We are considering mobilizing homestays. Many families in Huai County have spare rooms that can be temporarily converted. Additionally, neighboring towns can help distribute some tourists. And food. The director of the Market Supervision Bureau inquired. With so many tourists, can the dining services keep up? How can we ensure food safety? The meeting lasted 3 hours, with questions coming one after another. Accommodation, dining, transportation, safety, hygiene, and communication were all formidable challenges. Yet, no one expressed doubt. Everyone understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Huai County. After the meeting adjourned, all departments sprang into action. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau worked through the night to produce a letter titled A Letter to the People of the County, which was widely disseminated via television, radio, WeChat, and village loudspeakers. Dear fellow villagers, during the National Day holiday, we expect hundreds of thousands of tourists to visit our Huai County. This is an exceptional opportunity to showcase the image of Huai County and develop the tourism industry. We hope that every resident of Huai County can warmly welcome visitors with enthusiasm, integrity, and friendliness. No business should engage in price gouging. Those found guilty will face severe penalties, with no leniency. Let us work together to ensure that tourists arrive with excitement and leave with satisfaction. This letter caused a stir in Huai County. On the streets, in tea houses and restaurants, people were discussing, did you hear? Hundreds of thousands are coming for National Day. My goodness, can our small county accommodate that? Qin's daughter is truly remarkable. She can attract so many people with just a word. I have a spare room. Can I prepare it for a homestay? I plan to set up a small stall at my door to sell snacks. The Market Supervision Administration organized a mobilization meeting for the county's dining and accommodation sectors. At the meeting, the director spoke candidly. This is our chance for Huai County to turn things around. Anyone who dares to gouge customers, sell inferior goods, or deceive will not only face financial ruin, but will also be driven out of Huai County. Conversely, those who operate with integrity will be rewarded and promoted by the county. The Public Security Bureau conducted 3 emergency drills, simulating crowded conditions, traffic congestion, and sudden medical emergencies. The Transportation Bureau worked overnight to draw up a traffic diversion map for the National Day period and set up signposts at key intersections. The Health Department inspected all hotels and inns for sanitary conditions, mandating corrections for any that fell short of standards. Even the Urban Management Bureau mobilized, organizing a county-wide cleanup to eliminate health hazards and repair damaged roadways. Huai County resembled a machine that had suddenly come to life, with every gear operating at high speed. Meanwhile, Qin Yao officially announced the National Day events in her livestream. That evening, she chose the banks of the Huai River as her backdrop, with shimmering waters behind her, willows swaying gently at the shore, and the sunset painting the sky in warm hues of orange and red. Good evening, everyone. Qin Yao waved at the camera. I have some significant news to share. Instantly, over 200,000 viewers flooded the livestream. I have coordinated with the county regarding tourism for National Day. Qin Yao smiled. In gratitude for your attention and support for Huai County, I have decided that fans visiting Huai County during the holiday will have a chance to receive gifts. The comments section erupted. What gifts? Could it be local specialties? I want a signed photo of Yao Yao. Qin Yao winked. The gifts are categorized into several tiers. For the first tier, every visitor to Huai County can collect a special gift package at designated locations, which includes our local Maojian tea, peanut candy, and a postcard designed by me. Wow, that's great. I want to go for the local specialties. For the second tier, Qin Yao continued. We will randomly select 1,000 lucky visitors to receive gifts sponsored by local businesses, including household appliances, smartphones, and a year's worth of free delivery of Huai County specialties. The live stream buzzed with excitement. But Qin Yao was not finished. For the third tier, the highest tier, we will be giving away 10 Porsche Panameras. She paused for a few seconds to let the news sink in. The comments section fell silent for a brief moment before erupting. What? A Porsche? 10 of them. Yao Yao, you can't be serious. I'm going for the Porsche. I'm booking my ticket right now. Qin Yao, observing the wildly scrolling comments, smiled even more brightly. The rules for the event are as follows. From October 1st to October 7th, As long as you arrive in Huai County and check in using your real name registered phone number on the designated mini program, you will automatically enter the lottery pool. On October 8th, we will randomly select 10 lucky visitors, with notarization, to win a Porsche Panamera. She added, to ensure fairness. We will collaborate with service providers to verify phone number registration and confirm your presence in Huai County through base station location tracking, eliminating any possibility of cheating. This announcement detonated like a bomb across the internet, with Weibo trending. Qin Yao gives away 10 Porsches for National Day. And Douyin featuring hot topics, going to Huai County for a Porsche. Various travel platforms witnessed a 3,000 surge in inquiries. Huai County, a small town that most Chinese people had never heard of, suddenly became a sensation overnight. Yet challenges soon arose. In Qin Yao's livestream, many fans raised practical concerns. Yao, I found out there are no direct trains to Huai County. The only flights go to Shenyang, and then I have to transfer. Is the road easy to navigate for driving? What about accommodation? I checked, and all the hotels are fully booked. Qin Yao addressed each concern. Transportation is indeed a challenge. Our train station is relatively small, and many routes do not stop here. However, the county is coordinating to increase train services during the National Day period. For those driving, we will establish temporary parking lots. As for accommodation, the county is organizing homestays, and you can reserve through the official mini program. She even thoughtfully provided several route suggestions. For friends coming from the north, you can first reach Shenyang and then transfer to Huai County. Those from the south can stop at Wushi or Shenyang. Those from the east can go to Fusha first, and those from the west can start from Luoqing. Although transfers are required, the scenery along the way is quite beautiful. One fan shared their planned route, stating it would take them 2 days and nights with 3 transfers from their home province. I'm going all out for the Porsche, they declared, prompting a chorus of admiration in the comments section. However, as the number of registrations surged, anxiety began to rise among Huai County officials. Initial estimates of 20 to 30,000 soon escalated to 100,000, then 200,000. After Qin Yao announced the Porsche giveaway, Director Sun received the latest projections, at least 500,000. 500,000. The permanent population of Huai County is only around 60 to 70,000. Director Sun's hands trembled as he held the report. He promptly reported to the city. The leaders of Shenyang took this matter seriously and convened an emergency meeting. It was decided to expand the tourism reception area from Huai County to the entire Shenyang city. If Huai County cannot accommodate the influx, the entire city will step in to host. The city secretary affirmed, this is our chance for a collective presentation of Shenyang. Consequently, the event plan was adjusted. Anyone visiting within the Shenyang area, including Huai County and 7 other counties and 2 districts, during the National Day period would have the opportunity to participate in the lottery. The prizes were also enhanced. In addition to the 10 Porsches, there would be 100 domestic electric vehicles, 1,000 latest model smartphones, and 10,000 gift packages of Shenyang specialties. The Shenyang Cultural and Tourism Bureau also launched a Douyin account to release promotional videos. Welcome to Shenyang, a 1,000-year-old ancient city, a culinary paradise where the warm and hospitable people of Shenyang eagerly await your arrival. The video showcased Shenyang's scenic attractions, the limited, were captured with care. The morning mist over the Huai River, the bluestone streets of the old town, the red walls and yellow tiles of the Confucius Temple, and the steaming array of local delicacies. Simultaneously, Shenyang announced a tourism supervision hotline, pledging any instances of price gouging will be dealt with severely upon verification. Every complaint you make will be taken seriously. To accommodate the massive influx of visitors, Shenyang coordinated to increase train services passing through Huai County, established tourism consultation service stations at highway entrances, and organized a large number of volunteers. The Public Security Department activated the highest level of security protocols, dispatching police forces from across the city to support Huai County. The Market Supervision Department conducted a thorough inspection of the dining and accommodation industries throughout the city. The Health and Wellness Department has formulated a medical emergency response plan and established temporary medical stations at major tourist attractions. The Transportation Department has devised a comprehensive traffic management scheme, even simulating various emergency scenarios. The entire city of Shenyang is mobilized, with only 3 days remaining until National Day. The streets of Huai County are already imbued with a festive atmosphere. Main thoroughfares are adorned with red lanterns, shop fronts display welcoming slogans, and volunteers are engaged in final training sessions throughout the streets. Qin Yao strolls along the street, capturing the vibrant scene with her smartphone. She stops in front of a hot dry noodle shop, where the owner is wiping down tables. How are the preparations for National Day going? Qin Yao inquires. The owner looks up, recognition dawning on his face, and beams with a face full of wrinkles. Ah, it's Yao Yao. Everything is going splendidly. I've prepared 5 times the usual amount of noodles and even hired 2 temporary workers. Rest assured, our visitors will be thoroughly satisfied. How about the prices? She asks. The same as always. He replies, thumping his chest, 3 yuan a bowl, fair and square. We, the people of Huai County, are genuine and do not engage in any unscrupulous practices. Qin Yao continues to a nearby hotel, where the receptionist is practicing her Mandarin. Hello, welcome. Do you have a reservation? Upon seeing Qin Yao, the receptionist blushes slightly. Miss Qin, I'm just practicing. I worry that out-of-town visitors won't understand our dialect. That is wonderful, Qin Yao encourages. As she walks on, she witnesses urban management officers clearing away flyers, sanitation workers washing the streets, traffic police rehearsing their commands, and volunteers posting directional signs. This small county is fervently and sincerely preparing to welcome an unprecedented challenge. That evening, Qin Yao edits the footage she captured throughout the day into a video and shares it on Douyin. At the end of the video, she stands by the Huai River, speaking to the camera, "Dear friends, my hometown and I are ready. What about you?" Within half an hour of posting, the video surpasses 10 million views. The comments section bursts with messages from netizens across the country. Tickets booked, arriving on the 1st, driving down with 3 friends. For the Porsche, let us go? Even if I don't win the car, seeing Yao Yao will be worth it. The people of Huai County are warm and welcoming. We must uphold the spirit of civilized tourism. Reading these comments warms Qin Yao's heart. She recalls her brother Qin Feng's words, "Whatever you do, do it well. Either don't do it at all, or strive for excellence." Now, she and her hometown are committed to achieving the utmost. As night falls, the lights of Huai County begin to twinkle. This ordinary little county is poised for a grand arrival. This arrival will transform many aspects, not merely tourism statistics, but the very imagination and expectations of this county and its people for the future. In Zheng City, within the conference room of the provincial government of Hunan, the table is filled with attendees. In addition to provincial leaders, heads of various departments, including culture and tourism, publicity, transportation, and public security, are present. The large screen on the wall displays several alarming figures. Estimated National Day visitors to Huai County, 800,000 to 1 million. Estimated National Day visitors to Shenyang, 1.5 million to 2 million. Train ticket bookings passing through Hunan have increased by 200% compared to last year. Hotel booking rates within the province during National Day stand at 98.7. Comrades, the governor scans the room, his voice steady and resolute. The tourism boom triggered by Huai County is no longer a matter confined to one county or one city. This is a historic opportunity for the entire province of Hunan to showcase our image to the nation and even the world. He pauses, then continues, in the past, many people have perceived Hunan merely as an agricultural province with a reputation for labor export, or even held some unfavorable stereotypes. However, this time, we must let the country see that Hunan possesses profound cultural heritage, hospitable people, and remarkable modern achievements. The Minister of Culture and Tourism takes over, stating, "According to our monitoring, discussions online regarding Hunan's National Day activities have surpassed 300 million posts. Keywords such as Hunan National Day activities, Hunan Spring Festival Gala, and traditional costumes have consistently topped the trending searches. This is an unprecedented level of attention. Thus, we cannot allow Huai County or Shenyang to act alone." The provincial secretary interjects, advocating for the mobilization of the entire province to make this National Day event a grand showcase of Hunan's culture and an opportunity to establish its image. The meeting swiftly reaches a resolution. A leadership group for the National Day Hunan cultural tourism activities is formed, co-chaired by the provincial secretary and the governor, to coordinate resources across the province. The first task, to assemble the province's finest performance troops to support Huai County and Shenyang. The Hunan Culture and Tourism Department issues a notice that night. By dawn, performance teams from across the province are converging towards Shenyang like rivers flowing into the sea. In Luoyang, the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, over 50 performers rehearse in the dance theater. Dressed in splendid Tang Dynasty attire and hanfu, their makeup is exquisite, and their demeanor is regal. Leading them is the theater director, a seasoned artist in his 60s. "Children, this mission is extraordinary," the old director proclaims with a booming voice. "We represent Luoyang, and indeed all of Hunan. We must showcase the grandeur of our ancient capital and the noble elegance of Central Plains culture to the nation's visitors." The performers respond in unison. Among them are 20 male actors, each towering above 6 feet, handsome and well-proportioned. They will perform the music of the Qin King breaking the formation, a reenactment of a Tang Dynasty court dance, where the actors will bare their torsos, exhibiting muscular physiques, accompanied by powerful drums and stirring music, creating a grand spectacle. Clips of this dance have gone viral online, with netizens dubbing them the walking Mongolian muscle men. Now, they are set to perform live. Especially you guys, the old director points at the male actors. Many female fans online have specifically requested to see you. Remember, during the performance, you must be impressive, but also convey cultural depth. You are not merely showcasing muscles. You embody the masculinity of the Tang Dynasty and the robust richness of Central Plains culture. Understood. The male actors stand tall. Simultaneously, the rehearsal at the Hunan Opera Theater in Beijing is in full swing. Beijing is one of the important birthplaces of Hunan opera. This time, the opera house has dispatched its strongest lineup: 3 national first-class actors, 8 second-class actors, and over 30 young performers. They will present classic excerpts from Hunan operas such as Mu Guiying Takes Command, Chaoyang Ditch, and Hua Mulan. Hunan opera is our cultural calling card. The old troop leader emphasizes, in Huai County, there may be young people who have never heard of Hunan opera. What you perform is not just a play. It is cultural heritage. You must inspire young people to love Hunan opera and our traditional culture. A young actor inquires, "Leader, many people online want to hear the 3 cannon shots outside the gate from Mu Guiying Takes Command. Should we prepare it?" "Of course." The old leader replies emphatically. "Not only should we prepare it, but we must perform it better than ever before." In addition to professional troops, folk art teams from various regions of Hunan are also responding enthusiastically. The lion dance from An County, clay sculpture and paper-cutting demonstrations from Nan City, shadow puppetry from Xinjiang, Tai Chi performances from Jiaozuo, and the art of making opera helmets from Shuchong are all on display. Most notably, the Hunan Spring Festival Gala team, renowned in recent years for its innovative programming and rich cultural content, has earned acclaim for being the most in tune with the youth. This time, the Spring Festival Gala director leads the team personally, selecting the most popular programs and performers for the event. Chapter 65. The correct way to embrace cultural confidence. The program features the breathtaking dance performance Tang Palace Night Banquet, where dancers adorned in exquisite imitation Tang attire gracefully embody the opulent court banquets of the Tang Dynasty. It also includes In the Midst of Heaven and Earth, a fusion of Tai Chi and contemporary dance that evokes the philosophical essence of harmony between heaven, earth, and humanity. The National Beauty and Fragrance Opera medley showcases the allure of local Hunan operas, including Yu Opera, Sui, and Yu Jiao. Additionally, last year's Spring Festival Gala sensation Prayer, an underwater dance, transforms dancers into ethereal figures, reminiscent of the goddess of Luo, gliding like swans and flowing like dragons. These performances have garnered billions of views online. And now, they will all be presented live in Huai County and Shenyang. After the news spread through Qin Yao's livestream, the internet erupted in excitement. That evening, Qin Yao donned a traditional hanfu for her broadcast, a light green kurta adorned with delicate orchid embroidery, her long hair styled in a simple bun accented by a jade hairpin. Her already striking features were further enhanced by the classical elegance of her attire. "Good evening, everyone." Qin Yao greeted the camera with a gentle smile. "I have an incredibly significant announcement to share with you all." Instantly, over 3 million viewers flooded into the livestream regarding the upcoming National Day tourism in our Hunan province. "The provincial government is placing great importance on it," she said proudly. "The Department of Culture and Tourism has assembled the finest artistic teams from across the province. And during the National Day holiday, there will be a series of performances in Huai County and Shenyang." She pulled up the program list on her phone. "Let me share what we have. The Luo City Song and Dance Theater will present the Qin King Breaks the Formation, the immensely popular ancient costume dance." The comments section was instantly overtaken by enthusiastic female fans. Finally, we can see it live. For the muscle men. I'm all in. I'm already salivating. Sisters, let us keep our excitement in check, though I'm thrilled too. Qin Yao continued. The Beijing Yu Opera Theater will showcase classic Yu Opera excerpts like Mu Guiying Takes Command and Hua Mulan. The Hunan Spring Festival Gala team will perform Tang Palace Night Banquet, In the Midst of Heaven and Earth, and Prayer. And there will also be lion dances from An City, mud sculptures from South City, and Tai Chi performances. In short, the cultural essence of our province will be on full display during the National Day festivities. The male fans were equally animated. The Tang Palace Night Banquet. That dance with the restored Tang makeup. Can we see Prayer live? Yu Opera. I want to hear Lu Dage's live performance. Qin Yao, observing the rolling comments, chuckled. I know everyone is eager. Therefore, the provincial government has arranged numerous performances to ensure that all visitors can enjoy the shows they desire. A fan inquired, Yao, what are the specific performance times and venues? The Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism is developing a mini-program called Qin National Day, Qin Yao explained. It will have detailed performance schedules, venue maps, and a reservation function. Some popular shows may require reservations to avoid overcrowding. This mini-program will be launched in the next few days, so please keep an eye on my updates, and I'll share the link as soon as it's available. After the live stream concluded, related topics surged to the trending list. Hunan Province mobilizes for National Day tourists. Hunan's ancient costume muscle men team to debut. Qin Yao's stunning traditional look. Hunan's cultural tourism triumphs. Netizens from other provinces express their envy. Hunan is pulling out all the stops this time. Even the Spring Festival Gala team is involved. It feels like a mini cultural festival is in the making. I really want to go, but I've already booked a flight to Sanya. Cancel your ticket. Hunan is worth it. I heard that Hunan has mobilized all its artistic troops. Such execution is impressive. This is indeed the correct way to embrace cultural confidence. Amidst the praise, preparations by various departments in Hunan province were proceeding at a rapid pace. The Transportation Department coordinated with railway authorities to increase temporary trains passing through Huai County and Xinjiang during the National Day holiday. Many trains that previously did not stop in Huai County now added it as a stop. The Public Security Department devised a detailed security plan, deploying 3,000 police officers from across the province to support Xinjiang, focusing on safeguarding performance venues in areas with high tourist density. The Market Supervision Administration organized province-wide inspections of the catering and accommodation industries in Xinjiang, Huai County, and surrounding areas to ensure food safety and price transparency. The Health Department prepared a medical emergency plan, establishing medical stations at major performance venues and dispatching adequate ambulances and medical personnel. The Communication Administration coordinated with the 3 major telecom operators to set up temporary base stations in Huai County and Xinjiang, ensuring smooth communication during the National Day celebrations. Even the Meteorological Bureau launched special services, providing weather forecasts to the leadership team 3 times a day to inform decisions for outdoor performances. In Zheng City, the command center of the Hunan Department of Culture and Tourism displayed real-time data on a large screen. Ticket booking volumes, hotel reservation rates, performance reservations, and online engagement. All figures were continuously rising. The director stood before the screen and addressed the staff. This is a crucial battle for the Hunan cultural tourism sector to turn the tide. We must only succeed, and failure is not an option. He turned to the technical team. The Qin National Day mini-program must be stable, the reservation system must be fair, and on-site verification must be convenient. We absolutely cannot allow system crashes or unfair reservations. Rest assured, we have conducted 3 stress tests, and it can handle 5 million online reservations simultaneously, the technical lead responded. What about the performance arrangements? The director inquired of the deputy director in charge of scheduling. We have mobilized a total of 128 performance teams, comprising over 5,000 performers, the deputy director reported. We have established 3 main performance venues in Huai County, 5 in Xinjiang City, and 12 in surrounding counties. The performances will commence at 8 a.m. on October 1st and conclude at 10 p.m. on October 7th. With over 200 performances each day, he pulled up the performance schedule. Popular shows such as the Qin King Breaks the Formation and Tang Palace Night Banquet will be performed 3 to 5 times daily at different venues to maximize visitor satisfaction. The director nodded. Maintaining order on-site is paramount. With so many visitors and performances, we absolutely cannot afford any safety incidents such as stampedes. The Public Security Department has already developed a detailed plan. Each performance venue will have crowd monitoring and management measures, and popular shows will implement time slot reservations to control attendance. The deputy director added, we have also prepared backup venues. If one becomes too crowded, we can divert the audience promptly. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. From Zheng City to Luo City, from Bianjing to Xinjiang, and from urban areas to rural villages, countless individuals were preparing for this grand event. This is a citywide invitation from Hunan province to the nation, a passionate collision of millennial-old culture and modern tourism, and a grand declaration of renewal from this ancient land. Chapter 66. Arrival of tourists at 3:50 a.m. on October 1st. Huai County Railway Station was ablaze with light. Reminiscent of daylight despite being a small station built in the 1990s. The square in front of the station was brightly illuminated, with temporary lights illuminating every inch of the ground. Red lanterns swayed gently in the night breeze, their reflections shimmering on the freshly washed concrete surface. resembling warm stars scattered across the ground. Qin Yao stood by the exit, her bright Ming-style skirt shimmering under the lights. The begonia red brocade skirt paired with a moon-white cross-collared jacket, adorned with exquisite lotus vine embroidery at the neckline and cuffs, created a stunning ensemble. Her hair was styled in a dignified Ming hairstyle, accented with a hairpin decorated with emeralds, and pearl tassels dangled from her ears, swaying gently with her movements. She was accompanied by three similarly attired friends, Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu, her university roommates. Each wore distinct outfits, a Tang-style chest-high RU skirt, a Song-style jacket, and a modern Han element garment, all breathtakingly beautiful in their own right. Together, the four girls resembled timeless beauties transported from the past, drawing the attention of surrounding staff, who couldn't help but steal glances. Qin Yao held a phone stand, live-streaming the moment. Despite the early hour, the online audience still exceeded 1.5 million, as fans on the road or about to set off eagerly awaited updates on the happenings in Huai County. Dear friends, I find myself at the Huai County railway station. Qin Yao's voice resonates clearly through the microphone. Although dawn has yet to break, behold, the station is fully prepared. The camera gracefully sweeps across the plaza. A temporary visitor service center shines brightly, with over 20 volunteers already in position. A line of neatly arranged buses stands by the roadside, adorned with the welcoming slogan, Huai County awaits you, and offering complimentary transport. More than 10 uniformed staff members hold walkie-talkies, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Most striking are the officers from the Huai County Public Security Bureau, all on duty, with police officers stationed throughout the station. Some stand guard, while others patrol, each brimming with vigor. Yao, aren't you tired? Someone in the comments asks. Qin Yao smiles, replying, not at all. Just thinking about meeting so many friends from across the country excites me. She approaches a middle-aged police officer on duty, Uncle Wong. Thank you for your hard work. The officer, affectionately referred to as Uncle Wong, turns to see Qin Yao, his face breaking into a warm smile. Yao, what brings you here at this hour? I'm here to greet the first batch of arriving friends. Qin Yao turns the camera toward the officer, introducing him. This is Officer Wong, an old classmate of my father. Uncle Wong, please say hello to our friends in the live stream. Officer Wong shyly waves at the camera. Hello everyone, welcome to Huai County. We will ensure your safety and help you enjoy your stay. The comments section erupts with appreciation. Kudos to the police officer. Working at this hour is truly commendable. Huai County's preparations are impeccable. Yao looks stunning in traditional attire, as if she stepped out of a painting. Lin Xiaoxiao leans into the camera, making a playful face. Hello everyone. I'm Yao's roommate, Xiaoxiao. We're waiting for you at the train station. The first train is about to arrive. Zhang Yu joins in. I'm Zhang Yu. Welcome to Huai County. Yao and I have prepared plenty of delicious food and fun activities to share with you soon. Li Siyu, the most reserved of the group, simply smiles and waves. I'm Li Siyu. Welcome everyone. The sight of four enchanting ladies in traditional attire sends the live chat into a frenzy. For fairies. I've taken screenshots for my screensaver. Xiao is adorable. Yaya is lively, Siyu is sweet, and Yao is beautiful. What a celestial dormitory. Just 20 minutes until arrival. I can hardly wait to meet the fairies. Qin Yao glances at the time, 3:55 a.m. Listen, the announcement is coming. She points her phone toward the station's loudspeaker. Attention passengers. Train 8521 from insert location is about to arrive at platform 1. Please prepare to receive the passengers. The announcement echoes clearly in the stillness of the early morning. The station lights seem to shine even brighter. Police officers adjust their positions, volunteers pick up guiding signs, and bus drivers start their vehicles to warm up. The entire station functions like a finely tuned machine, instantly entering work mode. Qin Yao's heart races with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she addresses the camera. The first group of friends is arriving. Let us head to the exit. The four girls stride gracefully toward the exit, their skirts swaying lightly as they walk. Passengers and staff alike cast admiring glances their way. At exactly 4:00 a.m., the train's whistle grows louder as it approaches. Here it comes. The live chat explodes. I'm on the train. Almost there. Envious of those who have already arrived. I flew from Shenzhen and need to transfer. I won't be there until noon. The exit gates open, and the first wave of travelers spills out. Most are young, with backpacks and rolling suitcases. Their faces displaying the fatigue of long journeys, yet their eyes shine with excitement. Qin Yao. Someone instantly recognizes the striking red figure on the platform. It's really Qin Yao and her roommates. They look magnificent in traditional attire. A crowd quickly gathers around. Qin Yao smiles and greets everyone. Welcome to Huai County. Thank you for your efforts on the journey. A young man in his 20s, flushed with excitement, exclaims, Yao Yao, I'm your longtime fan. I've followed you since your first live stream. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Thank you for your support, Qin Yao replies, shaking his hand. Where are you from? Harbin. I traveled over 20 hours by train. His voice trembles slightly, but he adds, it was worth it. You're even more beautiful in person. Lin Xiaoxiao teases from the side. This young man's face is so red. Laughter ensues around them. More and more people approach, some asking for photos, others seeking autographs. While many simply wish to catch a closer glimpse of the four ladies in traditional dress, Qin Yao and her roommates graciously accommodate every request. Meanwhile, fans still en route express their envy in the live chat. I want a photo too. That young man from Harbin is so lucky. Yao Yao is so gentle. She responds patiently to everyone. Siyu looks so shy and adorable. Photos continue for several minutes, until an officer comes to maintain order. Please do not crowd. Exit in an orderly fashion. Miss Qin Yao will be here for a while, and everyone will have a chance to take pictures. Let us clear the pathway for the many other travelers arriving. The crowd begins to disperse, though many still come over to greet and take pictures. Chapter 67. Quality Service. Qin Yao notices that many in this first wave of arrivals are also adorned in hanfu or attire embodying Chinese cultural elements. There are girls in Qi Xiong Ru skirts, boys in feiyu robes, and middle-aged women in kipeos. Look, so many fellow compatriots. Qin Yao turns the camera toward those in traditional garments, exclaiming, this is the allure of our traditional culture. More and more people are embracing and passing it on. A young man clad in a Ming-style Taoist robe approaches, bowing to Qin Yao with a formal greeting. Fellow compatriot, greetings. Qin Yao, momentarily taken aback, responds with a formal fellow compatriot, greetings, performing the Wanfu gesture. The scene is captured in the live stream, igniting another wave of excitement in the comments. What a sense of ceremony. This is cultural confidence. That young man is so handsome. The Taoist robe suits him well. Yao Yao's Wanfu gesture is so precise. The young man straightens up, smiling. I'm from the Jinling Hanfu Society, and this time over 30 of us have come. All fans of Yao Yao. Besides attending the performances, we also plan to promote Han culture activities in Huai County. That is wonderful. Qin Yao's eyes light up. Is there anything we can assist you with? Not at the moment. We've brought our own materials. However, if Yao Yao has time, you're welcome to join our activities. Absolutely. As they converse, the second and third waves of travelers gradually emerge. Typically, this small station sees only a few hundred passengers in a day, yet tonight, in just half an hour, over 1,000 have flooded in. Outside the exit, volunteers hold up signs directing, travelers in need of accommodation, please proceed left. Those with free shuttle buses to hotels, please register at the service center. Travelers seeking tour guides, please collect them on the right. Everything is orderly. A girl dragging a large suitcase looks distressed, and a volunteer promptly approaches. Hello, may I assist you? My hotel is fully booked, the girl replies anxiously. I couldn't secure a reservation. Don't worry, follow me. The volunteer leads her to the service center, assuring her, we have emergency accommodation plans to ensure you have a place to stay. Inside the service center, staff members are busy. Some handle registration, others coordinate logistics, while some distribute materials. A large map of Huai County hangs on the wall, marking all performance venues, food streets, and parking locations. The girl is quickly arranged to stay with a local family, part of a government-sponsored homestay initiative, where many Huai County residents have voluntarily offered their spare rooms to host visitors at reasonable rates. Here is the key, the address, and the landlord's phone number. The staff handed her a card, and the landlady had already prepared a clean bed and toiletries. The bus would stop at the door, and the driver would remind you to get off. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. The girl expressed her gratitude repeatedly. You're welcome. I wish you a delightful time in Huaixin. Such scenes unfolded in every corner. Elderly individuals with mobility issues were assisted by volunteers with wheelchairs. Children crying were comforted with candies by the staff. Travelers burdened with heavy luggage received help from the police. Every detail was captured through Qin Yao's lens. In the livestream, the praises flowed endlessly. The service in Huaixin deserves 5 stars. The staff is incredibly patient. That old lady asked 3 times, yet the volunteer responded gently each time. They even prepared wheelchairs. How thoughtful. This is what a truly civilized city should embody. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky began to lighten. Qin Yao had been standing for over an hour. Her legs felt a bit weary, yet her spirit remained invigorated. At that moment, several private cars approached from a distance and parked outside the station square. 7 or 8 young individuals stepped out and immediately rushed towards Qin Yao. Yao Yao. We drove here from Hangzhou. It took us 12 hours. The leading young man exclaimed excitedly. As soon as we got off the highway, we headed straight to the train station. We wanted to see you as soon as possible. Qin Yao was astonished. You drove through the night? Yes. We took turns driving without a moment's pause. Another girl chimed in. Yao Yao, can we take a photo together? A few more people from our car are coming over shortly. Of course. These individuals were typical road trip enthusiasts, with humorous stickers on their car proclaiming their love for Porsche and their journey from Hunan province. They appeared travel-worn, yet wore bright smiles. While posing for a photo, one young man suddenly knelt on one knee, holding up his phone. Yao Yao, my girlfriend is working in Hangzhou and couldn't make it. She insisted I take a photo with you for her. She is your diehard fan. Laughter erupted around them. Qin Yao bent down cooperatively, posing for the phone camera alongside him. All done. Mission accomplished. The young man exclaimed joyfully, leaping up. My girlfriend will be so envious. In the live stream, viewers gushed. That guy is adorable. A true fan. Without a doubt. I wish I could have brought my boyfriend, but he couldn't snag a ticket. 12 hours of driving. Now that's true love. As dawn broke, the flow of people at the train station reached its peak. Trains arrived in succession, and waves of travelers poured out. The square was bustling, yet orderly. Volunteers and police moved through the crowd, guiding, assisting, and answering questions. Qin Yao and her roommates hardly paused, taking photos, signing autographs, greeting fans, while also managing the live stream. The four girls bore signs of fatigue, yet their smiles remained radiant. At 6 o'clock, Qin Yao finally found a moment to rest. She walked to the volunteer service point and took a sip of water. You must be tired, a concerned volunteer lady said. Sit down for a moment. I'll fetch you a chair. No, it's all right. Standing is fine. Qin Yao waved her hand. You all are the ones working hard, arriving so early. We're all right. We take shifts, the lady smiled, adding, Yao Yao, you are truly a great asset to our Huaixin. My son works in Guangzhou, and he called last night saying that his colleagues all know about Huaixin and praised our place. A warm feeling enveloped Qin Yao. It's the result of everyone's efforts. Just then, a commotion arose from afar. Qin Yao looked up to see a unique group emerging from the station. Over 20 young individuals dressed in various styles of Hanfu, both male and female, holding fans, paper umbrellas, and lanterns, their garments flowing gracefully, reminiscent of an ancient garden gathering. That's the Jinling Hanfu Society. Qin Yao recognized. Indeed, the young man in a robe was leading the group. Upon noticing Qin Yao, he smiled and waved. Everyone look. The Jinling Hanfu Society members have arrived. They look so beautiful, Qin Yao exclaimed, lifting her phone. The camera captured the members of the Hanfu Society walking elegantly in the morning light, creating a stunning contrast yet harmonious blend with the modern architecture of the small county station. Many newly arrived travelers paused to watch and take photos. A 5 or 6-year-old girl tugged at her mother's hand, pointing at the Hanfu Society. Mommy, those sisters are so pretty. They look like princesses. The mother crouched down. That is our traditional Chinese clothing called Hanfu. Would you like to wear one? Yes. Then I'll buy you a set. Such heartwarming dialogues unfolded throughout the station. Traditional culture permeated every visitor in the most natural way. By 6:30, the sky was brightly lit. Qin Yao checked the time and addressed the camera. Everyone, I'm going to take you to a special place. Can you guess where? The comments flooded in with guesses. Going for breakfast? To watch a performance? To go home and rest? Qin Yao smiled mysteriously. Follow me. She led the camera out of the station towards the nearest street, Huaixin's Old Town Main Street. The street had awakened. All the breakfast shops along the street had opened their doors, steam rising from the steamers, the sound of frying oil sizzling, and the aroma of spicy soup wafting through the air. The sight on the street left the entire livestream audience in awe. Almost every breakfast shop had long queues forming at their doors. People in modern clothing mingled with those in Hanfu and Qipao, all waiting patiently and orderly. The sounds of conversation, laughter, and clattering bowls created the most vibrant symphony of the morning. Everyone, this is our breakfast street in Huaixin. Qin Yao pointed her camera at a spicy soup shop. This is the place I've been eating since childhood. Uncle Zhao's skills are unmatched. As she approached the shop, Uncle Zhao was busy, sweat beading on his forehead, yet his smile never faded. Uncle Zhao, business is booming. Qin Yao greeted. Yao Yao is here. Uncle Zhao looked up, his hands never stopping. It's going great. We've been open since 4. And we Haven Tea had a moment to rest. Look at this line. Indeed, the queue extended from the shop onto the street, with at least 30 or 40 people waiting. Yet, those in line were not impatient. They chatted amiably. Where are you from? From Shidu. And you? I'm from Liaodong. All here for Yao Yao? Yes. Also for the cultural performances from Hunan. Qin Yao asked a girl in line. What do you think of our Huaixin breakfast? The girl, holding a bowl of spicy soup and fried dough sticks, replied contentedly, "It's delicious. And so affordable. This large bowl of spicy soup is only 3 yuan. And I got 2 fried dough sticks for 1 yuan. Back home, it would cost at least 10. I'm glad you like it." Qin Yao smiled. "Enjoy your meal. And be careful, it's hot." She continued to another shop, a hot dry noodle place run by a middle-aged couple, with the husband boiling noodles and the wife preparing the seasoning, working in perfect harmony. "Aunt Wang, are you tired?" Qin Yao inquired. "Not at all. I'm happy," Aunt Wang replied, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "Yao Yao, guess how much noodles we prepared today?" "How much?" 200 jin. "Usually, we only sell 20 jin in a day," Aunt Wang whispered. "Your uncle said, at this rate, we'll need to add another 100 jin." Qin Yao aimed her camera inside the shop. 7 or 8 small tables were filled with people, families of 3, groups of friends, and solo travelers, all engrossed in their meals, their faces reflecting satisfaction. A young man gave a thumbs up to the camera. "This hot dry noodle is amazing. It's different from the ones in Wushi, but it has its own uniqueness. Delicious." Another lady chimed in. "These soup dumplings are great too. The skin is thin, and the filling is generous. 1 bite, and it's bursting with juice. Only 5 yuan for a basket. Such a good deal." Qin Yao visited a few more shops, finding similar bustling business, yet the prices remained the same. Customers were pleased, and the shopkeepers were happy. In the live stream, those who had tea at breakfast yet were enviously commenting, "I'm starving just watching. That spicy soup looks so good. Hot dry noodles, my favorite. The prices are truly affordable. What genuine merchants. The people of Huaixin are so down to earth." At 7 o'clock, Qin Yao concluded the live stream from Breakfast Street. "Everyone, I'm going to change my outfit and then take you to see the first performance. The Qin King breaks the array," she announced to the camera. "The performance starts at 8:30 at the Huaixin Sports Center. Friends who have already arrived may proceed according to the travel guide they received. For those yet to arrive, do not fret. There are 3 performances each day." Turning off the live stream, Qin Yao and her roommates boarded the vehicle back to the villa. Inside the car, the 4 girls finally found a moment to relax. Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed her cheeks, which ached from smiling. "Oh my face is almost frozen in a smile." Zhang Yu leaned back in her seat. "But I feel so happy. Seeing so many people adore our Huai County makes every effort worthwhile." Li Xiyu softly remarked, "That boy from Harbin took over 20 hours on the train just to see us. I suddenly feel that what we are doing truly matters." Qin Yao gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery. The streets were bustling with a far greater throng of people and vehicles than usual. Foreign license plates were ubiquitous, as were tourists carrying cameras. Traffic police directed the flow at intersections, while volunteers provided assistance by the roadside. Everything was busy yet orderly. This city, her quaint hometown, was undergoing an unprecedented transformation, and she was both a witness and a participant in this metamorphosis. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from her brother. "Qin Feng, you've worked hard. Come back, rest a bit, and change your clothes. I'll pick you up at 8 to watch the performance." Qin Yao replied, "It's not tiring at all. Brother, did you see the scene outside?" Qin Feng quickly responded, "I saw it. Huai County has awakened." At 8:20 a.m., Huai County Sports Stadium. This arena, which accommodates 8,000 people, was currently filled to capacity. The stands were a sea of heads, and the open spaces along the edges were crowded as well, with estimates exceeding 15,000 attendees, far surpassing the stadium's intended capacity. Yet, the atmosphere remained orderly. The audience sat or stood quietly in anticipation. Many donned hanfu, waving folding fans, creating a striking juxtaposition against the modern facilities of the stadium. When Qin Yao entered through a side door, a small commotion ensued. She had donned a Tang-style chi-chest skirt, resplendent in a scarlet top, paired with a deep blue-printed long skirt, and draped in a light gold half-sleeve coat. Her hair was styled high, adorned with a golden hairpin and silk flowers, with a delicate floral tattoo on her forehead. This attire was specially prepared for the Qin King breaks the formation. In the Tang dynasty, it was one of the most formal dresses for women. Yao Yao is here. Look, she's in a Tang outfit today. So beautiful. She looks like she stepped out of a mural. Qin Yao smiled and waved to the audience as she made her way to the front row seat reserved for her. She reopened the live stream, directing the camera towards the stage. "Hey everyone, I've arrived at Huai County Sports Stadium." Her voice resonated through the live stream, and viewers could see the large crowd present. There were only 10 minutes left until the Qin King breaks the formation commenced. Chapter 69. The Qin King breaks the formation. The camera panned over the audience. There were elderly individuals with their grandchildren, young couples holding hands, fellow hanfu enthusiasts arriving in groups, and professional photographers equipped with cameras. Every face was etched with anticipation. The comments flooded in. So many people. Yao looks stunning today. I'm at the scene. I'm in the third row. I'm envious of those who are here. I can only watch the live stream. When does it start? I can't wait. Qin Yao adjusted the camera and began to explain. Before the performance begins, I'd like to discuss the Qin King breaks the formation. Some of you may not be familiar with it. This musical dance holds special significance in the history of the Tang dynasty. She paused, her tone becoming solemn. In the year 619, shortly after the founding of the Tang dynasty, it faced both internal and external turmoil. The Turkic armies besieged the borders and domestic revolts arose. In a moment of life and death, King Qin, Li Shimin, led his troops to a decisive victory against Shui Rengao, the son of the Western Qin overlord, Shuiju, at the shallow waters of the plains. To celebrate this victory, the musicians created the Qin King breaks the formation. Later, this musical dance became the military and national anthem of the Tang dynasty. Each performance inspired the soldiers' fighting spirit and intimidated the enemy. Historical records describe the original The Qin King breaks the formation as grand in scale, with 120 warriors clad in armor dancing, their sounds echoing for miles. Shaking the valleys. A fan familiar with history chimed in. It is said that this musical dance extended the life of the Tang dynasty by 30 years. Li Shimin was the key figure in 7th century Asia. The great emperor's reputation is no exaggeration. Qin Yao nodded. Indeed, the true Qin King breaks the formation has been lost to time. What we will witness today is a version meticulously restored by the artists of the Luoshi Song and Dance Theater, based on historical records and the characteristics of Tang music and dance. While it cannot be a perfect reproduction, it is sufficient for us to feel the atmosphere of that prosperous era. As her words fell, the lights in the stadium suddenly extinguished. A wave of gasps rose from the audience, quickly followed by silence. In the darkness, deep drum beats echoed from all directions. Thump, 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 slow and heavy. Each beat resonating in the heart. The drumming gradually quickened, from slow to fast, from sparse to dense. Accompanying the drum beats, the sound of horns emerged, both desolate and powerful. A beam of light illuminated the center of the stage. 20 dancers appeared in the spotlight, their upper bodies bare, clad in leather battle skirts, and barefoot. Their bronze skin glistened under the lights, their muscular lines defined yet not grotesque, exuding a sculptural beauty. Most striking was their makeup, painted ochre, with floral designs on their foreheads, strong brows, and fierce gazes. This was the restored military makeup of the Tang dynasty. Oh my! Someone in the audience gasped. The live stream comments exploded. They're here. Look at those muscles. What an imposing presence. The makeup is so well restored. I already have goosebumps. Qin Yao lowered her voice to explain. Notice that the dancers' makeup and attire are based on Tang dynasty murals and pottery figurines. The Tang dynasty valued martial prowess, where strength was seen as beauty. This bare-chested dance not only showcases muscles, but also embodies the masculine spirit and martial ethos of that era. The drum beats intensified. The dancers began to move. There were no flamboyant actions, no complex formations. They wielded replicas of Tang dynasty long halberds, their movements powerful and decisive, stepping, turning, striking, blocking, each action filled with strength yet imbued with the grace of dance. Their footsteps echoed in unison against the ground, melding seamlessly with the drum beats and horn sounds. Wind. The lead dancer suddenly shouted. Wind. All the dancers responded in unison, their voices thunderous. Great wind. Great wind. This was the battle cry of the Qin army. In the Tang dynasty, the Qin King breaks the formation preserved this element to reminisce about the grandeur of the Qin and inspire soldiers. In the audience, many instinctively straightened their backs. Qin Yao continued to explain. Observe the dancers' steps and movements. These are choreographed based on historical records of circular and square formations, shifting from one to another, imitating the battle formations of circles, squares, cones, and geese. On stage, the dancers' formations indeed shifted continuously. At times, they stood as firm as a city wall, at others, as sharp as a blade, and at yet others, as surging as waves. The drum beats grew increasingly urgent, and the horn calls soared higher. The dancers' movements became faster and more intense. Sweat glistened on their bronze skin, sparkling under the lights. Their muscles bulged, veins protruding. Yet they exuded a sense of beauty rather than barbarism, epitomizing the ultimate fusion of strength and grace. The audience fell completely silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the stage. Suddenly, the drum beats and horn sounds came to a halt. The dancers froze in a charging pose, suspended on stage. Silence. A profound stillness lasted for 5 seconds. Then, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, like a mountain roaring or a tsunami crashing, resounding endlessly. Wonderful. So breathtaking. This is the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. In the live stream, comments flooded in so quickly that the screen became obscured. Oh my, this has me feeling exhilarated. Is this the spirit of the flourishing Tang? I feel my soul has been shaken. The dancers were simply magnificent. One must wonder how long they have practiced. I long to traverse back to the Tang dynasty to witness it firsthand. The applause echoed for 2 minutes before the dancers gracefully concluded their performance and lined up to bow. They were breathless, drenched in sweat, yet their eyes sparkled with vigor, and their postures remained upright. Qin Yao's voice trembled with excitement. Darling audience, this is the Qin King breaking the formation. Though merely a restoration, we can already sense the spirit of the Grand Tang dynasty that welcomed visitors from afar. As the performance came to a close, the audience lingered, reluctant to depart. Many rushed to the stage front, eager for a closer look at the dancers and to capture photographs. The dancers, ever accommodating, patiently interacted with the audience. Qin Yao noticed that many young women in the crowd gazed at the dancers with admiration, a pure appreciation of strength and beauty devoid of any vulgar undertones. This epitomizes the brilliance of this dance. It showcases the masculine vigor without descending into crudeness, exuding power while maintaining artistic integrity. This is the essence of a healthy aesthetic. Qin Yao softly addressed the viewers in the live stream, stating that men can embody strength while women can embrace grace, and every form of beauty deserves respect and appreciation. After leaving the stadium, Qin Yao hurried to the next performance venue, the Huai County Cultural Palace, for a special showcase of opera. The Cultural Palace, a structure of Sioux-style architecture, boasts red walls and yellow tiles, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. A long queue had formed outside, predominantly composed of middle-aged and older spectators, alongside a fair number of young individuals. Chapter 70. Echoes of a Flourishing Era in Our Province of Yu. Opera is an art form deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. As Qin Yao stood in line, she explained that it portrays the myriad facets of life, encompassing loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. Some younger attendees may perceive opera as outdated, but if one takes the time to listen, its charm is undeniable. Upon entering the theater, the hall, accommodating 1,000 people, was already filled to capacity. The stage was adorned with a simple landscape painting, accompanied by a table and 2 chairs, typical of traditional opera staging. The first performance of the day was an excerpt from Mu Guing Takes Command. With the sound of gongs and drums, Mu Guing made her entrance. The performer, a woman in her 40s, appeared youthful and vigorous. Her exquisite makeup and graceful form belied her age. As the cannon fired thrice outside the gate, her powerful and resonant voice captivated the entire audience. Qin Yao lowered her voice to explain. Listen to this vocal style, high and passionate. This is one of the hallmarks of opera. It emphasizes a robust vocal delivery, sung in a true voice, which makes it particularly compelling. On stage, Mu Guing sang with a stirring intensity, her commanding presence radiating the might of an army. Even while alone on stage, many seasoned opera enthusiasts in the audience hummed along softly, while the younger attendees watched intently, perhaps not comprehending every lyric, yet connecting with the spirit conveyed. Next came an excerpt from Chaoyang Ditch, a modern play depicting the story of educated youth sent to the countryside. The humorous lyrics and vibrant plot elicited continuous laughter from the audience. Opera encompasses not only traditional performances, but also contemporary narratives. Qin Yao elaborated that it continuously evolves to reflect the lives of the people, which is why it endures. It is rooted in the populace and serves them. The third piece was Hua Mulan. When the classic lines of Lu Dage resonated, the entire audience began clapping in rhythm. Qin Yao noticed several foreign faces in the crowd. Although they might not understand the lyrics, they were fully engaged, occasionally conversing with their translators. Opera is reaching an international audience. She communicated to the live stream viewers that in recent years, the opera troupe has performed in numerous countries and received warm welcomes. Art knows no borders. That which is good will be cherished by people worldwide. As the performance concluded and the actors took their bows, the audience rose in applause, the ovation lasting a full 5 minutes. Exiting the Cultural Palace, Qin Yao expressed her sentiments. Darling audience, did you know that opera is one of the few genres that can sustain itself without government subsidies? It possesses its own audience base and market. This is a testament to the vitality of traditional culture. Many viewers in the live stream were moved. My grandparents love opera. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. Art must be rooted in the people to thrive. The dedication of opera performers is commendable. The rigor of their training is immense. Having already purchased tickets, many resolved to bring their parents to the show the following day. In the afternoon, Qin Yao arrived at the outdoor stage by the Huai River, the designated venue for the Spring Festival Gala Team's performance. In contrast to the solemnity of the morning, the atmosphere here was lighthearted and vibrant. The stage was modern and exquisitely designed, equipped with professional lighting and sound. The audience was predominantly young, many ready to capture the moments on their mobile devices. The first program was the night banquet of the Tang Palace, which had taken the internet by storm during last year's Spring Festival Gala. As the music commenced, over 20 dancers took the stage, clad in restored Tang Dynasty attire. Their figures were full, adorned with exquisite makeup featuring the renowned slanted red look. With red embellishments on their cheeks and floral designs on their foreheads, the dancers wielded various mock instruments, pipa, kongho, flute, and shao, their movements lively and playful. Their expressions animated and charming. At times they frolicked, at others they performed musical ensembles, embodying the spirited young women of the Tang court. The popularity of this program lies in its departure from the rigid stereotypes of traditional dance. Qin Yao elucidated that it does not pursue technical complexity, but rather seeks to be vivid and engaging, revealing that Tang women were not merely dignified and reserved, but also possessed a lively and delightful side. Indeed, the audience was thoroughly entertained, laughter rippling through the crowd. Next came In the Midst of Heaven and Earth, a work that fused Tai Chi and modern dance. The dancers, clad in flowing white garments, executed movements that balanced strength and softness, harmonizing with ethereal music and lighting to create a sense of unity between heaven and humanity. The most breathtaking piece was Prayer. Although it could not fully replicate the underwater filming effects of the Spring Festival Gala, the dancers moved gracefully through the dry ice smoke, creating a stunning spectacle. They transformed into the goddess of the Luo, their garments billowing, appearing like a startled swan or a gliding dragon. The inspiration for this segment came from Chao Ji's Luo Shenfu. Qin Yao gently narrated, like a startled swan, graceful as a gliding dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing as spring pines. This embodies the beauty of women in our traditional culture, not frail, but resilient, not passive, but actively pursuing their values and love. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Qin Yao proceeded backstage to interview several young performers, most of whom were born in the 90s and aughts. We create these programs to inspire young people to embrace traditional culture, one female dancer stated. Traditional culture is not an antique. It can be trendy, cool, and fashionable. Another male performer added, we do not merely recreate, we innovate. We showcase the charm of traditional culture in ways that resonate with modern audiences. Qin Yao relayed their sentiments to the viewers in the live stream. Darling audience, did you hear that? This is the perspective of the new generation of cultural workers. They are revitalizing and igniting traditional culture. After a full day of performances, though tired, Qin Yao felt deeply moved. As evening descended, she sat by the Huai River, preparing for her final live summary. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden ripples across the water. On the opposite bank, the lights of the old city twinkled on. Today, we witnessed 3 performances that showcased 3 distinct forms of traditional culture. Addressing the camera, her voice soft yet resolute, she stated, the Qin King breaking the formation reveals the grandeur of the flourishing Tang. Opera embodies the enduring spirit of folk art. And the Spring Festival Gala Team's performance presents a modern expression of traditional culture. She paused before continuing. Yet their core remains the same. They all represent the spiritual heritage of our Chinese nation. It is the boldness of a rising wind and soaring clouds, the steadfastness of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness, and the aesthetic beauty that is both graceful as a startled swan and fluid as a gliding dragon. Today, in Huai County, we witness that traditional culture is not extinguished. It is innovating, inheriting, and winning the affection of a new generation. The river breeze stirred her skirt and hair. In the distance, the faint echoes of opera melodies mingled with the flickering lights. In this small town, sleep eludes the night. Traditional culture has found a new stage, a fresh audience, and a renewed vitality within these confines. Qin Yao concluded with a heartfelt invitation. Dear friends, there are only 6 days left until National Day. I hope you can all come to Huai County, to Henan Province, to personally experience this cultural feast. You will discover that our roots are here, our spirits reside here, and our future lies here. The live stream came to an end. Yet this cultural banquet would undoubtedly sow seeds in the hearts of countless individuals. These seeds will take root, sprouting into vibrant blossoms. This is precisely the vision that she, her brother Qin Feng, and countless others who cherish their homeland and culture yearn to witness. The echoes of a prosperous age resonate, lingering endlessly. A millennium of culture perpetually thrives. Chapter 71. Zhu Yuanzhang is not the face of a shoehorn. At 7 in the morning. In the Wunmiao Square of Huai County's Old Town, the early autumn sunlight filtered through the branches of ancient cypress trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was refreshing, carrying the crispness of last night's rain. The scene in the square seemed to transport time back hundreds of years. Hundreds of young people adorned in various styles of hanfu gathered here, their garments billowing gracefully, their headpieces impeccably arranged. Crimson, royal blue, goose yellow, and moon-white fabrics shimmered in the morning light. The sound of jingling accessories, the gentle sway of fans, and cheerful laughter created an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand celebration across time. When Qin Yao arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Today, she donned not her usual attire of a lady, but a striking vermilion feiyu robe, the standard garb of the Ming dynasty's imperial guard. The vivid red fabric was intricately embroidered with flying fish patterns in gold, cinched at the waist with a black belt, and adorned with a spring knife prop. Her hair was styled into a male bun, topped with a black net cap, and she wore a forehead band. This ensemble exuded a striking aura, contrasting sharply with her typically gentle appearance. Wow, Yao Yao looks stunning today. The imperial guard. So handsome. The feiyu robe looks incredible on her. As soon as Qin Yao appeared, she attracted a throng of admirers. With a smile, she greeted everyone while simultaneously starting a live stream. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'll take you to the gathering of hanfu enthusiasts in Huai County. Look, I've changed my outfit. The camera slowly panned across the square. There were young women in chest-length skirts adorned with golden hairpins, scholarly gentlemen in traditional robes holding folding fans, warriors clad in armor with long swords at their sides, and men and women of all ages in various styles of Ming dynasty hanfu. Most striking were several young individuals clad in full armor, which was a replica based on artifacts unearthed from the Ming dynasty. The light materials mimicked the original designs, shimmering brilliantly under the sun, with exquisite details that spoke to their craftsmanship. The live stream instantly attracted over 200,000 viewers. Oh my goodness, what a divine scene. That young man in armor looks so cool. So many fellow enthusiasts. Yao Yao's Imperial Guard outfit is fabulous. Where can I get one? While Qin Yao exchanged pleasantries with her companions, she explained, as you can see, today's gathering predominantly features costumes from the Tang and Ming dynasties. There's a reason for this. She approached a young man dressed in a Tang-style round-collared robe, asking, could you share with everyone why you chose to wear Tang attire? The young man, slightly bashful, lit up when discussing hanfu. The Tang dynasty represents the pinnacle of our Chinese civilization, with nations coming to pay tribute and a profound cultural confidence. Tang attire is grand and magnificent, embodying the openness and inclusiveness of that era. A girl in a Ming-style horse-faced skirt chimed in, I prefer Ming attire because it is dignified and elegant, with strict designs. The Ming dynasty had many admirable historical figures who defended our nation and showed unwavering loyalty. Such integrity is worth remembering. Qin Yao nodded and addressed the camera. Have you noticed? Young people today are increasingly drawn to traditional culture, especially hanfu. This reflects a resurgence of cultural confidence. She moved among a group of young people clad in various hanfu, encouraging them to showcase their outfits. Look at how beautiful these garments are. The grandeur of the Tang, the elegance of the Song, the dignity of the Ming. Each stitch embodies the wisdom and aesthetic of our ancestors. A young man in a blue Taoist robe, holding a scroll, spoke up. The revival of hanfu is not merely a retro trend. We wear our ancestors' clothing while living modern lives. It is a cultural inheritance and an affirmation of identity. Well said, Qin Yao praised. This encapsulates the essence of the term huaxia. The beauty of clothing is called hua, and the significance of etiquette is referred to as xia. By reviving hanfu, we are also reviving cultural confidence and national identity. At that moment, a group of tourists approached, eager to take photos with the hanfu enthusiasts. The enthusiasts graciously posed in various stances while explaining the nuances of their attire. A middle-aged lady approached a girl in a horse-faced skirt, asking, Dear, your outfit is beautiful. Is it expensive? The girl replied with a smile, Auntie, this is a casual version, not too pricey. The hanfu industry is quite mature now, with options ranging from dozens to thousands of yuan, catering to all budgets. If you're interested, I can recommend some reliable shops. The aunt nodded eagerly, great. My daughter also loves these. I'll let her check it out when we get home. Such conversations unfolded throughout the square. Hanfu had transcended being merely an eccentric fashion. It had become a bridge of communication, allowing individuals of various ages and backgrounds to appreciate the allure of traditional culture. Qin Yao continued her live stream, approaching several young people in armor. These fellows are impressive. Wearing restored Ming Dynasty armor. Could you introduce it to everyone? A tall young man removed his helmet to reveal a youthful face. I'm wearing a fabric armor, commonly used by the Ming frontier troops. The outside is made of thick cloth, with iron pieces sewn inside, providing both lightness and protection. He pointed to a friend nearby. He.S. wearing Shanwen armor, where the plates overlap like mountains. The craftsmanship is intricate, typically reserved for high-ranking generals. Is it heavy to wear? Qin Yao inquired. Not really. This replica is made of lightweight materials, weighing only about 10 pounds. Real iron armor would weigh 40 to 50 pounds, the young man chuckled, but even this replica can be tiring after a while. One can only imagine how arduous it must have been for ancient soldiers to fight in real armor. The audience in the live stream was captivated. I've learned so much. I had no idea there was so much depth to armor. These enthusiasts are so knowledgeable. Their historical insights are impressive. This is true passion, not mere cosplay. Qin Yao interviewed several more enthusiasts, and they engaged in lively discussions about history. A girl in a Ming-style coat and skirt remarked, "What I admire most about the Ming dynasty is its integrity. The emperor defended the nation, and the kings died for their people. The spirit of Emperor Chongzhen, who chose death over retreat, is truly rare." Also Empress Ma, another girl interjected. She was a truly virtuous empress throughout history. Many of the rules she established, such as allowing Ming women to wear phoenix crowns and silk garments on their wedding day, were so humane. This is far more advanced than the strict distinctions between nobility and commoners in Europe. Mentioning Empress Ma naturally led the conversation to Zhu Yuanzhang. A young man wearing a square cap and traditional clothing adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, "When it comes to the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, I must address that widely circulated image depicting him with a shoehorned face. It is nothing short of slander." He spoke with fervor. Think about it. If Zhu Yuanzhang truly looked like that, how could a refined lady like Empress Ma ever fall for him? Would renowned generals like Su De and Chang Yechen follow him? Would a strategist of Liu Bowen's caliber ever assist him? Chapter 72. The Attire of Huaxia. Unbroken for 1,000 years. A girl nearby nodded in agreement. Exactly. Our ancestors' aesthetic sense has always been present. From Han Dynasty murals to Tang Dynasty figurines, and on to Song Dynasty portraits, which era did not emphasize appearance. Descriptions of beauty and grace abound in historical texts. If one lacks good looks, even the most exceptional talent is unlikely to shine. This is a fact. Qin Yao seized the moment to continue. This fellow has made an excellent point. In truth, not just Zhu Yuanzhang, but many historical figures have had their images distorted. For instance, Qin Shi Huang is often portrayed as a tyrant. However, he standardized the script, unified the transportation network, and established uniform measurements, thereby laying the foundation for 2 millennia of Chinese civilization. Without him, the China we know today might not exist. She surveyed the crowd, her voice resonant. We often proclaim that those who offend the mighty Han shall face retribution, no matter how distant. That embodies the spirit of the Han dynasty. We assert that one individual can bring down a nation, which reflects the brilliance of the Tang dynasty. We declare that the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers shall endure, and the Ming dynasty shall persist. This exemplifies the fortitude of the Ming. These are all splendid legacies of our history. The live stream chat exploded with enthusiasm. Well said. This is the correct perspective on history. I have always wondered, could Zhu Yuanzhang truly ascend to the throne if he looked like that? The recent replacement of the portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang in Nanjing with a more conventional version was maliciously defaced. Such intentions are reprehensible. Our aim is not to romanticize historical figures, but to restore authenticity. A young man clad in a flying fish robe, with an embroidered spring blade at his waist, approached Qin Yao, clasping his hands. Your insights are profound, Miss Qin. Our revival of Hanfu and historical studies is not to glorify the past at the expense of the present, but to reclaim our cultural confidence. Knowing our origins enables us to discern our future direction. Qin Yao returned the gesture. Indeed, the revival of our nation must first begin with a cultural renaissance. Our traditional culture is remarkably rich. Why should we idolize foreign customs? She turned to the camera. Dear friends, behold the contemporary youth. They don Hanfu, read historical texts, not to stand out, but to genuinely embrace their cultural roots. This awakening is more precious than anything else. At that moment, music resonated from the opposite end of the square. The crowd turned to see a Hanfu dance troupe commencing their performance. The music was a reinterpretation of the Lian Ling Wang Enters the Battle, with dancers adorned in vibrant Hanfu, wielding folding fans, paper umbrellas, and long swords, their movements graceful. Although they were not professional dancers, their passion and sincerity captivated everyone. As the performance culminated, thunderous applause erupted. The troop leader, a young woman in her 20s, approached Qin Yao, somewhat anxious. Yao, may we take a photo together? Certainly. Qin Yao readily agreed. During the photo session, the girl whispered, our dance team has been established for 3 years. Previously, we rehearsed in parks and were often subjected to judgment. However, in the past 2 years, more people have come to understand us. We are particularly thrilled to participate in this event in Huai County. Qin Yao patted her shoulder. Keep persevering. You are engaged in a profoundly meaningful endeavor. By 10 in the morning, the Hanfu event at the Confucius Temple Square reached its zenith. Participants spontaneously organized a Hanfu parade. Hundreds donned various Hanfu, forming an orderly procession that slowly traversed the bluestone streets of the old town, departing from the Confucius Temple. Qin Yao led the front, her vermilion flying fish robe strikingly vivid in the sunlight. Holding her live-streaming device, she narrated as she walked. On either side of the street, onlookers paused to observe, taking photographs and videos. Many children excitedly pointed at the procession. Look, Mom. Ancient people. As the parade passed along the banks of the Huai River, they encountered a group of foreign tourists who were evidently astonished by the spectacle and raised their cameras. A blonde girl, with limited proficiency in Chinese, inquired, what festival is this? Qin Yao halted and replied, this is not a festival. It is a display of our ethnic traditional attire. Beautiful, the girl exclaimed. These garments are even more exquisite than we imagined. One of her companions, a tall young man, asked, may I take a photo? Of course, Qin Yao smiled, welcoming your interest in Chinese culture. The foreign tourists snapped photos incessantly, exclaiming amazing and incredible. In the live stream, the audience expressed immense pride. Look how astonished the foreigners are. This is true cultural outreach. Hanfu is genuinely beautiful. Those who see it will know. I hope that one day, Hanfu will become a cultural symbol of our nation. After the parade, Qin Yao and her companions rested by the banks of the Huai River. They sat on the ground, sharing insights about Hanfu and historical perspectives. A young man clad in a Ming-style cloak remarked, in fact, the most significant change in the revival of Hanfu over the past few years has been the public's understanding of history. Previously, when discussing the Ming dynasty, many only knew about Chongzhen's hanging. Now, an increasing number of people recognize the Yongle Encyclopedia, Zheng He's voyages, and the cultural achievements of Yu Qian defending Beijing. A girl added, the Tiangong Kai Wu, Benchao Gongmu, and Nongjing Quanshu. These scientific works all originated in the Ming dynasty. Our ancestors were not technologically inferior. Listening to these discussions, Qin Yao felt a surge of emotion. Nowadays, Hanfu has become a daily attire choice for many young people. This transformation, seemingly a mere change in clothing, is, in fact, a reflection of a shift in the collective mindset of the nation. From a past of idolizing foreign cultures to a newfound cultural confidence, this journey has spanned several decades. Now, the dawn of a new era is upon us. By midday, the event reached a temporary conclusion. Qin Yao bid farewell to her companions. Just before departing, a young man dressed in scholar's garb called out to her, Miss Qin, thank you for today. Qin Yao turned. What do you thank me for? Thank you for allowing so many to see us and understand us, the young man replied earnestly. Many perceive Hanfu as mere performance or showmanship. However, your live stream today has helped more people realize that we are sincere. We are preserving and reviving our heritage. Qin Yao shook her head. It is I who should express gratitude. It is people like you who genuinely cherish this culture, that breathe life into traditional customs. I am merely a chronicler. The young man smiled. No, you are a guide. You have illuminated this path for many. After parting from her companions and returning to her villa, Qin Yao did not immediately turn off the live stream. She addressed the camera. Dear friends, what are your thoughts on today's Hanfu event? The comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Touching, truly touching. We have witnessed hope, the hope of culture. I also want to buy Hanfu and join the ranks of my companions. History should not be distorted. We must understand the true history ourselves. The term Huaxiao is well-deserved. Indeed, Huaxiao is well-deserved. Qin Yao softly echoed. Our ancestors created such a splendid civilization. We have no reason not to be confident, no reason not to take pride. Clad in splendid garments, we walk not to flaunt, but to signify. The attire and customs of Huaxia have persisted for a millennium. The roots of our culture are everlasting. Chapter 73, Cultural Confidence and the Pain of Distortion. On the 7th day of National Day, the data from Huai County was released. In just 7 days, this small county in central Hunan welcomed a staggering 17 million visitors, a figure exceeding 4 times its resident population. The entire Shenyang city surpassed 5 million visitors, setting a historical record. Online discussions regarding Huai County and the cultural feast of Hunan during the National Day continued to gain momentum. Millions of performance videos, culinary photographs, and Hanfu images circulated across major platforms, accumulating over 5 billion views. The cultural confidence of Hunan province and the timely revival of Hanfu have remained trending topics. Yet amidst this chorus of acclaim, some discordant notes began to emerge. A netizen who had returned from Gansu left a comment in Qin Yao's live stream. Friends who visited Huai County are truly fortunate. I went to Gansu to see that so-called statue of Emperor Wu of Han, and it made me feel utterly uncomfortable. This comment quickly rose to prominence. What statue? I need to look it up. Upon searching, I was taken aback. What on earth is this? An increasing number of people visited it, returning with indignation. Qin Yao also noticed that comment. She instructed her assistant to find relevant images, which revealed a massive sculpture of a head, purportedly of Emperor Wu of Han. However, as the netizen articulated, the figure bore a furrowed brow, tightly closed eyes, a lowered head, and pursed lips. The entire sculpture exuded an atmosphere of repression, suffering, and even despair. This starkly contrasts with the image of a formidable sovereign who would vanquish those who offend the Han, regardless of distance. The comments in the live stream began to intensify. How can this be Emperor Wu of Han? This clearly resembles a condemned prisoner. It makes me feel physically ill. What intentions do the creators harbor? An insightful netizen with knowledge of feng shui analyzed the statue's angle and position, identifying it as a classic case of reverse bow kill. Furthermore, the protrusion atop the statue is deemed a soul-stabilizing nail in feng shui. The entire arrangement is a variant of the Big Dipper 7 stars soul-locking formation, intended to eternally suppress the spirit of Emperor Wu of Han. More shocking revelations followed. This statue was not a government project, but a self-funded endeavor by an art academy. I thought to myself, no rational individual would design such a creation. Some art institutions have reached a deplorable state. The intentions of these individuals are reprehensible. Additionally, another netizen uncovered the designer's public statements and portfolio, which contain numerous works that distort and vilify historical figures and traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, yet have received multiple accolades in the West. An atmosphere of anger began to permeate the livestream. Qin Yao silently absorbed the comments, recalling a fellow participant's words at a Hanfu event days prior. History should not be distorted. Now, that distortion lay before her, stark and malicious. One netizen's remark caught her attention. Huai County exemplifies true cultural confidence. We proudly showcase the grandeur of the Tang dynasty and the spirit of the Ming. In stark contrast, that statue represents distortion, inferiority, and hatred towards one's own culture. Indeed, they stand in opposition. Huai County's Qin Wang Pezhun Yu showcases the masculine spirit of Tang men, exuding boldness as the wind rises and clouds soar. Conversely, the portrayal of Emperor Wu of Han exudes oppression, suffering, and restraint. The former ignites passion, while the latter leaves one feeling choked. The former signifies revival, while the latter signifies emasculation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao spoke in the live stream. Dear friends, I have observed your discussions regarding that statue. I do not wish to comment extensively. However, I must say, she paused, her voice resolute. True cultural confidence lies in confronting history, being proud of our ancestors' glory, and drawing wisdom from historical lessons. It is not about distortion, vilification, or self-deprecation. In Huai County, we present Qin Wang Pezhun Yue because it embodies the spirit of the Tang dynasty, openness, inclusiveness, confidence, and strength. We showcase Yu Opera because it expresses genuine human emotions, loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. We present Hanfu because it is our nation's centuries-old heritage of attire. All of this is to empower us today to draw strength from traditional culture as we stride confidently into the future. The bullet comments began to reflect a more rational tone. Yao Yao is right. We must focus on positive energy. Huai County's success proves that the populace cherishes authentic beauty and true culture. The more one looks at that statue, the more revolting it becomes. Let us instead appreciate our Qin Wang Pezhun Yu. It is suggested that relevant authorities investigate how such distorted cultural works came to be. Qin Yao continued. In recent days, over 3 million people have visited Huai County and Shenyang. What did they witness? They encountered warm and hospitable people, delicious and affordable cuisine, vibrant cultural performances, and the younger generation's passion for and transmission of traditional culture. This is the true China. This is genuine cultural confidence. It does not rely on a few distorted statues or so-called avant-garde art, but on the recognition and practice of countless ordinary individuals. She pulled up a photo on her phone, capturing an elderly man shedding tears while watching the parade at the Hanfu event. The elderly gentleman expressed to her that he never expected to see young people donning their ethnic attire in his twilight years. He said, "This is our root." Cultural confidence is not an ethereal concept. It resides in these moments, reflected in the tears of the elderly man, in the young girl's plea, "Mom, I want to wear that beautiful dress," in the dedicated focus of comrades studying historical forms, and in the applause of visitors for the performances. The live stream fell silent, all ears attentive. Thus, there is no need for us to be angered by that statue, Qin Yao concluded. For true cultural confidence does not rely on one or two works for definition, but is founded on the choices and recognition of millions. The 3 million tourists in Huai County stand as the best testament. They came, they saw, and they felt. They will carry this sensation back, sharing it with even more people. This is the most potent force of cultural transmission, the power of the people. The live stream concluded. Qin Yao sat in her room, unable to find peace. She recalled her brother Qin Feng's words. What we must do is not to berate those who distort culture, but to demonstrate through action what true culture is and what true beauty embodies. Indeed, action is mightier than critique. The 7-day spectacle in Huai County serves as the best demonstration. 3 million people voted with their feet, choosing authentic cultural confidence. That distorted statue will only be increasingly condemned by the masses. For beauty and ugliness are weighed in the hearts of the people. Truth and falsehood will eventually be judged by history. Chapter 74. Money that cannot be spent on October 7th, the final day of the National Day holiday. The sky over Huai County was a brilliant blue, with sunlight filtering through thin clouds, casting a gentle golden hue over the bustling county that had been alive for 7 days. Yet, the atmosphere within the city starkly contrasted with the tranquility of the weather. Beginning at 5 in the morning, Huai County's train station operated at maximum capacity. In the square before the station, tourists with luggage formed long serpentine lines that snaked into the streets. Volunteers, clad in bright orange vests and wielding megaphones, maintained order. Passengers heading to Zheng City, please queue on the left. Those going to Wu City, please line up on this side. Please follow me for transfers. Police officers navigated through the crowd, assisting the elderly and children while directing the flow of people. Despite the throngs of people, order was maintained, as the reception system in Huai County had become quite efficient after 7 days of adjustment. At 8 in the morning, the first batch of departing trains whistled their farewells. Inside the carriages, many tourists pressed against the windows, waving goodbye to the platform. Some had tears glistening in their eyes, while others captured the final moments on their phones. "Goodbye, Huai County. We'll be back next year. Thank you." On the platform, volunteers lined up to wave farewell. This scene was captured by many tourists, who shared it online with captions. The warmth of a city is most palpable at the time of parting. The traffic on the highways was equally congested. Traffic police were deployed at key intersections to direct vehicles. The queue of cars heading out of town stretched for several kilometers. Yet traffic remained relatively smooth as Huai County had preemptively opened all emergency lanes and established multiple temporary exits. A black SUV slowly emerged from the toll booth. Inside, a family of 3 was sharing their final goodbyes. "Daddy, when are we coming back next time?" the little girl in the back seat asked, leaning against the window with reluctance. "During the winter break, I'll bring you back," the father promised. "Really?" "Yes, my little darling." The mother scrolled through photos on her phone, reflecting. These 7 days felt like a dream. Such beautiful performances, such delicious food, and so many warm-hearted people. Indeed, it felt like a dream. For Huai County, this was an unprecedented feast. For the tourists, it was a journey they would remember for a lifetime. The climax of this grand feast arrived at 10 in the morning. In the Huai County Sports Center Square, 10 brand-new Porsche Panameras stood gleaming in the sunlight, their metallic sheen dazzling. Beside them stood 10 fortunate winners, each displaying a range of emotions, randomly selected from among millions of visitors. The lottery ceremony was straightforward, yet sufficiently solemn. A staff member from the notary office read the notarization on-site, confirming the legality and validity of the lottery process. Following this, the county mayor personally handed the car keys to each winner. "Congratulations." The mayor shook hands with the first winner, a young man in his 20s, visibly trembling with excitement. "Thank you. Thank you. I came here hoping for a Porsche, and I can't believe I really won." The second winner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s who remained rather composed. "Whether I win a car or not is irrelevant. This journey has been invaluable." The people of Huai County displayed remarkable warmth, and the performance was exceptional. This vehicle served merely as an embellishment. The third winner was a university student, who addressed the live streaming camera, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Yao. Thank you, Huai County. My parents initially dissuaded me from attending, deeming it a waste of money. Now, I suppose they have no further objections? The most touching moment came from the fourth winner, a woman in her 70s, accompanied by her granddaughter to receive her prize. "Grandma, you've won," the granddaughter exclaimed excitedly. The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What would an old woman like me do with such an expensive car? Let us donate it to the county to buy books for the children." Everyone present was moved by her selflessness. The county chief grasped the grandmother's hand, assuring her, "Dear elder, this is rightfully yours. Please keep the car. It can be used for the children. We are grateful for your kind intentions." Ultimately, after some persuasion from the staff, the grandmother accepted her fortune, yet she insisted on donating 50,000 yuan to provide educational supplies for the left-behind children of Huai County. This poignant episode spread across the internet through the live broadcast, showcasing the noble spirit of the older generation. May the grandmother enjoy a peaceful life, filled with good deeds. The event in Huai County, from its conception to execution, was executed flawlessly. Those who did not win were not disheartened. In the waiting room of the train station, a group of young people were exchanging experiences. "Did you win?" "No, but it doesn't matter. That performance of Qin Wang Paijun Lu was worth the ticket price alone." "I feel the same. Plus, the Hanfu event allowed me to meet many fellow enthusiasts. I bought numerous local specialties, Maojian tea, peanut candy, and sesame candy will last me for half a year. I took over 3,000 photos. My phone memory is nearly full." Their conversation caught the attention of a passing reporter who approached for an interview. "Hello, I'm a reporter from Yuxing Daily. Would you mind sharing your impressions of this trip?" A bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and replied, "My experience exceeded expectations. Before coming, I wondered what a small county could offer. Upon arrival, I discovered a wealth of culture, exquisite cuisine, enthusiastic hospitality, and above all, genuine sincerity." A girl beside him added, "The service was exceptional. My grandmother has mobility issues." And the volunteers accompanied her in a wheelchair throughout. At the snack street, each stall provided disposable utensils, which was very considerate. Another girl donned in Hanfu chimed in. "As a Hanfu enthusiast, my greatest takeaway from this trip was participating in the gathering of fellow aficionados. That sense of camaraderie brought me even more joy than winning a prize." Just then, a stylishly dressed middle-aged man, dragging a designer suitcase, approached and, overhearing the interview, interjected, "Excuse me, reporter, I have a suggestion." "Please, go ahead," the reporter replied. The man looked distressed. "Everything in Huai County is excellent, but the prices are too low. A meal costs only a few yuan, and performances are often free. I came prepared to spend several tens of thousands, yet I only spent 20 to 30,000, and that is after buying many local products." He gestured toward his bags filled with purchases. "Look, I bought 10 pounds of Maojian tea, 20 boxes of peanut candy, and various pickled vegetables, yet I still have money left." The reporter was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Laughter erupted from those nearby. The man continued, "I'm not joking. I travel intending to spend money, yet you Haven Tea given me the opportunity. This needs improvement." The reporter finally regained his composure, suppressing a smile, and said, "Thank you, sir. We will certainly relay your suggestion. Next time you visit, we will ensure you have more chances to spend." Chapter 75. Preview of Hua Xiaochang Gu. Following the release of this interview video online, it sparked another wave of discussion. Versailles Championship. "We cannot comprehend the troubles of the wealthy." Yet, he spoke the truth. The cost of living in Huai County is indeed low. This is true affordable tourism. Unlike certain places that exploit tourists, we hope Huai County maintains its simplicity and does not lose its integrity. By 2 p.m., the influx of visitors peaked. The real-time data on the large screen at the Huai County Cultural and Tourism Bureau Command Center continued to fluctuate. Total visitors received 31,785,000. Total tourism revenue 8,276 billion yuan. Visitor satisfaction 98.7. Complaint rate 0.03. It was a resounding success. Director Sun gazed at these figures, his voice choking with emotion. Over 7 days, 17 million visitors generated an astronomical income of 8.2 billion yuan for Huai County. Last year, the entire annual tourism revenue barely reached 3 million. Even more crucial was the ripple effect of this tourism feast. The county's restaurant industry saw a 150 increase in revenue. Retail surged by 80, and lodging grew by 120. More than 50,000 jobs were directly or indirectly created. But this was merely the beginning. The county party secretary stated in the summary meeting, "We must develop tourism into Huai County's pillar industry. This National Day proved our potential. Moving forward, we need to enhance infrastructure and develop more tourism products, ensuring that visitors wish to return." The county chief added, especially in the cultural sector. The most popular aspect this time was the cultural performances. We need to regularize Qin Wang Pajun Lu, Yu Opera, and Hanfu events, establishing them as a brand. The meeting continued until evening. As the leaders exited the conference room, the sun was setting in the west. On the streets, the number of tourists had significantly dwindled. Shops began to close, and sanitation workers commenced their street cleaning duties. After 7 days of revelry, Huai County needed a moment of rest. Yet some could not afford to rest. In Qin Yao's villa, a small gathering was underway. Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yu, and Li Siyu, 3 roommates, were present. They would return to school tomorrow, as the National Day holiday came to an end. And it was time to resume normalcy. Yao, these 7 days felt like a dream. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned against the sofa, appearing fatigued yet fulfilled. I never imagined I could participate in such a grand event. Zhang Yu scrolled through her phone. My Douyin followers increased by 500,000. Many people are asking for Huai County travel tips. Li Siyu softly added, my cousin, Lin Xiaoyu, came too. She said this trip healed her psychological trauma. Seeing so many people and smiles made her feel that the world is still beautiful. Qin Yao poured each of them a cup of tea. Thank you for your hard work. Without your help, I wouldn't have managed alone. What are you saying? We are roommates. We are sisters. Lin Xiaoxiao embraced Qin Yao's shoulders. But Yao, what do you plan to do next? Continue live streaming? Qin Yao smiled mysteriously. I have a grand plan to unveil tonight during the live stream. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yao began her broadcast punctually. As soon as the live stream started, the viewer count surged past 3 million. After the week-long National Day festivities, she had truly become a top influencer. Good evening, everyone. Qin Yao greeted, clad in simple loungewear and appearing barefaced, exuding a neighborly charm. The National Day holiday has ended. Have you all returned home safely? The barrage of comments flowed in rapidly. I'm home, just sorting through photos. On the train, I'll arrive tomorrow. Already missing Huai County's spicy soup. Yao, you must have worked hard. You hardly rested these 7 days, right? Qin Yao smiled. Not at all. Seeing everyone enjoy themselves brings me joy. Today's live stream is primarily to express my gratitude for your visit to Huai County, and I have an important announcement to make. She adjusted her sitting posture, her expression growing serious. After this National Day event, my brother Qin Feng and I have deeply realized that the love for traditional culture far exceeds our expectations. Therefore, we have decided to embark on a larger project. She paused for 3 seconds, heightening the anticipation. We will produce a series television drama, tentatively titled Hua Xiachanggu. It will begin with the mythical era of Pangu creating the heavens, Nuwa repairing the sky, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, continuing through to modern times. Our aim is to authentically recreate history and showcase the 5,000 years of Huaxia civilization. This announcement hit like a bombshell. The comments momentarily halted, then erupted. Oh my goodness! Such a grand undertaking? From mythology to modernity? How many episodes will that entail? What staggering investment is required? What about the actors? Casting is crucial. Qin Yao allowed the audience to settle slightly before continuing. I know you have many questions. I will address them one by one. First, how much is the investment? The preliminary budget begins at 300 billion. Money is not an issue. My brother has stated that this is a cultural endeavor, and every penny is worthwhile. 300 billion. This figure ignited excitement in the live stream once more. Secondly, how long will the filming take? This is a long-term project, expected to span 10 years or even longer. We are not rushing the schedule. Our sole pursuit is quality. Thirdly, how will the actors be selected? This is the focal point I wish to discuss today. Qin Yao displayed a PowerPoint presentation on her computer. We will adopt a public voting method. Each significant historical figure will have an open voting channel. Fans can suggest actors or nominate themselves. Ultimately, the selection will be determined based on the voting results, professional reviews, and historical relevance. More importantly, she magnified a slide in the presentation. We welcome all who cherish history and traditional culture to participate as extras, even in minor roles. No professional background is required, only a fervent heart. This decision sparked another wave of enthusiasm. I can do it. I want to portray a Qin soldier. I wish to play a Tang Dynasty palace maid. I aspire to be a scholar from the Ming Dynasty, not for payment, but for passion. Qin Yao gazed at the barrage of comments, her eyes glistening. Thank you all. I understand that many share our profound love for this land. What we are doing is providing everyone with an opportunity to participate in the recreation of history. She continued her presentation. The filming locations will primarily be throughout Shenyang City. While established film bases like Hongdian and Xiangshan are more mature and filming there is more cost-effective, my brother emphasized that spending a bit more for the development of our hometown is worthwhile. We will construct a series of film bases in Xinjiang according to the storyline needs. Ancient tribes, cities from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, palaces from the Han and Tang dynasties, and markets from the Song and Ming dynasties. Once filming is completed, these bases will be opened to tourists, becoming new attractions. Visitors can come to tour, take photos, and even experience a day as an extra, donning ancient costumes and living a day in the manner of our ancestors. This grand vision is both ambitious and alluring. Chapter 76. Full support. This essentially creates a complete cultural tourism industry chain. Informed netizens analyze that filming dramas is content production. Film bases serve as the physical carriers, and tourism experiences are the consumption endpoints. If successful, Xinjiang could truly become China's cultural Hollywood. Qin Yao nodded. Indeed. For a place to thrive, population is key. With more tourists, the economy flourishes, employment opportunities increase, and young people need not leave their homes. The livestream lasted for 2 hours. Qin Yao meticulously addressed various questions posed by fans. Filming cycles, script creation, historical consultancy teams, costume and prop restoration, special effects production. Every detail demonstrated that this plan is not merely a fantasy, but a meticulously planned endeavor. Currently, the scriptwriting team has been established. Qin Yao revealed that we intend to invite the nation's top historians, literary figures, and playwrights to prepare the first season's script draft for Mythical Era. The casting process will commence next month. The main roles for the first season will include Pangu, Nuwa, and Fushi. Everyone is welcome to audition. By the end of the live stream, the online viewer count surpassed 5 million. Huaxiaqinggu is not merely the title of a television series. It is an affectionate declaration of this nation's own civilization. From the chaos at the dawn of creation by Pangu to the unification under Qin and Han. From the grandeur of the Tang dynasty with nations paying tribute to the enduring cultural lineage of the Song and Ming. From a century of struggles in modern times to the relentless advance of contemporary revival, 5,000 years of epic needs to be sung. 5,000 years of stories need to be told. 5,000 years of spirit must be inherited. In the conference room of the provincial government of Hunan, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with that of the meeting prior to National Day. Previously filled with tension and anticipation, it now radiated enthusiasm and vigor. Before the governor, the screen displayed the final data for the National Day tourism in Huaixin. Comrades, the governor surveyed the room, his voice steady and powerful. The National Day tourism in Huaixin was not just a successful event, it was a revelation. It illustrates to us that culture is the soul of tourism, and tourism is the vessel for culture. The synergy between the two can yield tremendous energy. He presented another set of data. This reflects the tourism statistics across the province during the National Day period, benefiting from the ripple effect of Huaixin. Overall tourism in Hunan saw a year-on-year increase of 300 in visitor numbers and a revenue increase of 280. More importantly, he paused for emphasis. The positive evaluations from netizens nationwide regarding Hunan have surged by 1,200. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the conference room. The Minister of Culture and Tourism seized the opportunity. More crucially, it is about reputation. Previously, many viewed Hunan as backward and rural. Now, it is recognized for its rich culture, warmth, and hospitality, an image transformation that cannot be purchased at any price. Thus, the governor rapped the table when Mr. Qin Feng proposed investing in the filming of Huaxiaqinggu and the construction of film bases. We must extend our utmost support. This is not merely a commercial project. It is a cultural initiative, a public welfare endeavor, a developmental scheme. The provincial party secretary spoke, his tone deliberate. Yet each word resonated with weight. Hundreds of billions in investment can generate how many jobs? Once the film bases are established, how many tourists can they attract? How many talents in film and television can be nurtured? How many related industries can be incubated? Have we considered these? The director of the Development and Reform Commission promptly replied, Secretary, we have conducted preliminary calculations. With the investment scale of Huaxiaqinggu, it will directly create over 100,000 jobs. The construction and operation of the film bases will also stimulate related industries, such as construction, services, and tourism, which may indirectly create over 300,000 jobs. 300,000, someone murmured in disbelief. This is merely in terms of employment, the Minister of Culture and Tourism added. Once the film bases are operational, they will become locations for filming not only across the country but globally. More film crews will settle here, forming an industrial cluster. At that point, the benefits will extend beyond tourism to encompass film production, cultural creativity, education, and training industries. Just like Hungdian, someone interjected. No, It must be larger than Hungyan. The Minister of Culture and Tourism shook his head. Hungyan primarily features Ming and Qing architecture, while Huaxiaqinggu aims to construct a complete series spanning from ancient times to modernity. This means that historical dramas from any era can find suitable settings here. This is unparalleled. Silence enveloped the conference room for a few seconds as everyone absorbed this information. What are we waiting for? A vice-governor spoke up. Such a project is something other provinces would covet. Now that it has landed in our Hunan, we must seize this opportunity. The question remains, how to provide support. The governor responded, Mr. Qin Feng lacks for funding. What he needs are policies, land, talent, and support. Our task is to eliminate all obstacles to ensure this project takes root smoothly. The meeting quickly reached a resolution. First, establish the Provincial Coordination Leadership Group for the Huaxiaqinggu project, with the governor as the leader and the vice-governor overseeing culture, tourism, development, reform, land, and construction as deputy leader. The heads of each department will serve as members. Second, the site selection will span the province, providing the most premium land resources. The preliminary plan is to build 3 major film-based clusters in Huaixin, Huangxian, and Guxian, covering ancient to Qin and Han, Wei and Jin to Tang and Song, and Yuan, Ming, and Qing to modern times. Third, a green channel will be opened. All approval procedures will be expedited for this special case. Fourth, foundational infrastructure will be constructed. The Provincial Department of Transportation will plan and build a highway network connecting the 3 major bases, departments for electricity, water resources, and communications will ensure supply. Fifth, a talent cultivation plan will be established in cooperation with universities inside and outside the province, focusing on training professionals in film production, costume and props, scene design, and performance. Sixth, policy support will be provided, including tax reductions for the first 10 years, preferential land transfer fees, and subsidies for talent introduction. The resolutions were formed one by one, with unprecedented efficiency. One final point. The provincial party secretary emphasized that the core of this project is culture. We must establish a top-tier historical advisory team to ensure the authenticity and rigor of the content. We cannot fabricate stories for the sake of aesthetics. They must withstand the scrutiny of history. Mr. Qin Feng has already considered this, the Minister of Culture and Tourism noted, as he has invited numerous historians from universities and experts from the Social Sciences Academy. The lineup is impressive. That is excellent. The secretary nodded, affirming that our role is to offer unwavering support from behind the scenes, refraining from interfering with the creative process while providing all necessary assistance. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already noon, yet the work was only just beginning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the provincial government's official website released an announcement titled Decision on fully supporting the construction of the Huaxiaqinggu Cultural Project. The announcement meticulously detailed various support policies and concluded with the statement that this project is a significant initiative in the cultural strength strategy of Hunan Province, serving as a crucial lever for promoting the integration of culture and tourism, facilitating industrial upgrades, and enhancing the well-being of the populace. It called for a unified mindset across the province to collaborate and ensure the smooth implementation of the project, achieving results promptly. Within half an hour of the announcement's release, the readership surpassed 1 million. Internet users erupted in excitement. Hunan Province's response is remarkably swift. This aims to establish Hunan as the cultural center of China. General Qin is formidable. Hunan is impressive. I'm already contemplating which film base to join as an extra. If this project succeeds, Hunan's economy will truly take off. Meanwhile, various departments in Hunan Province sprang into action. The Provincial Department of Natural Resources convened an emergency meeting to devise land supply plans for the 3 major film bases. The Provincial Department of Transportation organized an expert team to survey the area overnight and plan highway routes. The Provincial Department of Education coordinated with local universities to prepare for the establishment of film-related programs. The Provincial Department of Human Resources and Social Security formulated a talent recruitment plan, targeting nationwide applicants. The entire administrative machinery of Hunan Province operated efficiently for the sake of a single project. In late October, the southern plains of Hunan entered the most picturesque season of the year. Golden rice fields stretched to the horizon as the autumn breeze swept through. Waves of rice rolled gently, and the air was filled with the fragrant scent of ripening grains. However, amidst the tranquil pastoral scene in Huai County, Huang County, and Gu County, vibrant construction activities were fervently underway. In the northeastern part of Huai County, 30 kilometers from Qin Family Village, the Shanggu Film Base, covering 50 square kilometers, had broken ground. Bulldozers roared as they leveled the land, and the sounds of pile drivers echoed in succession while construction vehicles traversed newly established roads. Surrounding the site, bright blue construction barriers displayed eye-catching slogans, forging the epic of Huaxia, recreating ancient myths. At the entrance of the site, a temporary command center, a 3-story building, had already commenced operations. Qin Feng stood at the window on the second floor, observing the bustling scene outside. Behind him, several bioengineering engineers were reporting on progress. Mr. Qin, the first phase of the project primarily focuses on constructing the 3 core scenes, the Purple Cloud Palace in the 33 heavens of Mount Buzhou and Kunlun. Chief Engineer Qin Wenhan pointed to the planning map, stating that, as per your instructions, we will adopt a combination of real-world construction and digital technology. The main structures will be built to a scale of 1:11, and the internal layout will reserve interfaces for virtual reality. Qin Feng nodded, inquiring about the timeline. The first phase is expected to be completed in 6 months. The main structure of Mount Buzhou can be finished before the Spring Festival, with interior decoration and digital system installation commencing afterward. Quality is paramount. The timeline can be adjusted as needed, Qin Feng emphasized. We are not merely constructing a filming location. We aim to create a cultural landmark that can endure for a century. Understood. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the construction site. Qin Feng approached the other window to see a group of villagers negotiating with the site security. What is happening? A staff member replied. The nearby villagers want to inquire if the site is still hiring. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng said, "Let us go take a look." At the entrance of the site, over 30 middle-aged men were gathered. Their skin was sun-kissed, their hands calloused, embodying the quintessential farmer's appearance. Upon seeing Qin Feng, they appeared somewhat reserved. "Good folks, what brings you here?" Qin Feng asked. A man in his 50s mustered his courage and replied, "Mr. Qin, we are from the nearby Lijiazwang. We heard you are hiring and wanted to ask if you still need workers. Have you done construction work before?" "Yes. Yes." The old man quickly responded. "We've all worked outside, building houses and repairing roads. This year, we heard there's work available near home, so we returned." Another middle-aged man added, "Mr. Qin, we don't ask for much, just 300 a day. It's mainly about being able to work close to home, returning at night to care for the elderly and children." Observing the earnest faces before him, Qin Feng made a decision. "All right," he told the site manager. "Please assess how many laborers are needed and prioritize hiring local villagers. The wage will be 400 a day, including meals and accommodation. However, formal contracts must be signed, insurance purchased, and salaries paid punctually each month." The villagers were momentarily stunned, then erupted in cheers. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. 400 a day. That's even more than I earned in the South. And I can return home every day? Fantastic." The old man's eyes glistened with emotion. "Mr. Qin, you are truly a living bodhisattva. Many of the young people in our village are working away. If they knew there was work at home, they would surely come back." "Then tell them to return," Qin Feng replied. "The site will be operational for several years, with the film base's operation requiring many workers." The news spread, igniting excitement across the nearby villages. Wang Laoan from Lijiazwang called his son, who was working in Guangzhou. "Erwa, come back. Mr. Qin's site is hiring for 400 a day, with meals and accommodation provided. Working at home is wonderful." On the other end of the line, his son hesitated. "Dad, is that true? 400 a day? And paid on time?" "Absolutely. Several people from the village have already signed contracts." Mr. Qin guaranteed no wage delays. "Then I'll quit my job and come back." Such conversations echoed throughout Huai County, Huang County, and Gu County. Within a week, the 3 major film bases had recruited over 5,000 local workers, combined with employment from the Materials Industrial Park, chip factories, and other projects. Huanyu Group had directly created over 30,000 jobs in Henan Province. Even more touching for the workers was that Huanyu Group delivered on its promises. On the 5th of every month, salaries were deposited into accounts punctually, without a single cent missing. The cafeteria's meal standard included 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and soup, with ample rice and steamed buns. Workers resided in newly constructed mobile housing equipped with air conditioning and hot water. After so many years on construction sites, "It's my first time encountering such a good boss," an older worker remarked while eating in the cafeteria. "In the past, when working on sites, foremen often delayed wages, and we had to pay for our meals ourselves. Here with Mr. Qin, everything is taken care of and well managed. I heard Mr. Qin has an army and missiles abroad, yet he shows no airs with us common folk," another worker added. "Just yesterday, I saw him roaming the site, wearing a hard hat like us, squatting down to review plans with the technicians. This is the true essence of wealth, capable and benevolent." The workers' favorable reputation proved more effective than any advertisement. Soon, Huanyu Group's high wages, excellent treatment, and reliable payments became renowned throughout Hunan province. Not only were locals eager to work, but laborers from neighboring provinces also flocked to seek employment. However, Huanyu Group adhered to a principle in its recruitment. Priority was given to locals, followed by those within the province, and finally out-of-province applicants. This policy garnered unanimous praise from the local government and the populace. Nearby, once quiet villages began to buzz with activity. At the entrance of Lijiazwang, the small shop owned by Wang Laohan reopened. Its shelves brimmed with cigarettes, alcoholic beverages, soft drinks, and daily necessities. Wang Laohan's son, Erwa, returned from Guangzhou, assisting with both construction work and managing the shop. "Dad, we received another 30 boxes of beer today," Erwa said while moving goods. "The workers love to have a drink or two in the evenings. We need to stock up. Stock up. Stock up." Wang Laohan beamed with delight. "Not just beer, but instant noodles, sausages, and peanuts. We need to have plenty. With over 2,000 people on site, how much will they consume daily?" Not only the small shop, but also eateries, barbershops, mobile recharge points, and fruit stalls began to spring up around the construction site like mushrooms after rain. A once silent village had come alive thanks to a single construction project. The local government recognized the opportunity and organized departments for industry, health, tax, and other services to assist these small businesses in obtaining licenses and undergoing food safety training. Simultaneously, in collaboration with Huanyu Group, a small commercial district has been planned near the construction site, regulated for orderly operation. Chapter 78. Principles of Casting, Martial Spirit. Previously, in our efforts to attract investment, enterprises would focus solely on their own small territories. The county governor of Huaixin expressed his sentiments at a meeting, noting that Huanyu Group is different, as it promotes the development of the entire region. Workers enjoy income, businesses thrive, the government collects taxes, and the common people have hope. This epitomizes true win-win cooperation. While the three major construction sites buzzed with energetic activity, another task was being executed with great urgency: the casting call for the mythological era of Hua Xiaochang. On October 25th, Huanyu Group's official website and Qin Yao's live broadcast room simultaneously released the casting call announcement. The announcement began by articulating the principles of casting. Hua Xiaochang aims to recreate the grandeur and magnificence of ancient Chinese mythology. Selected actors must embody the character's essence. Male roles should exude heroic masculinity and possess a robust physique, showcasing the martial spirit of the Chinese nation since ancient times. Female roles should be dignified and graceful, blending softness with strength. The aesthetic of youthful fragility is strictly prohibited, as are any signs of illness or effeminacy. The announcement listed the principal characters for the first season of the mythological era. Pengu, the progenitor who opened the heavens and earth, must exhibit an imposing presence. Hongjun Daozu must possess an ethereal demeanor that conveys both authority and depth. Luo Hu, the demon ancestor, is required to embody a captivating and formidable aura. Nuwa, the mother of humanity, should radiate compassion and sanctity. Fuxi, the cultural progenitor, must display wisdom and elegance, with a heart that embraces the world. Emperor Jun, the celestial emperor of the demon clan, should embody regal majesty and overwhelming presence. Each of the 12 ancestral shamans must showcase unique characteristics, reflecting the wildness, mystery, and strength of the shamanic lineage. The 3 pure ones, the 2 sages of the West, and the 10 demon saints of the demon clan, along with the great shamans. Each role is accompanied by a detailed character backstory and historical mythological context. The announcement concluded with an invitation for professional actors to submit their materials, as well as for amateurs to recommend themselves. A panel consisting of historians, mythologists, costume designers, and martial arts instructors will be formed to comprehensively assess candidates based on their image, temperament, acting skills, and martial arts background, with selections made accordingly. Upon this announcement, the internet erupted with excitement. Finally, the day has arrived. A resistance against fragile aesthetics. Support for a robust aesthetic. Pengu, we must find a robust man over 2 meters tall to portray him. Nuwa, without a doubt, must embody the aura of a maternal figure. Please, no more casting those skinny actors for the role of the warrior. In her live broadcast, Qin Yao elaborated on the casting philosophy. Dear viewers, my brother often says that a nation's aesthetic reflects its spiritual state. Qin Yao stated earnestly, why was plumpness considered beautiful during the prosperous Tang dynasty? Because the nation was strong and the people were confident. Now, we must showcase ancient mythology, which represents the pinnacle of human imagination and the dawn of civilization. These deities are a tribute to the strength, wisdom, and courage revered by our ancestors. How could they possibly be frail or effeminate? She displayed historical references. Look at the Han Dynasty murals, the Tang Dynasty figurines, and the Song Dynasty portraits. Were not the men depicted robust and powerful? In ancient times, there were standards for selecting officials based on appearance, with the foremost criterion being a remarkable physique. Our ancestors have always celebrated the beauty of masculinity. The comments flooded in with agreement. Yao is right. Just look at the ancient depictions of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. That is how a fierce general should appear. Today's fantasy dramas portray immortals who look malnourished, easily toppled by a gust of wind. We hope Huaxia Changgu can correct this trend. Once the casting portal opened, submissions began pouring in like snowflakes. Among professional actors, many renowned for their tough guy images eagerly submitted their materials. Some actors who had previously faced restrictions due to not being conventionally handsome or slim saw this as an opportunity. Mr. Qin, this is actor Zhao Gang. I am calling the office of Qin Feng. I stand at 188 meters tall, weigh 100 kilograms, and have trained in Sanda for 10 years. I would like to audition for the role of the great shaman. Qin Feng instructed his assistant to retrieve the materials. Zhao Gang, 35 years old and a graduate of a drama academy, had always been relegated to supporting roles or villains due to his rugged appearance. However, he possessed solid acting skills and a strong martial arts foundation. An interview was arranged, with Qin Feng approving the decision. Even more touching were the submissions from amateurs. A wrestler from Inner Mongolia sent a video, standing at 195 meters and weighing 120 kilograms. His physique was muscular and imposing. In the video, he spoke in somewhat halting Mandarin. My name is Badr, of Mongolian descent. I may not know how to act, but I possess strength. If the production team needs, I can play a warrior of the shaman clan. A martial arts school instructor submitted his credentials. At 42 years old, he was proficient in various weapons and could wield a 30-kilogram green dragon crescent blade. I have taught martial arts for 20 years, and it pains me to see children today opting for street dance and K-pop. If Huaxia Changgu requires a martial arts instructor or specialized actors, I am at your service. A graduate student in archaeology sent a lengthy self-recommendation. I have studied ancient mythology for 5 years and have researched the imagery, attire, and artifacts associated with each deity. I would forego payment, merely seeking to participate in this project to present the myths in their truest form. Qin Feng meticulously reviewed each submission. He understood that those applying were not merely seeking employment, but were driven by a deep-seated passion. As one applicant wrote in their letter, Mr. Qin, I do not care what role I play, even if it is that of a nameless soldier. I merely wish to convey to all, the sons of Huaxia should be this robust, our deities should be this majestic. A scholar specializing in ancient attire penned an extensive analysis, from the Taotai patterns on Shang and Zhou bronze vessels to the robust warriors depicted in Han murals, and the strong figures of Hu people in Tang figurines. Huaxia civilization has always revered strength, power, and grandeur. The descriptions of fierce generals with tiger-like jaws and leopard-like eyes are not literary exaggerations, but genuine reflections of the era's perception of masculine beauty. Another history blogger sharply pointed out, the recent trend towards effeminacy in film and television is fundamentally a manifestation of cultural insecurity. When we diminish our robust traits, we are essentially castrating the masculine spirit of our civilization. The casting standards of Huaxia Changgu serve as a direct rebuttal to this distorted aesthetic. Most moving were the messages from ordinary people. A veteran wrote, I stand at 185 meters tall, weigh 90 kilograms, and served 8 years in the military. After retiring, I sought to work in the film industry as a stuntman, but they told me I was too muscular for the camera. Is the image of a soldier who defends the homeland not more admirable than those so-called idols covered in makeup? A martial arts instructor shared training videos of his students. These kids trained 6 hours daily, capable of breaking bricks with their bare hands and wielding a 20-kilogram sword with great vigor. Yet the heroes in dramas appear frail and weak. The true martial spirit deserves recognition. As discussions deepened, more individuals began to reflect. What image of Huaxia do we wish to present to the world? A fragile and delicate illusion or a robust and powerful legacy? In an internal meeting, Qin Feng spoke candidly. What we aim to portray is Pangu, who can uphold the heavens and earth, the ancestral shaman, who battles the primal chaos, and Emperor Jun, who commands myriad demons, not mere ornamental figures. Each character must possess substance, vitality, and spirit. We want audiences to conclude with genuine admiration. This is our deity. This is our ancestor. This dialogue has transcended the realm of casting in film, evolving into a nationwide discourse on cultural confidence, national spirit, and aesthetic orientation. Each submission received by the Hua Xiaochang Gu team feels like a weighty promise, a commitment to collectively safeguard the robust and vigorous essence of Hua Xia that flows through our veins. Chapter 79, Technical Support. While the casting process progresses in an orderly manner, scriptwriting and special effects technology development are also advancing concurrently. An entire office building has been leased, proudly displaying the sign of the Hua Xiaochang Gu Script Creation Center. A team of over 300 individuals, historians, mythologists, literary scholars, playwrights, and storyboard artists, works diligently here, divided into several small groups, each tasked with a specific era or storyline. In the largest conference room of the center, an intense discussion unfolds. The scene of Pangu creating the heavens must be nothing short of breathtaking. Chief screenwriter, Teacher Chun, insists that it cannot merely be depicted as a flash of lightning followed by a thunderous roar. It must vividly illustrate the entire process of chaos giving way to order, the separation of the pure and the turbid, and the formation of the universe. I propose utilizing holographic projection technology. The special effects director interjects, stating that we could create a spherical projection screen with a diameter of 50 meters, allowing the audience to feel as though they are witnessing the creation of the world firsthand. What about Pangu's height? Someone inquires. According to mythological accounts, he undergoes 9 transformations daily, divine in the heavens and revered upon the earth. As the heavens rise a foot, the earth thickens a foot, and Pangu grows a foot each day. By this calculation, Pangu's final height should be an astonishing 45,000 miles, a young researcher computes. A hush falls over the room for a few seconds. How can we visually represent 45,000 miles? A voice breaks the silence. It is Qin Feng, who has just entered the conference room, flanked by several bioengineers. Mr. Qin, the crowd rises. Qin Feng gestures for everyone to be seated. Pangu's height cannot simply be expressed numerically. We can employ contrast. When he stands, his head touches the heavens. His feet tread the abyss. When he breathes, his breath manifests as clouds and winds. When he opens his eyes, his gaze resembles the sun and moon. When he falls, his body transforms into mountains and rivers. He pulls up conceptual images on his tablet. This is a preview crafted by our special effects team. Observe the screen, where chaos reigns in a void. Gradually, the outline of a giant emerges, wielding a colossal axe, each swing rending the chaos apart. The pure essence ascends to the heavens, while the turbid essence descends to the earth. As the heavens and earth grow increasingly distant, the giant also rises higher. Ultimately, the heavens become unattainable, the earth immeasurable, while the giant stands between them, a colossal presence. When he finally collapses from exhaustion, his left eye transforms into the sun, his right eye into the moon, his limbs into the 4 cardinal directions and 5 sacred mountains, his blood into rivers, his tendons into geography, his flesh into fertile land, his hair into stars, his skin into flora, his teeth and bones into precious stones, and his essence into jewels, while his sweat cascades as rain. The entire sequence employs a blend of virtual reality and holographic projection technology. Audiences wearing VR goggles will feel as if they are amidst the chaos, witnessing the creation of the world. Meanwhile, those watching the holographic version in theaters will have the sensation that Pangu stands before them, within their reach. Astounding, Teacher Chen murmurs. But this is merely the beginning, Qin Feng replies. The ensuing battles between divine and demonic forces, the cataclysm of the Dragon Han era, and the conflict between witches and demons, all are apocalyptic in scale. Our task is to render these grand scenes from mythology into a tangible reality. He turns to the special effects director. What challenges does your team face? Primarily technical issues, the director candidly responds. Some effects, such as manipulating the heavens and the earth, or shifting stars and constellations, are currently difficult to portray convincingly with existing film technology. Technical obstacles are not a concern. Qin Feng nods to the bioengineers behind him. The engineer steps forward and opens a portable case, revealing a set of lightweight equipment, goggles, gloves, and a sensory suit. This is the latest development in augmented virtual reality systems, the engineer explains. When actors don the sensory suits and wear the goggles and gloves, they can perform within virtual scenes. The system captures their movements and expressions in real time, rendering them into special effects. He demonstrates by donning the goggles and performing a gesture of spellcasting. On the connected screen, the audience witnesses a giant-like shadow rising from him. Towering over all, this is the manipulation of the heavens and the earth. The special effects director is taken aback, exclaiming, "This technology is at least a decade ahead of our time." Not merely a decade, Qin Feng replies calmly. This is proprietary technology of the Huanyu Group. We will utilize it to film all mythological scenes. The conference room erupts in astonished murmurs. The screenwriters excitedly discuss. The sword array of the extermination of immortals can be authentically depicted. The array of the celestial stars can be recreated. And the 12 capitals of the deities can be realized. The long-standing technical dilemmas are swiftly resolved. The subsequent meeting transforms into a banquet of creative inspiration. The mythological team proposes we should design unique artifacts for each major deity. Panga's axe of creation, Hongjuan's jade disc of Genesis, Ra's spear of divine slaying, Nuwa's map of mountains and rivers. These artifacts must transcend mere props. They must become integral to the characters, with their own histories, stories, and powers. The costume designer interjects. The garments of the deities must also be meticulously crafted. Though there are no definitive records from the mythological era, we can draw inspiration from oracle bones, bronze engravings, and ancient rock paintings. They should be magnificent yet not ostentatious, sacred yet not rigid. The martial arts team asserts. The combat of the deities cannot merely consist of simple strikes. It should reflect the varying levels of Taoist techniques. The battle between Hongjun and Rahu should embody the clash of profound principles. The confrontation between ancestral witches and demon saints should showcase the contest of physical prowess. Qin Feng attentively considers each suggestion, understanding the enormity of the undertaking. Yet it is precisely this vastness that renders it worthy of pursuit. The meeting stretches from morning until dusk. By the end, everyone is weary yet exhilarated. Mr. Qin, I am confident, Teacher Qin states, grasping Qin Feng's hand. The long song of Huaxia will become a monumental landmark in the history of Dragon Kingdom cinema. No, it will be a milestone in the annals of world cinema, Qin Feng responds. Let us strive together. As they exit the creative center, the city glimmers with lights. Qin Feng stands at the street corner, gazing at this transforming city. In the distance, the construction lights flicker, illuminating the 3 major film bases working through the night. Further still, the factory buildings of the materials industry park twinkle with light as the first production line undergoes testing. Beneath him, this city, this province, this nation, is converging with thousands of individuals driven by a singular dream, laboring fervently. Among them are workers, farmers, scholars, artists, youth, and elders, each hailing from diverse backgrounds, yet united in a common goal, to recreate the glorious epic of Huaxia civilization. This is not merely a television series. It is a cultural renaissance, a spiritual quest for roots, a grand celebration for the people. Pangu awakens amidst chaos, wielding his axe to carve the heavens. Nuwa creates humanity from the primordial earth, mending the sky with stone. The Yellow Emperor and Qiyu clash at Zhuolu, guiding the chariots through the mist. Diyu governs the floods, passing by his home thrice without entering. The 5,000-year-long scroll of history is gradually unfurling, and he, along with all those involved, is a scribe of this grand tapestry. With the pen lifted and the ink ground, it is but a matter of time before the strokes are laid down, immortalizing a legacy of brilliance. Chapter 80. The completion of the Starship on January 17, 2026, at 3 in the morning, the winter night in Huai County is profoundly silent. Frost blanketing the ground, and the stars shine vividly in the cloudless sky. On the terrace of Qin Feng's villa, a barely perceptible glimmer flits by, a cloaked shuttlecraft, rendered optically invisible, hovers silently, descending into a pre-cleared area. Qin Feng, clad in a simple dark coat, boards the shuttlecraft accompanied by 4 bodyguards. The cabin door closes soundlessly, and the engine starts with a gentle hum. In the next moment, the shuttlecraft descends vertically, accelerating rapidly, breaching the atmosphere within seconds, leaving the Earth's azure arc behind. Inside, Qin Feng gazes through the porthole at the diminishing globe of Earth. Viewed from space, this planet appears both beautiful and fragile. The contours of continents faintly visible beneath the clouds, and the lights of civilization coalesce into glimmers in the dark. Boss, we expect to arrive at the asteroid belt base in 3 hours, reports the helmsman, a bioengineered officer designated QB7. Qin Feng nods, leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes, though his mind remains restless. 6 months prior, he had dispatched Qin Zhangjing to lead the initial construction team to the asteroid belt. At that time, it was merely an idea, a blueprint. At present, 12 interstellar battleships, each measuring 10 kilometers in length, have been completed. Such a shipbuilding pace would be deemed fantastical in any nation on Earth. However, the Universal Group possesses advanced energy matter conversion technology, fully automated nanofabrication arrays, and tireless bioengineered workers. More importantly, they have access to a resource-rich asteroid belt. Far beyond the prying eyes of Earth, time flows silently. The shuttle glides at sublight speed, with the starlit expanse outside appearing almost frozen, interrupted only by the occasional passing asteroid, reminding them of their journey through deep space. 3 hours later, a peculiar sight unfolds outside the viewport. Dozens of modified asteroids drift in the void, their surfaces adorned with metallic structures that glimmer with the light of indicator lamps. Amidst these space factories, 12 colossal vessels hover silently. These are the interstellar battleships. Even with prior mental preparation, Qin Feng finds his breath momentarily caught at the sight. From a distance, they resemble 12 massive black swords suspended in the cosmos, their lines stark and their forms menacing, cloaked in energy-absorbing coatings that reflect almost no light, as if 12 fissures had torn through the very fabric of the universe. Yet, as the shuttle approaches, the sense of scale begins to distort. When the bow of one battleship fills the entire viewport, Qin Feng experiences for the first time a sensation akin to megalophobia. It is no longer a ship, but an infinitely extending wall of steel, a metallic mountain suspended in the abyss. The shuttle, before it, feels as insignificant as a speck of dust. "Captain, we are nearing the flagship, Universal," reports the pilot. Qin Feng observes as a vast entrance opens on the side of the battleship. Measuring 300 meters in width and 500 meters in height, large enough to engulf an entire stadium. The shuttle flies into it, akin to an insect entering a cavern. Inside lies an entirely different realm. The entrance corridor is flanked by countless indicator lights, extending like a river of stars into the distance. Engineering vehicles, or rather, engineering aircraft, move in an orderly fashion through the corridor. Further in, layers of decks, pipes, and equipment arrays create an immensely intricate steel labyrinth. The shuttle finally docks at a berth near the central command bridge. As the hatch opens, Qin Feng steps onto the deck of the Universal. Gravity is normal. The battleship is equipped with a simulated gravity system that adjusts through rotation and gravitational fields, rendering the internal environment akin to that of Earth. The air is fresh, and the temperature is pleasant, entirely unlike the enclosed metallic structure of space. "Attention!" A resounding voice echoes in the expansive assembly hall. Qin Feng looks up to see 5,000 bioengineered soldiers standing in perfect formation, clad in uniform dark gray space combat suits, each wearing the emblem of the Universal Group on their chests. At the forefront of the ranks strides Commander Qin Yao, a towering figure with a resolute visage and keen, eagle-like eyes. He approaches Qin Feng, stands at attention, and salutes. "Commander." The first space fleet of the Universal Group is assembled and ready for inspection. Qin Feng returns the salute and walks along the red carpet toward the inspection platform. His footsteps resonate steadily against the metallic floor. On either side, 5,000 pairs of eyes watch him with unwavering loyalty and determination. These bioengineered soldiers have undergone genetic optimization and combat training, boasting physical capabilities 100-fold greater than ordinary humans, as well as an equally enhanced capacity for learning. They require no sleep, no entertainment, and no emotional solace. They are the epitome of soldiers, absolutely loyal and supremely efficient. Upon reaching the inspection platform, Qin Feng gazes down at the army he has single-handedly forged. "Soldiers." His voice reverberates through the hall via the sound system. 6 months ago, this was a barren asteroid belt. Today, 12 interstellar battleships have been constructed, and a formidable space fleet has taken shape. This is your achievement, the glory of the Universal Group. After a brief pause, he continues, "But I must tell you, this is merely the beginning. In the Kuiper Belt, an even larger shipbuilding base is underway. In the future, we will possess hundreds, even thousands of battleships, and our fleet will traverse the entirety of the solar system and beyond into the vast cosmos." The soldiers stand attentively, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "I know some may ask, why do we construct such formidable forces?" Qin Feng's voice deepens. "Is it for conquest? For dominion? No." He surveys the crowd. "We build a fleet to protect, to safeguard our homeland from any threats, to ensure our civilization can flourish freely, to uphold our right to choose our own path. The universe is vast and filled with the unknown. We do not know if other civilizations exist, nor what challenges the future may hold. But we do know this: only those who wield a sharp sword are entitled to discuss peace. Today, we stand here not to flaunt our military might, but to demonstrate that Huaxia civilization, that human civilization, possesses the capability to emerge from its cradle and thrive amidst the stars and oceans." Thunderous applause erupts, although the emotional fluctuations of the bioengineered soldiers are deliberately suppressed. One can still discern a certain excitement within their applause. Following the inspection, Commander Qin Yao accompanies Qin Feng on a tour of the Universal. They first arrive at the command bridge. It is a hemispherical space, 200 meters in diameter, with a panoramic observation window crafted from thousands of high-strength, transparent composite materials, capable of displaying any electromagnetic signal and switching to tactical views. At the center of the bridge is the captain's command seat, surrounded by dozens of control consoles, each manned by operators. A colossal holographic projection hovers in the air, displaying the real-time status of the battleship, the surrounding spatial situation, and operational data for various systems. Chapter 81. Confidence abounds. The Universal spans 102 kilometers in length, 18 kilometers at its widest point, and 9 kilometers at its highest. Commander Qin Yao reports that the hull is constructed from a composite of nanocarbon tube titanium alloy, possessing a strength 50 times that of aerospace steel, while weighing only 1/3 as much. Its outer layer is coated with energy-absorbing and scattering materials, providing excellent protection against radar, lasers, and particle beams. He calls up a schematic of the weapon systems. The primary weapon is the Genesis-class energy cannon located at the bow, capable of a maximum power output equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT, with a range extending to 1 million kilometers. The secondary weapons include 32 electromagnetic railguns, each capable of accelerating a 1-ton projectile to 0.1 times the speed of light. The closed defense system consists of 1,200 laser and particle beam arrays, capable of intercepting any approaching missiles or aircraft. Qin Feng studies the parameters in silence for a moment. 100 million tons equivalent. The power of the Hiroshima atomic bomb was 150,000 tons, meaning this is akin to over 6,000 Hiroshima bombs exploding simultaneously. Furthermore, this is not a nuclear weapon. It is a pure energy weapon, devoid of radioactive contamination, with controllable power output. What about energy supply? He inquires. The core of the battleship consists of 12 antimatter reactors, complemented by an energy storage system, capable of sustaining full power operations for 30 years, Commander Qin Yao responds. Additionally, we have a matter-energy conversion system as a backup, which can directly convert stored matter into energy when necessary. Next, they tour the hangar. This vast space measures 2 kilometers in length, 800 meters in width, and 300 meters in height, divided into 5 levels. Each level accommodates 2,000 unmanned space fighters, totaling 10,000. These fighters resemble soaring eagles, entirely black, with a wingspan of 15 meters, equipped with laser cannons and particle beams. The AI systems of the fighters can operate independently or in coordinated groups, with maximum acceleration reaching 50 gs, far exceeding the limits of manned aircraft. Commander Qin Yao explains, they are capable of engaging in space combat, as well as executing missions within the atmosphere. Each fighter is stealth-capable, with a radar cross-section the size of a sparrow. As they traverse the hangar, they arrive at the living quarters. This area bears no resemblance to a military facility. Rather, it resembles a modern urban community. It features a lighting system that simulates natural daylight, landscape parks, gyms, libraries, entertainment rooms, and even a small farm cultivating fresh vegetables. Though the soldiers do not require rest in the traditional sense, a suitable recreational environment is beneficial for maintaining cognitive acuity. Qin Yao elucidated that they have emulated Earth's circadian rhythms, incorporating cultural education and skill training into their schedule. After all, they are not merely soldiers, they are also bearers of civilization. Qin Feng nodded in approval, as he valued the notion that the bioengineered beings he created were not mere tools, but individuals endowed with thought, culture, and aspirations. They deserved a complete life. Ultimately, they arrived at the most critical area of the battleship, the command center. This highly confidential spherical space, with a diameter of merely 50 meters, was adorned with an array of displays and control panels. At the center stood a holographic projection platform, currently showcasing a real-time model of the entire solar system. Boss, please take a look. Qin Yao operated the control console, switching the projection. The screen displayed the outer reaches of the solar system, the Kuiper Belt region. There, hundreds of asteroids were undergoing transformation, and dozens of shipyards had begun to take shape. Even more astonishingly, 30 larger-scale warships were under construction, each measuring at least twice the length of the Huanyu. The Kuiper Belt base commenced construction 3 months ago and is progressing smoothly, Qin Yao reported. With plans to build 36 Guardian-class warships, each 20 kilometers long, equipped with more powerful weaponry and defense systems. Completion is anticipated by the end of 2027. He paused, retrieving another set of data. Simultaneously, we have established outposts at the edge of the Oort cloud to begin exploring exoplanetary space. Preliminary scans indicate no signs of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations within 50 light-years of the solar system. Qin Feng observed everything in silence. In merely 6 months, from nothing to fruition, they had constructed 12 interstellar warships and a space force of 1 million personnel, along with a new base in the Kuiper Belt. Such a pace of development, if known to any nation on Earth, would incite panic. Yet, Qin Feng was untroubled. These bases were far from Earth, equipped with comprehensive stealth and defense measures, impervious to terrestrial observation methods. Boss, there is a matter that requires your decision, Qin Zhang was stated. According to plan, the fleet should conduct live-fire exercises, but there are no suitable targets within the solar system. I suggest selecting an asteroid as a target to test the main weapon's power. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not for now. The energy cannon's power is too great and may attract the attention of Earth's observatories. We shall proceed with conventional training for the fleet, maneuvers, fighter engagements, and system coordination. Live-fire testing can wait until the Kuiper Belt fleet is complete, at which point we can venture into more distant space. Understood. The inspection lasted 8 hours. As Qin Feng boarded the shuttle, preparing to return, he stood beside the Huan Yu's dock, casting one last glance at the steel colossus. The lights shimmered like a sea of stars. The structure resembled a mountain range, and 1 million soldiers lived, trained, and prepared here. An unusual emotion surged within him. Such immense power could conquer Earth in a single day. All nations and armies would appear as fragile as children before this fleet. If he so desired, he could easily become the sole ruler of this planet. Boss. Qin Zhang noticed his silence. Qin Feng shook his head, suppressing that dangerous thought. Power can corrupt the heart. Absolute power leads to absolute arrogance. He had created this fleet not for dominion, but for protection. If he were to be corrupted by power, everything would lose its significance. Remember our principles. He instructed Qin Zhang. The fleet exists as a deterrent, not for aggression. Unless Earth faces an insurmountable external threat, or someone attempts to interfere with the development of the Huan Yu group through force, the fleet shall never intervene in Earth's affairs. Yes, the principles have been encoded into the core programming of all personnel, Qin Zhang replied, standing at attention. Qin Feng boarded the shuttle. The cabin door closed, and the engine ignited. As the shuttle departed the Huan Yu and re-entered the boundless expanse of space, Qin Feng gazed through the window at the 12 warships gradually receding in the starry sky. They floated silently, like slumbering giants. Yet when the time came, they could awaken at any moment, unleashing a roar that would shake the stars. On the return journey, Qin Feng contemplated. With this fleet, many plans could be expedited. The chip industry, materials sector, and film production bases could be advanced more swiftly. There would be no need to regard external pressures, nor fear any form of interference. Should anyone attempt to threaten with force, then, I apologize, but you have an aircraft carrier, and I have interstellar warships. You possess nuclear weapons, and I have orbital cannons. Take your issues to my orbital cannons. This is not a threat, merely a statement of facts. Of course, he would not proactively display this power, unless absolutely necessary. Yet, he felt fortified. Chapter 82, Gene Optimization Liquid. On January 19th, at the Banshui Huading Villa District in Huai County, 3 black sedans pulled into the Qin family villa's parking space. The central Maybach's rear door swung open, and Qin Yao jumped out, dressed in trendy attire, sporting sunglasses, and showcasing a Richard Mille watch that gleamed in the winter sunlight. Bro, what's the rush? I was surfing with friends in Sonya, he exclaimed, removing his sunglasses with a smile. After months of revelry, Qin Yao exuded an air of confidence and relaxation, a demeanor bestowed upon him by wealth and freedom. Qin Feng stood at the villa's entrance, clad in simple loungewear. Come in, and we'll talk. In the living room, their parents and Qin Yao awaited them. Qin Zhangwo and his wife sat on the sofa, beaming at the sight of their youngest son. Qin Yao, dressed in a fluffy loungewear, was engrossed in short videos on her tablet. With everyone gathered, Qin Feng gestured for them to sit, then turned to Qin Yao. Did you have fun? Absolutely. It was fantastic. You wouldn't believe it. At that yacht club in Sonya, the owner recognized me and insisted on gifting me a yacht. I said no, and he tried to befriend me. Qin Yao gushed. All right, Qin Feng interjected. I called you back for an important matter. He clapped his hands. 4 bioengineered medical personnel, dressed in white medical uniforms and exuding a calm demeanor, emerged from a side hall, each carrying a silver metal box. Curious, Qin Yao leaned in. Bro, what's this? Instead of answering directly, Qin Feng looked at their parents. Dad, Mom, do you remember when I told you I was working on some special research in Africa? Qin Jingwo nodded. I remember. You mentioned high technology, but we didn't understand. We trust your judgment. What we are doing today is one of the outcomes of that research. Qin Feng opened one of the boxes, revealing 5 transparent syringes filled with a light golden liquid that shimmered under the light. This is gene optimization liquid. Gene optimization liquid? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Is it the kind that can turn you into a superhero with a single injection? Qin Feng nodded. Similar, but more refined and safer. Qin Yao set her tablet aside, leaning closer for a better look. Bro, please don't tell me you actually have a system or something. Qin Feng chuckled, gently patting his sister's head. What are you thinking? Have you watched too much sci-fi? But this seems way too sci-fi, Qin Yao murmured. Qin Feng adopted a serious tone. In simple terms, this is a biological agent based on gene editing and nanotechnology. It can repair human defects at the molecular level, optimize gene sequences, and unlock potential. He picked up a syringe. The first injection primarily optimizes physical attributes. Upon completion, strength, speed, endurance, and recovery capabilities can reach over 10 times the human limit. 10 times? Qin Yang exclaimed. Wouldn't that make you like Captain America? Close enough, Qin Feng nodded. The second optimization focuses on the brain. Memory, learning capabilities, and information processing will see exponential enhancement. Do you know why I can handle so many complex matters now? This is one of the reasons. Qin Yao reflected on her brother's astonishing decisions and strategies, lost in thought. During the third optimization, Qin Feng paused, still yet to discover any limits. I have optimized 3 times myself, and now ordinary firearms are ineffective against me. It's not that they miss, but even if they hit, it is of no consequence. The living room fell into silence as Qin Jiangwo and his wife exchanged glances. They had experienced much in their lives, yet this was beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, Qin Yang had a peculiar thought, his expression turning strange. Brother, what if after my optimization, I need an appendectomy? Won't the surgical knife become dull? This unexpected question caught everyone off guard, and Qin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Feng joined in the laughter, gesturing to the medical personnel nearby. Come. Let's remove my brother's appendix first, and do not use anesthesia. No. Qin Yang waved his hands repeatedly. I was joking. After the laughter subsided, the atmosphere lightened. Qin Feng turned to his parents, his tone earnest. Mom, Dad, I understand this sounds incredible. But please trust me, this technology is entirely safe. I have personally tested it, and it has undergone extensive validation. Once the optimization is complete, your health will improve, you will feel younger, and your lifespan will be significantly extended. Qin Jiangwo and his wife exchanged another glance. They could see the sincerity and confidence in their eldest son's eyes, as well as the professionalism of the medical staff present. Xiaofeng, you are right, we trust you. Qin Jiangwo finally nodded, though he added, but isn't this a bit exaggerated? At our age, should we still be undergoing such procedures? Exactly because of your age, it is even more necessary, Qin Feng replied. I want you both to live healthily for many years, to witness my accomplishments, to see Yao Yao marry and have children, and to watch Qin Yang establish his own family and career. I want you to enjoy life, not be troubled by aging and illness. His words struck a chord with Qin Jiangwo. He looked at his wife and then at their 3 children, finally making up his mind. All right, let's give it a try. Qin Yao raised her hand. I want in. I want to become more beautiful. Qin Yang, not wanting to be outdone, declared, I want to become stronger. No, wait. I'm already strong. I want to become smarter. Qin Feng laughed. Everyone will have a share. However, I must warn you that the optimization process is not easy. After the first injection, your body will undergo a reorganization, and you will experience intense pain lasting about 3 days. The second and third injections will be somewhat better, but still uncomfortable. You must be mentally prepared. Pain does not frighten me, Qin Jiangwo declared boldly. When your mother gave birth to you, I heard her screaming from the delivery room. That was real pain. What is this little discomfort compared to that? Qin mother shot her husband a reproachful glance, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. Preparations commenced swiftly. The medical team transformed the villa's basement into a temporary medical center, equipped with advanced monitoring devices, life support systems, and 4 independent optimization pods resembling the hibernation chambers of a science fiction film. Everyone donned medical attire and entered the optimization pods. Dr. Qin, the team leader, directed them. The first optimization will take 72 hours. During this time, we will monitor continuously to ensure safety. Though Qin Jiangwo and his wife felt a bit anxious, they followed through upon seeing Qin Feng's encouraging gaze. Qin Yang, however, was eager. Brother, after the optimization, can I dismantle a tank with my bare hands? In theory, yes. Qin Feng replied seriously, but I wouldn't recommend attempting it. Tanks are rather expensive. Qin Yao was the last to enter the optimization pod, lying on the soft mattress. She watched as the transparent cover slowly closed, a sudden fear gripping her. Brother, will it really hurt? Yes, Qin Feng admitted honestly, but it will be worth it. Just think of how beautiful and healthy you will become, and how long you will live. Qin Yao bit her lip. Then you must wait for me outside. I will always be here. The pod cover sealed completely. A pale blue liquid began to flow from the pod's walls, slowly filling the chamber. Qin Yao felt her body float, her breathing sustained by the mask. Then, she saw the medical personnel connect a syringe to the infusion port inside the pod. The injection began. Dr. Qin's voice came through the communicator. 3, 2, 1. A wave of icy sensation spread from her arm's vein. Initially, it seemed unremarkable. But a few minutes later, the changes began. First, a slight warmth, akin to the onset of a cold. Then, the heat escalated rapidly. As if every single cell in her body was ablaze. Qin Yao gritted her teeth and endured. But this was merely the prelude. The true agony descended half an hour later. It was a pain that penetrated to the marrow, tearing apart every cell. It felt as if countless tiny knives were slicing, reorganizing, and slicing again within her body. Her muscles twitched, her bones creaked, and her blood vessels expanded and contracted. Unable to contain herself, Qin Yao let out a groan. She heard her father's suppressed roar from the adjacent pod, her mother's rapid breathing, and Qin Yang's muffled grunts. Hold on. Qin Feng's voice resonated, steady and powerful. Embrace the pain, but do not resist it. This is evolution. Your body is becoming stronger. Qin Yao struggled to follow her brother's advice. She ceased to resist the pain, instead attempting to feel it, sensing the muscle fibers reconnecting in a more resilient manner after breaking, the density of her bones increasing, and her heart beating stronger and more robustly. This process felt interminable. Every minute stretched on like a century. On the monitoring screen, the vital signs of the 5 individuals fluctuated dramatically but remained within safe limits. Dr. Qin and the medical team stood by, ready to respond to any emergencies. Qin Feng remained outside, watching his family through the observation window. His gaze was calm, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner tension. The first day was the most challenging. Qin Yao nearly fainted from the pain several times, only to be pulled back by an unseen force. She began to comprehend what her brother meant by a tenfold human limit. Such a transformation indeed demanded a price. On the second day, the pain eased somewhat, but new sensations emerged. Itchiness, an itch that penetrated to the marrow. It was the growth of new cells, the repair of tissues, more unbearable than pain, as there was no way to scratch or alleviate it. Qin Yao heard Qin Yang cursing in the pod. Though muffled, she could tell he was venting. She almost laughed. But laughter sent ripples of pain and itch throughout her body. On the third day, the changes began to manifest. Monitoring data indicated that the muscle density, bone strength, and cardiovascular function of the 5 were steadily improving. Body temperature gradually returned to normal, and vital signs stabilized. Most notably, their appearances changed, despite the pod cover and liquid. It was apparent that the wrinkles on Qin Zhangwo and his wife's faces were diminishing, and their gray hair was turning dark. Qin Yang's muscular contours became more defined, while Qin Yao's skin grew more delicate and smooth. The 72 hours finally elapsed. The liquid within the optimization pod slowly drained away, and the cover opened. Qin Yao sat up slowly, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her. She looked down at her hands, her skin fair and luminous, her nails smooth and healthy. Even the scars from her childhood had vanished. How do you feel? Qin Feng approached, handing her a towel. It's quite strange, Qin Yao replied, drying herself off. I feel light, yet full of strength. She attempted to clench her fist, and discovered she could do so effortlessly, producing a satisfying cracking sound. A gentle leap nearly sent her head colliding with the ceiling, and she quickly moderated her power, landing gracefully. Strength needs to be adapted to, Qin Feng cautioned, steadying her. On the other side, Qin Zhangwo and his wife emerged as well. They gazed at one another, both stunned. In the mirror, they appeared to be in their 30s. Qin Zhangwo's once gray hair had turned dark and thick, the wrinkles and bags under his eyes vanished, and he stood tall and straight. Qin Mother was even more astonishing. Her skin tight and smooth, her features more refined, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes completely gone. She radiated the charm of a mature woman. Is this really me? Qin Zhangwo touched his chin, where once there had been some sagging skin, now it was firm and elastic. Qin Mother gazed at her reflection. Zhangwo. We've become younger. Qin Yang was the most excited of all. He dashed into the gym and delivered a powerful punch to the sandbag. Bang! The sandbag flew away, crashing against the wall, its fillings scattering across the floor. My goodness. Qin Yang gazed at his fist, which bore no marks at all. Bro. This is incredible. Qin Feng approached, saying, this is just the beginning. There will be a second and a third optimization. The second optimization took place 2 days later, focusing primarily on the brain. After the injection, the 5 individuals experienced a peculiar sensation, not pain, but an overwhelming influx of information. A torrent of knowledge, memories, and sensory details surged into their minds, as if their brains had been connected to the internet. Initially chaotic, they soon learned to sift, organize, and archive the information. Qin Yao discovered she could contemplate 3 matters simultaneously without confusion. Qin Yang found that he could recall nearly every book he had read with ease. Qin Zhengwo realized he could remember intricate details from decades past, even the scents and temperatures of those times. The third optimization was completed a week later. This time, both body and mind achieved a new equilibrium. As the four emerged from the optimization chamber, their demeanor had transformed entirely. Qin Zhengwo stood at 6 feet tall, weighing 80 kilograms, with a well-proportioned physique and sharp facial features, appearing 30 years old despite being 53. Qin Mu, standing at 1 meter 68, weighed 55 kilograms. Her skin fair and smooth, with exquisite features and bright, clear eyes that could easily pass for 25. Qin Yang measured 6 feet 2 inches and weighed 95 kilograms, not overly muscular, but robust with defined muscle lines, exuding vitality. He stood like a poised tiger ready to pounce. Qin Yao underwent the most remarkable transformation. Already beautiful, she now radiated astonishing allure. At 1 meter 72 and 55 kilograms, her figure was perfectly proportioned, with skin so flawless it seemed to shimmer, and eyes as bright as stars. More importantly, her aura combined youthful vitality with a wisdom that transcended her years. The family stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room, gazing at their reflections in stunned silence. "Is that really me?" Qin Yao whispered, feeling as though she had become a different person. Qin Mu gently touched her cheek. "How do we explain this to others, Xiaofeng?" Chapter 84. A grand departure on February 3rd. At 8 in the morning, Mingang Airport was shrouded in a light fog. A sleek, silver private jet rested quietly on the tarmac, its streamlined body reflecting the early sunlight. Beneath its wings, 4 black cars had completed loading, 2 Maybach GLS 600S and 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons. As the Qin family stepped out through the VIP passage, airport staff couldn't help but glance over, not due to the grandeur, but because of their magnificent Ming Dynasty attire. Qin Feng led the way, clad in a crimson, gold-embroidered flying fish robe, with a spring knife at his waist and a black cap atop his head. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, his well-built physique lent an air of authority to the outfit of a Ming Dynasty commander. His stride was steady, and his gaze profound, as if he were a dignitary transported from the Ming era. Qin Yang followed closely, dressed in a flying fish robe of deep azure embellished with silver fish motifs. Though his height matched that of his brother, his demeanor was more extroverted, exuding youthful vigor. The genetic optimization had enhanced his already robust physique, making the contours of his muscular build subtly visible beneath the fitted robe. Qin Yao and their mother walked gracefully in the center, both adorned in bright red phoenix coronets and robes. Qin Yao's robe was intricately embroidered with a pattern of phoenixes, its golden threads shimmering in the morning light. Wearing a crown adorned with emeralds and pearls, she appeared ethereal, her fair skin and picturesque features shining brightly. The genetic enhancement had added an otherworldly quality to her already striking beauty, making her resemble a noblewoman from the Ming Dynasty. Qin Mu's robe was more dignified, featuring peonies and auspicious clouds, symbolizing wealth and good fortune. With her hair styled in an elegant updo and a jeweled crown, she exuded grace and poise. Appearing no older than 30, standing beside Qin Yao, like sisters rather than mother and daughter. 10 guards clad in standard Ming Dynasty attire, teal embroidered robes, feathered knives at their waists, and black caps without wings, stood at attention, all over 6 feet tall, possessing well-defined physiques and sharp gazes, uniformly surrounding the Qin family. This entourage resembled a Ming Dynasty retinue escorting royal nobility on an expedition. "My goodness, is this a movie?" A young colleague murmured. "That's the Qin family. I heard they're going on a trip. Such an experience." The attire, the presence, the Qin family boarded the plane. The cabin door closed, the engines roared to life, and the aircraft gradually taxied towards the runway. Inside the cabin, Qin Yao eagerly took a window seat and promptly began a live stream. "Good morning, everyone." She beamed at the camera, the pearls on her crown gently swaying. Instantly, the live stream attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, the numbers rapidly climbing. Yao, my goodness. What an outfit. The phoenix coronet and robe. You look stunning today. Where are you? On a plane? Can you live stream from the plane?" The comments flooded in. Qin Yao adjusted the camera to capture both herself and the luxurious cabin. "Yes, I'm aboard my brother's private jet. Today, we're going to Ming Shaoling to pay respects to Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzong." The camera panned through the spacious cabin, adorned with opulent decor, leather seats, solid wood paneling, a designated entertainment area, and a workspace. Qin Feng and Qin Yao sat in their seats while Qin Mu gazed quietly out the window. Wow, a private jet. Mr. Qin's lifestyle is enviable. Wait, did Yao Yao say they're going to Ming Shaoling? To pay respect to Zhu Yuanzhang? Ming Shaoling is indeed popular lately. Many people are visiting. The sun and moon endure. The Ming dynasty endures. The rightful ruler is none other than the Ming. Discussions of the Ming dynasty rapidly flooded the comments. Seeing these remarks, Qin Yao smiled knowingly. It seems everyone is quite interested in history. The Ming dynasty indeed has much to be proud of. Emperor Hongwu expelled the invaders, restoring China. Emperor Yongle sailed to the west 7 times, welcomed by nations worldwide. The compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, which was the most comprehensive encyclopedia of its time. She paused before continuing. Moreover, the integrity of the Ming dynasty is commendable. The emperor defended the nation, and Emperor Chongzhen chose to hang himself rather than flee south. This spirit is worth remembering. A comment added, and then there's Su Qian defending Beijing, saving the Ming from peril. Qi Jiguang fought against the Japanese pirates, showcasing the might of China. Zheng He's voyages were decades ahead of Columbus, with a far larger fleet. The Ming dynasty's firearms were also advanced. The Divine Mechanism Camp was the world's first independent firearms unit. Qin Yao nodded. Thus, our choice to wear Ming dynasty attire for the pilgrimage is a form of tribute. We must inherit and remember the legacy left by our ancestors. At that moment, an observant fan noticed Qin Mu. Yao Yao. Who is the stunning lady in the phoenix coronet beside you? Is she your sister? I hadn't heard you had a sister. Qin Yao laughed and turned the camera towards her mother. This is my mom. The comments exploded. What? Mom? She doesn't look old at all. She looks like she's in her 30s. Like sisters with Yao Yao. This phoenix coronet and robe are so traditional, so dignified and graceful. Such a wonderful aura. Qin Mu, slightly bashful, smiled and nodded at the camera. Hello, everyone. Her smile only enhanced her warmth. With her optimized beauty complemented by luxurious attire, she was indeed breathtaking. Hello, Auntie. You're so beautiful. What is your secret to looking so young? Qin Yao replied for her mother. When you're happy, you naturally appear younger. My brother is successful, and life at home is good. My mom is cheerful every day, so of course, she looks youthful. This explanation was reasonable, and the fans accepted it. After all, it was normal for affluent individuals to maintain their youthful appearances. The camera swept back to Qin Feng and Qin Yao. The time has come for the female fans to go wild. President Qin looks exceptionally dashing today. The attire resembles that of the Jinui commander. The aura he exudes is simply captivating. Qin Yang is equally handsome, donning the Feiyu robe that evokes the essence of a youthful general. This pair of brothers boast striking looks, physique, and charm. The young guards accompanying them are also strikingly handsome, all clad in the attire of the Jinui. Is this a celestial ensemble of the Jinui? Qin Yao playfully points the camera at one of the guards. This young man, could you greet everyone? The designated guard, with a stoic expression, merely nods slightly. His features are chiseled, and his gaze sharp. Paired with the Jinui attire, he indeed possesses a cool, austere handsomeness. Wow, so cool. An ice-cold handsome man. What a remarkable aura. Qin Yao interviews another guard. How tall are you, young man? 183 centimeters. He replies succinctly yet powerfully. Have you practiced martial arts? I have. Wow. Qin Yao turns to the camera. Did you hear that? They're all martial artists. So, if you see us on the road, don't provoke us lightly. The comments section erupts with laughter. Who would dare provoke President Qin's guard team? Haven't the lessons from the northern Myanmar incident been enough? These young guards are clearly experts. Chapter 85. The status of Brother Nan. As discussions about the guard team wind down, the topic shifts back to their itinerary. A fan from Huizhou sends a comment. Welcome Yao Yao to Huijing for some fun. Immediately, someone retorts. Brother Nan is the capital of Su province. Alright. How did it become Huijing? Isn't the capital of Su province Su City? You can't fool me. I read a lot. It seems the geography teacher was a physical education instructor, and you read a lot. Brother Nan is a directly governed city. Directly governed my foot. Brother Nan is clearly Huijing. The age-old mystery of Brother Nan's affiliation plays out once more in the comments. Qin Yao finds it amusing. Alright. Regardless of which province Brother Nan belongs to, it is an important historical and cultural city of our dragon nation. The Ming Shaoling is there. And we are going to pay tribute to Emperor Hongwu, not to debate administrative divisions. A fan asks, Yao Yao, how do you plan to pay tribute when you arrive at Ming Shaoling? Is there a ceremony? Qin Yao ponders for a moment. We have brought some offerings, wine, fruits, and pastries. Upon arrival, we will conduct the traditional tribute ceremony. After all, honoring our ancestors with sincere hearts is the most important. Support. Nowadays, not many young people understand traditional rituals. Emperor Hongwu deserves to be honored. Without his expulsion of the Mongols and the restoration of the Han dynasty, who knows how history would have unfolded? Although the Ming dynasty faced corruption in its later years, the founding emperors were indeed talented and ambitious. As they delve into history, time flies. The plane enters a stable cruising phase, and the flight attendants serve breakfast. Qin Yao continues her live stream while enjoying breakfast. The fans watch her dine from exquisite porcelain, feeling a surge of envy. Is breakfast on a private jet always this elaborate? The plate looks like an antique. Yao Yao's dining manner is so elegant. Noticing the comments, Qin Yao chuckles. These arrangements were all prepared by my brother. He has high standards for quality of life. She speaks the truth. The tableware is indeed a replica of Ming dynasty imperial porcelain, crafted from top-quality materials and techniques. The food is also meticulously prepared, balancing nutrition and flavor. After breakfast, Qin Yao takes the fans on a tour of the plane's interior. While not all areas can be shown, the cabin, entertainment room, and small bar are accessible. How many people can this plane accommodate? A fan inquires. In a standard layout, it can seat over 30 people, Qin Yao responds. But this time we only brought family and the guard team, so it's quite spacious. After the tour, Qin Yao returns to her seat and begins discussing the clothing culture of the Ming dynasty with her fans. The garments we are wearing are all restored based on actual Ming artifacts and portraits. She adjusts her xiaopai, explaining. The phoenix crown and xiaopai were ceremonial dresses for noble women in the Ming dynasty, worn only by officially recognized ladies. Wearing this might be a bit presumptuous, but in this new era, it should be fine to wear it for fun. The patterns on the xiaopai also carry significance. The pairing of the phoenix and dragon symbolizes marital harmony, while the peony represents wealth, and the auspicious clouds signify good fortune. Each stitch and thread holds a meaning. She then points to Qin Feng's Feiyu robe. The Feiyu robe is a type of ceremonial dress from the Ming dynasty, second only to the dragon robe. Only high-ranking officials of the Jinhui could wear it. The flying fish pattern depicts a dragon's head, a fish's body, and wings, representing a mythical creature that symbolizes imperial favor. Qin Yang leans in. And what about my outfit? Yours is an ordinary Feiyu robe, with a simpler design. Qin Yao laughs. But on you, it indeed conveys a sense of youthful ambition. A comment reads, Yao Yao knows so much. Has she specialized in this? Qin Yao candidly admits. My brother is filming Hua Xiachang Gu, so I started studying historical knowledge from the mythical era and have now reached the Ming dynasty. The more I learn, the more I realize how rich and captivating our traditional culture is. Support Yao Yao. Support Hua Xiachang Gu. Looking forward to the show's release. I hope it can depict genuine history without alterations. Qin Yao assures, rest assured, my brother has hired the most professional historical consulting team. They will strive to faithfully recreate the true historical landscape. As they chat, the plane begins its descent. Through the windows, the outline of Brother Nan's city becomes visible. We are almost there, my dears, Qin Yao tells the camera. Once we arrive at Ming Shaoling, I will go live to show you. We need to prepare for landing now, so I will end the stream. Goodbye, Yao Yao. See you at Ming Shaoling. I hope to encounter you. After shutting down the live stream, Qin Yao gazes out the window. The plane is lowering, and the city below becomes increasingly clear. This ancient capital of 6 dynasties carries with it a wealth of history. Today, they will pay tribute to the emperor who established the Ming dynasty's 3-century legacy in this city. Qin Feng also looks out, his expression deep and contemplative. Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhong, a legendary figure who rose from beggar to emperor. He is a figure of much controversy and many faults, yet it is undeniable that he expelled the Mongols, restored the Han dynasty, and laid the foundation for 3 centuries of the Ming. Such a person deserves reverence from future generations, deserving of remembrance. The plane lands smoothly. The cabin door opens, and the stairs are lowered. Qin Feng is the first to step out, sunlight gleaming on his crimson Feiyu robe. Passengers and airport staff are taken aback. Is this a movie shoot? But when they see the massive private jet, the imposing guards of the Jinhui, and the family elegantly descending the stairs in their splendid ancient garments, they realize this is no film. For vehicles are already unloaded, neatly parked beside the stairs. The guards swiftly take their positions, checking the vehicles and confirming the route. The Qin family enters 2 Maybachs, while the guards split into 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, one in front and one behind for protection. The convoy slowly exits the airport, heading towards Ming Shaoling. Qin Yao gazes at the scenery outside, softly remarking, Brother, do you think we are being too ostentatious? Qin Feng chuckles. What of ostentation? We are wearing our ethnic attire to honor our ancestors, and we do so openly. If others perceive it as ostentatious, that is their issue, not ours. Qin Yao, however, is quite excited. I think it's great. Let everyone see how beautiful our Huaxiao attire is and how proud our history is. Qin mother holds her husband's hand, smiling silently. She gazes out at the city, once ruled by Zhu Yuanzong, feeling a strange sense of connection. 600 years have passed. Dynasties have risen and fallen, and time has changed. Yet some things remain unchanged, such as the respect for ancestors, the transmission of culture, and the love for this land. The convoy travels through the streets of Nanjing, passing modern skyscrapers, heading towards the tomb of the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty.